It was clearly a supreme Fire Qilin contract beast that everyone dreamed of owning, but I unbound it on the spot and put it up for auction, then turned around and contracted a bronze-level water snake cub that could be found anywhere. Just because in my previous life, this ungrateful beast I spent all my family's fortune raising, betrayed me at the most critical moment by joining forces with Chen Qingqing, which left me crippled and led to the tragic deaths of my family. Now that I've been reborn, I will make the traitors pay for their blood debts. And this water snake I'm about to contract, as long as it devours spirit beasts, galaxies, or heavenly treasures, it can evolve. Every time it evolves, it gains a heaven-defying ability. At this moment, I was walking down the street with 80 million in my pocket. Suddenly, I dashed over to an old man and patted him on the shoulder. "Did you bring cigarettes?" A flash of golden light appeared in the old man's eyes. He leaned close to my ear and whispered, "I have 2 lighters. Then, the old man looked surprised and asked me, "How did you know I am me?" I pointed at my watch and rolled my eyes at him. Think about it, what kind of old man takes a walk at 2 in the morning? This bodyguard old man, though he looked like he'd blow away in the wind, was fiercer than young men when fighting. Even if Ultraman came, taking 2 hits from this old guy would make his red light flash. The reason the old man was so strong was that this world had 2 cultivation paths, one was body refinement, the other was beast taming. The old man was clearly a top expert of the body refinement path, with all his stats poured into strength over brains. According to ancient books, 52 years ago, many spacetime cracks suddenly appeared in the sky over Blue Star, and then a substance called spirit energy started appearing. It brought many spirit beasts, big and small. People began to absorb this spirit energy to strengthen themselves, becoming martial artists, or to control spirit beasts, becoming beast tamers. At this time, the 2 of us were driving straight to the Zhonghai spirit beast breeding base. There, I saw a girl who left a deep impression on me, Lin Yuqing, who was disabled. In my past life, when my family was destroyed, all my relatives and friends avoided her like a plague, but only Lin Yuqing helped me at my most difficult time. As if sensing my gaze, Lin Yuqing looked over and gave a bright smile. "Hello, is there anything you're looking for?" "I want some spirit beast eggs." I smiled and subtly straightened my clothes, trying to look a bit neater. Lin Yuqing seemed a bit puzzled. Normally, customers who came to buy spirit beast eggs would observe and consider for a long time before deciding. After all, 1 egg cost 50,000, which was half a year's living expense for an ordinary family. I want a large quantity. There are too many people now, how about I add your WeChat and come back later? I scratched my head a little awkwardly. My WeChat? We have a base customer service WeChat. I'll let him add you. Lin Yuqing was very cautious. Even though I was reborn, I wasn't good at handling this situation. I awkwardly rubbed my hands and said, "Okay, I'll add your customer service WeChat. But when I inspect the goods, you have to be there." At that moment, the bodyguard old man nosily leaned over. "Hey, boss, do you like that girl?" "Old man, stop prying into your sponsor daddy's business." I looked impatient. "Let's go home." I waved my hand and just as I reached the door, I saw Chen Qingqing standing outside, her face full of anger, her cheeks flushed red. "Hey, why did you stand me up today?" For this woman who ruined me in my past life, I had no intention of being polite. "Sorry, did I ever promise you?" Chen Qingqing froze, her face looking like she just swallowed a fly. "I used to say yes to everything she asked. Could it be I've realized something?" "No, impossible." She mumbled, tugging at the knife handle hidden in her hoodie pocket. She really wanted to stab me right now and force me to hand over the Fire Qilin. Acting all arrogant just because you want a favor. So what if you have the Fire Qilin? Didn't you just get lucky when you were a kid? Thinking this, Chen Qingqing hid the venom in her eyes. She suddenly thought of something and said, "Where's the Fire Qilin? Normally at this hour, wouldn't it be eating? I already auctioned off the Fire Qilin. No wonder you stood me up today, you went to sell it." Chen Qingqing said sarcastically, then realized what she had just said. "Auctioned? UF ****ing sold the Fire Qilin? Are you stupid?" Chen Qingqing's delicate brows twisted, and she looked like a firecracker on New Year's Eve ready to blow up with one spark. She couldn't accept it. The Fire Qilin had long been treated as her property. Now that I gave it away, how could she not be furious? Auctioned? Where? For how much? None of your business. I don't owe you my whole day. Chen Qingqing was shaking with rage. She couldn't believe I dared speak to her like this. Was this still the obedient me from before? She kept pointing at me, unable to speak for a long time, then turned and left. Now that I no longer had the Fire Qilin, I was no longer useful to her. Late at night, I opened my eyes in bed, got dressed, and whistled out the window. Old Lee on the balcony turned his head and nodded, then jumped straight from the 4th floor window. 1 hour later, Spirit Beast breeding base. I reached the door and lightly knocked on the glass, instantly waking the dozing Lin Yuqing. When she saw me, she stood up like lightning and smiled awkwardly. "Customer service said you want all the Spirit Beast eggs from the last 2 days? Yes. Show me the goods now." Once inside the hatching room, I saw a woman around 25 or 26, wearing formal clothes, with an impressive figure. Let's be clear, I can't guarantee quality. No returns after purchase. I'll give you a discount. 1 egg is 40,000, 750 eggs total 3 million. Will you pay by card or cash? Card. Once I saw the confirmation of the transfer, I said, "Arrange the hatching for me soon." I remember I have a platinum-level cub stored here, along with an ice rain condensed flower.
How about we give you market price for the platinum cub? Hearing that, Lu Yang gave a light laugh. Sure. But I want to keep the ice rain condensed flower. Its medicinal effect is very strong.
If you want to consume it, you'll need to neutralize it with sunfire, and match it with jade dragon saliva or core extract liquid. But the cost of these other medicines is higher than the flower itself.
I'm heading back. Watching me leave, Lu Yang frowned. He couldn't figure me out.
There seemed to be a kind of shrewdness that did not belong to his age.
Chapter 9, Eat Ice Crystal Condensed Flower Raw, Upgrade Talent.
Back at home, Xiaoyan closed the door and excitedly opened the box containing the ice crystal condensed flower.
Others didn't know how to use the ice rain condensed flower, but didn't he?
In his last life, it was only discovered about 10 years later that the petals of the ice crystal condensed flower could be swallowed, and would not lose potency even with blazing sun fire cores or other treasures. Moreover, direct consumption not only improves a beast tamer's aptitude, but also has a chance to upgrade one's talent. The cold aura spread out, and the whole room was filled with a watery mist. Old Lee on the balcony sat down leaning against the wall, and with a click, lit a cigarette.
TSK, never thought in this life, the ice crystal condensed flower would end up in my hands. Xiaoyan couldn't help but marvel at the strangeness of fate. Since this was the case, maybe his talent could be upgraded. Most children on Blue Star awaken their talent when they become adults. Some talents strengthen the body, while others give boosts to spirit beasts. Xiaoyan's current talent was the same as in his last life, an E-grade talent, Book of Word Spirit, a power allowing seamless communication with spirit beasts. This talent clearly was considered useless in this world. It couldn't be used for combat, nor could it make spirit beasts stronger. Maybe this was the real reason the Fire Qilin betrayed him. He picked up a small tweezer and carefully pulled off the petals. Not too many, not too few, exactly 8 pieces. After placing them on the table for just a minute, a thin layer of ice had already formed. Come on, whatever happens doesn't matter. Even if my talent can't evolve, at least I can improve my aptitude a bit.
Thinking this, Xiaoyan quickly swallowed the petals and grabbed the water cup next to him, gulping it down. In less than 5 seconds, a chilling pain spread in his belly, and he curled up from the freezing cold.
Aga!
Xiaoyan gasped heavily, trying to ease the pain. But the icy stabbing sensation made it harder and harder to breathe. He clenched his fists and pounded hard on the cold tile, making banging sounds.
Hey! Boss kid, what the hell's wrong with you?
Old Lee flashed into the room, and seeing the leftover flower stem on the table, instantly understood.
He reached out, grabbed Xiaoyan's collar, and shook him hard. You bastard, you actually ate the ice rain condensed flower raw? Spit it out right now, damn it. You little brat, you trying to die?
Old Lee had seen many rich folks, but never one willing to die for it.
Eating the ice rain condensed flower raw? That's not a joke, it could kill someone.
Xiaoyan shakily lifted his arm and grabbed Old Lee's thin arm tightly.
Believe me.
Feeling the strength in that grip, Old Lee furrowed his brows deeply and puffed angrily.
Damn it, never seen a boss so eager to die. If I weren't worried about losing my bonus, I wouldn't even care about you.
Despite saying that, Old Lee still gently carried the shivering Xiaoyan to the bed. Helplessly, he pulled out a leaf cigarette from his inner pocket, lit it, and exhaled thick smoke with a pained look. This was a special supply he used back in the Sacred Beast battlefield. Though the taste was no different from normal cigarettes, the smoke could ease pain, and its herbs helped speed up body recovery. On the battlefield, this type of cigarette was used to perform emergency surgeries on injured soldiers so they wouldn't die from the pain.
Damn it, this time I'm definitely applying for a bonus from headquarters.
Looking at the unconscious Xiaoyan, he let out a helpless sigh. This kid really looks just like my grandson who died in the Sacred Beast battlefield.
Not just in the face. The personality is just like that. All of them are reckless.
Finishing his cigarette, Old Lee pushed open the window and climbed out. Staying in the room just consumes the strength of the smoke.
Oomph. You kid hit the jackpot. This is something I didn't even dare to use back in the Holy Beast battlefield.
Old Lee squatted on the balcony, lighting up another ordinary cigarette. The flickering flame illuminated his deeply lined face, and he inhaled deeply, the smoke making his eyes red. A person watched as the countless lights in the distance extinguished one by one, time passing the whole night.
The next morning. Cough cough.
Xiaoyan coughed heavily in bed, the veins on his neck bulged, his face turning red. It felt as if someone was choking his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Old Lee heard the noise and rolled over, a skeletal hand as dry as a branch lightly patted Xiaoyan's chest with a trace of spiritual power. Hiss. Xiaoyan felt relieved, greedily gasping for air with his mouth wide open. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Lee standing at the bed, his face full of displeasure.
You've got guts, huh? You even dared to eat that petal.
Old Lee pointed a finger, poking Xiaoyan's forehead until it hurt.
Damn it. Oldly, that hurts. Xiao Yan held his head, almost in tears from the pain. Humph. If I wasn't there last night, you would have turned into an ice block. Go ahead and seek death. You don't have enough lives for all this. Oldly snorted coldly, sitting back on his own balcony, leaving his stunned Xiao Yan behind. Xiao Yan then realized that there was a smell of tobacco in the air. It wasn't the choking kind, but had a hint of herbal fragrance. Did I pass out from the pain yesterday? Xiao Yan then came to his senses and started checking his body. But at that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, a powerful female voice. He had heard it in his past life. It was the grand sound that rang out when everyone awakened their talents. Beast Mastery talent has evolved. Awakened SSS talent, Myriad Manifestations Scripture. Your spiritual beast will be 100% loyal to you. Hearing this, Xiao Yan held his breath. This meant that incidents like the Fire Qilin would no longer happen. After all, cases of spiritual beasts rebelling against their masters were not uncommon in this world. However, what the grand voice said next made Xiao Yan's breath quicken. The Myriad Manifestations Scripture will grant you any ability you desire. Each level up will unlock the type of power your heart most yearns for. What? Xiao Yan was confused. Myriad Manifestations Scripture? Level up? How to level up? But no matter how much Xiao Yan shouted, the powerful female voice didn't respond again. He hurriedly focused his mind to enter his beast mastery space. In the small space of 10 square meters, a large old-fashioned book was floating in the middle, covered with eye-catching cracks. The cover of the book was engraved with many strange beasts, most of which Xiao Yan had never seen before. Xiangqi? Is this Tao Tai? Xiao Yan barely recognized a few, and his spiritual power formed an avatar that reached out slowly towards the book. Just as he touched the large book, an extremely dazzling light burst forth. When the light faded, Xiao Yan found that he had formed an inseparable connection with this thing called Myriad Manifestations Scripture. Immediately, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into Xiao Yan's mind. He felt a splitting headache, as if his whole brain was about to explode. The influx of countless pieces of information made him cry out in pain. Hey! Kid! Are you okay? After a moment, Xiao Yan regained his consciousness. He covered his face with both hands, trembling with laughter, as all the information about the Myriad Manifestations Scripture was already imprinted in his mind. Ha 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 ha. This is bad, this is bad. Yesterday I must have been frozen by the ice rain condensation. Oldly was pacing anxiously in the room. Let's go. We're heading to the spiritual beast cultivation base. Xiao Yan calmed down, his eyes shining with excitement. What a spirited feeling. The unique vigor of youth. Even the experienced Oldly was a bit stunned. Let's go. Xiao Yan stood up like the wind, grabbed the coat hanging on the wall, and strode toward the door. On the way, Xiao Yan had already gone through the information about the spirit beasts that Lin Yuqing had organized. There were 15 snake-type spirit beasts, and Xiao Yan planned to give up all the remaining ones. With the Wanxiang Xian Shu, handling the remaining spirit beasts would be easy. Because the advancement condition for Wanxiang Xian Shu is to devour a large number of spirit beasts. Walking into the base gate, the familiar fragrance made Xiao Yan exceptionally excited. Chapter 10, Goodbye, Nemesis. Perhaps it was because he woke up early, there were not many customers in the base. When Lin Yuqing saw Xiao Yan, she smiled and waved. Xiao Yan smiled back and nodded at her. Recently, due to order issues, he and Lin Yuqing had chatted a lot on WeChat, so their relationship had become a bit more familiar. I just looked at the materials you sent me in the car. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Oldly couldn't help but curl his lip. What he called a car was clearly the old man's toy he paid for in installments. This guy, he boasts without even preparing. To chase after girls, he would go to any lengths, right? Separate all the snake-type spirit beasts, the rest don't matter. Okay. Just a moment. Lin Yuqing sweetly smiled and ran off to find Lu Yang. While waiting, Xiao Yan couldn't stand still and wandered around the base aimlessly. However, I don't know if it's fate, but Xiao Yan actually saw Chen Qingqing here. At this moment, she was carefully admiring a spirit beast egg covered in triangular scale patterns. As she was looking, she even took out a magnifying glass from her pocket. I really don't know what this silly woman is looking at. Xiao Yan felt speechless, he had learned this back in high school. Spirit beast eggs are usually made of a sturdy and thick shell with a sleeping young inside. Looking through nearly 2 centimeters of eggshell, what could a magnifying glass even reveal? Qingqing, don't look anymore, you can't see anything like this. Only when a gentle male voice rang out did Xiao Yan notice the boy standing next to Chen Qingqing. This guy was wearing a high-end suit from a brand called Donkey. At a student age, he was actually wearing shiny shoes. His hair was slicked back in a showy style. Even the dogs passing by would bark at him for showing off. Wang Zicheng? Xiao Yan was a bit surprised.
Wang Zicheng came from a good background, his family ran a large company, and he was Chen Qingqing's #1 admirer. In his previous life, Chen Qingqing had used him to get to know the son of the richest man in Zhonghai City. But in his memory, Chen Qingqing should have only met Wang Zicheng during college.
Could it be that his reincarnation made certain events deviate from their original track? What's wrong? How do you know you can't see it if you don't look? Chen Qingqing said playfully. Her straight, slender right leg lightly tapped on the wooden floor, making a crisp thud, and she pretended to be angry while looking at Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng repeatedly smiled and explained while looking at Chen Qingqing with eyes so affectionate they could almost drip water. Seeing this, Xiao Yan, hiding beside the shelf, had an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This silly sweet act. If he hadn't already seen her true colors, he would have almost believed it. Wang Zicheng was also a big fool. Mr. Qiu? Mr. Qiu? Lin Yuqing ran over. Due to her call, the passing customers cast curious glances, looking at the small beauty who was running out of breath. Oh, there you are. Realizing the surrounding gaze, Lin Yuqing's face suddenly turned red, and she leaned close to Xiao Yan's ear. Everything you ordered has been taken care of. Oh. Who is this? Lin Yuqing naturally attracted Chen Qingqing's attention. No way. Chen Qingqing was filled with hostility towards all beautiful women. The moment Lin Yuqing appeared, a pair of eyes fixated on her tightly. I said, why in the world is the Fire Qilin being auctioned off and why did you stand me up for a whole day? So you're here to boost your performance, and by the way, to date some young girl. After speaking, Chen Qingqing looked at Wang Zicheng for help, with a pitiful and disgusting expression. So it was you who stood Qingqing up? Wang Zicheng became furious upon hearing this. How could someone stand up his goddess? He tightened his fists and walked over, appearing very anxious to show his masculinity, like a peacock spreading its tail. Lin Yuqing panicked, her face quickly flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No. You're misunderstanding. Xiao Yan's face showed no joy or anger, as he stepped forward to protect Lin Yuqing behind him. I really had something to do that day, so what? Who are you to Chen Qingqing? Why do you need to stand up for her? Xiao Yan stared directly at Wang Zicheng, his tone seemingly filled with mockery. Both were around 1.85 meters tall, and if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, yesterday's ice rain had further strengthened his physique, and his level had also reached Black Iron Tier 3. Wang Zicheng was choked by Xiao Yan's words, his sharply defined face turned red. He looked back at the eager Chen Qingqing, as if making a certain decision, then said loudly. I am Qingqing's suitor. Anyone who bullies her, Wang Zicheng will not let them go. You, apologize to her now. Hearing this name, an ant in the crowd exclaimed. Could it be the son of the Wang Pharmaceutical Group? Is that true? He's the son of a group worth billions. Wow. I've seen the real deal today. Who is that beautiful lady next to him? I've never seen her before. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Zicheng clearly enjoyed it, a confident smile appearing on his face. He turned back and threw a you can count on me look at Chen Qingqing. Then he approached Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with provocation. It was as if he was saying, now that you know my identity, hurry up and worship me. Your old man? Didn't he just make some money by taking advantage of opportunities back in the day? Xiao Yan sneered. Having struggled at the bottom of society for so many years in his past life, he was already tired of such secrets. It's just that there weren't many such businesses at that time. And your lucky old man just happened to be chosen, right? So you're proud now? Feeling great? Upon hearing this, Wang Zicheng's pupils trembled. Why did this boy in front of him, who seemed to be around the same age, know so much? But what does knowing this matter? At least the shabby-dressed boy in front of him wasn't qualified to challenge him. After all, his family conditions were still better than his. Stop talking nonsense here, are you going to apologize or not? Wang Zicheng's patience was running thin. Xiao Yan in front of him simply wouldn't budge, and if this continued, he would have to use force. If he dared to touch him, he would make his family pay. Make his parents kneel and beg for forgiveness. Although this was a public place, the reputation wouldn't be good if it got out. But Dad would pay to suppress it. Wang Zicheng looked at the smiling Xiao Yan in front of him, anger rising from his heart. No one had dared to look down on him like this his whole life. He clenched his fist and charged straight for Xiao Yan's cheek. Xiao Yan quietly said a curse and leaned back, calmly dodging the attack. Wang Zicheng's anger intensified upon hearing this, throwing punch after punch, but all were dodged by Xiao Yan. All you can do is dodge, what kind of skill is that? Then should I stand here and let you hit me? The ridicule on Xiao Yan's face deeply pierced Wang Zicheng's heart. He really broke down. If it weren't for going on a date with the goddess today, I wouldn't have sneaked out without the bodyguards at home. If those bodyguards were here, dealing with this kid would be a piece of cake. Old Lee was laughing, watching it like a show. After all, they are just two students, what big problem could arise? If these two little brats really saw the cruelty of the divine beast battlefield, they'd probably be so scared they'd wet their pants. It's just a minor scuffle. Slap. Qiu Yan opened his palm and tightly gripped Wang Zicheng's fist, looking calm and collected. Wang Zicheng wanted to break free, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't escape. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. Let go of me, quick. I tell you. If I get hurt at all, I guarantee our family's lawyer team will make your parents kneel down and beg me. Slap. Chapter 11, Contracted a bronze-level bloodline spirit beast? A crisp sound echoed. Qiu Yan shook his hand, after all, the force acts on both sides. Indeed, it had been too long since he last hit someone, he didn't use the right angle, and his hand felt a bit numb. Wang Zicheng half knelt on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. If it weren't for the burning pain on his face, he would think this was just a dream. How dare you hit me? Slap. Damn it. Slap. Damn it. Slap. The onlookers stared with wide eyes, as if they might fall out of their sockets, their mouths hanging open for a long time. This kid, so brave? Knowing he is the son of the Wang group, and still daring to strike? A big ant watching the excitement grabbed Qiu Yan's arm, earnestly advising him. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. If this goes on, do you think your family has that much money to pay? Think about your parents. Qiu Yan sneered. I have plenty of money. Shaking off the big ant's hand, Qiu Yan swung his arm, gripping Wang Zicheng by the collar, and brutally hit his face again. Slap. Wang Zicheng no longer had his previous arrogance. His face was covered in handprints, swelling into a pig's head within just a few breaths. Even if his father came, he probably wouldn't recognize his own son. Wang Zicheng turned to see Chen Qingqing's eyes filled with pity, instantly igniting a surge of strength. He got up again, wanting to retaliate. Slap. No surprise, he was once again slapped down by Qiu Yan, falling limp. Mr. Qiu. Lin Yuqing was a bit worried this might escalate, and couldn't help but speak up. She wasn't concerned about the money. After all, Qiu Yan had just acquired a spirit beast egg worth 30 million, he was indeed quite wealthy. The key issue was the negative impact, people were beaten in their base, after all. What if after this, Wang Zicheng's father came knocking, and the whole base would be responsible? Only then did Qiu Yan release his grip on Wang Zicheng, letting him lie on the ground like a dead dog. Little brother, if you don't have the strength, don't stick up for others, look, now it's you suffering. TSK TSK TSK. Qiu Yan remembered something, pulled out 200 yuan bills from his pocket, and placed them next to Wang Zicheng. I won't say much more. Here are 200, take it and get a doctor to treat your brain well. Alright, what's so impressive? Everyone disperse. The crowd watching quickly scampered away as if they had seen a terrifying demon, fearing they'd get involved. Seeing Qiu Yan stop, Chen Qingqing rushed over. Bending down beside Wang Zicheng, she cried tearfully, as if rain fell on a pear blossom. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, making you suffer. I didn't mean to. Listen, you shouldn't bear the grievance. Wang Zicheng hoarsely opened his mouth, tremblingly lifting his hand to touch Chen Qingqing's delicate white cheek, his eyes full of tenderness. This kind of Mary Sue plot made Qiu Yan feel a chill, giving him goosebumps all over. Chen Qingqing turned around, her beautiful eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan. What's wrong with you? He came to reason with you, why did you hit him? Qiu Yan shrugged. This has nothing to do with me, he hit me first. If I didn't fight back, wouldn't it be me lying on the ground now? After talking, Qiu Yan asked Old Li to keep an eye on it, lest that kid retaliate later, ruining his good deed. He directly followed Lin Yuqing to find Lu Yong for the spirit beast. The breeding base was not far from the nurturing base. There was only a 200-meter-long outdoor corridor between the two buildings. There weren't many people here, just the occasional staff member in a white coat riding by on a small electric scooter. The two walked side by side, and finally, Qiu Yan broke the silence first. I say, aren't you from the Spring Rain Beast Taming High School too? Why don't you go out and train a bit? After all, the Spirit Beast College entrance exam is coming up soon, do you still have the energy to work part-time? Lin Yuqing, hearing this, absent-mindedly kicked a small stone by the roadside. The dress under her light green apron was already frayed at the edges. A gentle breeze blew, causing her skirt to flutter, and a scent of laundry detergent drifted into Qiu Yan's nostrils. Lin Yuqing tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing a smile. Hey, I actually want to. But if I don't work, I won't have any living expenses, and maybe in a few days, I won't be able to afford to eat, huh?
Although Qiu Yan had always known that Lin Yuqing's family situation wasn't great, he didn't expect it to be this serious.
I can lend you some. It's just a word. Besides, you can easily find someone here at the base to cover for you for 2 days. Exploring the secret realms wouldn't be bad either. Qiu Yan tried hard to lighten the mood.
However, upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing simply buried her head lower, her two hands tightly clenched together.
No, it's fine, thank you for your kindness. My grandmother is still in the hospital and needs my care. Qiu Yan's body stiffened.
In his previous life, he didn't meet Lin Yuqing until several years later, and he had never heard her say such things. Perhaps by that time, her grandmother had already. He only remembered how she had been silent and hollow-eyed, not as vibrant as she is now. Every day bustling back and forth in the restaurant, her delicate hands often soaked to the point of turning pale.
Maybe it's because Lin Yuqing was diligent, or perhaps because their lives were both tough.
As a chef, Qiu Yan often asked her to help taste the dishes he was preparing.
Over time, their friendship began to take shape.
But later, due to poor business at the restaurant, Qiu Yan was forced to go work elsewhere. It wasn't until he returned 2 years later that he learned Lin Yuqing was already married.
Qiu Yan bit his lip and sighed deeply. Just now, he should have been a bit more tactful, he had just killed the mood. However, he silently vowed that since he had been given a second chance at life, he must protect the people he cherished from his past life. For Lin Yuqing, he must do everything he could to help her. In less than 5 minutes, the two arrived at the breeding base. The whole building had a high-tech appearance, resembling a luxurious office building.
Upon entering, Qiu Yan discovered that there were hidden secrets inside.
The entire first floor was an endless forest of trees, and Qiu Yan couldn't see the end at a glance.
Seeing the surprised look on Qiu Yan's face, Lin Yuqing smiled and explained. To provide the best living environment for the spirit beasts, we have perfectly replicated the landscapes from the secret realms here. Let's go to the 8th floor first, that's where the spirit beast cubs stay. She took out her employee ID and swiped it at the corner, causing an elevator door to slowly open.
Before coming here, although Qiu Yan had mentally prepared himself.
When he saw more than 20 baby snake spirit beasts before him, he still felt a tingle at the top of his head.
The next problem to address was, where was that divine-grade spirit beast that could evolve infinitely? The newly hatched baby snakes were mostly pink, with slight differences that were practically negligible.
They twisted their bodies, darting around the venue, and with one misstep, they could easily get mixed together. Qiu Yan carefully walked down the stairs, and as he approached the smallest baby snake, before he could observe it closely, the myriad beast scripture in the Beastmaster space reacted. It erupted with powerful force, as if it wanted to turn the entire Beastmaster space upside down.
Is this it? Qiu Yan extended his palm and gently lifted it. Because the manual in his mind indicated that the myriad beast scripture would automatically lock onto spirit beasts with exceptionally powerful bloodlines, just like a detector. A snake-like spirit beast, as thick as a pinky finger, wrapped around Qiu Yan's finger, its large, shiny, black eyes curiously looking at the terrifying upright ape in front of it. The contract light on Qiu Yan's hand flashed, and the little snake showed no resistance, directly completing the contract. Ha! Just like that?
Lu Yang, who was approaching from a distance, just happened to witness the scene. That one was the most common lightning/water attribute spirit beast from the dark water marsh, the thunder spirit water snake.
The small, commonly seen spicy stick, Qiu Yan actually didn't think twice and directly contracted it? Contracting a spirit beast requires a beast master to consume a certain amount of life force.
Although this life force can be replenished through subsequent training, once a spirit beast is contracted, one must at least rest for 5 or 6 days before being able to contract another.
Chapter 12, The Myriad Beast Scripture, Advancing. No, why not contract a platinum-level bloodline cub, and instead spend over 30 million just to contract a thunder spirit water snake?
Lu Yang stood to the side, so shocked that her mouth hung open.
She couldn't help but take a step back, stepping on a dry twig, which cracked with a snap. Who?
Qiu Yan quickly turned around, and upon seeing that it was Lu Yang, he lowered his guard.
If others knew that Mr. Qiu Yan spent over 30 million to contract a bronze-level bloodline spirit beast, what would they think?
Lu Yang swayed her slender waist, walked over with great interest, and the scent of her grandma's No. 5 perfume spread, releasing her charm freely.
Looking at the dangerously charismatic woman in front of him, Qiu Yan couldn't help but frown.
I don't remember the second-in-command of the spirit beast breeding base being a woman who likes to meddle in other people's business. Lu Yang seemed to have heard a huge joke. One hand climbed onto Qiu Yan's shoulder, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up.
Are you done laughing?
Only then did Lu Yang stop laughing, her jade-like hand pinching Qiu Yan's chin, her eyes conveying a dangerous message. Don't worry, little brother, everyone has secrets, even big sister has them.
Ahem.
Lin Yuqing, who didn't know when she had arrived, just happened to see the scene, and the awkwardness was beyond measure. Upon seeing this, Lu Yang finally released her arm from around Qiu Yan's shoulder, casting him a meaningful glance.
Alright, I have to get to work. I don't care what happens to these spirit beast cubs later. If you want to wander around here, feel free. After finishing, Lu Yang clicked her heels in high heels, walking away with a tap 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 sound. Did I interrupt something? Lin Yuqing, somewhat flustered, nervously twisted the corner of her clothes. Looking at her manager, who usually took great care of her, being so close to Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing felt inexplicably uneasy in her chest. Qiu Yan noticed Lin Yuqing's unease and thought it was just the shyness of a young girl, so he explained. Don't misunderstand, there's nothing between me and her. The stone that had been hanging in Lin Yuqing's heart finally landed securely. Come help me catch these spirit beasts and put them in my Beastmaster space. Qiu Yan extended his hand and opened a small vortex connecting the Beastmaster space with the outside world. As soon as those cubs entered Qiu Yan's Beastmaster space, they automatically transformed into small light sources, flying into the myriad beast scripture, being devoured. Only after all 700-odd cubs were placed into the Beastmaster space did Qiu Yan finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the dense sweat from his forehead, and sat down against a large tree. While Lin Yuqing went out to work, he sank his consciousness into the Beastmaster space. Having devoured so many spirit beast cubs, the myriad beast scripture had already advanced to the first level. The first page slowly opened in front of Qiu Yan. Spirit beast training quick start. Qiu Yan's eyes sparkled, this was exactly what he needed the most. At this moment, the thunder spirit water snake had just hatched and was not yet at the fighting level. Then, his gaze shifted down. This method requires the host to learn a special breathing technique and train alongside the spirit beast to achieve double the result with half the effort. The host will channel spiritual power into the spirit beast will absorb unnecessary energy from the human body and return purified spiritual power to the host. The specific training method is as follows. Breathing technique. In his past life, Qiu Yan was just a cook at a street restaurant and naturally had no qualification to touch this. But he knew very well that this kind of technique would become popular in about 5 years. The role of the breathing technique was not only to help beast tamers and spirit beasts improve their cultivation together. More importantly, it served as a bridge for communication between the spirit beast and the beast tamer, allowing them to understand each other. Before this technique appeared, the beast taming faction had always been suppressed by the body refining faction. This was because during battles, the spirit beasts needed the beast tamers to command and assist them. In high-level battles, every second counted, and flaws often arose due to on-the-spot changes. Now that the breathing technique had appeared, Qiu Yan was already ahead of those around him by a large margin. He memorized the mantra, summoned the thunder spirit water snake, and began to run the breathing technique together with the spirit beast, breathing in and out spirit energy. After about an hour, Qiu Yan's body had already remembered the rhythm of the breathing. He leaned against a nearby tree root and fell into a deep sleep. Qiu Yan, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan groggily felt someone patting his shoulder, instantly waking him up. In front of him was Lin Yuqing, squatting beside him with a concerned expression. Did I fall asleep? Qiu Yan squinted his eyes and awkwardly touched his hair. Yeah, I saw you asleep when I came back, so I didn't wake you up. However, Lin Yuqing pointed to her watch. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, close to the end of work time. Qiu Yan smiled a bit embarrassedly, got up from the ground, and the beast taming contract on his hand shone, calling for the thunder spirit water snake. He didn't know where his spirit beast had crawled off to. Seconds later, rustling sounds began to emerge from the nearby bushes. Whoosh! Seeing the shadow leap out, both of them were startled. At this moment, the thunder spirit water snake was no longer the juvenile form from half a day ago. Its entire body was covered in dark purple scales, over 2 meters long, the thickness of an adult's small arm. Around its triangular head, there were sharp spikes. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just a light touch would result in injury from these spikes. At this moment, the thunder spirit water snake was flicking its tongue, staring at its beast tamer, filled with expectation. After a while, Lin Yuqing hesitated to speak. Is this really the thunder spirit water snake cub you contracted this morning? In such a short time, it has grown this big? Wait a minute, why does the snake have venom glands beneath its fangs? As a top student in class, Lin Yuqing, who often scored full marks in spirit beast dissection class, immediately noticed something was off. This kind of spirit beast didn't possess toxins and its attacking method was to entangle its prey and release paralyzing electricity, suffocating its prey to death. Also, the scales of the thunder spirit water snake were very rough and should be light purple, not dark purple. Could it be a mutation? Qiu Yan knew in his heart that this was the power of the breathing technique, able to quickly shorten the gap in cultivation between the spirit beast and the beast tamer. He shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. I don't know, before I came here, I picked some spiritual herbs from my grandfather's room. I fed a little this morning, and when I woke up, it was like this. Lin Yuqing was a bit surprised to hear this, but then she understood. First, spent tens of millions on opening blind boxes. Again, feeding the spirit beasts blindly. Perhaps it's a special hobby of wealthy people?
Xiao Yan took out his phone and found it almost exploded with calls. All the numbers were hidden, a string of asterisks. He redialed, and soon someone answered the phone. On the other end was the magnetic voice of a middle-aged man.
Hello? Is this Xiao Yan? Do you remember the spirit beast you auctioned off at the Golden Dragon Tower a couple of days ago? Who are you? Special Investigation Team.
The group led by Ling Wu has been captured.
The spirit beast is currently in the Anqin Resort Villa No. 2 in Zhonghai City. If you have time, come over now. We are investigating here and have some questions to ask you. Sure enough, they have traced it back to him.
Xiao Yan immediately agreed, recalling the thunder spirit water snake into the beast space, and said goodbye to Lin Yuqing before running out the door. Chapter 13, The Dream of Freedom is Whipped to Death. Master, I want to go back to the countryside. Old Li was squatting at the entrance of the spirit beast breeding base, squinting his eyes and smoking, surrounded by a pile of cigarette butts on the ground. Seeing Xiao Yan rushing over, he let out a sigh of relief.
You little brat, you left this old man hanging all day? I'm about to run out of cigarettes.
Old Li's gaze was filled with resentment, as if he could kill someone. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only laugh it off. Hey, you should smoke less, this stuff is bad for your health. If there's something, take me to Anqin Villa quickly. You hurry and move the car, I'll wait for you here. Old Li's expression softened a lot, he snorted to himself and walked towards his old car, muttering something. If I don't smoke, the old injuries on my body will hurt to death.
At Anqin Villa No. 2, officers in police blue uniforms were searching the whole house.
A large circle of police tape was set up outside the villa. Captain Joe Bowen, with a side-parting hairstyle, stood at the entrance on the first floor, holding a writing board and scribbling something vigorously. Captain Joe, we found a total of 3 million in cash involved in the case, along with some other jewelry, gold, and so on. Officer Xiao Su spoke softly beside him.
I understand.
Captain Joe, just now 2 people wanted to come in, saying they were looking for you.
I'll handle this matter.
Joe Bowen handed the writing board to Xiao Su, opened the door, and saw 2 people surrounded by officers.
Xiao Yan?
Hey!
Let them in!
With a wave of his big hand, the surrounding officers scattered.
Xiao Yan and Old Li followed Joe Bowen into a secluded room.
In the center of the room, the carpet had already been moved away, leaving only a dark hole to a secret room exposed.
A small amount of light could illuminate a few steps.
Let's go, your spirit beast is inside, but be mentally prepared.
Thud thud thud.
The footsteps of the 3 echoed inside.
Finally reaching the bottom level, Joe Bowen pressed the ceiling light switch with a snap.
Immediately, Xiao Yan was blinded by the bright light, unable to open his eyes.
Gradually adjusting, Xiao Yan began to examine his surroundings. TSK TSK TSK.
This really met all his imaginings of a rich man's secret room. The huge ceiling light shone brilliantly, looking like something Xiao Yan could never afford in his life. The carpet outlined with gold threads was spotless, as if it had been cleaned just a couple of days ago. Everywhere Xiao Yan looked was filled with cages made of obsidian steel. This obsidian steel is one of the hardest metals, quite expensive, which made Xiao Yan gaze at it for a little longer. The cages held spirit beasts covered in wounds, including the Fire Qilin unicorn. At this moment, the Fire Qilin unicorn had long lost its former splendor, lying on the ground like a dead dog, groaning weakly. Its body was covered in various whip marks and knife wounds, the blood making its thick fur clump together in patches. This sight was truly tragic. Old Li had a lot of knowledge and immediately saw that this spirit beast was quite extraordinary. From its appearance, at least platinum level or above. Kid, was this spirit beast yours before? Well, if you don't listen to me, I will sell it.
All right.
It is indeed a master of exploiting heavenly treasures. Old Li stood with his hands behind his back, no longer speaking, and wandered aimlessly around.
Joe Bowen was quite interested in this young brother in front of him and immediately joked.
Wow, young man, you have guts. You're even willing to part with a diamond-level spirit beast. Xiao Yan smiled and walked forward to tap the edge of the obsidian steel cage.
Bang, bang, bang.
The huge sounds echoed in the basement, startling the other spirit beasts around. Suddenly, various wails and cries erupted one after another. The Fire Qilin squinted its eyes and lazily turned to look. But then it jumped up in a panic and rushed to the cage, biting toward Xiao Yan's direction. It was Xiao Yan, the one who had caused it to fall into such a miserable state. It wished to bite him to death on the spot. However, the hard cage made it difficult to advance even a bit, it could only leave some small bite marks on the cage out of frustration. Seeing that it couldn't scare Xiao Yan, the Fire Qilin lowered its head and whined. It seemed to be sincerely repenting, trying to awaken its former owner's compassion. Officer Zhou, I actually don't want this spirit beast anymore. You can decide how to handle it, even if you want to kill it and eat its meat, I have no objections.
Xiao Yan turned and walked away.
The Fire Qilin, who understood the words, urgently cried out, frantically clawing at the edge of the cage. Look at how badly the people from Lingwu Hall were tormenting the beast. The Fire Qilin was almost going to speak human language.
Zhou Bowen timely grabbed Xiao Yan's arm and whispered.
The stronger the bloodline of a spirit beast, the greater its pride.
We've scolded it enough. We really can't handle this. Are we really going to eat this Fire Qilin? I've thought about it, and there's really no one else suitable to hand it over to. Just now, you also don't have a spirit beast, right? Isn't the spirit beast examination coming up in 2 months? This future thing can't be taken lightly. Xiao Yan smirked. Who says I don't have a spirit beast? The small spell array on his hand shimmered, and a large purple snake appeared. Seeing Xiao Yan contract another spirit beast, the Fire Qilin's eyes dimmed, quietly sizing up the thunder spirit water snake. Its former master, whom it had resented as a loyal dog, actually had a new spirit beast. Though it did not look strong, why did it feel so uncomfortable inside when witnessing this scene? Wow, this thunder spirit water snake? It doesn't look like it. Normal thunder spirit water snakes aren't this long. Zhou Bowen was first surprised, then showed a troubled expression. To be honest, little brother, the order we received is to return all spirit beasts to their original owners. Although this kind of spirit beast would be highly sought after outside, we really don't have the right to handle it. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment but ultimately agreed. He stepped up to the Fire Qilin and spoke in a deep voice. Now, do you see? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the Fire Qilin's big eyes, but the next words from Xiao Yan plunged it into despair. Master-servant contract, once signed, I will take you away. Proud as the Fire Qilin was, it clearly could not accept this. Perhaps it had been too agitated just now, its scab wounds reopened, and dark red blood dripped down. The pain constantly affected its spirit. The culprit of its disarray was Xiao Yan. But now, the only one who could take it out was Xiao Yan. It really did not want to be abused any longer. Maybe if it yielded, Xiao Yan could treat it well with food and drink? 3, 2, 1. Just as Xiao Yan turned to leave, the Fire Qilin, disregarding its injuries, crashed wildly against the cage, tears of regret in its eyes. Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, the Fire Qilin obediently lowered its head and trembled on the ground. Xiao Yan knew that it was not truly repenting, it was just afraid. He was its only straw to grab onto. It was like a wife who had cheated, crying bitterly in front of her husband, but after a while, would she still remember her original promises? Xiao Yan didn't believe it either. If it was really a master-servant contract, that still couldn't guarantee the spirit beast would perfectly follow orders, there was still a chance it would trip him up. Luckily, there was the Universal Mystery Book. Chapter 14, From now on, your name is Zue. A pure white light of contract shone from Xiao Yan's palm, and of course there was no obstacle during the second contract process. A strange magic formation began to appear on the back of his left hand, and at the same time, the formation on his right hand also responded, shining with light. There was no limit to how many spirit beasts a beastmaster could contract, but the resources needed to raise a single one were enormous. Without enough money, like raising 2 golden-blooded spirit beasts at once, their power might not even compare to investing everything in just 1 silver-blooded spirit beast. Xiao Yan didn't mind. The betrayal of the Fire Qilin in his past life was still fresh in his memory. It's not like he would repay hatred with kindness and release it back into the wild, right? As long as it followed him, it was basically signing a lifetime labor contract. Once the contract was done, Xiao Yan put the Fire Qilin, who still held on to a bit of hope, into the Beastmaster space. Seeing that it finally returned home, the Fire Qilin was in a good mood. After all, it wouldn't suffer anymore. It wanted to search around, to see if it could find any food it had hidden before. But even after searching the entire Beastmaster space, not a single piece of spirit beast meat was found. It used to sleep in a mountain of meat, waking up at midnight for a snack whenever it felt like it. The huge difference made the angry Fire Qilin silently decide to only pretend to obey Xiao Yan in the future. Even though it had signed a master-servant contract, and its life was held in Xiao Yan's hand. But it didn't believe Xiao Yan would destroy its soul over small problems. What's that? The Fire Qilin finally noticed the slowly spinning Universal Mystery Book floating in the Beastmaster space. Originally looking like a withered tree, the Universal Mystery Book now looked like it was about to burst, shining with bright light. Before the Fire Qilin could react, chains like a snake's nest shot out from the book and rushed into its body. Roar! The Fire Qilin felt something tightly wrap around its heart, making it unable to breathe. Xiao Yan. It had to be Xiao Yan playing tricks. If there was ever a chance, it would definitely. Just as the thought of rebellion rose, a sharp pain shot through the Qilin's heart. This pain wasn't just physical, even its soul began to hurt terribly. An old voice echoed in the Beastmaster space. Loyalty is the most basic requirement of a spirit beast. This is your first offense, so only a small punishment.
If you dare disobey again, ants will eat your heart, flames will burn your soul, and death won't set you free.
The flame Qilin fainted. It only knew it would never dare to disobey Qiuyan again. For it, following Qiuyan was now a lifelong punishment.
Qiuyan, of course, knew all that happened in the Beastmaster space.
But he was more curious, who exactly was that old voice? Gee, little brother. Now that you've taken back the spirit beast. Zhou Wenba spoke up at the right moment, and Qiuyan nodded, time to leave.
He called to Oldly, then turned and walked toward the exit. On the way back, Oldly held the steering wheel with one hand and casually held a lit cigarette with the other.
Boss, I'm heading off tonight, just so you know.
In the back seat, Qiuyan finally remembered that the bodyguard he hired for 2 million, Oldly, was almost done with his time. Now he had a spirit beast by his side, but during those 5 days, it was thanks to Oldly that he stayed safe. During those long nights, who knows how many enemies Oldly drove away for him. Thanks for your hard work lately.
I transferred 50,000 more, think of it as a thank you bonus.
Qiuyan thought back to the moment he ate the ice rainflower raw. A chill ran down my back. If it weren't for Oldly, I might have lost my life back then. So the rumors from my past life can't all be believed, I nearly lost my life because of them.
Fortunately, by accident, I awakened my talent, Universal Mysterious Book. My future is now filled with endless possibilities.
Hey, kid, you really know how to get things done? Oldly almost laughed himself silly. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and started coughing violently. The bosses I used to meet, either they were stingy or indulging in debauchery.
It's the first time I've seen a boss with such personality like you.
Rich, but prefers to live in a common area, especially having spent 30 million to contract a bronze-level bloodline spirit beast. When Oldly spoke of his past glories, he couldn't stop, as if he wanted to immediately publish an autobiography. Qiuyan smiled, gently agreeing with Oldly at the exciting parts. His gaze was fixed outside the window. Watching the scenery retreating, his heart felt very comfortable.
The feeling of holding destiny in his own hands is truly wonderful.
At night, Qiuyan naturally prepared a big meal for his mom and dad on the table.
After eating dinner alone, Qiuyan sat cross-legged on his bed, planning to practice his breathing technique.
The thunder spirit water snake curled up beside him, but Qiuyan felt something was off after thinking it over. He had just learned about his spirit beast skills in the Beastmaster space: Charge, Thunder Fawn, Lightning Arrow, and 9 Heavens Toxin. It can be said that his spirit beast has nothing to do with the thunder spirit water snake at all. Whether in size or skills, they are all completely different. Calling it a thunder spirit water snake seems a bit inappropriate now.
Let me give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Ziyue, how about that?
Seeing the spirit beast nodding repeatedly, seemingly very fond of the new name, Qiuyan chuckled lightly and once again focused on absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. This method gave him a brand new experience. The feeling of increasing his cultivation with every breath made him unwilling to stop.
Ziyue curled around him, also breathing deeply and absorbing the spiritual energy in the air.
The spiritual energy in the air is like a piece of fruit. Qiuyan needs the juice, while Ziyue needs the flesh. They are practicing breathing techniques together, each absorbing the parts they need and then transferring the parts they don't need to each other. Man and spirit beast complement each other, and their cultivation speed skyrockets like a rocket shooting up into the sky. As this state deepened, Qiuyan's hair and the edges of his clothes began to tremble slightly, and the air around him started to gather, forming a small windshield.
Oh. This is a spiritual energy vortex?
Oldly, preparing to leave, caught a casual glance and immediately saw Qiuyan's current state. He was among the first generation of spiritual energy revival practitioners and had seen a lot, but he had never witnessed such a phenomenon on any beast master. To enter such a state, only the extraordinarily talented body refinement prodigies could do it. Body refinement means infusing spiritual energy into every limb and bone, reinforcing every part of the body. The spiritual energy vortex is a special phenomenon formed by opening all the pores of the body and infusing all the spiritual energy from the air.
It's like a water-filled reservoir. Once the drainage valve is turned on, a vortex will form on the water surface, rapidly pouring into the drain. A body from the body refinement school is like this drain. This cultivation method rapidly absorbs spiritual energy, and most importantly, it is not from external forces or through forcefully stacking medicinal herbs. This is real cultivation. There will absolutely not be any instability in realms or feigned combat strength. But why can even beast masters trigger such anomalies? The fundamental difference between beast masters and body refinement practitioners is that they need different parts of the fruit. What the beast masters need is juice, but the body refiners need both juice and pulp. Could it be that he wants to cultivate both body and beast? TSK, forget it. The first duty of a bodyguard is not to question the boss's private matters. Oldly, who had seen Qiuyan eat the petals of the ice rain frozen flower raw, naturally knew just how crazy his boss could be. He shook his head in self-mockery, pulled out his old man's phone from his pocket, and looked at the time. Goodbye, young friend. Oh no, we'll be seeing each other again very soon. He murmured a few words, then jumped off the balcony with a mysterious smile. He landed lightly and darted away into the distance, vanishing into the quiet darkness after a few agile flips and turns. Chapter 15, Set Off. Darkwater Swamp. The next day, Xiao Yan got up early from bed. Not for anything else, but because he planned to head for the Darkwater Swamp today, the place where Chen Qingqing had betrayed him in his past life. Even more importantly, he had specially invited Lin Yuqing to come along too. For this, he even contacted a medical team to take care of Lin Yuqing's grandmother. With no more worries, the little girl really had no reason not to come out. One of the compulsory courses was the battle between spirit beasts. After all, the Beastmaster entrance exam was right around the corner. If the spirit beasts didn't get some practice, they'd probably go weak in the knees on exam day. Xiao Yan now had 2 spirit beasts with him. Just bringing Lin Yuqing to train around the outer area shouldn't be a problem. Even if they couldn't win a fight, he could just have the Fire Qilin cover their retreat, and he wouldn't feel bad about running with Lin Yuqing. After 4 hours on the subway and 2 more on the high-speed train, Xiao Yan finally arrived at his destination. There he saw Lin Yuqing already crouching in front of the station guard's outpost. She was holding a phone with a yellowed silicone case, totally absorbed in reading a novel. Today, Lin Yuqing was wearing a black sports jacket and a light blue sporty mini skirt. Underneath, she had on a pair of black sharkskin leggings. They said this helped prevent varicose veins and was more suitable for intense cross-country hikes. Xiao Yan. Catching a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye, Lin Yuqing looked up with a sweet smile on her face. Her bare face was smooth and delicate, with a slight pink blush. Xiao Yan waved and smiled, unconsciously speeding up his steps. As he got closer, he caught the fresh fragrance of Lin Yuqing's hair. His mind lit up, and he raised an eyebrow. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of shampoo the little girl was using. Here. I brought you milk tea. Lin Yuqing stretched out her small hand and held up a bag to Xiao Yan. On the package, a little snowman stuck out its tongue, holding a scepter, smiling cheerfully at Xiao Yan. Just 1 cup? Aren't you drinking any? Xiao Yan chuckled, a bit surprised by Lin Yuqing's rare generosity. Usually, this girl would split $1 into 2 just to spend it. She really went all out today. Ah. Lin Yuqing gave an awkward smile, her eyes dodging his as she dared not look at him. I already drank mine on the way, hee hee. Oh, so that means there's 1 more cup of milk tea here now. Xiao Yan grinned mischievously and brought out the hand he had hidden behind his back. In it, he was holding a cup of the famously expensive celebration tea, known as the Milk Tea Assassin. He had specially picked it up at a supply station on the street just now. Damn, boss is boss. The moment you make a move, it's something us poor folks can't even dream of. Fine. Then I'll drink the sweet Ice King. Lin Yuqing rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan, seeming a bit sulky that her milk tea hadn't been accepted. Hey, weren't you complaining last time that a cup of milk tea costs over $30? I bought 1 for you to try. Before Lin Yuqing could react, Xiao Yan had already stuffed the celebration tea into her arms. The sweet Ice King in her hand naturally got taken away. She could only stare blankly at Xiao Yan. Rich people really did think differently from others. Ah, I'm already tired of celebration tea. Time to try a new flavor. Come on, let's go. We still have to head into the swamp today. Xiao Yan was smacking his mouth as he chewed on the pearls, and he was the first to arrive at the entrance of the dark water swamp. The entire dark water swamp seemed to be wrapped in a layer of translucent shield, like a giant soap bubble that seemed endless. After confirming his identity, he was allowed to enter, and Xiao Yan slowly squeezed his body inside. Once his whole body was swallowed by the edge, he finally stepped onto the ground of the dark water swamp. The dark water swamp was also formed from land that had fallen from a spatial crack and was the largest habitat for spirit beasts in Zhonghai City. Looking around, it was like stepping into a primeval forest. The soil here was very soft and covered in moss. The humidity and temperature of the air were completely different from outside, and there was a faint smell of saltpeter wafting through. Beside him, with a buzz, Lin Yuqing also passed through the shield. She walked to Xiao Yan's side and asked curiously, "Where should we go next?" "Let's try to walk deeper," Xiao Yan replied. The dark water swamp was extremely vast, even larger than the magic city of Dragon Nation, with countless spirit beasts and spirit plants within. Xiao Yan did not have a specific destination either. He chuckled to himself and thought for a moment, it was better to follow the route he had planned with Chen Qingqing before. Xiao Yan led Lin Yuqing and moved straight northwest for half an hour, stopping only when they reached a dense thicket of trees. A small shrub, about as tall as a person, blocked their path perfectly. From the other side of the shrub, there seemed to be some breathing sounds coming through. Xiao Yan crouched down, looked at Lin Yuqing, and put a finger to his lips, shoo, as he parted the nearby bushes and pointed. A night cat lay sprawled out on a rock, sound asleep. Seeing that it showed no signs of attack, Xiao Yan gently pushed aside the grass and crept past it.
Upon reaching the other side, Xiao Yan waved at Lin Yuqing, signaling her to come over. With trepidation, Lin Yuqing passed by the night cat, but she accidentally stepped on a dry twig.
Snap. Meow.
The night cat stirred, startling Lin Yuqing, who instinctively stumbled backward.
Fortunately, Xiao Yan was quick to catch Lin Yuqing.
Phew, that was close, you scared me to death. Lin Yuqing breathed heavily, still shook up as she patted her chest. But Xiao Yan seemed to have noticed something and pulled Lin Yuqing into the nearby bushes. Not far away, a spotted leopard was sauntering toward them. It seemed the target was indeed the night cat. Xiao Yan shrank his form and led Lin Yuqing deeper into the swamp. Ordinary spirit beasts that posed no threat to them could be ignored. After all, the Beast Master Association clearly stated that it was strictly forbidden to harm the ecology of the dark water swamp. Every time a spirit beast was hunted, it would be recorded on their pass, and after registration at the exit, they would have to surrender 10% of their spoils to leave. Only hunting spirit beasts that were useful to oneself was an ironclad rule for every student going out for training.
Did you see that? The rock-heart lizard. Lin Yuqing looked in the direction he was pointing.
A rock-heart lizard, about the length of an adult's arm, was hiding in the crevice of nearby rocks. If it weren't for Xiao Yan's reminder, it would have been hard to spot. Though it looked small, this spirit beast was incredibly fierce. Its two amber-colored eyes could release power rays, and its hard scales provided frightening defense. It was a formidable predator among small spirit beasts. The crystal core of the rock-heart lizard should enhance the strength of rock-type spirit beasts. Go ahead, I will keep an eye on the surroundings. Xiao Yan said softly. Before coming here, Lin Yuqing had told him about her platinum-level bloodline rock-type spirit beast, the Pile Rock Tiger. Lin Yuqing nodded, she had heard some news about this information. The crystal core is usually located in the brain of the spirit beast. It is the energy center of the spirit beast, and the various skills released by the spirit beast are all released through the crystal core. Taking the corresponding attribute crystal core can not only enhance the spirit beast's cultivation but also strengthen some abilities. For example, Lin Yuqing's Rock Tiger can release skills such as Rock Barrier and Stone Impact. And the crystal core located in the brain of the rock-heart lizard can enhance the hardness of the rocks released by the Rock Tiger. Lin Yuqing nodded and summoned her spirit beast.
A half-human tall rock tiger appeared beside Lin Yuqing.
In terms of size, it was a bit larger than the Fire Qilin. The gray and silver fur stood on end, making it look particularly majestic. There were rock armor covering key areas like the shoulders and back, and its claws were sharp and glimmering with a cold light.
Lin Yuqing called it Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain, don't hold back.
Upon receiving Lin Yuqing's command, Iron Mountain let out a roar and pounced towards the rock-heart lizard.
Chapter 16, Hunt the Rock-heart Lizard.
The surface of the rock-heart lizard suddenly flashed with a yellow-brown light, and each scale emitted a strange glow.
Bang!
As Iron Mountain's claws hit the lizard's scales, there was a sound of clashing metal. Immediately, Iron Mountain realized that its claws were firmly caught by the scattered scales. It desperately tried to retreat, but its trapped right paw did not budge at all.
Iron Mountain, be careful. Lin Yuqing, seeing this scene, couldn't help but worry. Without Xiao Yan needing to say more, the Fire Qilin had already appeared not far away.
As long as the rock-heart lizard made any move that could harm the rock tiger, it would immediately intervene. In the eyes of the rock-heart lizard, a golden-yellow light began to swirl, as if it was brewing some terrifying energy. Suddenly, a forward-moving ray of light shot straight towards Iron Mountain's forehead.
Iron Mountain, quickly use Rock Barrier.
Lin Yuqing clenched her small fists and shouted loudly. Iron Mountain let out an angry roar, and just as it was about to be hit by the spiritual ray, a gray rock wall as thick as a fist appeared before it.
Sizzle! It narrowly blocked the ray.
Realizing that the ray had dissipated, Iron Mountain's head broke through the stone wall and opened its mouth to bite hard at the rock-heart lizard. Its sharp fangs effortlessly pierced through the scales and sank into the body of the rock-heart lizard. Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing both heard the high-pitched scream of the rock-heart lizard. The lizard twitched its limbs weakly a couple of times before falling completely still. Roar! Iron Mountain curled its tongue and bit down on a crystal core the size of half a fist, lifting it up as if showing off. Lin Yuqing happily jogged forward, reaching out her small hand to pat Iron Mountain's tough and smooth fur. Seeing her spirit beast perform so well, her little face blushed with joy.
Go ahead and eat. Following Lin Yuqing's signal, Iron Mountain finally raised its head and crunched down on the crystal core like a candy.
A silver-gray halo flowed around its body. Xiao Yan clearly felt that the rock armor covering its vital parts seemed to have become a little harder. He looked up at the sky, which was tinged with orange light at the horizon. Checking his watch, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it was time to plan for the evening's camping. After all, the dark water marshes at night were the most terrifying. During the day, many poisonous insects and snakes lurked in their nests, and nighttime was their paradise. When Lin Yuqing had put away the corpse of the rock-heart lizard into the beast containment space, Xiao Yan immediately decided to set off again.
After an hour of trekking, the two finally approached the edge of the dark water marsh.
This meant that Xiao Yan and the others had traveled for several hours previously.
And deeper inside, there was the true dark water marsh.
At this moment, there were no towering trees around, reaching toward the clouds. Instead, there were many low shrubs. Even if there were trees here, they would not be taller than 2 or 3 meters. The black ground seemed solid, but in reality, one wrong step would lead to a deep sink. If a bug with nerve toxins bit you at this moment, the only ending would be to be completely decomposed into residue by the slightly corrosive soil.
Let's go with this.
Xiao Yan did not rashly enter the dark water marsh, nor did he choose the spot where he had camped with Chen Qingqing in his previous life. That place was close to a water source, and it was damp at night. Besides, the closer to the water source, the more poisonous insects there were, and there would often be spiritual beasts coming to drink. From a safety perspective, it was clearly not the best choice. After discussion, the two chose a flat area at the foot of a hillside, far from the water source, as their base for the night. The rockstone tiger was a rock-type spiritual beast, wasn't it? So, building a shelter wasn't difficult. Lin Yuqing had Taizhan surround the hillside, creating a tight wall of about 10 square meters, leaving only a few air holes. Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing took out their tents and sleeping bags, and after carefully setting them up, they came out. Looking at the time, it was time to prepare dinner. Xiao Yan released the Fire Qilin to find some firewood, and its imposing appearance made Lin Yuqing widen her mouth, further confirming her previous impression of Xiao Yan. He already had a Fire Qilin, yet he wanted to contract with a bronze-level bloodline spiritual beast, the Thunder Spirit Water Snake.
Rich people really have some peculiarities.
In less than 3 minutes, the Fire Qilin came back holding a few dry branches.
Xiao Yan quickly piled the firewood into place.
Then, the Fire Qilin spat out a small flame, and the dry wood immediately burst into flames, sending a thin wisp of smoke rising into the sky. Time passed quickly, and the sun soon set. Once the dark water marsh lacked sunlight, the two could clearly feel the temperature around them dropping rapidly. At night, a large rock slab was set up above the bonfire, and Xiao Yan placed some cups filled with water on it, along with some hot water. Once the slab heated up, Xiao Yan took out some pre-marinated meat from the beast master space.
As soon as the meat was placed on the slab, it made a sizzling sound.
The flames licked the surface, and soon the aroma of roasting meat wafted around the campsite. In his previous life as a chef, Xiao Yan naturally carried some spices with him.
Sprinkling some on, the roasted meat instantly appeared even more tempting.
Xiao Yan used tongs to pick up a few pieces and handed them to Lin Yuqing.
Give it a try. Master Chou's masterpiece. Grilled meat on a stone slab. This isn't something everyone can eat, you know.
Lin Yuqing felt a bit shy, shaking the compressed biscuits in her hand and squeezing out a smile.
I'm not hungry yet, I can just eat this.
Xiao Yan knew that this was clearly the girl's pitiful pride at work. He didn't believe that after all the climbing and mountain hopping, even he himself was exhausted. It was impossible not to be hungry by now.
Eating some compressed biscuits at night, you wouldn't even have the strength to hang yourself. Don't do that. If you don't eat, it's like you're disrespecting me. Come on, taste it and see if it's cooked.
Seeing Xiao Yan's attitude so firm, Lin Yuqing hesitated for a moment but eventually gave in.
Ah!
As soon as the roasted meat entered her mouth, the rich, smoky flavor immediately spread throughout her mouth. She bit down gently, and the grease and juices of the meat burst forth immediately. The surface was crispy, while the inside was juicy, and the salty and fresh base flavor surged onto her tongue.
This simple yet layered taste made Lin Yuqing's eyes shine, gasping in amazement.
Wow, Xiao Yan, I didn't expect the young master from a wealthy family to have such great skills.
Perfectly timed and seasoned. Ah, it's so good to be alive. Boo-hoo. Seeing Lin Yuqing's helpless look, Xiao Yan slightly pulled up the corner of his mouth, not even realizing he was smiling.
In Lin Yuqing's eyes, Xiao Yan had always been a rich second generation who loved to splurge.
However, he treated her inexplicably well.
After a hearty meal, Lin Yuqing threw the food scraps and the stone plate into the creek far away. Xiao Yan checked the area within a 200-meter radius of their base again. After confirming that no other spirit beasts were lurking, he felt relieved and scattered some spirit beast droppings around. Because spirit beasts have strong territorial awareness, it would not be easy to be attacked by other spirit beasts at night. After doing all this, the two returned to their base. Listening to the crackling fire outside, they lay in their tents, chatting casually.
Xiao Yan, why are you so good to me? Lin Yuqing actually felt a bit insecure.
Compared to her peers, she didn't know how to dress up and didn't understand how to win boys' affection. She was just an ordinary student who worked hard to support herself. Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly descended from heaven, changing her life completely.
Why? I don't know. Is there a reason to be good to someone? Then, oh, you're right.
Lin Yuqing was just about to argue back, but then she seemed to think of something, her cheeks burning. Her friend had said that some rich kids like to use money to win girls' hearts. When a girl fell deeply in love and couldn't live without him, she would be heartlessly abandoned. But Xiaoyan probably wasn't that kind of person, right? Hearing the steady breathing next to her, Lin Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that only around Xiaoyan did she not have to pretend to be strong. She could be the real Lin Yuqing again. Chapter 17, The Earth Core Slime. Wake up! Wake up! In the middle of the night, Xiaoyan was startled awake by an old voice. He held his breath, but that old voice did not speak again. However, outside the rock wall, a series of dripping water sounds could be heard. This sound was extraordinarily clear in the quiet night. Xiaoyan immediately became alert. This sound could not possibly have come from the Fire Qilin, nor from any spirit beast he knew. He had clearly left the Fire Qilin outside to keep watch. Ordinary spirit beasts would be detected immediately by the Fire Qilin if they approached the base. And he had scattered some spirit beast droppings around, clearly prepared for two situations. What exactly was going on? Xiaoyan tried to summon the Fire Qilin using his beast contract, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, with no response at all. His heart sank, something must have gone wrong. That old voice in his mind was probably the myriad manifestations mysterious book warning him. Xiaoyan quietly unzipped the tent, looking outside. A strange scene appeared. From the cracks between the rock walls, some black goo was seeping in. Now, the area around Lin Yuqing's tent and his was covered with this stuff. The goo seemed to move like it was alive, already starting to creep towards the tent. Lin Yuqing! Lin Yuqing! Wake up quickly! Hey! He shouted several times, but there was no response. Xiaoyan got anxious and stepped on the wet ground to pull open Lin Yuqing's tent. But the scene before him made his scalp tingle. That black goo was almost completely wrapping around Lin Yuqing, about to crawl up to her face. Even so, Lin Yuqing still hadn't woken up. Xiaoyan didn't have time to think about anything else and directly picked up her delicate body. There was no time to feel her warm breath. A flash of light appeared beside him, and Ziyue instantly manifested. Ziyue flicked its serpentine tail and struck the rock wall fiercely. The incredibly hard rock wall was instantly smashed open, creating a large gaping hole. Ignoring the falling debris above, Xiaoyan shielded Lin Yuqing beneath him, holding Ziyue tightly with his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, they were pulled out of the stronghold by Ziyue. Even so, the falling stones still battered Xiaoyan, leaving him bruised and battered. Hiss! Xiaoyan gasped in pain. The falling stones were minor issues. The key problem was the black slime that had begun to spread toward him. On his arm, where it first touched, he already felt a stinging pain like needles. His entire arm started to tremble uncontrollably, feeling numb. Xiaoyan could only slowly lay Lin Yuqing down onto the flat ground beside him. He looked at the massive black slime that enveloped the stronghold, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. This strange black slime must be dealt with quickly. If it continued, this black slime would definitely consume him and Lin Yuqing. In the faint moonlight, Xiaoyan discovered the flame Qilin nearby. At this moment, the flame Qilin was completely wrapped in the black slime, as if it were asleep. Despite occasionally emitting high-temperature flames, it was completely unable to resist the invasion of this black slime. What on earth is this thing? Xiaoyan became anxious, pushing himself closer to the flame Qilin and forcefully pulling it into the beast's summoning space. After that, he was astonished to find that the black slime that had previously attached to the flame Qilin seemed to have lost its vitality. It began to fall away in layers like shower gel. The beast's summoning space, as an independent space, was isolated from the outside world. Once isolated, the black slime immediately lost its vitality. If that's the case, it means something is clearly controlling this. As he saw the black slime falling off, the flame Qilin still hadn't awakened. It was likely that its paralyzing effect had not yet faded. Hoping for the flame Qilin to fight was impossible. The good news was that Xiaoyan still had Ziyue to rely on. I want to see what's behind this. Xiaoyan's eyes widened as he looked around, but even as his eyes started to hurt, this area was eerily quiet, making it difficult to observe any abnormalities. Ziyue, lightning arrow. Ziyue, coiled beside him, lifted its triangular head and opened its mouth to reveal two sharp fangs. Tiny lightning gathered to form a bolt about the thickness of an arm. With a whoosh, it shot out. The powerful current struck the slime, instantly releasing a pungent smell. It's working. Not knowing if it was his imagination, Xiaoyan thought he saw the slime quiver slightly just now. Keep going. Bright white light cut through the night sky as several lightning arrows struck into the slime. The pungent smell in the air became stronger, and just standing beside it made Xiaoyan's eyes feel like they were burning. Creak. A tiny sound was sharply caught by Xiaoyan, indicating that perhaps he had hurt that hidden hand manipulating it.
He could see the speed of the black slime moving had suddenly slowed, starting to retreat in the opposite direction. Seeing the slime showing signs of wanting to pull back, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Don't stop. Ziyue unleashed another barrage at the slime. Screech! A wail echoed through the swamp, while the slime on Xiao Yan's arm began to fall away. He turned back to look, and when he saw the same signs of retreat on the slime covering Lin Yuqing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the toxicity of that black slime was indeed significant. He felt dizzy and unsteady. Struggling to stand up had pushed him to his limits. He could only sit hunched on the ground, gasping for air. After resting for a while until the dizziness faded, Xiao Yan slowly stood up, letting Purple Moon guard him as he limped towards the previous stronghold. He had to determine whether that creature was really dead. Delivering the final blow was a fine tradition of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dark Water Marsh was fraught with dangers. If they moved the stronghold now, they might encounter even greater peril. In that case, Xiao Yan could only stay nearby and clear up the situation with that black slime for his own safety. Xiao Yan turned on his flashlight and cautiously approached the stronghold. He could see distinctly that something like asphalt was crawling all over the rocky walls made by the Iron Mountain. He stretched out his finger and touched the black surface. Although this black substance had completely lost its vitality, its surface remained smooth and oily, shimmering with a brilliant glow in the flashlight's light. Xiao Yan pinched it with his fingernail and found it had the elasticity of rubber. What in the world is this? Wow! A flash of inspiration struck Xiao Yan, and memories surged forth like a tidal wave. He remembered. Isn't this the creature known as the treasure trove of the earth, the core slime? The bodily fluid of this creature had paralysis effects but was also tremendously helpful for spirit beasts. A small amount of its fluid applied externally could help a spirit beast sleep, rapidly recovering its state. Taking it internally could enhance a spirit beast's physique and skill damage. I didn't expect to encounter such a creature on the outskirts of the Dark Water Marsh. Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy. Although the slime was a common creature, the core slime was very rare. It usually lived thousands of kilometers below the surface and only appeared on the ground every 30 years to forage. It seems I must find you today. Xiao Yan shone his flashlight, constantly searching for traces of the core slime's escape. As for the attack that Purple Moon had launched earlier, Xiao Yan wasn't worried. The core slime had extremely tenacious vitality. As long as its core was intact, it would never die. After suffering such severe injuries today, it would definitely need to eat a lot and recover. Chapter 18, Unexpected Delight, the Treasure of the Treasure Fox. Soon, Xiao Yan found some fresh core slime fluid on the ground. Sensing the Flame Qilin waking up, Xiao Yan directly summoned it. The core slime was extremely resistant to high temperatures, while it couldn't withstand Purple Moon's lightning. You go protect Lin Yuqing, and if there's any movement, call for me immediately through the beast contract. If Lin Yuqing is harmed in the slightest, I will peel your skin off when I return. After being nourished by the core slime fluid, the Flame Qilin appeared particularly excited. It gently walked over and rubbed against Xiao Yan with its mane. Raising its head, it let out a low roar and then leaped over to Lin Yuqing's side. Right now, the Flame Qilin completely obeyed Xiao Yan's commands, almost like a devoted pet. Reaching this state was not something achievable just by the Book of 10,000 Forms. The Book of 10,000 Forms merely served as a constraint. There's a significant difference between an obedient servant and a loyal one. The Flame Qilin began to grow dependent on Xiao Yan. It seemed to have developed a liking for being commanded by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also noticed that the Flame Qilin had a sort of arrogance. When he used to provide it with the best food and drink, it looked down on him. Now that he could command it at will, it instead obeyed him without question. Not bothering with the Flame Qilin, Xiao Yan and Purple Moon continued to follow the trail of the black slime on the ground. Before long, Xiao Yan stopped in his tracks. Ahead lay the inner circle of the Dark Water Marsh. At night, the Dark Water Marsh was shrouded in a heavy layer of water vapor. The single-digit temperature made Xiao Yan instinctively shrink his neck. Looking at the traces stretching straight into the depths of the dark swamp, he gritted his teeth and followed. After all, the deep earth slime was worth taking a risk for. Xiao Yan took out a climbing stick from his beast taming space, carefully probing ahead for any danger, cautiously following the trace on the ground. As he continued deeper, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the rotten smell in the air becoming stronger, and he could vaguely hear the howls of spirit beasts. Goggy! Goggy! A familiar sound rang out. Xiao Yan blinked, and the corners of his mouth began to rise wildly. Found you! After all, the deep earth slime did not have strong combat power, and its main prey were the spirit beasts caught in their sleep. As long as he found it, even though Xiao Yan's strength was not great right now, he could still manage to deal with it. Xiao Yan slowed his breathing, careful to push aside the bushes in front of him, moving closer to the direction of the sound. Goggy! Following the sound, he focused his eyes and saw, about 100 meters away at the cave entrance, a fox spirit beast lying still as if it were dead. Its body was also covered in black goo. Treasure fox?
Xiao Yan recognized the spirit beast that was being devoured by the deep earth slime. It's called a treasure fox because there are some spirit herbs and spirit plants hidden in its cave. If he took the chance to sneak in and steal from it, today's harvest would be incredible.
Good fortune is simply unstoppable.
Xiao Yan's heart was blooming with joy, imagining how if those could be devoured by his wondrous arcane book, he might level up again. Even though he was excited inside, he still took a deep breath and stepped closer to the cave step by step. During this time, Black Goo attempted to crawl onto Xiao Yan, but he skillfully avoided it. Seeing the treasure fox heavily unconscious, Xiao Yan could not hide his joy, grinning broadly before swiftly slipping into the cave. This cave was very narrow, and Xiao Yan had some difficulty entering sideways. He had to hold the flashlight in his mouth, turning his head, moving deeper step by step. The dust in the air made him want to sneeze, and he felt a tickle in his nose. After thinking it over several times, he managed to hold it back. In a distance of dozens of meters, Xiao Yan took about 3 minutes to reach the deepest part of the cave. In this 8 square meter space, Xiao Yan could finally stand up straight. He adjusted the flashlight to its brightest setting and was astonished to discover a pile of spirit herbs. Holy shit! Xiao Yan had never seen so many spirit plants and herbs in his life. I've struck it rich. Xiao Yan moved quickly, using both hands to frantically toss the small mound of spirit herbs into his beast taming space. He completely failed to notice that behind the mound of herbs, a pair of clear eyes was hiding.
Ow!
A small sound startled Xiao Yan, and he immediately jumped to the side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a baby treasure fox. Xiao Yan rushed over, grabbing the soft flesh behind the baby fox's neck without a second thought and stuffed it into his beast taming space. The baby treasure fox struggled violently, trying several times but failing to escape. But Xiao Yan's eyes were still shining brightly. Although this golden grade bloodline spirit beast did not have strong combat power, many people would want to buy it. After all, the treasure fox was adept at finding spirit herbs. Most beast tamers and martial artists do not engage in ordinary professions but form teams voluntarily to explore unexplored spacetime rifts and spirit beast habitats. If he could contract one, it would be a hot commodity in the exploration team.
Ow!
This sharp sound made Xiao Yan's body tremble, and his actions came to a halt. This was clearly the adult treasure fox outside hearing the calls of its cub, breaking free from the toxins of the deep earth slime.
Awaken forcibly. Damn! This treasure fox isn't dead yet. Xiao Yan cursed softly and began to think about his next move.
The treasure fox had just woken up, and the paralysis effect surely hadn't faded yet. A small amount of toxin still had a stimulating effect. After a while, as the treasure fox recovered, it would be like giving it an extra buff, making it stronger. Outside the cave came the sound of claws digging into the earth, and Xiao Yan knew that the adult treasure fox had returned. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a bit awkward, like a thief discovered by the owner of the house. The key point was that the only entrance had already been occupied by the adult treasure fox.
Damn it, let's go. Ziyue, bite it.
Receiving the order, Ziyue twisted its snake body and darted out, opening its mouth wide to viciously bite at the treasure fox's body. The treasure fox's body burst with light, and in an instant burst out with incredible speed, its massive body dodging the attack. Xiao Yan peered through the entrance, breaking out in a cold sweat. Even with the toxin from the core slime, it could still unleash such speed. When he came in earlier, he sensed something was off.
How could a normal treasure fox guard so many spiritual herbs?
It seemed this treasure fox was very powerful, at least above Black Iron level 8, or even possibly Bronze level.
And Xiao Yan was only at Black Iron level 4. Spirit beasts couldn't exceed their beast tamer's level, so Ziyue was also at Black Iron level 4. With such a large gap in levels, today was bound to be a tough battle. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, gripping the back of the treasure fox cub's neck, and moved towards the entrance. Through the narrow cave, Xiao Yan saw Ziyue twist its body and charge again at the treasure fox. In an instant, there were continuous roars, and splattered blood floated towards Xiao Yan. He couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. The temperature of the blood was cold. He quickened his pace, jagged rocks already cutting into his skin, bringing a sharp sting. In a blink, the wounds throbbed with pain, spilling crimson blood. Only after breathing in the fresh air outside did Xiao Yan let out a long breath. Now that he was outside, whether to fight or escape, he finally had the right to choose. But what he saw next made Xiao Yan tremble all over. At this moment, Ziyue was on the verge of death. Its body was firmly pinned down by the treasure fox, its snaketail thrashing wildly in the mud, splattering foul-smelling sludge. As a serpentine spirit beast, Ziyue was not good at dealing with a large, explosively powerful enemy, not to mention this was a fight with a huge gap in strength. Ziyue had done its best to get this far.
The originally smooth and hard scales had shattered in many places, and a great deal of blood was pouring out from the gaps between the scales. Watching the treasure fox's sharp white fangs only half a foot away from Ziyue made Xiao Yan anxious. Without caring for his wounds, Xiao Yan suddenly pressed the bright flashlight, the blinding white light shining directly into the treasure fox's eyes. Taking advantage of the treasure fox's moment of daze, Xiao Yan noticed that it wasn't in good shape either, with smoke rising from its body as if struck by lightning, and several blood holes in its abdomen were oozing dark purple that was the result of Ziyun's desperate injection. On this occasion, Ziyun's lightning attribute had become a double-edged sword. Once the treasure fox used the skilled lightning arrow, the core slime's body fluid would rapidly become ineffective. In that case, it paradoxically aided the treasure fox in breaking free from the core slime's corrosion. Stop! Xiao Yan activated his talent word spirit book and shouted at the treasure fox. Since the Myriad Manifestations mystical book evolved from the word spirit book, its original talent was naturally preserved perfectly, allowing him to communicate smoothly with spirit beasts using a small amount of spiritual power. The treasure fox turned its head, though it had some doubts about why it could understand. Anger now took the upper hand. Its eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan, looking very threatening. Just an insignificant human thief, how dare he order it to stop? Then, its gaze focused and spotted the cub held in Xiao Yan's hand, instantly panicking. Awo! Awo awo! What do you want? Put down my child. Awo! Otherwise, I will tear this spirit beast apart. Xiao Yan lifted the cub and waved it in his hand. Your cub is in my hand. If you kill this spirit beast, your cub won't survive either. Do you see the black slime on your body? Do you know that if it weren't for me, you would already be a meal for the earth core slime? So, it turns out I am your savior. Hearing this, the treasure fox became even angrier, its sharp teeth bared. It never expected this human to be so shameless. Clearly, this person had stolen its treasure, and when its child howled, it was merely discovered. How did it turn into him saving it? Awo awo! I spit. Despicable and shameless little man. So what? As the saying goes, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. GGG, I don't want to reason with you, just tell me if you will let go. Xiao Yan's expression hardened, and a small knife glinting cold light appeared in his hand, pressing against the cub's throat. Whoa. I agree. Quickly. Let go. The treasure fox hesitated for a long time, but finally let go of its claws. Without the threat, Xiao Yan slowly approached Ziyue, once again communicating the beast master contract, forcefully recalling Ziyue. Forcibly recalling a spirit beast back into the beast master space actually had many limitations. Once the distance exceeds 10 meters, the spirit beast cannot be recalled directly. Xiao Yan planned to let Ziyue stay in the beast master space to recover for a while. Earlier in the cave, he had received a message that Lin Yingqing had woken up, and they were both on their way here. Calculating the time, they should be almost there. Whoa. Kid, hurry, and let go of my child. Whoa. Why haven't you let go yet? Or do you want to go back on your word? You step back, who can guarantee that if I let it go, you won't harm me? Xiao Yan smiled faintly, meeting the treasure fox's vicious gaze evenly. He certainly knew that this spirit beast was cunning. To deal with it, he needed to hold firmly onto his chips. Talking about trust with a spirit beast, Xiao Yan wasn't that foolish. Right now, he didn't have a spirit beast to protect him. If he let the cub go, he feared he would be turned into mush in an instant by the treasure fox. The ferocity in the treasure fox's eyes grew deeper, seeming unable to suppress its hunting instincts. Yet, it slowly retreated, until it stopped back at its cave. Xiao Yan calmly watched the treasure fox, slowly bending down as if to put the cub on the ground. What happened next was an unexpected scene for it. Xiao Yan grabbed the cub by the back of its neck and turned around, running toward the edge of the dark water marsh. Whoa! The treasure fox was suddenly furious, its fur standing on end, and with powerful legs, it dashed towards Xiao Yan. In an instant, the distance between them shrank, and it raised its paw, aiming directly at Xiao Yan. Unexpectedly, it seemed as if Xiao Yan had eyes on the back of his head. He rolled to the side skillfully, narrowly avoiding this attack. Seeing this, the treasure fox couldn't help but roar again, a strong pure white light erupting from its body, turning to pounce at Xiao Yan once more. It had summoned all its spirit power, intent on killing the tiny human before it like an ant. But this time, a thick rock wall unexpectedly appeared from the ground. It crashed into the treasure fox, making it see stars. Pacing back and forth, he almost fell to the ground. Roar! The fiery Qilin suddenly leaped out from the side, with Lin Yingqing sitting on its back, her hair floating in the air, her face filled with urgency. Xiao Yan! Quickly hand me your hand! Xiao Yan's expression brightened. He took a few steps forward and directly grabbed Lin Yingqing's arm. With a flip, Xiao Yan also climbed onto the fiery Qilin's back. Now they had indeed caught up. Seeing that the treasure fox was already at the end of its strength, Xiao Yan felt relieved and began to communicate with the treasure fox again. You are already in a desperate situation, do you still want to fight? From the bushes nearby, Tai Shan leaped out, his whole body exuding a strong will to fight.
You just need to capture that earthbound slime that attacked you just now. I can let your child go, and of course, I can spare your life today. What do you think, are you tempted? With your treasure fox's abilities, capturing an earthbound slime should be more than enough, right? Ow ow. How can I trust you? After all, you didn't keep your promise just now. Heh, if I had kept my promise just now, I would have probably become a corpse by now. Seeing that he couldn't deceive Qiu Yan, the treasure fox knew it was in the wrong, but the current situation forced it to comply with Qiu Yan's demands. Ow. How can I help you? You don't need to worry about that, just help me find it, I have my own way to capture it. Chapter 20, Escape. Ow. Okay, I believe you. In the end, the treasure fox lowered its head, continuously sniffing the ground for the smell of the earthbound slime. The nearby ground was very damp. After the two beasts' battle, the traces on the ground had long been wiped clean, and it was unknown where the slime had escaped to. From what Qiu Yan knew, there were hardly any teams nationwide that had captured the earthbound slime. After all, the earthbound slime was unpredictable, usually staying underground to sleep. If one was not careful, it could easily escape. Qiu Yan had asked the treasure fox to search for the earthbound slime because he valued its ability to locate things. The treasure fox had an extremely keen sense of smell, with the signature ability to track items and spirits by scent. After remembering the smell of the earthbound slime, the treasure fox continuously dug at the ground, its soft nose twitching as it searched like a police dog. Hurry up! Qiu Yan urged, but soon the treasure fox made a discovery. Just 50 meters from Qiu Yan, the treasure fox gently moved the surface and indeed found black bodily fluid underneath. Tai Shan, start digging. With Lin Yuqing's command, white light emerged from Tai Shan's claws, and he began to dig at the spot. Sure enough, when they dug 5 meters deep, they discovered a large puddle of slime fluid. But Qiu Yan vaguely felt that something was wrong. If the earthbound slime truly wanted to escape underground, after so much time had passed, it would definitely not leave such a large pool of fluid here. After all, no one had seen what the earthbound slime looked like. The only impression it had left was that of a puddle of black fluid. Qiu Yan quickly recalled when Ziyue's lightning arrow had struck the earthbound slime, it had screamed. If the earthbound slime really appeared as a dark clump, it certainly wouldn't possess any voice organs. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan quietly checked his surroundings. There seemed to be no abnormalities, that puddle of black fluid still squirmed incessantly. Qiu Yan flicked his hand, and Ziyue appeared beside him. Although she had been seriously injured in the previous battle and had rested in the spirit beast space for a while, she was still very weak now, but at least her wounds had scabbed over, and it was fine to unleash a skill or two. Seeing that the thunder spirit water snake in front of her had grown a bit larger again, Lin Yuqing felt it was changing day by day. It has become somewhat of a common sight. Purple moon, fire a shot. After the light arrow pierced the puddle of bodily fluid, the fluid rapidly dehydrated and transformed into a rubber-like substance. It did not let out a cry of anguish. At this moment, Qiu Yan also realized the cunning of the earthcore slime. It was obviously playing a trick like a lizard shedding its tail. Where is it? Where exactly is it? The earthcore slime absolutely cannot produce bodily fluid out of thin air, it must rely on hunting spirit beasts to secrete fluid. After experiencing so many attacks tonight, this bodily fluid must be its last reserve. Qiu Yan did not believe that the earthcore slime could run far after losing a large amount of bodily fluid. He immediately called for the Fire Qilin and Purple Moon, conducting a thorough search on the ground, even instructing the young treasure foxes to help find the earthcore slime. Qiu Yan ordered that no matter how deep they had to dig, they must find the earthcore slime. Although they had already dug before. Hard work pays off for the determined. Qiu Yan found a crystal-clear gem hidden beneath a crack in a rock. The gem was a regular hexagon, blue and white in color, just like the legendary sapphire. When Qiu Yan shone his flashlight on it, the edges reflected dazzling light. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Qiu Yan raised his hand and used his energy to directly move the obstructive rock aside. Immediately, the gem quickly sprouted 6 tentacles before Qiu Yan's eyes, wobbling and heading towards the distance. Hey! Qiu Yan directly captured it like a country boy catching grasshoppers, clasping his hands together and firmly grasping the gem. Sure enough, the moment he held the gem, it emitted a sharp explosive sound, chirping loudly. Qiu Yan's expression brightened, he immediately threw it into the Beast Master Space. The existence of the Beast Master Space not only allows for storage of already contracted spirit beasts but can also hold some miscellaneous items. Basically, it can hold anything except humans. The premise is that it can fit. The higher the level of the Beast Master, the larger the size of the Beast Master Space. It is said that some legendary powerful beings carry a world within their Beast Master Space. But clearly, Qiu Yan's Beast Master Space was not at that level yet. It could hold some spirit beasts, but if it were a small car or some large supplies, forcing them inside would only crush them into pieces. However, even if there was extra space, most beast masters would not choose to put live wild spirit beasts inside.
Because wild spirit beasts belong to outsiders and essentially cannot be controlled by beast masters. If allowed to run wild in the beast master space, it would likely cause extremely serious losses. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's beast master space was protected by the existence of the 10,000 Manifestations book. Even if the Earth Core slime caused chaos in the beast master space, it could be directly suppressed. After placing the Earth Core slime in the beast master space, Xiaoyan suddenly sensed that the atmosphere had become strange. He noticed that the young treasure fox had hidden behind the adult treasure fox at some point. And the adult treasure fox had its fur standing on end, poised to attack at any moment.
Damn! Run! Xiaoyan shouted loudly, mounting the Fire Qilin.
As he passed by Lin Yuqing, he pulled her in front of him with a swift motion, and the Fire Qilin's legs erupted with bright red low-temperature flames, rushing off into the distance. Although Xiaoyan did not harm the young fox, he returned it intact to the treasure fox.
The treasure fox, this spirit beast, is extremely greedy.
Since Xiaoyan took away all the spirit drugs and plants it had collected in the cave, it definitely would not be willing to let Xiaoyan leave. The previous cooperation from the treasure fox was merely a disguise to protect its young.
The treasure fox suddenly lunged at the Fire Qilin.
The distance instantly shortened, sharp claws fiercely clawed at the backside of the Fire Qilin. In that moment, it was as if cutting tofu, directly leaving a deep, bone-visible wound on the hind leg of the Fire Qilin. Not only that, but Xiaoyan, who was sitting behind, also suffered at this time. The scattered spiritual energy sliced through his back like blades, causing countless tiny wounds.
Damn!
Xiaoyan cried out in pain, the blood seeping from his back stuck to his clothes, so that every time the Fire Qilin ran, it would tug at his wounds.
The treasure fox flashed, blocking the retreat of Xiaoyan and the others.
With no other choice, Xiaoyan could only direct the Fire Qilin to run deeper into the dark water marsh. Perhaps, there were spirit beasts there that could make the treasure fox wary. Only there, perhaps, was there a glimmer of hope.
Xiaoyan! Are you okay?
Lin Yuqing turned her head back, her face filled with concern. Taishan ran alongside the Fire Qilin towards the dark water marsh, continuously summoning rock walls to try to hinder the pursuit of the treasure fox. Xiaoyan's face turned pale, the intense pain had left him breathless. Seeing that Xiaoyan could faint at any moment, Lin Yuqing disregarded her shyness, grabbed Xiaoyan's hands, and tied his wrists with a hairband, firmly binding them together. The universal mystic book in the beast controlling space was still slowly floating, but at this moment, it unexpectedly emitted an ancient light. For some unknown reason, the spirit medicines and plants that Xiaoyan had previously stored in the beast controlling space began to fly towards the universal mystic book. It was actively devouring these spirit medicines.
Chapter 21, The Sky Dome Church.
The treasure fox was still closely chasing behind, but due to Taishan's skills, every time the distance opened, it was forced to change direction. The Fire Qilin was madly running towards the center of the dark water marsh. Some wild spirit beasts along the way were frightened by this commotion and also began moving, chasing after the Fire Qilin. There is a territorial awareness among spirit beasts. As long as a strange spirit beast invades their territory, they will never ignore it, no matter the cost, they will bite off a piece of the opponent.
This is the survival rule among spirit beasts.
Exaggeratedly, the Fire Qilin quickly advanced towards the center, causing more and more wild spirit beasts to follow behind, hinting at the formation of a beast tide. In the center of the dark water marsh, a group of mysterious people hidden in black robes stood together.
Master Bishop, do you think we should move our plan up?
One of the short and chubby mysterious people said impatiently, his tone filled with respect and flattery. The one in front, called Master Bishop, waved his hand. But surprisingly, the hand he extended was a mechanical arm made of many metals. The other black-robed people were used to it, yet their eyes were filled with a yearning for that kind of technology. Although the Master Bishop also wore a black robe, many crystal cores were embedded in it, giving it a sacred and noble appearance.
Number 6, that depends on the will of the god.
Even if last quarter's targets were completed, it doesn't mean we have the strength to challenge the Dragon Kingdom Police Department.
Ling Wu Hall has already been captured, you wouldn't want to end up with him, would you?
The short and chubby man named Number 6 kept bowing and repeatedly apologized to the bishop. The bishop coldly snorted and then spoke.
Next, you all continue to develop followers.
This quarter's outstanding backbone will still have the opportunity to receive Sky Dome God's transformed spirit beasts.
Come, Number 3, come with me. After speaking, the Master Bishop turned and walked away.
From the crowd, a slender and tall mysterious person stepped out.
Followed the bishop. This Number 2 appeared to be a young woman.
Even with such a wide black robe, the delicate curves of her figure were hard to hide. Watching the two of them walk towards a towering tree, a flicker of jealousy crossed Number 6's eyes. It was this Number 2 who stole the reward that rightfully belonged to him. All she had to do was spread her legs to win the favor of the bishop. He couldn't believe that since Number 2 joined the Celestial Church, she had been an outstanding backbone for several consecutive quarters.
Before she joined, he had worked hard to develop followers and done a lot of dirty work for the bishop. Clearly, he was the one who deserved the divine transformation. His spirit beast could have become stronger. He pressed down his resentment and tried to persuade himself to work harder. Then he followed the remaining 20 or so people to the makeshift huts to rest. Here, in front of the bishop and number 2, was a towering tree, roughly as thick as 20 people hugging it. Right under this huge tree, there was a very hidden cave. Countless vines grew wildly, blocking this place tightly, so that not even a fly could enter. The bishop was the first to reach out and press down on the vines at the cave entrance. The patterns and runes carved on the mechanical arm glowed with a faint light. Those vines seemed to have life, quickly retracting, leaving only a dark hole. Even though number 2 had seen this operation many times, she was still amazed by it. Entering the cave was a style completely different from the outside world. It was clear that this was a laboratory transformed by high-tech means. Countless precision instruments emitted an otherworldly aura, clearly surpassing the current civilization level of Blue Star. Several highly realistic robots walked by, all greeting the bishop. And number 2 remained silent, closely following the bishop without a step apart. On the way to the bedroom, the bishop eagerly lifted his robe, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. He quickly unfastened his robe, displaying a modified chest, where about 80% was replaced by metal, leaving only a small part of human skin. Then, he casually tossed that expensive robe to a nearby attendant robot. Before long, the sound of intense fighting echoed from the room, while the other robots continued to work methodically. However, in less than 5 minutes, the whole laboratory was filled with alarm bells ringing ding ding ding. An angry curse came from within the room. Damn! What the hell are you doing? Why did the alarm go off? How could the spirit beasts get in so easily? The bishop quickly put on his clothes and walked out. Report to the bishop. A suspected medium to small beast tide has been discovered 3 kilometers ahead. It's heading towards the base. Hearing his subordinates report in the earpiece, the bishop immediately felt a surge of anger. Damn! Just kill them all. But then the bishop seemed to think of something, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. No, lure the beast tide elsewhere. If a large number of spirit beasts die here, the Dragon Kingdom Guard Bureau will definitely become suspicious. No matter what means you use, if the beast tide affects this place, the celestial god will surely be furious. At that time, divine punishment will definitely descend. Although the Fire Qilin was injured, it still endured the pain and ran rapidly ahead. Lin Yuqing looked back at the mass of wild spirit beasts, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She couldn't believe that it had actually triggered a beast tide. It didn't matter for herself and her group, but she hoped it wouldn't affect other explorers. Lin Yuqing's worries were not unfounded. As the largest habitat for spirit beasts in Zhonghai City, the Dark Water Marsh, there are still quite a few adventure teams and high school students here to hone their skills. Once faced with a beast tide of this scale, perhaps not even a scrap of fabric would remain on their bodies. Qiuyan suddenly saw darkness in front of him, and his consciousness transformed into a phantom that drilled into the beast master space. The ever-changing mysterious book, which had already devoured the spiritual medicine, now glimmered and slowly opened to the second page right in front of Qiuyan. 3 Qi gathered into form, ancient god clan ability. Description: gather to form, scatter to become Qi. Through the overflow of spiritual power, form an avatar, and control this avatar through one's own law decisions and spiritual power release. Specific cultivation methods are as follows. Specific time depends on the total amount of spiritual power of the caster. The ever-changing mysterious book flashed and closed again, its contents already imprinted in Qiuyan's mind. Just a quick glance, and Qiuyan already understood the function of this ability. In simple terms, this is a clone technique. However, this clone cannot think independently. Instead, Qiuyan must divide his attention to control it. Moreover, the aftereffects are terrifying. Frequent use could lead to schizophrenia. Qiuyan steadied his heart and decided to ignore it. If this stalemate continued, his life might be at stake, so what did he care about aftereffects? Consciousness returned to his body. Qiuyan opened his cracked, pale lips, quietly whispering in Lin Yuqing's ear. Put Taizhan back into the beast master space. Whatever happens later, don't make a sound. Lin Yuqing's anxious little face flushed red, looking at Qiuyan with confusion, thinking there might be a way to escape. Taizhan. Come. Taizhan quickly approached and transformed into a white light, flying back to Lin Yuqing's beast master space. Lin Yuqing saw Qiuyan taking deep breaths seriously, mumbling something in his mouth. But the language and syllables Qiuyan spoke seemed not to be the dragon tongue, more like a whisper resembling that of ancient gods. What exactly does Qiuyan want to do? Before long, Lin Yuqing would find out. Right in front of them was a deep ravine. Just when she thought the Fire Qilin would speedily jump over, it transformed into light and flew back into Qiuyan's beast master space. A feeling of weightlessness struck. Due to inertia, the two of them headed straight for the deep ravine. Lin Yuqing instinctively wanted to scream,
but suddenly remembered what Qiu Yan had said earlier, tightly covering her mouth. Out of fear, she could not help but shut her eyes tightly. But then, she felt a great force wrapping around her waist and pulling her aside, safely landing in the deep ravine.
Chapter 22, The Unlucky Fang Haochen.
When she opened her eyes again, she was astonished to find 3 flame Qilins carrying her and Qiu Yan, running out from 3 different directions.
Just as Lin Yuqing was marveling at the scene in front of her.
At some point, the rope tied to Qiu Yan's hand was untied. He reached out and patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder, signaling her to shrink her body back again. After all, the beast tide had not completely passed. If a sensitive spirit beast detected them, they wouldn't be leaving here safely today. Because in the deep ravine, a small amount of mud and water had already soaked their clothes. Qiu Yan took a sharp breath. This felt no different than getting a spa with hydrogen peroxide. But the plan was going smoothly. A large number of spirit beasts split into 3 waves, scattering away, as Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing in the center were saved from being trampled. Next, as long as he controlled the clone to guide the 3 waves of spirit beasts to collide and exhaust each other, this beast tide should soon calm down. Seeing the beast tide receding, Qiu Yan sighed a breath of relief, lying in the ravine and turning over. Smelling the scent of the earth, Qiu Yan suddenly felt a familiar feeling.
In today's life and death situation, how similar is it to the previous life?
In the last life, Chen Qingqing stabbed herself a few times from behind, forcing him to hand over the flame Fire Qilin, and then abandoned him in this dark water swamp. Although it was hard to crawl back, he ultimately lost a hand and a leg. On the contrary, this time the gains were plentiful. Not only did he catch the deep earth slime, but he also advanced the whooshing Xian Shu. Qiu Yan cracked his dry lips, and blood trickled down from his mouth. The taste of blood spread in his mouth, but the joy of surviving this ordeal made him feel incredibly relaxed. His spiritual energy had already been exhausted. He felt very sleepy, as if his eyelids were fighting each other, and he fell into a black void and slept.
The treasure fox, although possessing a keen sense of smell, faintly felt something was off even after remembering Qiu Yan's scent.
But when the flame Fire Qilin was right in front of it and moving away, it surprisingly ignored its own sense of smell. Because the number of spiritual beasts behind increased, it was almost being forcefully pushed forward.
Hurry! Hurry, defend! The beast tide is coming! More than 20 black-robed men roared loudly as if facing a great enemy.
They all stood in front of the camp, summoning their own spiritual beasts to prepare for battle.
If a free exploration team or a scattered organization encountered the beast tide, they could easily change direction and flee in another way.
But the key was that this camp stored a large amount of supplies, and the space of just 20 or so beast controllers could not accommodate it at all.
In an instant, it was impossible to move.
All the large-scale equipment here was transported piece by the Heavenly Dome God using secret methods and through spatial cracks.
With Blue Star's current civilization, it was impossible to complete these precise instruments.
Moreover, there was a spatial tide taking place every 6 months, lasting 3 months each time. Anyone who dares to tear open the spatial cracks will be corroded to death by the spatial tide. This spatial tide had just begun. If anything went wrong with those precious instruments, it would be impossible to repair them. So from the current situation, these more than 20 black-robed men had nowhere to retreat.
It's coming. The beast tide is here. Everyone, get ready.
For a moment, all the spiritual beasts attacked towards the beast tide. In the darkness before dawn, the glow of skills lit up the night in all colors, not visible to the hand.
Damn. Why are these spiritual beasts going crazy? Not good, we can't hold on much longer. Why are there still spiritual beasts behind? The flanks. The flanks also have a wave of beasts. In an instant, the battlefield had countless casualties, and the roars and cries of spiritual beasts echoed constantly, with several golden-level beast controllers paying an unimaginable price. The number of spiritual beasts attracted by the prolonged chase of the flame Fire Qilin was simply too many. Moreover, due to dividing into 3 forces and taking a detour, the number of attracted spiritual beasts increased even more. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The power gathered by so many spiritual beasts cannot be underestimated. The key was that they couldn't kill them all. The members of the Heavenly Dome Church felt like a dead fly lodged in their throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Damn it, a bunch of useless people. The bishop cursed loudly, thinking it was just a normal beast tide that could easily be handled by his subordinates. Yet these wild spiritual beasts seemed to follow some guidance and split into 3 forces, impacting the camp from different directions. What is this? Playing military strategy?
A black line appeared on the bishop's forehead. He didn't know if he had done something to deserve this retribution. They had been lurking in the dark water swamp for 5 or 6 years, during which they never had any conflicts with the wild spiritual beasts nearby. Even when passing through the territory of wild spiritual beasts, they had always been very cautious. Yet today, this group of wild spiritual beasts attacked their camp as if they had dug up their ancestral graves. What kind of thing is this? I didn't even provoke them. Get lost. All of you, get lost. The bishop waved off his subordinates, and with a sweep of his technologically advanced mechanical arm, the entire camp was protected by a blue barrier. This barrier seemed to be harder than dark iron, and the wild spirit beasts crashed into it, their eyes spinning. They stood up, shaking their heads, seemingly unable to understand what this thing before them was. Even unleashing their strongest skills could not shake this blue turtle shell. Seeing the situation before him, the bishop's eyes turned red, his heart ached so much it felt like it was bleeding. This barrier could resist the full force attacks of diamond-level warriors or spirit beasts. Defending against a beast tied with this is like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. The key is, besides using the barrier, there's really no other way. He felt truly miserable. Activating the barrier consumed thousands of crystal core resources. If another 2 times happened, his savings would be emptied. Furthermore, most of the equipment used now run on crystal cores, taking but not giving back, and if this went on, would he, the bishop, even have a position left? The bishop's original name was Fire Qilin, and he had been just an ordinary college student. Until one time, he nearly perished in a secret realm, and in his days, he heard a majestic voice. "Young man, do you want to live? Do you want to grow strong? Do you want to step on all those who bullied you? We are the Sky Clan, a race beyond the blue star. The human body is always a discarded product. We can transform you, let you live, let you grow strong. Join the glorious evolution, boy." Fire Qilin did not hesitate and accepted the baptism of the Sky Clan, coming back to establish the Sky Church. Relying on the technology of the Sky Clan, he developed his power by transforming spirit beasts for his followers. They were like a ticking time bomb, hidden in another side of society. Feeling that there were no spirit beasts around anymore, Lin Yuqing struggled to sit up. She looked at the unconscious Qiuyan, somewhat amused and helpless. This trip to the dark water swamp was truly full of fantastical colors. First, she inexplicably found herself lying outside the tent, then followed the Fire Qilin to help Qiuyan once again mysteriously. Searching for the earth core slime and experiencing the crisis of the beast tide, this was an experience she had never had in her 18 years. She could not forget the mysterious methods that Qiuyan had just displayed. What kind of skill was that, so profound? Lin Yuqing looked at Qiuyan who had fainted. She took off her coat and gently wiped away the mud from his face with a dry part. Looking at Qiuyan's sleeping face, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Lin Yuqing summoned Iron Mountain again, creating a rocky wall on the ground. It was hard, but at least it could block the cold, murky water. Then she had Iron Mountain build a roof above, which effectively sheltered the 2 of them. After doing all this, Lin Yuqing took out a small nightlight and a medical box from the beast master space. She carefully turned Qiuyan over, but the wound on his back shocked Lin Yuqing. So it turned out Qiuyan had sustained such severe injuries to protect himself? Tears welled in her eyes, she brushed aside her bangs, kneeling beside Qiuyan. Forgetting her shyness as a girl, she tore open Qiuyan's shirt and gently helped disinfect his wound. Chapter 23, Strange Century Egg and Lean Meat Kanji. Cough, cough, cough. At noon the next day, Qiuyan, still asleep, was awakened by the muddy air choking him. Then he felt a burning pain on his back, which woke him instantly. He took a deep breath, trying hard to forget the pain on his back. Since I am still alive now, it proves that yesterday's plan has succeeded. Even though my head feels like a chaotic mess, as if it might explode, Qiuyan still struggles to sit up. "You're awake? No, let me come." Qiuyan looks in the direction of the voice. There, Lin Yuqing is wearing a fitted sports tank top, her proud figure unmistakably revealed. Her waterfall-like hair is styled into a bun. At this moment, she is squatting by a pile of firewood, seemingly trying to find a way to heat a can. Seeing that he has awakened, Lin Yuqing immediately tosses the can aside and runs over. Lin Yuqing leans close to Qiuyan, her soft, boneless little hand goes around his back, helping him to sit up against a nearby mound of dirt. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Yesterday really scared me." Facing Lin Yuqing's concern, Qiuyan pulls at the corner of his mouth, gives a weak smile, and then rasps. "Water. I want to drink water." Oh. Lin Yuqing quickly grabs a nearby bottle of mineral water, twists off the cap, and feeds it to him. After Qiuyan gulps down a few big mouthfuls, Lin Yuqing freezes, a blush appearing on her face. She suddenly realizes that this bottle of water was the half she just drank. Then she bites her rosy lip, her gaze evasive, a little shy to look at Qiuyan. Once he catches his breath, Qiuyan then notices that his shirt has been taken off at some point. His body is now wrapped in white bandages, looking very much like a certain tire brand's mascot. Sensing a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, he immediately begins to search for the source of the scent. He glances to the side and realizes he has spent the night resting on Lin Yuqing's coat. "Are you hungry? I can heat up the can for you." Qiuyan gently nods. Although he had barbecue last night, it's been about 10 hours now, so he is indeed a bit hungry. Lin Yuqing hands him the steaming can and then quickly realizes she needs to take out a spoon from her beast spirit space. She scoops up a spoonful of luncheon meat, blows on it, and then feeds it to Qiu Yan's mouth. I must say, regardless of how the luncheon meat tastes, just the fact that Lin Yuqing is taking such good care makes Qiu Yan's heart feel warm. Thinking of the situation from yesterday, Qiu Yan feels a bit afraid.
I'm sorry. I put you in danger yesterday. Qiu Yan speaks weakly, sinking into deep self-blame. He had clearly sworn to protect Lin Yuqing well.
If it weren't for the Wanxiang Xin book allowing him to advance and master new abilities, he might have dragged Lin Yuqing into danger.
It's okay. Although yesterday was really scary, it was also very exciting. But we're both fine, so I have to thank you. If it weren't for you yesterday...
Lin Yuqing sweetly smiles and comforts him. However, she immediately realizes that the ability Qiu Yan used yesterday might be a trump card and quickly stops talking about it.
This also involves personal privacy. Alright, let's not talk about it. Can you move now? Let's go back. It will still take us half a day to get back. If we don't return yet, I'm afraid Grandma will worry.
Seeing Qiu Yan nod, Lin Yuqing holds up a map and speaks again. We're already far from the eastern exit we came from.
We could take the southern exit. On the way back, they didn't encounter too many dangers.
Mainly because it was daytime now, many spiritual beasts were lurking. And the route Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing took was continuously moving away from the center of the dark water marsh.
As a beast master, Qiu Yan's recovery ability far exceeds that of ordinary people.
After eating something, he feels the wounds on his back tingling, extremely itchy, and they have started to heal.
However, Qiu Yan's physical quality is not as incredible as a martial artist's.
He was severely injured in the morning. In the afternoon, he was lively and energetic. Unable to refuse Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan had no choice but to lie on Taishan and move forward. Not knowing how long it had been, he actually fell asleep again. Noticing that Taishan had stopped, Qiu Yan lazily woke up, looked around, and found that they had already reached the exit. The station troops at the entrance looked at the two of them with scrutinizing eyes, while the nearby spirit beasts all readied themselves for battle. After all, they had been detected by infrared scans from 2 kilometers away. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing did not have any records of entering or exiting the space, which raised some suspicion. Moreover, it seemed that there had been a beast tide last night. Being cautious was not too much to ask.
Please show your identification.
Lin Yuqing quickly handed over the student cards for both of them. The soldier, who looked like a squad leader, pulled out a mini card reader from behind and swiped the cards.
Beep.
Looking at the information on the card reader, the squad leader compared it for a long time before finally feeling relieved, waving his hand to signal the others to put away their spirit beasts. However, before leaving, the squad leader still petted Tieshan's soft fur and exclaimed, "What a good spirit beast." After handing over 10% of their earnings this time, Lin Yuqing returned the rockstone tiger to the beast space, carrying Qiu Yan to the road. The spirit herbs and spirit plants that Qiu Yan had placed in the beast space had long been devoured by the Wuxiang Shen book. The past could not be recognized or recorded, which allowed Qiu Yan to exploit a small bug. Looking at the injured person beside them, Lin Yuqing barely suppressed her urge to ride the small blue bike nearby. She then waved to stop a taxi, and the two of them went to the Third People's Hospital of Zhenghai City.
This was also the hospital where Lin Yuqing's grandmother was located.
After settling Qiu Yan down, she went to the hospital window to pay. Soon, a few nurses in white dresses walked into the ward and wheeled Qiu Yan to the operating room for cleaning and bandaging. With the injection of anesthetics, Qiu Yan's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. At 7 in the evening, the effect of the anesthetics finally wore off. His body was still unable to move freely, and he could only hide under the covers and play on his phone. Creak. The door of the ward was pushed open slowly, and a pretty figure walked in, carrying a tray. Seeing the light shining from under the blanket, Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up instantly.
Qiu Yan was awake.
Last night, they had been through life and death together, and Lin Yuqing had completely regarded Qiu Yan as her good friend.
Just in time. Come and taste the porridge I made.
Qiu Yan was propped up by Lin Yuqing and turned to sit up. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the dark, thick concoction in Lin Yuqing's hands.
You call this porridge? Is it not your sesame paste? No, no, no. You're mistaken. Lin Yuqing wagged a finger. I specially added iced sea cuttlefish juice. The recovery power of iced sea cuttlefish is top-notch. Whatever you eat will help you recover. I also added some slime creature's body fluid. And a piece of the rock abyss gecko's tail.
Lin Yuqing listed many ingredients as if she were recounting treasures, not realizing that she could only talk so freely in front of Qiu Yan. It seemed she had never spoken more than a few words with other classmates in school.
Sister, I want to eat something normal.
Qiu Yan protested repeatedly, but he could not resist the firm attitude of Lin Yuqing, who scooped a spoonful and directly poured it into his mouth.
Smack, smack, smack. Delicious, right? Lin Yuqing pulled over a chair, rested her chin on her hands, and watched Xiao Yan. Hmm. 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 With each bite that Xiao Yan took, from his initial strong resistance to a look of shock. Having so many strange materials, the final taste was somewhat like century egg and lean meat porridge? Sister, I'll just say one thing. Next time, just make a century egg and lean meat porridge. But obviously, it was still delicious, and after eating it, Xiao Yan felt warm all over. He tried not to think about the ingredients and quickly finished the whole bowl of porridge. Just as he set down the bowl, Lin Yuqing's small hand reached over. What are you looking at? Pay up. Get reimbursed. Do you think these ingredients just fell from the sky? Xiao Yan smiled, then took out his phone. How much could a bowl of black porridge cost? The little girl was too money-minded. Chapter 24 The King of Earth Core Slimes. How much? I will transfer it to you. 10,048 yuan. Too little? Xiao Yan's eyes widened, his mouth opened so wide it could fit 3 eggs. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge actually cost more than 10,000. Xiao Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't expect that his moment of carelessness would severely hurt his little wallet. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and a nurse wearing a pink mask walked in. What are you doing? The patient hasn't recovered yet. And this is a hospital, no loud noises allowed. Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing immediately sat up straight like little children caught making a mistake. Miss Lin, come with me, Dr. Wu is waiting for you in the tumor department. The nurse just gave a notification and hurriedly left the ward. Noticing something was off, Xiao Yan cast a curious glance at the obviously deflated Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing only forced out a stiff smile and glanced at Xiao Yan. You just rest well here. Then she gently walked to the door and closed it. Xiao Yan felt something was wrong and quietly got out of bed. He bent down to look around the hallway, but Lin Yuqing's figure had vanished without a trace. Tumor department? Could it be that Lin Yuqing's grandma's condition has worsened? Xiao Yan tilted his head, deciding to see what was going on. The inpatient department wasn't far from the outpatient clinic. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Yan arrived outside the tumor department that the nurse mentioned. There was a hologlass on the door, and Xiao Yan could clearly see Lin Yuqing sitting in front of a doctor in a white coat with a bit of white hair at his temples. Dr. Wu, can you wait a bit longer? I haven't gathered that much money yet. Little Lin, your grandma's cancer has not spread yet, but in these 2 days, there are already signs of cancer cell expansion. My suggestion is to arrange for surgery in these 2 days. Dr. Wu knew a bit about Lin Yuqing's family background. Her parents were beast masters. Many years ago in the summer, they sacrificed themselves on the Holy Beast battlefield to resist foreign tribe invasions. They left behind young Lin Yuqing and her elderly grandma to rely on each other. Moreover, the compensation money awarded by the country was consumed by their uncle. Dr. Wu felt very sympathetic to her situation. But all he could do was try to provide her grandma with some cheap special medicine. This was a matter of principle. Previously, a colleague of his had advanced the surgery fee for a patient in an emergency only to have the patient die on the operating table. He was then sued by the patient's family and ended up with massive compensation debt. In the end, he sold his house, got divorced, and finally raised the money. Although the Dragon Country offers medical subsidies for martyrs' families, how many years would it take for just a child and an elderly person to save enough for treatment? Okay, please go back for now, think of another way for the money. Lin Yuqing bit her lip tightly. After hesitating for a while, she looked at the balance in her hand, somewhat numbly stood up, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Yan quickly ran to the side and opened the door to a room to hide. Did your number get called, classmate? If it hasn't, just wait patiently outside. Oh, wait a moment, I'm leaving soon. Until Lin Yuqing covered her eyes. Red-eyed, Xiao Yan walked into the elevator, then returned to the door of the oncology department. He pushed open the door, just as Dr. Wu had little work to do, and looked at him with a sigh. Hey, little student, you're so young and already sick. Is it pancreatic cancer? Dr. Wu saw the bandage on Xiao Yan's body and clearly misunderstood. No, Dr. Wu. I wanted to ask about that girl just now, we're classmates. Hearing this, Dr. Wu fell silent for a moment, seemingly very conflicted inside. As a doctor, he shouldn't speak of such matters. But in the end, he still pulled Xiao Yan to a nearby room. Her grandmother has cancer, there are limited ways to treat this disease. This terminal illness before the recovery of spiritual energy still has no medical means to cure. Even Kyoto Medical University is fully researching the problem of spiritual beast materials conquering cancer cells every year. While it's not too late, the only way is to hurry for surgery. When Xiao Yan heard this, it was useful for him. Although he spent some money before entering the dark water swamp, how much can one spend on seeing a doctor? There's 1 million in this card, if it's not enough, ask me for more. Okay.
Seeing the funds, Dr. Wu finally felt relieved. 1 million was absolutely enough. But this money can't be kept with me, I'll have the nurse deliver it to the old lady later. The pre-surgery preparations will take about 2 weeks, so we will arrange the surgery as soon as possible. Xiao Yan nodded, said goodbye to Dr. Wu, and returned to his ward. On the other side, in the dark water swamp, the beast tide had long since calmed down, leaving behind a ground of charred debris and chaos. Fang Haochen crossed his arms, with one leg crossed over the other, looking at his trembling subordinate with a scrutinizing gaze.
You're saying that yesterday you saw a man and a woman riding a fire attribute spiritual beast weaving through the dark water swamp? It's absolutely true, great priest. The beast tide that attacked our base yesterday was brought by those two. Damn. The plan is paused. We must find them. I'm going to slice their spiritual beast apart. Fang Haochen slammed his prosthetic arm on the armrest of the chair, producing a dull echo. Where's number 6? Send him to look for them. Yes. Watching his subordinate flee in panic, a fierce glint flashed in Fang Haochen's eyes. Noticing the priest's unusual mood, number 2 timely leaned closer. His prosthetic arm squeezed the soft part hard, causing number 2 to let out a soft whine of pain. At this moment, Xiao Yan had no idea that he had inadvertently stopped a horrific social crisis. He also didn't know how much trouble he and Lin Yuqing had gotten into because of this trip to the dark water swamp. Right now, he was lying on his hospital bed, holding his phone in his left hand, continuously scrolling through short videos, laughing happily. In his right hand, he held a toothpick, enjoying the fruits that Lin Yuqing had peeled for him. He thought about paying Lin Yuqing to take care of him for a while, which could also give her some wages to improve her life. But this little girl insisted on returning to the spiritual beast cultivation base to work, leaving Xiao Yan alone in the ward, nearly bored to death. Halfway through the short videos, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered the earth core slime he had captured earlier was still in his beast space. Turning off his phone, he calmed his mind, and his consciousness dove into the beast space. That gem was quietly lying there as if it had passed out. The thought body formed by Xiao Yan's consciousness squatted down and poked the back of the gem. To his surprise, this seemingly annoyed the earth core slime. It let out a squeak and slowly moved its tentacles away from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and the Flame Qilin brought a piece of spiritual beast meat, which he tossed in front of the earth core slime. Squeak! What do you want? Let me go! Xiao Yan, who possessed the talent of the Book of Words, naturally understood the words spoken. Since this creature has intelligence and does not act solely on instinct, this makes things easier. Xiao Yan decided to have a good talk with the earth core slime. Are you hungry? You can eat something first. If that's not enough, I have more. The earth core slime hesitated for a moment, then obediently opened its mouth and crawled toward the meat mountain. As it slowly chewed and swallowed, Xiao Yan was amazed to find that black goo was starting to ooze out around the gem. In just a few seconds, this gem was completely enveloped in thick black slime, making its sparkling inner part invisible. GG. I'm done eating, what do you want to do? The light of the contract in Xiao Yan's hand flickered, serving as a silent response. GG. Bold human. I am the king of earth core slime. How could a mere mortal like you make a contract with me? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. You say you are the king of earth core slime? So, you actually have a race? GG. Of course. But, last time, Shim ambushed me. GG. Which made me lose my real power. That's why I had to come out to hunt. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Since this little thing claimed to be a king, it must be particularly impressive. Usually, it must be living in luxury, worry-free about food and clothing. Now, forced into a corner, it finally came out to hunt, so its skills were not very practiced, leading to being caught by him. This time, he had struck a huge jackpot. Chapter 25, Then let's call you Coalball. What you just mentioned about Shim, what's going on? Xiao Yan's face was full of curiosity. He hadn't expected that there were so many disputes between these races. GG. Shim is my brother, he betrayed me. On the day of my grand wedding, he stole my philosopher's stone. He took away my wife, stole my soldiers. It was so hard for me to escape. Kind person, please spare me. I still have a great revenge to take. After hearing this, Xiao Yan instantly understood the reason behind the matter. Even more astonishing was that the Earth Core Slime race actually had a system of marriage. This Earth Core Slime King was indeed sincere. Whatever he was asked, he answered. No wonder he was backstabbed by his brother. If not backstabbed, who else would be? However, Xiao Yan did catch the key point. What is the Philosopher's Stone? GG. Ah, it is the token that leads all Earth Core Slimes. And the one who possesses the Philosopher's Stone can travel freely in the Earth's core. It's very useful. The Earth Core Slime suddenly realized it had said too much. It wanted to say something else but quickly shut its mouth tightly.
Xiao Yan frowned. Since there was a philosopher's stone, it seemed that his previous plan could unfold again. About 9 years later in his past life, some ancient ruins were discovered at a depth of 20,000 meters in the territory of the US.
The treasures in the ruins were countless.
Some of these treasures could evolve spiritual beasts, while others could enhance the combat power of martial artists. Because of that, the national strength of the US suddenly surpassed that of Longwa, currently the top country on Blue Planet. What if he could be the first to obtain those treasures? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan spoke again, his tone laced with a hint of persuasion.
Do you want revenge? I can help you.
GG.
You can help me? How can you help me?
At this moment, ZUS slithered over, flicking its tongue.
The silent action was a response to the Earthcore slime.
GG.
How do I trust you?
Xiao Yan revealed a slightly benevolent smile. Even for that philosopher's stone of yours, I wouldn't lie to you.
Sign it, the Beast Master contract.
This smile looked 100 times scarier to the Earthcore slime than its own grandfather. It seemed that if it didn't agree, the next moment it would be killed by the spirit beast beside it.
This strange man, does he want to hang everything on his lips? Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have said so much.
Now it's clear he's forcing me to sign the beast contract. Not only have I put myself at stake, but I've also lost the philosopher's stone.
The deep earth slime rides, feeling incredibly tangled inside. Are you signing or not?
If you don't, you'll never get out of this beast space in your lifetime. Then you'll just have to watch your wife and your brother have a good time in the deep earth. Xiao Yan's patience was limited, and he issued a final ultimatum. However, as soon as he spoke, the king of deep earth slime couldn't wait to agree to the contract.
Man is the knife holder, and I am the fish on the board. I've been pinned down heavily.
As the light of the contract faded, information and skills about the deep earth slime flooded into Xiao Yan's mind, as if this were a magical ability granted after the upgrade of the Universal Mysterious Book. Now, he no longer needed to communicate with spiritual beasts or go to the spiritual beast base for testing. He could grasp detailed information about his spiritual beasts anytime, anywhere.
King of Deep Earth Slime, Silver Level 7. Platinum Bloodline. Skills, Sleeping Toxin, Devour, Mimicry. Fire Qilin, Black Iron Level 3. Diamond Bloodline. Skills, Speed, Burning Fire Sea, Wings of Flame. Thunder Lightning Python, Black Iron Level 4. Skills, Thunder Fong, Lightning Arrow, Charge. When his gaze turned to the deep earth slime, he was even more surprised to find that it was actually a silver level 7 spiritual beast. How could he have captured this useless little thing? However, its skill seemed no different from an ordinary deep earth slime. Damn, this king of deep earth slime can't be self-proclaimed, right? Since the contract was completed, communication was smooth and unimpeded.
Xiao Yan stopped using the word spirit book and directly spoke to the dark figure in front of him.
As the king of slime, do you have no special abilities?
Feeling Xiao Yan's malicious gaze, the king of deep earth slime nervously shifted to the side.
What can I do? The philosopher's stone was stolen, and I can't help it. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. Today felt like a wasted joy.
The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. But thinking about it, if the king of deep earth slime had other special abilities, how could Xiao Yan, a small Karami, possibly capture it?
If not, he and Lin Yuqing might have long been in trouble in the dark water swamp. Since your brother has a name, surely you have a name too. What is your name? I don't have a name anymore. My name lost its meaning after I left the tribe. The deep earth slime's voice weakened, as if recalling something sad. Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said again.
Then let's call you Coalball, since you're all dark. Seeing that the two newly contracted spiritual beasts had names, the Fire Qilin next to them felt quite complicated inside. In the past, when he was young, Xiao Yan always wanted to give himself a name, but his proud self never accepted it. The boomerang of time finally came back many years later. This is to punish his former arrogant self. It could only put in twice the effort compared to other spiritual beasts to regain Xiao Yan's trust. Naming a spiritual beast often signifies a harmonious and intimate relationship between the beast and the beast master, transforming the master-servant relationship into a partnership. In naming, it also means that the master-servant contract is invalid, replaced by an equal contract. And what Xiao Yan did was purely because he thought King of Deep Earth Slime was too long. He didn't want to say it.
Come on, Coalball, eat more. After you're done, give those to a spa.
Although it didn't know what SPA meant from its master, it knew the purpose of its slime and shivered toward Xiao Yan, indicating it was completely okay. Still, it threw itself towards the mountain-like piece of meat thrown by Xiao Yan, and the black slime continuously covered it up.
Slowly devouring.
Xiao Yan walked in front of the Fire Qilin, looking at it with a scrutinizing gaze. This made the Fire Qilin shiver all over, as if its fur was about to shake off.
Could it be that it was about to get hit again?
After a long silence, Xiao Yan reached out his hand and slowly stroked the Fire Qilin's head, rubbing it gently. He then took out a piece of red fire-scented pork from the nearby storage cabinet and stuffed it into the Fire Qilin's mouth. In fact, Xiao Yan had some resentment towards the Fire Qilin before. In his last life, he was ambushed by Chen Qingqing, and the Fire Qilin just watched from the side. However, in these past few days, the Fire Qilin had indeed dedicated itself, and constantly suppressing and abusing it would not do. Sometimes, he needed to give it a bit of sweetness, right? After all, it was also his spirit beast. Unexpectedly, this action made the Fire Qilin burst into tears, with big drops of tears sliding down from the corners of its eyes. Chapter 26, If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. Zhonghai City 3rd People's Hospital. After resting in the hospital for a few days, the time to be discharged had finally come. As the bandages on the first floor were undone, Xiao Yan felt an incredible sense of relief. Just last night, his cultivation level had reached Black Iron level 5, the progress he made in these few days was already equivalent to 3 months in the past. When there was no one around or after lights out at night, he would summon Ziyue to practice. And when he noticed reaching a bottleneck in his training, he would occasionally summon the Fire Qilin to practice together. This also made the Fire Qilin more loyal to its master, wishing to rush back to the Dark Watermarsh to fight desperately. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that Ziyue's current race was actually the Thunder Lightning Python. But even as a Thunder Lightning Python, the bloodline level was only Platinum grade. The rating given by the Universal Profound Book was a series of? It seemed that Ziyue would definitely be able to evolve into a spirit beast of a higher bloodline in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan took out a change of clothes from the beast space and walked out of the room. For the past few days, all his meals had been brought by Lin Yuqing. He felt a bit embarrassed for troubling her to run around in the hospital all day. How about I treat Lin Yuqing to dinner tonight? Xiao Yan looked at the clock, it was 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yuqing should already be off work and had said she would come to pick him up for discharge. So, they could go to the city center's Golden Ember for dinner together. Xiao Yan hurriedly called and booked a private room there. As 10 minutes passed, he still did not see anyone in the hallway. This made Xiao Yan feel a bit uneasy. Because Lin Yuqing, as a temporary worker at the Spirit Beast cultivation base, worked from 6 in the morning to 10. Every day at 5 in the morning, noon at 12, and 5 in the evening, Lin Yuqing would unconditionally bring Xiao Yan meals. And today was supposed to be the agreed time of 5 in the evening. According to Lin Yuqing's nature, it was absolutely impossible for her to be late. Xiao Yan made several calls in a row, but the phone showed no one answered. This made Xiao Yan's feelings of unease grow worse. Could something dangerous have happened? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan sent Lin Yuqing a message and hurried towards Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room. Since they were in the same hospital building, Xiao Yan only took a few steps and arrived on the 7th floor via the elevator. Just as he reached the door to Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room, he heard a few people arguing inside. Yuqing! You know our family is in trouble. Your cousin just lost his job. You know how much the monthly payment is for that school district house. Your little nephew still needs to attend tutoring classes. A kind person gave Grandma $1 million for medical expenses. Can't Grandma use it all at once? Although my cousin's sister-in-law is not beautiful, she belongs to the type that is quite elegant. At this moment, she has a smile that seems to be negotiating, which in Lin Yuqing's eyes is even more ferocious than a demon in hell. No, it can't be. This is Grandma's life-saving money. I won't give you a single cent. Lin Yuqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her small face turning red with excitement. They are asking us to borrow it, not to take it without returning it. Are you really going to let your cousin and sister-in-law sleep on the street? Xin Xiufen, lying on the hospital bed, weakly opened her mouth, her voice extremely hoarse. In fact, she knew that she had been seriously ill for a long time, continuing to treat it would just be a waste of money. Since that's the case, why not take it out to help her descendants? That's right, sister. This is Grandma's money. Of course, she has the final say. Cousin even started to pry at Lin Yuqing to take the bank card that was on the bedside table. Even if Grandma had spoken, Lin Yuqing still tightly held onto her cousin's hand, so much so that she began to tremble from the exertion. All these years, cousin and sister-in-law had asked Grandma and herself for money, and every penny borrowed had never been returned. No matter what Grandma thought, the nurse clearly stated that it was for Grandma's medical expenses. Without a doubt, it must have been sent over by Xiao Yan. As for the money, she would find a way to pay it back, but this money must absolutely only be used for Grandma's medical treatment. Let go. Sister, listen to your brother. I have a project I've been looking at recently. If I invest in it now, it can double by tomorrow. Sister-in-law didn't want to back down and also started to pry at Lin Yuqing's hand. Seeing their greedy expressions, Lin Yuqing was almost in tears, her eyes starting to glisten with mist. At this moment, the door to the ward was pushed open with a loud bang. I want to see who dares to make a move. Xiao Yan walked in, his expression suddenly darkening.
Who the hell are you? This is our family matter, what right do you have to interfere?
Seeing her cousin relax his grip, Lin Yuqing quickly pulled back and stuffed the bank card from the bedside table into her pocket.
Who I am is not important. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. Xiao Yan.
Once she recognized the person, Lin Yuqing could no longer control her grievance, tears shimmering in her eyes.
You little b****, I thought someone important had come, turns out it was just your lover.
Seeing this, cousin fought even harder to snatch, but suddenly felt a tremendous pull from behind, dragging him out.
The
word hadn't finished before a heavy fist landed on his face. He stumbled and fell to the ground.
Hubby. How dare you hit my husband?
Seeing this, sister-in-law lunged at Xiao Yan with claws bared.
Slap. A crisp sound rang out.
Xiao Yan gave this crazy woman in front of him a slap. Sister-in-law could only feel a burning sensation on her face, which soon turned red and swollen. She covered her face, her expression one of disbelief.
This boy in front of her actually dared to hit her? You. I'll call the police right now. This counts as a civil dispute. Even if I beat you to death today, all that is left is to pay some money. I have plenty of money, but you guys, would you prefer to lose a leg or an arm?
Xiao Yan's ungracious words immediately ignited cousin, who was on the ground.
You, what the hell are you? Get the hell out.
His hand glowed, summoning a half-human tall lightning dog beside him.
The lightning dog's sandy-colored fur stood on end, its body crackling with electricity.
What caught more attention was that its fangs and claws seemed to be made of some kind of steel. Each limb had a device like a booster attached, firmly connected to its body. Its back was also covered with a thick layer of steel plates, like a shield. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. The spirit beast in front of him seemed not to be simple, more like it had been modified by some kind of technology.
Steel Fong. Take him out. Cousin called out the name of the spirit beast.
The lightning dog rushed over in the blink of an eye. With bared fangs, it lunged at Xiao Yan's chest. In an instant, the Fire Qilin appeared out of thin air, forcefully sinking its teeth into the throat of the Thunderhound. The power of the two was clearly not on the same level. The Thunderhound suffered immense force and was thrown backward due to inertia. The Fire Qilin pinned it down with its front paws, quickly subduing the ferocious spirit beast in just a few seconds. Cousin was clearly in disbelief that this boy, about the same size as Lin Yuqing, had such a powerful spirit beast. He looked like a high school student, having only practiced for 3 years, and yet his spirit beast was no match for him? Even if he had the advantage of surprise, it shouldn't have resulted in the Thunderhound being unable to fight back at all. He had specifically sought out the Celestial Church to enhance his spirit beast. Not to mention being invincible among his peers, but he should at least be at the peak of ordinary people. Even a typical Black Iron level 5 spirit beast shouldn't have been able to handle it.
Who exactly are you? Cousin spoke fiercely, his cheeks flushed, and the area where Xiao Yan had just struck began to turn purple quickly. That money is mine. If you want to mess with my money, you're naturally going against me.
Xiao Yan spoke leisurely, showing no regard for the two of them.
What could they use to fight against him?
He had the Thunderhound in his hands.
Do you still want your spirit beast? 300,000, transfer it, and you can leave.
Xiao Yan smiled and opened the WeChat payment QR code, holding it out in front of cousin. Cousin and cousin's wife exchanged glances, seemingly unable to grasp the logic of the situation.
You mean, they asked their grandmother for money, and then got beaten up? Then the person who beat them was asking for money in return? Is this a joke? Chapter 27, Suffocating Memories. Oh. Looks like you don't want it anymore.
The Fire Qilin slightly tightened its jaws, and the Thunderhound let out a heart-wrenching howl.
Wait. I'll give it. I'll give it.
Cousin stumbled over to Xiao Yan, trembling as he pulled out his phone and entered his password.
Ding dong.
Hearing the sound of money arriving, Xiao Yan broke into a smile.
Isn't this money? All right, you can get lost.
After saying this, Xiao Yan kicked cousin in the waist. The two dared not stay, scrambling to flee the ward.
Old lady, you've really lost your mind. Have you even thought about Lin Yuqing's feelings like this?
Even when facing Lin Yuqing's grandmother, Xiao Yan was still not polite at all.
That money was given by me, but that doesn't mean you have the right to use it as you please. That money is for your medical treatment, not for you to give to relatives for assistance.
Lin Yuqing gently tugged at Xiao Yan's clothing.
Xiao Yan, grandma has been a bit confused, don't blame her. That money, I will find a way to pay you back.
Xiao Yan waved his hand and smiled at Lin Yuqing.
All right, the money can be considered as me lending it to you for now.
There's $1 million in the account, treatment shouldn't cost that much. You can use the rest to buy some gear and spirit medicines to prepare for the beast taming exam.
Only when Lin Yuqing nodded heavily did Xiao Yan breathe a sigh of relief. The old lady's illness was urgent, fearing that Lin Yuqing's pride wouldn't be able to handle it. But thankfully, this little girl also understood the importance of prioritizing. Soon, the professional caregiver Xiao Yan had called came, and he led Lin Yuqing out of the ward. At first, Lin Yuqing was unwilling. After all, taking advantage of someone for $1 million wasn't right. But when Xiao Yan mentioned having a gorgeous girl by his side would be more impressive, he insisted that she go. This made Lin Yuqing a bit shy. The key was that it wasn't for free, just accompanying him for a meal could earn her $1,000. Only then did Lin Yuqing catch up with Xiao Yan. Ding! This train's final stop is Zhonghai North District Station. Current station, Lijiazui Station. Hearing the announcement, Xiao Yan got up from his seat and walked out the door. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but it felt as if an indistinct gaze was watching him. He guessed that it might be the trouble caused by the underground beast fighting arena before. However, Xiao Yan didn't care. As the most prosperous area in Coastal City, there were more police forces equipped in Lijiaozui, so could a robbery really happen in a mall? Since this was the case, it would be better to just ignore it. After all, it couldn't threaten him, right? Xiao Yan led Lin Yuqing with ease to the Golden Ember barbecue restaurant. Although in this life, Xiao Yan had never been here. But in his previous life, he missed this place very much. He had worked here for half a year. At that time, he had fallen into what others called a useless person. After his parents were buried, he had completely become a homeless person. While wandering around, he accidentally arrived at the back door of this barbecue restaurant. Watching more than 10 chefs working orderly in the kitchen, Xiao Yan felt a desire to become one of them. Because chefs in the service industry couldn't be replaced by spirit beasts like physical labor on construction sites. Even though Xiao Yan had fallen to being an ordinary person, he was still capable. So whenever he had free time, he would beg on this street and occasionally come to see this place. However, his behavior was soon discovered. One day, a chef happened to slack off and came out to smoke. Seeing Xiao Yan's sneaky appearance, he thought he was trying to sneak in and steal something. The chef grabbed Xiao Yan by the collar, aggressive as if catching him in the act, attracting many onlookers soon after. These people's eyes crushed Xiao Yan's remaining dignity, turning it to ashes. But Xiao Yan had no way to argue. After all, who would think that a disabled beggar wanted to rely on learning cooking skills to support himself? I wondered why things have been going missing these past 2 days. It was you all along. That chef raised his strong arm and was about to punch Xiao Yan in the face. The floor manager couldn't stand such behavior and stepped forward to grab the chef. He dispersed the crowd and drove away the fierce chef, then made a warm bowl of fried rice for Xiao Yan. He was the only one who treated Xiao Yan like a person during these days of homelessness. After learning about Xiao Yan's situation, the floor manager resolutely kept Xiao Yan in the kitchen, where he was responsible for simple tasks like washing vegetables or cleaning. This floor manager's last name was Wang, and his name was Wang Tang. He once had another identity, that being the only son of the Wang family, a leader in the entertainment industry in Coastal City. It could be said that Wang Zicheng wasn't even qualified to carry Wang Tang's shoes. After all, the Wang family controlled most of the entertainment industry in Coastal City, which was certainly incomparable to a small pharmaceutical company like Wang Zicheng's family. As for why it was once, it was because an organization called the Sky Dome Church launched a terrorist attack. Overnight, the entire Wang family was brutally killed. Only Wang Tang, who had been out partying the night before, managed to escape a calamity. But what could a young master who only knew how to indulge do about such a tragedy? Perhaps this was why the Sky Dome Church let him go. Maybe because of their similar experiences, Xiao Yan and Wang Tang quickly became close brothers who could talk about anything. With this relationship, Xiao Yan worked at the barbecue restaurant for almost half a year. Then one day, Wang Tang seemed to vanish from the human world, like a wisp of autumn wind passing by, taking only a few fallen leaves. When he left, he didn't even leave a single message. Without Wang Tang's protection, Xiao Yan was directly kicked out of the barbecue restaurant. It wasn't until the following year that Xiao Yan saw his old friend again, but it was on a large screen outside the mall. A photo of Wang Tang was printed above, smiling at the camera. However, the photo was in gray, with a caption below it. Wang Tang, police number 531, has been undercover in the management of the Heavenly Dome Church since he joined the Long Country Guard Bureau last year. During the operation against the Heavenly Dome Church on April 28, he provided vital intelligence for our team, but suffered endless torment from the enemy because of it. Unfortunately, on April 29, after a desperate rescue effort, he succumbed to his injuries, at just 24 years old. To honor his brave contribution, police number 531 will be permanently sealed. It is because of the silent sacrifices of these heroes that we can enjoy our peaceful lives today. Let us remember this hero and pay our highest respect to Comrade Wang Tang. At the entrance of the mall, among the countless people standing in silent tribute, a broken figure particularly attracted attention. He leaned on a cane, limping against the flowing crowd.
His figure was hunched, his body trembling violently, and he looked so frail that a gentle breeze could easily knock him down. He kept his head down, seemingly trying hard to hide something. Unintentionally, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, quietly falling onto the cold ground. Perhaps this drop of tear, like wine tongue, shone brilliantly like fireworks when it fell. Even though it was brief, it could leave behind a beautiful memory. Chapter 28, Ordering Food. Entering the barbecue restaurant, the layout of the hall was just as it was in his memory. The entire restaurant was decorated in a lavish European classical style, dominated by gold and white. Warm yellow European crystal chandeliers twinkled with dazzling light, illuminating the reliefs and murals on the walls. It appeared incredibly luxurious. Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, completely not expecting him to bring her to such a high-end place, feeling somewhat awkward. She reached out a hand and gently grabbed the corner of Qiu Yan's clothing. The number of diners here was countless. Looking around, everyone seemed wealthy, enjoying their food while engaging in conversation, giving off a city elite feeling like in a TV drama. This made the clothing of Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing seem somewhat out of place. In his previous life, Qiu Yan had never appeared in the dining area for guests. Because of his disability, being in such a high-end place was obviously inappropriate. He could only come here to clean after closing at night. Welcome to Golden Ember. As a voice called out, it interrupted Qiu Yan's thoughts. Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation? The manager beside him had his hands crossed in front, wearing a professional fake smile. Since he could reach this position, he surely knew how to read people well. Seeing the plain clothing of Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing, he evidently took them for poor students. Perhaps they just stumbled in and would soon realize to leave. After all, this was Lijiamouth, one of the top locations in Zhonghai City. Just for a meal, one would need to spend about 30,000 on average. Not for anything else, but because the ingredients used in this barbecue restaurant all came from farmed spirit beasts in air, land, and sea. Yes, I have a reservation. It's under the surname Qiu. VIP 618. Qiu Yan said faintly, with no expression on his face. This calm attitude shocked the manager. He suddenly realized that the boy in front of him was the very guest who had called. The VIP rooms at Golden Ember could not be reserved by just anyone. At least, one must possess a black gold card from the Long Country Central Bank to qualify. And the condition to obtain a black gold card is to have an asset recognition of at least 8 digits and to spend over 7 digits within a month. A distinguished guest. He must be a distinguished guest. Thinking of this, the manager's attitude did a direct 180 degrees turn, quickly nodding and bowing as he led Qiu Yan through the hall. On the way, diners constantly turned their heads, curious about these two young men who made even the usually composed supervisor behave so respectfully. The two followed the supervisor into the elevator, and after several twists and turns, finally stopped at the door of a private room on the 3rd floor. This was a small room that could accommodate 10 people dining together. Qiu Yan casually pulled out a chair and sat down. The layout inside the room was similar to that outside, but it was more private and each was equipped with dedicated attendants. Lin Yuqing quietly sat beside Qiu Yan. She had never been to such a place. So she was afraid of doing something that would make the attendant beside her laugh at her for being unsophisticated. After bringing Qiu Yan in, the supervisor whispered a few words to the female attendant inside the room, her face beaming with genuine smiles as she bent over and walked out. Menu. Qiu Yan lightly tapped the shimmering stone table with his fingernail. The attendant, who was focused on observing Qiu Yan, clearly didn't react. There were only 2 people. Was it really necessary to sit in such a large room? Hello, please bring us the menu. Lin Yuqing timidly spoke up. Only then did the attendant come back to her senses. The supervisor had specifically emphasized to her just moments ago. If she neglected the esteemed guests, her entire week's salary wouldn't even be enough for the deductions. She quickly apologized and presented a black menu in front of Qiu Yan. The menu was full of choices, but it only contained text and no pictures. Lin Yuqing was staring at it, feeling dizzy from the options. Qiu Yan just glanced at it casually and pointed randomly at a few items. This one, and these. Yuqing, what else do you want to eat? Don't hold back. When Lin Yuqing heard such an ambiguous term, her face suddenly flushed. You order, I don't mind. Alright, then let's add a serving of jade luan swan cake and bisha blue milk cheese ice cream. Qiu Yan handed the menu to the attendant. But the attendant's heart stirred with waves of shock. Qiu Yan's ordering was simply more proficient than 95% of the guests. And all of them were the restaurant's signature dishes. Even hidden dishes like jade luan swan cake were known. An expert. Absolutely an expert. Okay, I'll place the order. Please wait, I'll arrange it for you right away. You can leave for now. Call me when I need you. Hearing this, the female attendant's face lit up, and she respectfully exited the private room.
Because she dealt with demanding customers every day, she preferred guests like Qiuyan.
Before long, she returned with a serving tray and knocked on the door of Qiuyan's room. "Here you go, sir, the first appetizer, water heart snails with garlic butter. The wine is made from spirit vine grapes sourced from the mystical realm."
After placing these before the two, she exited again and stood at the door of the room. Meanwhile, an intense argument was erupting at the front desk on the first floor. "Damn it, do you even know? Our young master Wang Tang doesn't need to make reservations to eat?"
Wang Zicheng shouted angrily at the supervisor at the door, and beside him, Chen Qingqing subtly tugged at his sleeve.
Wang Zicheng had lost his composure today, especially in front of Wang Tang. But it was understandable. He had finally managed to get Wang Tang out, but accidentally forgot to make a reservation. This had led their group into an extremely awkward situation. No private room available. There's a table 6 over there with space, just right for a few of you. Rest assured, each table is far apart, the privacy of each won't be a concern. Are you kidding me? Want us to sit in the hall? Though there was still space in the hall, it wasn't suitable for someone of Wang Tang's status to be seated there. The supervisor subtly wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling awkwardly as he explained. "I'm really sorry, young Master Wang, I genuinely didn't know you were coming. Let me contact someone, please. Look for which VIP room is about to finish their meal." The supervisor's head was throbbing.
Anyone who can book a VIP room is someone he, as a small supervisor, cannot afford to offend.
Now, to have the waiter in the room ask about the guests' mealtimes, isn't that clearly pushing them out?
Most of the people in the VIP rooms are influential figures, and during meals, it's impossible to keep the dining time accurate to the minute.
This is clearly making things difficult for himself. He repeatedly flipped through the folder, checking the reservation information, sweating profusely.
"You don't need to worry, just tell me which room has fewer people. I'll go talk to them and see if they can move to the hall." Since it didn't require him to show his face, the supervisor instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
However, after being troubled for so long, Wang Zicheng's patience was wearing thin.
Seeing the supervisor still not responding, Wang Zicheng reached out and snatched the list from the supervisor's hand.
On the VIP 618 room, the name Qiuyan was boldly printed. And the number of diners was displayed as 2. Wasn't this the kid who had dumped Chen Qingqing before and even struck him?
Wang Zicheng eagerly pulled a chair for Wang Tang to sit down, then signaled for Chen Qingqing to step out.
Chapter 29, Do you know me? What? Qiuyan is also dining in the private room? You're not mistaken. Chen Qingqing's face was filled with disbelief. She was aware of Qiuyan's family situation, how could he be dining here? After selling the Fire Qilin, he was living lavishly. How could he come to such a high-end place to spend? Wang Zicheng excitedly said. It's absolutely true. In Zhanghai City, I basically know everyone with the surname Qiu. There's clearly no such person. Wang Zicheng seemed to have grasped a lifeline, although there was hate in his eyes, it was clearly not the time to cause trouble for Qiuyan. He hadn't resolved the previous incident where Qiuyan beat him up. After going home, he naturally complained to his dad. But his dad didn't help him get revenge, instead, he scolded him fiercely. Wang Dad directly said that Qiuyan had a quite terrifying background. At first, Wang Zicheng didn't believe it, but Wang Dad's words shocked him completely. The Golden Dragon Business Association's Ling Wutong, that's your Uncle Ling, you know that, right? That day at the underground beast fighting arena, I saw that kid named Qiuyan. After he won, he immediately auctioned off his diamond-blooded Fire Qilin. I intended to buy it back for you. But old Ling directly threatened me. You know what kind of people Ling Wutong is, right? I also investigated that kid named Qiuyan, he comes from a very ordinary family, and Ling Wutong must have investigated him too. I personally saw that Qiuyan entered Ling Wutong's office. And he came out like everything was fine. The next day, Ling Wutong was arrested. Just think about it, what kind of person can walk out unscathed from Ling Wutong? For the issue of being beaten, Wang Zicheng could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Didn't you used to have a good relationship with him? How about this, you tell him that today's meal bill is on me. It wasn't easy for Wang Tang to agree to dine with us. You know how important he is to both of us? Chen Qingqing frowned slightly. In essence, she had already severed ties with Qiuyan. Now asking her to grovel to Qiuyan was no different from asking an ex-husband for money after cheating and getting divorced. Proud as Chen Qingqing was, she couldn't accept that. Seeing her hesitating, Wang Zicheng tightly hugged Chen Qingqing's shoulders. Qingqing, I beg you. You know how important that batch of elixirs in the Wang family's hands is. Getting that batch of elixirs means no matter what, we're almost guaranteed to pass the Beast Master entrance exam. That is Dragon Country University. No matter what background, everyone is treated the same.
Chen Qingqing stood in silence for a long time, and finally nodded, deciding to be a negotiator. Wang Zicheng was overjoyed and quickly kissed Chen Qingqing on the forehead, then ran off to stabilize Wang Teng. Chen Qingqing arrived at the door of room 618, hesitated for a long time, and finally girded her loins to knock on the door.
Come in.
She pushed the door open and saw Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing being affectionate, suddenly unsure how to start. Qiu Yan thought it was time for dessert, didn't lift his head, and continued to laugh and chat with Lin Yuqing.
Qiu Yan.
Hearing the voice, Qiu Yan finally looked up to see who it was. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit puzzled.
What are you doing here? I don't remember inviting you.
Chen Qingqing took a deep breath, was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan pretended to look outside the door seriously.
Are you following me?
Chen Qingqing tightened her fists, her little face flushed.
What? What do you mean I'm following him? How shameless. His face is thicker than a city wall.
Fortunately, Chen Qingqing still remembered her mission, forcibly suppressing her anger, and even her voice trembled slightly.
Can you give us the private room?
Wang Zicheng said that today's bill will be counted on him.
Oh? Are you hungry? That's fine, I Qiu Yan am not a stingy person. Let's sit down and eat together. Chen Qingqing frowned. We have a guest, it's not convenient.
There is still space in the hall now, I hope we can switch.
Sure, just transfer the money to me. Qiu Yan pulled out his phone happily and opened the payment code. 200,000, scan it. How much? At this moment, not only Chen Qingqing but even Lin Yuqing's mouth dropped open. You want 200,000 for a meal?
Yes.
I even rounded it down for you, the menu is over there, you can look yourself.
Qiu Yan put down his phone and shrugged his shoulders. If you don't want to, then forget it, after all, we still have some desserts not served.
I do want it.
Qiu Yan feigned ignorance, picked up his knife and fork again, and took a bite of roasted meat.
I said I'll pay.
Chen Qingqing took out her phone and walked in, but Qiu Yan on the opposite side still didn't move.
Payment code.
At this moment, there was suddenly a sound of footsteps outside. Wang Zicheng arrived at the door first and gave Chen Qingqing a wink. Chen Qingqing, with her left hand behind her back, quietly made an okay gesture. Seeing the plan going smoothly, Wang Zicheng was so excited he almost jumped up, hurriedly turned around to stabilize a few people. Noticing all this, a sly smile flashed across Qiu Yan's face.
I changed my mind. You guys ask elsewhere. Can you not disturb my world with my girlfriend? He didn't even play along. Qiu Yan laid everything bare. Damn it, Qiu Yan, don't mess around. The guest is really important to us. Consider me begging you, alright? Today I finally saw that Qiu Yan is such a shameless person.
Chen Qingqing was fully enveloped in dark lines, really wanting to let her spirit beast out to bite Qiu Yan to death. If it could solve the problem like this, it would be too cheap for Chen Qingqing. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing beside her couldn't sit still. She tightly squeezed her legs, her small hands fiddling with the edge of her skirt under the table, her face filled with conflict. Clearly, she hadn't agreed to Qiu Yan yet. Why did he say she was his girlfriend? Too fast. Obviously, she wasn't ready yet. While Lin Yuqing was lost in thoughts, Qiu Yan crossed his legs, looking at Chen Qingqing with a bit of playful mockery. No, I want to see what your guest looks like. Maybe I could even make a friend. Qiu Yan, don't push your luck. 400,000. Take the money and hurry up and leave. Seeing Chen Qingqing's attitude, Qiu Yan was secretly amused. The more Chen Qingqing was unhappy, the happier he became. Indeed, the smile never faded, it only shifted to Qiu Yan's face. He thought just switching places would be enough, and he could have a free meal. Since that guest was really so important to Chen Qingqing. Sorry, but today he must ruin her plans. Ding, 400,000 yuan received. Qiu Yan calmly shook his glass, took a sip, and his butt seemed to stick to the seat. Seeing Qiu Yan receive the money yet still unwilling to leave, Chen Qingqing was almost going crazy, almost reaching out to push Qiu Yan. What's going on here? Are you guys going or not? Qiu Yan glanced out of the corner of his eye, and a person appeared at the door again. This person was about Qiu Yan's height, just a little shorter than him. With dyed blonde hair, his features were as three-dimensional as a model, and his skin was fair and delicate. At this moment, he was tilting his head, leaning against the door and looking in. Wang Tong? Seeing the person, he blurted out, but quickly realized he had said the wrong thing. You know me? Wang Tang was a bit incredulous, he had no recollection of this person. Chapter 30, Wang Zicheng's world crumbled. Yeah. It's me, Qiu Yan. Didn't you study at Zhonghai Experimental Primary School since you were little? I was also in class 6. In middle school, didn't you have a crush, a girlfriend named Qin Jia? Later, your dad found out and didn't he give you a beating?
Hearing Xiao Yan bring up his past embarrassing story, Wang Tang was even more confused. He walked up to Xiao Yan, carefully examining the completely unfamiliar face. Who is this old classmate? What he said was indeed true. But how does Xiao Yan know about the time his dad beat him up? By this logic, he and Xiao Yan should have been very close. But why did he have no impression of him at all? Could it be that his 3 years of high school partying and drinking had fried his brain? For the first time, Wang Tang began to doubt himself. But he could never imagine that these were things the last life him and Xiao Yan had talked about. Old classmate, let's add each other on WeChat. Let's keep in touch. Xiao Yan smiled as he opened the QR code and handed it over. Wang Tang was taken aback by Xiao Yan's few sentences and, in a daze, opened his phone to add him as a friend. Chen Qingqing frowned, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed the word she almost let out. She and Xiao Yan had been in the same class since they were young. No matter in primary school or middle school, there shouldn't have been any chances for them to interact with someone like Wang Tang, a wealthy child. Moreover, Chen Qingqing and Xiao Yan were Beastmasters, both attending specialized Beastmaster Academy. Yet here was Wang Tang, a martial artist. This relationship had no connection at all. Alright, we've both eaten enough. Waiter! Waiter! Don't we still have 2 desserts that haven't been served? Just pack them for us. Xiao Yan stood up with a smile and tightly hugged the dazed Wang Tang. Only then did Wang Tang begin to react. That woman, Chen Qingqing, seemed to be rushing Xiao Yan and him to leave this private room? Thinking of this, he immediately spoke up. Hey, old classmate, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Sit for a while, let's chat some more. Ah, my memory, I really can't remember you. Waiter, come pour me a drink. I'll drink one for my brother Qiao as punishment. To apologize. No wonder Wang Tang was so popular in the rich second-generation circle of Zhonghai City. This guy is indeed a true friend. A nearby waiter brought a bottle of brandy, opened the bottle cap, and was just about to pour a glass. But Wang Tang, filled with an unrestrained spirit, grabbed it and tilted his head, gulping it down. After downing an entire bottle, Wang Tang's face turned red, and he could barely stand. He staggered to pull out a chair and hugged Xiao Yan's shoulder as he sat down. Brother Qiao. I'm sorry. I actually forgot you. Come on, tell me more about the past. Today was his first time going this crazy drinking because of a friend he couldn't even remember. He just didn't know why, but seeing Xiao Yan gave him a familiar feeling. Born into the royal family, he was good at reading people's expressions from a young age. Who was speaking the truth, and who was lying, Wang Tang understood clearly. He couldn't see any trace of lies on Xiao Yan's face. Moreover, when he was just hugged by Xiao Yan, he truly felt the kindness that Xiao Yan was radiating towards him. And he noticed that there seemed to be tears at the corners of Xiao Yan's eyes. This made him even more curious about what had actually happened between him and Xiao Yan. The awkward part was that after finishing a bottle of brandy, before he could clarify his thoughts, he blacked out and fell asleep on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Not long after, Wang Zicheng came over cheerfully with 2 bottles of royal salute. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, he felt like the sky had fallen. Is this a joke? Wang Tang was holding an empty wine bottle and was drunkenly leaning on Xiao Yan's shoulder? Does this mean that Xiao Yan just made Wang Tang drink a whole bottle? I've never heard that they know each other. His eyes turned to the side where Chen Qingqing was, only to find that she looked like her CPU was about to burn out. Noticing his gaze, she also looked blankly at him. Qingqing, what on earth is going on? Chen Qingqing stared dazedly at Xiao Yan and Wang Tang, then mechanically shook her head. Oh no, now I'm the clown. Even though she didn't know when Xiao Yan and Wang Tang became so close. But she knew the plan she wanted to discuss with Wang Tang about the spirit medicine was definitely scrapped. It wasn't until the bodyguards came to carry Wang Tang away that Wang Tang kept mumbling, good brother, old classmate, one more bottle. At that moment, the box was unusually quiet, and no one spoke. Lin Yuqing naturally knew that this was not something she could intervene in, so she kept her head down, sending emojis to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also kept his head down, exchanging funny pictures with Lin Yuqing. So, are we still eating? A little brother weakly asked. Eat my foot. Wang Zicheng threw the 2 bottles of wine into the little brother's arms and angrily walked toward the elevator, impatiently pressing the elevator button. Even ignoring his romantic interest, Chen Qingqing. As others left, Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing finally lifted their heads again. Going? I'll take you home. Xiao Yan smiled and spoke, feeling very happy. Not only did he ruin Chen Qingqing's good plans today, but he also met his good brother from his previous life, Wang Tang. Since he got to know Wang Tang so early, maybe he could reverse the fate of the Wang family? Lin Yuqing followed Xiao Yan down the stairs, watching him pay the bill with the 400,000 he had just extorted, and she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart.
However, what she cared about most was still what Xiao Yan had just said about her being his girlfriend. As they walked side by side towards the subway station in the chilly evening breeze, Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing attracted attention from passers-by with their high looks.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the street,
a man was hiding in the shadows, staring at the entrance of Golden Ember. Seeing the two of them come out, he pressed the microphone below his collar. The target has now emerged.
Yes, 94, keep an eye on the target. They both got on line 3 of the subway. Follow them. The target has gotten off at Xuanwu Station in the northern district of Zhenghai City. You follow them first. We'll be there soon.
A scarred-faced man named 94 quietly followed Xiao Yan and the others after they got off. His appearance was very ordinary, like someone who would blend into a crowd and become unnoticeable. However, he had a terrifying scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to his nose.
The target has entered Warm Home and seems to be heading towards Building 6. I can't wait any longer. I want to take action. Yes, 94, be very careful. Also, be clean with your hands and feet, leave no traces.
Hey!
I mean, why did you say I was your girlfriend today? Lin Yuqing held back for a long time and couldn't help but ask.
Finally able to be alone, sitting in the crowded subway, she felt like she was about to explode.
Xiao Yan looked at Lin Yuqing with a teasing glance, really unsure whether the girl was genuinely clueless or just pretending. The master really is a master at playing dumb. Then let me ask you, are you a girl?
Yes.
Are we friends?
Of course.
Then what's wrong with me treating you like my girlfriend for a day?
Eating with me is not just free food.
This is called equal exchange, okay? Oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Lin Yuqing's heart raced and she stomped her foot, turning to walk toward her home hallway.
Be careful.
But suddenly she felt a warm arm wrap around her waist. Then, with a strong pull, she was embraced tightly.
Chapter 31. Today is your death day. Ah! Lin Yuqing exclaimed.
But then she saw a puddle of unknown liquid in the spot where she was just standing. This liquid seemed to be corrosive, hissing and emitting white smoke on the ground. It was Xiao Yan who had just pulled her away. Not far away, a man slowly appeared from behind a parked car. It was the man who had called himself number 94.
TSK, not bad, quick reaction, kid.
Number 94's voice was incredibly hoarse, with a hint of mockery in his tone.
Who are you, bro?
So dishonorable. Xiao Yan calmly hidden his hand behind his back, a flash of light appeared, and the coal ball darted out into the night. It quietly circled to the underside of the car where the man had just been hiding.
As soon as Xiao Yan gave the order, the coal ball could cover the man completely, paralyzing him instantly. Since this old man is heartless, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Loves to play sneaky, huh?
Sorry, the coal ball is the sneakiest of all.
He. Just know, today is your death day. Go!
Plague corrupt dog.
A dog-like spirit beast appeared beside the man.
By the dim streetlight, Xiao Yan barely made out what the spirit beast looked like. The plague corrupt dog was extremely ugly. Its facial features were unevenly scattered all over its head, like sesame seeds on dough. Its blood-red eyes bulged out exaggeratedly, almost popping out of its sockets if not for the pull of the optic nerves behind them. Its entire body was covered in dark red sores, which were bursting open and leaking dark red filthy liquid as it breathed. This liquid dripped onto the ground, also hissing and corroding the surface. If Xiao Yan hadn't stopped Lin Yuqing just now, she would have definitely gotten bruises all over from an attack by this thing.
Fire Qilin. Iron Mountain.
Roar! Roar! The Fire Qilin stood guard beside Xiao Yan, its sharp eyes locked onto the plague corrupt dog. However, Iron Mountain, being combative, charged directly at the plague corrupt dog.
Be careful! Xiao Yan quickly warned.
He had never heard of such a spirit beast as the plague corrupt dog and had no clue what skills it possessed.
So the best way to deal with an unknown spirit beast was to observe first.
But he didn't expect Iron Mountain to charge in headfirst.
This was going to end badly.
Sure enough, number 94 sneered, giving a ruthless order to his spirit beast.
Plague arrow rain.
Suddenly, a faint red glow emerged from the plague corrupt dog, then gathered into arrows that shot towards Iron Mountain like rain.
Iron Mountain.
Iron Mountain, rushing forward, naturally understood Lin Yuqing's meaning.
Ah, whoa.
A rock wall appeared in front of the plague corrupt dog. At first, it seemed that such an attack would be enough to block it. Lin Yuqing was still thinking too simply, the next scene made her feel a chill.
The initial few red arrows were indeed blocked by the rock wall.
But the power contained in the red arrows was slowly corroding the rock wall little by little.
In an instant, a hole appeared.
What followed was a barrage of attacks. Even though Taizhan was covered head to toe in hard rock armor, he had no way to defend against these corrosive arrows.
Ah! Taizhan cried out in pain, and his forward momentum suddenly halted, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. When Xiao Yan saw this, he realized that Taizhan was emitting white smoke all over, with streams of blood flowing from the wounds. Quick! Come back! Taizhan wobbled as he stood up, but at that moment, the plague corrupt dog had already charged right in front of him. Lin Yuqing was anxious and furious, directly unleashing her Beast Master talent, Beast King Frenzy. As a talent rated A+, it naturally had its unique features. Beast King Frenzy, as an all-in skill, could make the spirit beast temporarily forget its pain. Moreover, within 10 minutes, the spirit beast's battle power would gradually rise to a maximum of 3 times. During the skill's duration, the spirit beast's self-healing ability would be greatly enhanced. Basically, as long as it wasn't killed instantly, Taizhan would be invincible for those 10 minutes. The reason this skill was rated A+ was because of its downside. Specifically, after the 10 minutes of skill duration, the spirit beast would fall into a state of extreme fatigue, unable to participate in battle for at least 3 to 4 days. Last time in the Darkwater Marsh, Lin Yuqing considered that Taizhan needed to fight continuously and ultimately chose not to use her Beast Master talent. Now back in the city, the only spirit beast she had to deal with was the plague corrupt dog right in front of her. To save Taizhan, Lin Yuqing did not hesitate and directly used her Beast Master talent. Oh! This Beast Master talent is quite interesting. Number 94 raised an eyebrow. He originally thought that the Rockstone Tiger was already in his bag, but did not expect the little girl to revive it with her Beast Master talent. Continue. Plague Corrupt Dog. Plague Arrow Rain. The Plague Corrupt Dog immediately jumped back, creating distance while charging its skill, and red arrows shot toward Taizhan again. Number 94 thought to use the same trick again. But under Beast King Frenzy, Tieshan's speed was continually increasing, dodging the Plague Arrow Rain with agile movements. With a few agile maneuvers, Taizhan darted in front of the Plague Corrupt Dog, raising his paw and striking directly at the enemy's head. Just as everyone focused on the battle between the two spirit beasts, the coal ball moved. It crawled out from under the car, creeping slowly toward number 94. Due to having a slight paralysis effect, he remained unaware until it slithered up to his neck. Get away! Quickly dodge! Number 94 shouted in excitement, but gradually realized that his body seemed to be somewhat unresponsive. Even when he spoke, it seemed a bit slurred. What was happening? Before he could figure it out, he suddenly felt dizzy and, with a bang, fell to the ground. Losing the control of the Beast Master, the Plague Corrupt Dog stood still, a confused expression on its face. No! Taizhan, stop! Xiao Yan activated his talent book of word spirits. Seeming to know that Xiao Yan had a good relationship with his master, Lin Yuqing, Taizhan hesitated for a moment. His raised paw slammed heavily beside the Plague Corrupt Dog, creating a large pit in the ground. Strictly speaking, although the Beast Master and Spirit Beast had a master-servant relationship, they were essentially two different thinking individuals. Even if the man fainted, the Spirit Beast would still be capable of independent thought. But the key was that after the coal ball paralyzed the man, his Spirit Beast instantly became sluggish, losing its ability to think, like a remote-controlled car running out of batteries. Pain, death, want to die. Losing control of number 94, the Plague Corrupt Dog kept muttering these incomplete words. Only Xiao Yan could understand it directly. He let the Fire Qilin watch the nearby Plague Corrupt Dog, while he walked in front of the man. The identity of the man before him remained a mystery. Chapter 32, Fragments of Memory. Xiao Yan bent down, constantly searching the man. He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a metallic token and a palm-sized doll. What is this? Lin Yuqing also approached, pointing at the crystal-clear human-shaped crystal in Xiao Yan's hand. I don't know, let me take a look. Xiao Yan tried to inject some spiritual power into it, and suddenly a memory surged into his mind, causing him to faint immediately. The Plague Corrupt Dog beside him transformed into a red light, directly flying into the doll. Those memory fragments flashed by like old film strips. The protagonist in Xiao Yan's perspective was also the owner of the memory. In front of him stood a middle-aged man wearing a mask, roaring at him. You're crazy. This research is far beyond our control. Even if I die, I won't help you. The owner of the memory did not hold back and immediately retorted. This was done with human lives. Stop now? I can't turn back, do you understand? But you're my senior. I can't just watch you make a mistake again. I will call the police. The middle-aged man opposite was extremely agitated, trembling as he took out his phone and shakily opened the dialing pad. I want to. Seeing this, the memory owner suddenly went wild. Red veins filled his eyes, and he lunged at the middle-aged man, attempting to grab the phone. Even from Xiao Yan's perspective, the scene was filtered with a layer of bloody color. The two men wrestled together, but ultimately the memory owner gained the upper hand. He tightly grasped the middle-aged man's neck, threatening. Wu Liang, you'd better stop. For the sake of our teacher's kindness, I don't want to kill you.
Hearing the memory owner's words, the middle-aged man's movements abruptly froze, and his body began to tremble violently. He seemed to recall the days he spent researching under their mentor alongside his senior.
Was he really trying to kill himself? Smack! The phone was snatched away and smashed to pieces against the tiled floor. Different roads do not intersect. Just pretend I never came here today.
The memory owner released Wu Liang, casually gathered a pile of scattered documents, and stuffed them into his briefcase. Then he burst out of the door.
The memory ended abruptly, and darkness engulfed Xiao Yan.
In this memory, Xiao Yan managed to glean some information. The memory owner seemed to be conducting some unethical research but had hit a bottleneck. He returned to the lab seeking help from his junior brother Wu Liang. But Wu Liang was strongly opposed to the matter and immediately wanted to call the police. Pressured by circumstances, the memory owner ultimately chose to escape. Wait. Why did the middle-aged man wearing a mask look a bit familiar? The treating doctor for Lin Yuqing's grandmother was named Wu Liang, wasn't it? Xiao Yan was filled with excitement, but at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Something terrifying must be hidden behind this. However, as long as he found the Dr. Wu, he could uncover the identity of the memory owner. Before Xiao Yan could react, another memory flashed in his mind. This time, the memory owner seemed to be conducting research in a dimly lit underground laboratory. Soon, a sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw several mysterious figures hiding in black robes. Holding a stick, he struck fiercely at his head. The memory in front of Xiao Yan came to an end once again. It seems this is a case of black being eaten by black. It's likely that some force has their eyes on the research and wants to steal the results? Xiao Yan mumbled to himself as the memory appeared once more. This time, the perspective of the memory owner was very low, seeming to reach only up to the waist of the man standing in front. As the view moved downward, Xiao Yan was astonished to discover the memory's owner had actually transformed into a dog-like spirit beast. The man across from him squatted down and gently petted the memory's owner with some affection. Xiao Yan then saw clearly that this man was extremely handsome, possessing a delicate beauty similar to that of vampires in TV dramas. Moreover, the hand he extended was actually a mechanical prosthetic covered in alien runes. Good dog. Looks like our research was successful? The man began issuing orders to those around him. Next, let's work hard to develop the followers and continue the experiments. The memory abruptly stopped, and Xiao Yan instantly returned to reality, sitting up suddenly and gasping for air. He nervously touched his whole body. Fortunately, none of the parts on him were missing. However, the feeling of transforming into a spirit beast was as if he had experienced it himself, making him feel alarmed just thinking about it.
Xiao Yan? Are you okay?
Facing Lin Yuqing's concerned gaze, Xiao Yan relaxed.
I'm fine. This thing is very eerie.
After infusing spirit energy, I saw the memory of that plague-rotten dog when it was alive.
You might not be able to accept this, it is a product of the combination of humans and spirit beasts. What?
Lin Yuqing's mouth fell open, her eyes filled with shock.
You mean that spirit beast used to be a human? Oh my god.
Suddenly, she felt her worldview was shaken, making it hard for her to accept.
In other words, that vibrant life was once a human. And just now, if Xiao Yan hadn't stopped Taishan, would she have become a murderer?
Alright, you don't need to blame yourself too much.
It seems it was done by some evil organization hidden in Zhanghai City. Moreover, there seems to be a connection between someone and this organization. The person you know, it's your grandmother's attending doctor, Wu Liang. Xiao Yan patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder and called out to the kobold.
Alright, keep this person, he will still be useful when he wakes up.
Don't accidentally let him get eaten. Xiao Yan asked Lin Yuqing for Wu Liang's phone number and dialed directly. Hello? Who is this? Wu Doctor, I'm Xiao Yan, Lin Yuqing's classmate.
I'll add you on WeChat shortly, I want to show you something.
Xiao classmate? Is it that the patient's condition has worsened again? It's not about the patient, but about you.
Wu Liang looked at the image sent by the other party, his pupils shaking greatly.
This was definitely the research result of his senior brother.
This carrier was exactly the high polymer material he designed with his senior brother. Since parting ways 7 years ago, he had not seen him again, as if he had evaporated from the world. In these 7 years, his senior brother's parents, wife, and children all died mysteriously. He waited from morning until dark, from morning to funeral, without ever seeing his senior brother. He once thought his senior brother was already dead. But his unwillingness had become an obsession, stuck in his throat like a fishbone, piercing his heart.
He just wanted an explanation in the beginning.
He hurriedly replied. Send me a location, I'll quickly arrange for an ambulance to pick him up.
Chapter 33, Wu Liang's Secret Base. It seems you won't be able to go home today.
Xiao Yan shrugged and spread his hands toward Lin Yuqing.
Even though it was an unintentional contact, Lin Yuqing was indeed already caught up in this whirlpool. Just letting Lin Yuqing stay home alone. Xiao Yan was truly uneasy. If it's really not possible, just stay at my place tonight, and we'll see what Dr. Wu says, okay? He's on his way right now.
Thanks to the ambulance's flashing lights, the journey was smooth, and they arrived at Lin Yuqing's building in about an hour. A person hurriedly got out of the car, and it was Dr. Wu, wearing a white coat. However, Wu Liang felt something was off for a moment. Xiao Yan inexplicably contacted himself and sent the results of his past project to himself.
How did he know?
Despite the doubts in his heart, it was definitely worth the trip to find his senior.
Where is he?
At that moment, the coal ball hiding in the shadows revealed itself, wrapping the man in its black, translucent liquid and slowly wriggling out. The sight in front of him clearly frightened Dr. Wu. But as they say, researchers have big hearts, he quickly calmed down and recognized the species of the spiritual beast in front of him.
It was a deep earth slime.
This guy named Xiao Yan actually had a deep earth slime. Little brother, Lin classmate, if you have time tonight, hop in the car. Let's talk at my place. I have a feeling that the reason this person attacked you isn't simple.
Following the principle that more friends mean more paths, Xiao Yan nodded.
He turned back to see Lin Yuqing's determined gaze, feeling a mix of helplessness and humor. Since they were both caught up in this, it would be hard to retreat unscathed like nothing happened.
Instead, why not chat with the well-informed Dr. Wu and see what he had to say? With the coal ball around, moving the man wouldn't take much effort.
The coal ball wriggled onto the ambulance and then spat the man out. Inside the ambulance, Wu Liang, Xiao Yan, and Lin Yuqing sat together. Dr. Wu, it seems this nameplate has the number 94 on it, but I don't know what it really means. Xiao Yan handed the doll and the small token he found to Dr. Wu. Wu Liang's expression flashed with a hint of nostalgia when he saw the crystal doll. However, when he took the token, he frowned and examined it carefully but couldn't figure anything out either. He pulled out a strong flashlight from his white coat pocket and shone it on the token. As a result, he actually discovered something. Based on the pattern revealed when this object is illuminated by strong light, it is definitely not a metal from Earth.
Although Xiao Yan didn't understand, Wu Liang soon provided an explanation.
We don't know what this is for, but at least the material is likely from a spatial rift or a secret realm. Just think, if this man is truly number 94 from some organization, then this organization must be closely related to spatial rifts or secret realms. It may even be stationed within these secret realms. And those secret realms must produce this kind of metal. Even though some secret realms have been explored by humans, since the recovery of spiritual energy, new spatial rifts appear every year. Most of the materials contained within them have yet to be discovered and researched. It's normal for them not to recognize this material. This can be kept with me for now, it should be safer here. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a doctor. I've been cultivating for many years and I'm now a golden level warrior. While I may not be invincible in Shanghai City, at least I have the ability to protect myself. That organization has already sent people to attack you tonight. After this failure, they surely won't let it go. Now that you two are not safe, you should stay with me for a while. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Yuqing, they exchanged a smile and nodded together. Looking at the direction the ambulance was driving, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly filled with doubts. The number 94 in front of her definitely could not show himself openly. But this direction was exactly the way to the Third People's Hospital.
Are they taking the man to the hospital? With so many people coming and going in the hospital, is this really okay? However, Xiao Yan was clearly mistaken.
When they arrived at the hospital entrance, the ambulance turned off its siren, and after circling for a while in the parking lot, finally stopped in front of a freight elevator. Dr. Wu pushed the stretcher down, looked around, waved his hand, signaling Xiao Yan to follow.
Dr. Wu, where are we going to push this?
Xiao Yan looked at the elevator in front of her, feeling somewhat curious.
Dr. Wu did not answer directly.
He just smiled mysteriously, took out his work ID, and swiped it at the elevator with a beep.
Ding! The elevator doors opened again.
In front of Xiao Yan and the others was a bottomless corridor. The dark corridor looked like a gaping mouth of an abyss, wanting to swallow the three of them. The only light source was the safety exit sign, emitting a faint green glow. The whole corridor was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the stretcher's wheels squeaking echoing.
Xiao Yan, this place is so scary. Lin Yuqing sniffed the air, feeling uneasy in her heart. The smell of disinfectant was very common in hospitals.
However, perhaps because this place hadn't been ventilated for too long, combined with the musty smell in the air, it seemed a bit overwhelming. She gently followed behind, feeling a bit worried. Where does Dr. Wu want to take them? With the weak light from their phones, they kept moving forward, not knowing how long it took before finally arriving at the end of the corridor. Dr. Wu swiped his work ID in front of the door lock, and after hearing a beep, he twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Xiao Yan raised her phone for light, only to find the door sign boldly wrote Morgan 3 large red characters.
Push it in. This used to be the hospital's morgue.
It has been abandoned for a long time because it is said to be haunted. Only then did Dr. Wu begin to explain, familiar with the surroundings as he walked to the side and turned on the light with a click. The strong white light instantly blinded Xiao Yan and Ling Yuqing, making it hard for them to open their eyes.
They squinted their eyes into slits as they pushed the stretcher with the number 94 man inside.
Dr. Wu somehow found a light silver handcuff. The two rings had a circle of words that Xiao Yan couldn't understand, looking like they were specifically forged to imprison these people. The few of them worked together to lift number 94 and sit him on a metal chair, securing his hands directly to the backrest of the chair with handcuffs. Dr. Wu took a basin of saline solution and splashed it directly onto number 94's face, only then did the man awaken from his unconscious state, gasping heavily.
You! What are you going to do? You're number 94, right?
The man had a look of confusion, seemingly unaware of why Xiao Yan and the others had imprisoned him.
This is illegal detention. Abuse of power. I will report you all. You're being a bit dishonest. You all go out first, some of the methods I use next might not be appropriate. After obtaining information. What are you worrying about?
Xiao Yan spoke with a smile, using this teasing tone to ease Ling Yuqing's worries. After all, everyone has two sides. It was normal for her to be unable to accept Wu Liang's methods for a moment.
It's not that, I just feel this isn't good. Did you notice the scar on that man's face?
Xiao Yan raised his phone, having already checked this person's information through facial recognition on the ambulance. Lin Yuqing leaned in to take a look, and she was shocked to find that the man was a wanted criminal. A wanted criminal, he wiped out his mother-in-law's family over a love issue. Fled for 3 years and hasn't been caught yet? She suddenly realized what she had read, gasping in surprise and covering her mouth.
Evil people always have their own kind of evil. At least, Dr. Wu is on our side now. The Dr. Wu in that memory was still very just. And besides, he usually takes good care of you and Grandma, right? Don't worry too much.
Lin Yuqing nodded, leaning to the side, her mind filled with countless thoughts.
After waiting for about 20 minutes, the door of the morgue finally opened again. All right, he has confessed. Come in, let's talk.
The two entered the room, and the man was already asleep. Whether he fainted from being tortured by Dr. Wu or was injected with anesthetic was unknown. You may not know, this man belongs to an organization called the Celestial Dome Church. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. In the last life, this organization wiped out the Wang family, and even the last bloodline, Wang Tong, sacrificed because of it. As the leader of the entertainment industry in Coastal City, it recruited countless experts and had a private guard team called Shadow Guards. Even so, it could not resist this organization. It was clear that the strength of the Celestial Dome Church was extremely terrifying. If the two of them are targeted, they probably won't have good days ahead.
This organization is said to be able to help members transform spiritual beasts.
As for why they attacked you, it seems he doesn't know the specific reason.
To put it strictly, this number 94 is no different from a mercenary. He is just a marginal figure of the organization.
Xiao Yan felt conflicted for a long time, but ultimately decided to tell Dr. Wu about the memory he saw. The reason for his conflict was that it seemed Wu Liang and his senior brother had a particularly good relationship. If he found out about this, wouldn't he go directly to the Celestial Dome Church to fight?
Dr. Wu, have you seen that crystal doll?
Xiao Yan asked tentatively. Not yet. When the research progress just reached this stage, I had already withdrawn from the research group.
Do you know anything about this? If you do know, please tell me, it's really important to me. Wu Liang's expression grew a bit excited.
Xiao Yan must have discovered something related to himself, otherwise, he wouldn't come looking for him. Xiao Yan sighed and finally spoke slowly. There is a memory within that crystal doll, you can see it by injecting spiritual power.
This memory might be a bit cruel for you. Please, be mentally prepared.
Wu Liang quickly took out the crystal doll and tried to inject spiritual power into it. Sure enough, just like Xiao Yan before, he fainted. When he woke up again, Dr. Wu let out a long sigh, the wrinkles on his face seemed to have increased, and he looked somewhat older. His murky eyes were filled with darkness, his lips trembled slightly as if someone were slowly tightening his heart. Sigh, I should have stopped him. In the end, because of his own research, he has now become a walking corpse under the Celestial Dome Church. Wu Liang sighed deeply, leaning weakened against the chair. He pulled out a cigarette from his inner pocket and cast an inquiring glance at Xiao Yan.
It's all right, you can smoke.
With the agreement, Wu Liang clicked the lighter and brought the cigarette to his lips. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts drifted back to many years ago.
At that time, he had just been accepted into the graduate program at Kyoto Medical University.
As one of the top universities in the country, his life was not easy. From morning to night, he stayed in the lab, researching under his mentor, spending more time with his seniors than with his family.
When research was successful, they cheered loudly, sharing joy with their mentor in the lab.
When research hit a wall, they looked for reasons and shouldered the consequences together. After years of being together, the three of them felt like family. What left him feeling powerless was that his senior had gone down the wrong path, and he was unable to stop it. Now that he received news of his senior's death, he suddenly felt a sense of relief, finally letting go of the tension that had lingered for years. I always knew that conducting research on human subjects would bring retribution. My senior paid the price for his research.
But it cannot be denied that the Qingqing Church is still using his research for evil. Over these years, I don't know how many innocent people have been persecuted.
Suddenly, a spark lit up in Wu Liang's eyes. It seemed he had made a certain resolution.
You all are staying with me for now.
If the Qingqing Church wants to come after you, I will protect you as much as I can. Xiao Yan and the others exchanged glances and could only nod helplessly. Even though Lin Yuqing and Wu Liang didn't know how powerful the Qingqing Church was, Xiao Yan did. The Qingqing Church, which even the Wang family couldn't stop, was not something Wu Liang could handle alone. But as long as they banded together, they were not just soft persimmons for others to squeeze. I have half an hour left in my shift, you two wait here, and I'll come to pick you up in a bit. After the two waited for Dr. Wu to finish work, they checked the handcuffs to ensure number 94 couldn't escape, and the three of them felt relieved to go outside. They finally got into Dr. Wu's car. Recently, they could stay at his large villa. However, what Xiao Yan didn't expect was that Dr. Wu also lived in the Anqin Villa district. Because of the incident with Ling Wutong, he had just visited here with old Li not long ago. So, he actually had a sense of familiarity with this place. But really, can a senior physician afford to buy a place like this? Dr. Wu, your home is in the Anqin Villa district? Dr. Wu smiled humbly and waved his hand. I developed a brand new material, and by selling the patent, I made a bit of money. As the car drove into the yard and turned off the engine, it meant they had arrived at their destination. Dr. Wu opened the car door, came to the front, and pressed his finger to unlock the door. Then he waved his hand, signaling them to come in. No need to change shoes, I'm the only one living here.
Dr. Wu, you live alone in the villa?
Yes, my wife and children are back in Kyoto. Currently, it's just me in Shanghai.
Walking through the entrance, Lin Yuqing was immediately stunned by the scene on the first floor.
Countless instruments were spread throughout the house, and several anatomical charts were hanging on the walls. Beside the TV, there was even a display case with a human bone model.
With all this stuff at home, doesn't he get scared when he needs to go to the bathroom at night?
It's for work reasons.
Don't be scared, I'll put everything away.
Wu Liang noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off and quickly explained, fearing that the two kids would think of him as a twisted psycho.
I'm truly a good person. I'm just a workaholic. You two can find 2 rooms on the 3rd floor.
After all, no one else lives here.
I usually stay on the 2nd floor. If you have any questions, just find me.
After settling Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing, Dr. Wu eagerly returned to his room, switched on the equipment, and began to study the trophies Xiao Yan had brought back that day. Naturally, Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing were not in the same room.
In the wealthy district of Shanghai City, the villa's infrastructure is quite complete.
Almost every room is equipped with independent bathrooms and such.
This is very convenient.
After saying goodnight to Lin Yuqing, Xiao Yan returned to his room, rustling as he changed clothes to prepare for a shower.
At that moment, his phone suddenly dinged with a message. Chapter 35, Undercurrents in Shanghai City.
Buddy, I'm really sorry, I drank too much today. Xiao Yan looked and saw it was Wang Tong, that kid, waking up from his drunkenness and sending him a message.
No worries. Are you home now?
Yes. I ran into my old man when I came back today, and it was a close call, he almost killed me. You have no idea, my martial artist dad hit so hard. At this moment, Wang Tong was lying on his bed, as his rear was swollen from being hit by his old man, making it impossible for him to sit on a chair, and his fingers were tapping away on his phone. As the eldest young master of the Wang family, Wang Tong hardly had any friends his age.
Because the Wang family is just too powerful.
Facing fake flattery all day, Wang Tong had to maintain manners, smiling on the outside while feeling frustrated inside.
It's really tiring.
It's simply because both his grandpa and dad are veterans who have been on the sacred beast battlefield, and they have very strict requirements for his behavior. Only with alcohol to numb himself can he feel some freedom. Of course, getting a spanking from his dad is enough to gain such small happiness.
Not a bad deal at all.
He had just downed a bottle of liquor upon entering, and honestly, it wasn't really to apologize to Qiao Yan. It was just that Wang Zicheng had invited him several times, wanting the Wang family's precious medicinal herbs. But Wang Tang had no intention of selling at all. With the Beastmaster entrance exam and the martial artist entrance exam approaching, Wang Tong didn't want to create more competitors for himself.
Finding an excuse, it was just a reason to escape.
After meeting Xiao Yan today, his attitude towards him felt like that of an old friend he hadn't seen in years.
Even if he didn't have much impression, Wang Tang didn't mind having more good friends.
But because both Xiao Yan and Wang Tang had very similar personalities, they hit it off quite well in their last life. So after chatting for a while, Wang Tang felt very comfortable with Xiao Yan, almost wanting to open his heart out. However, Xiao Yan sent a message that puzzled him.
Tang, have you heard of the organization called the Sky Dome Church? I know, isn't that just an organization modifying spirit beasts?
They approached my dad before to discuss matters, but my dad refused to see them. Then they came looking for me with no signs of giving up.
If my dad doesn't welcome them, can I?
Buddy, I just had them kicked out. Unexpectedly, the Sky Dome Church had stretched its hands so far and was already in talks about cooperation with the Wang family. It seems that the Wang family must have treated them poorly, which led to an extermination disaster. Xiao Yan bit his lip, frowned, and paced back and forth in his room, thinking about how to alert Wang Tang.
After much consideration, Xiao Yan still sent a message. Be careful, these aren't good people, it's better to be cautious. Seeing this message, Wang Tang's spirits lifted.
Wang Tang was also a clever person, and after a moment of thought, he suddenly had some considerations in his mind. But he also felt a bit puzzled. Even if Xiao Yan hadn't reminded him, he had just clearly stated his stance: the Wang family would absolutely not cooperate with the Sky Dome Church.
Why did he bring it up unnecessarily?
Since Xiao Yan reminded him like this, it must mean he knows some insider information. Since he didn't say it directly, either it's inconvenient, or knowing the truth isn't good for him.
Alright buddy, don't worry. Smart people always think a lot. Soon, Wang Tang had a terrifying thought. Is Xiao Yan worried that he might encounter danger? Could the existence of the Celestial Sky Church threaten his safety and even that of the entire Wang family?
Thinking of the Wang family, countless powerful people have been recruited, and even the weakest are at the golden level.
And his grandfather is a first-level king-level martial artist.
The levels of cultivation from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, emperor.
The Celestial Sky Church wants to take action against him?
Wang Tang straightened up, realizing that no matter how cautious he was about his own safety, it was never too much. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, a figure darted in from outside the window.
Young master, what are your orders?
Uncle Lu, investigate the Celestial Sky Church, see if they've made any recent moves. I thought this was just a small insect, but now it seems they're trying to bully us.
Understood, young master. The figure suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in the room.
Wang Tang furrowed his brows, lost in thought, and instinctively sat up.
Ouch. Then his whole body shook violently as if electrocuted, and he fell back onto the bed.
An hour ago, just as Xiao Yan and the others had left, a small team from the Celestial Sky Church arrived here. The leader, a man with glasses, stepped out and crouched down to touch the traces of the earlier battle. At this moment, a woman from the team spoke up first.
Damn. Number 94 is so weak. Can't even catch two little brats. Is this a loss for ourselves? Number 90, just shut up. How much stronger are you?
The man ruthlessly criticized. The few people behind him immediately started discussing among themselves. Number 94 definitely wouldn't disappear for no reason, even that Xiao Yan and Ling Yuqing can't be found.
Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have let him act so impulsively. I don't believe that with the power bestowed by that great one, he could still fail. Captain, what should we do next?
The man clapped his hands, brushing off the dust.
Secretly let our spies keep an eye on the two.
The Beastmaster College entrance exams are coming soon, they are just hiding for now and will eventually come out.
Retreat.
Listening to the reports from below, number 6 was almost furious to the point of fainting.
You mean to say, with the plague corrupted hound, they still couldn't handle 2 students? Then that person directly disappeared, and there's not a single clue now?
Those 2 students are probably just black iron level 2 or 3. But the plague corrupted hound is a black iron level 6 spirit beast. Even if that fusion technique wasn't perfect at first, the combat power of the plague corrupted hound indeed isn't that fierce. But the real gap is right there. What on earth happened during this time? Could it be that someone in the shadows took action? Moreover, these 2 did not return home. This made number 6 feel anxious beyond measure. The bishop was absolutely furious with these 2. Just because of the beast tide caused by them last time, a lot of crystal nucleus reserves in the base were consumed. The plan to carry out a terrorist attack in the city center was postponed, and they decided to move up the plan to attack the Wang family.
Search again. If you can't find them, use your beast spirits to make up the numbers. Be sure to keep your hands clean, for the plan in a few days, absolutely no mistakes can be made. Yes, they needed a grand battle to plunder the resources of the Wang family and to grow the organization. Now the reserves of the base could not meet the increasing consumption of the organization anymore.
The Wang family has its own intelligence organization, and within minutes, they discovered a gathering point of the Celestial Sky Church. After receiving the news, Lu Hong directly slipped into the shadows and hurried to the Sunset Bar. As one of the more famous entertainment venues in Zhonghai City, the Sunset Bar was naturally under the control of the Wang family. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Sky Church had already infiltrated their side.
This made Lu Hong very unhappy. Clearly, the family head had strictly forbidden any connection with the Celestial Sky Church. Did the people under him not understand the words? Chapter 36, When You Stare into the Abyss.
Lu Hong concealed his identity, moving like a shadow through the bar, constantly searching for the influence of the Sky Dome Church. As a guard of the Wang family, along with Lu Hong and a group of orphans, he was raised by the Wang family and remained fiercely loyal. They practiced a special body refinement technique called shadow escape, allowing them to hide their bodies in the shadows. They were also known as shadow guards, working for the Wang family while concealed in darkness. Lu Hong was one of the personal guards of the young master of the Wang family and possessed golden level strength. Earlier, Dr. Wu humbly claimed that he could barely protect himself at golden level, which was an understatement. At golden level, there were few who dared to provoke him.
Moreover, their training in body refinement made them elusive like ghosts.
It is not an exaggeration to say that anyone wanting to harm Wang Teng in Zhonghai City had to seriously consider the retaliation from the shadow guards. Even the young master had grown up under the watchful eyes of Lu Hong, making him a veteran figure among the Wang family's second-generation members. Seeing the family's influence being infiltrated by hostile forces made him feel furious. Soon, he discovered several suspicious individuals in a private room. One of them, a woman who looked like a bar promoter, was excitedly advertising something, speaking with enthusiasm. However, the gazes of the others were not honest, constantly drifting towards two towering mountains and round thighs. Only one man with a green-dyed hairstyle, dressed in leather, listened intently.
Don't underestimate this Sky Dome Church. As long as you pay 100,000 yuan, you can join. Afterward, if you pay the corresponding fees, they can help you transform your spirit beast. This undoubtedly raises our limits. Think about it, how long have our spirit beasts been stuck at a bottleneck? As long as the spirit beast undergoes the appropriate procedure, there's a chance to enhance its bloodline. Are you not tempted? Is that Sky Dome God really that powerful? Give me the contact. I'll go tomorrow.
Lu Hong hid in the corner, listening closely to the conversation among the people in the room. The man with the green hairstyle tidied up his messy hair and excitedly grabbed the woman's shoulders.
He seemed extremely eager to enhance the combat power of spirit beasts.
The woman quietly moved away from the man's grasp, her fiery red lips curling up. Lu Hong took a look around the private room. The only member of the Sky Dome Church here should be that woman. The rest seemed to be friends of the man with the green hairstyle. They exchanged glances, all flushed with excitement, almost ready to jump up. Seeing the atmosphere building, the woman spoke again.
Lu Ren, I know you're anxious. Please fill out the information first. Joining the organization requires approval.
All right. Once you fill it out, bring your ID and go to 78 Shueyuan Street tomorrow to find the shop owner. The code phrase is, Sky Dome God saves the suffering, all beings bow for blessings.
Understood. Lu Ren kept nodding, showering the woman with friendly chatter, eager for her to reveal more insider information. Go on, remember to report my name, Black Spade 2.
The Sky Dome Church had a strict hierarchy. Their combat members were numbered from 21 to 100. Those taking on logistics and promotion duties were numbered with suits from a deck of cards plus 13 cards. Among them, the core members of the church were numbered 1 to 20, usually accompanied by combat members numbered 21 to 100 and logistic and promotional members likewise numbered. They formed their small forces, executing the commands of the church leader Joker.
Alright, let's call it a day for now, I must be leaving.
Black Spade 2 stood up, leaving the private room with her captivating figure under the intense gazes of everyone. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor echoed like beautiful music lingering in the air. Even after stepping out, the few still greedily sniffed the lingering scent of the woman. Some even hurriedly crouched down to where the woman had just sat, taking deep breaths. No one noticed a palm-sized shadow quietly slipping out through the crack of the door. As the hallway was dimly lit, Lu Hang could recklessly follow behind the woman. Black Spade 2, with her full thighs, walked towards the door slowly, but her steps were firm, as if she had a certain goal. Even Lu Hong, following behind her, couldn't help but quicken his pace, directly slipping into the shadow beneath Black Spade 2's feet. Soon they reached a set of stairs, and she boldly stepped outside. Lu Hong happened to look up and was immediately shocked by a scene that made his blood boil.
This was a gaze from the abyss. Lu Hong almost lost his ability to maintain his shadow form.
Fortunately, he had seen many storms over the years and quietly recited a calming mantra, thus managing to calm his excited heart. The woman waved her hand, and a black M-Benz slowly stopped in front of her. To save fuel, the air conditioning was turned off. The air inside the car was a bit stuffy, causing Black Spade 2 to choose cool clothing as soon as she got in.
Lu Hong, hidden under the mat, instantly became uneasy. What was about to happen?
His mantra became less effective as he kept repeating to himself. Lu Hong, how could a grown man like you have such sinful thoughts?
Shameless. Everything is for the mission.
To monitor all suspicious actions, your sacrifices are all worth it. Lu Hong sat in the observation seat, watching the two engage in their peak match, feeling suicidal at that moment. However, soon the two began discussing business.
What is the Archbishop really thinking? Why attack the Wang family so soon? Do we have the strength to contest with the Wang family? Don't be afraid.
The man leaned closer to the woman and whispered. It is said that the Archbishop controls a formation from another world. In this formation, even the strong Wang family head will be suppressed to black iron level. The woman widened her eyes, even her breathing became a bit hurried. Such a game-changing effect was simply unheard of.
Even if we are also suppressed on this side, then we have our newly modified spirit beasts, right? We can have as many of those spirit beasts as we want. This plan must not leak out. Otherwise, we will just wait to be transformed into spirit beasts too.
Black Spade 2 seemed to recall something, her pupils suddenly constricted, her whole body trembling violently, instinctively covering her mouth. After a while, she regained her composure, trembling as she said.
Then what about the shadow guards? The Wang family's shadow guards are not something we can.
Black Spade 2 abruptly froze. She clearly knew about the shadow guard's special abilities. Instantly, she broke into a cold sweat. She finally understood where that feeling of being spied upon had come from. Black Spade 2 turned her head mechanically to look at the man, crystal and tears rolling down her cheeks, her expression dark as if she had lost her soul. With a quivering voice, she said.
Captain, I think I am being followed by a shadow guard.
What? The man's eyes widened, about to speak, but his whole body suddenly shuddered.
Put.
A sticky sound erupted as a bloody hand tore through his chest.
Chapter 37, Taxi Driver?
The man could no longer make a sound, only slowly turning his head to gaze at the shadow behind him. Filled with strong unwillingness, he gradually lost his vitality. After all, he was completely unguarded, and with the Beast Tamer's battle power being zero, he simply had no ability to resist. He was directly killed by Lu Hang. Black Spade 2 was splattered with warm blood on her face. Seeing this scene before her, she instantly felt a chill all over her body, as if she were in a frozen hell. She still couldn't believe it. Just a few minutes ago, she was still in a duo-ranked peak match with the captain. Now, she had already become a corpse. For a moment, her thoughts were in disarray, and she just stood there frozen.
I thought I'd fish for big game with a long line. You two are pretty smart, huh? You guessed me out. Impressive. Lu Hong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But the bloody hand making the gesture was not convincing at all.
There was no hint of praise, and it almost seemed like there was a hint of sarcasm.
What? What exactly do you want to do?
Spades 2 finally reacted, reaching out to open the car door, but the door had already been locked by the captain when she got in. She anxiously kept banging on the window and pulling on the door handle with all her strength. But the car door didn't move at all. And that bloody hand had already gently rested on her shoulder.
Ah!
She shrank back, like a frightened rabbit, trying to pull her whole body away.
Don't kill me. Please. I'll give you anything you want.
Spades 2 panicked. After all, the captain had just died beside her. Seeing no way to escape, she decided to lift her skirt, forcing herself to cover her panicked face, trying to appear more experienced.
You can do whatever you want with me.
After saying that, she grabbed Lu Hang's wrist and pulled it towards her chest.
Lu Hong wasn't fooled.
He immediately shook off her hand and reached out to grab her neck. I want you to absorb me into the Sky Dome Church. The woman looked at Lu Hong, as if she had thought about the consequences of doing so, struggling and shaking her head desperately.
You won't agree? Are you afraid of being transformed into a spirit beast? Well, if you don't agree, you will die right now. Lu Hang's grip tightened, and Spades 2 couldn't speak anymore.
She could only desperately try to pry off the bloody iron clamp around her neck.
Gah! I agree.
Only then did Lu Hong slowly release his hand, allowing the woman to greedily breathe in air. Don't even think about playing tricks, okay? If you try anything, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Spades 2 knew well that she was just a fish on the chopping board, with her fate in someone else's hands. She could only nod in despair. Watersource Street, right? I'll be there tomorrow. Wait for me there.
Lu Hang's body turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the air. Spades 2 slumped helplessly in the passenger seat.
The bishop held the power of life and death over the church members.
If she were to betray the organization, her fate would be far worse than being transformed into a spirit beast. Qiu Yan checked the time. It was already around midnight.
Although he was staying at Dr. Wu's house, he still felt a sense of unease, as if something big was about to happen.
He summoned Ziyue again, grabbed a cushion, and sat cross-legged on the floor to practice breathing techniques with Ziyue. Ding dong. Qiu Yan's phone rang.
He had to force himself to stop his practice, stood up, and picked up the phone on the nightstand.
It was the homeroom teacher at everyone in the class.
Attention all students, those in Zhonghai City, please come back to school tomorrow for a temporary activity to cheer for the college entrance exam.
No absences allowed. Those not in the secret realm should arrive at school by 9 a.m. Please reply after receiving this.
Qiu Yan felt a bit impatient. Everything was fine at school, except that the school leaders were somewhat formalistic and often organized meaningless return-to-school activities. He could only sigh in frustration.
He wasn't currently in the secret realm.
The pass for entering and exiting the secret realm was issued by the school, and all entrances and exits were recorded, so they also had the authority to track students' locations.
Great. Looks like I'm going to waste time again.
Fortunately, the Anshin Villa area wasn't too far from the school, about 10 kilometers or so. At this point, Qiu Yan had no mood to continue his practice. With a heavy heart, he climbed into bed. In Dr. Wu's house, it was indeed a bit safer, and nothing happened throughout the night. Qiu Yan woke up again, and it was already 7:30 in the morning. He rubbed his eyes, got dressed, and went to knock on Lin Yuqing's door. But no one responded for a long time. It suddenly occurred to him that the little girl must have gone to the hospital to take care of her grandmother. Qiu Yan had planned to go back to school with Lin Yuqing, but now that plan was dashed again. He went downstairs and just happened to run into Dr. Wu, who was boxing on the first floor.
Wow! Dr. Wu, you're up quite early. Good morning, Qiu Yan. What can I say? When you get older, you have to move around.
Sitting in the hospital all day, there's no time for exercise.
That's true. Qiu Yan nodded. There's breakfast on the dining table over there.
I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to get up at 5 to make us breakfast, even I am a bit surprised. Wu Liang smiled and pointed to the kitchen nearby. After breakfast, Qiu Yan said goodbye to Dr. Wu and hopped into a taxi heading to Qinyu Beastmaster High School. It was only a 10-minute ride, and Qiu Yan didn't think much of it, leaning back in the rear seat and closing his eyes to rest. However, he kept an eye on his phone, waiting for a notification sound. He had sent a message to Lin Yuqing in the morning and hadn't received any reply yet. After the vehicle had been driving for a while, Qiu Yan sensed something was off. Why does the car keep turning? There might be a few turns on the way to school, but it shouldn't be this frequent. Qiu Yan quietly opened his eyes a crack. The taxi driver was actually stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. He opened his eyes fully, looking at the unfamiliar streets around him, and a chill ran through his heart. Surrounded by dilapidated houses, but his school should be in the city center. Before Qiu Yan could speak, the car turned into an abandoned factory and slowly came to a stop. The driver grinned and got out of the car. The driver seemed to be about 50 or 60, and while he looked friendly, his heart was sinister. Hey! Kid, don't blame me. I'm just doing my job. Don't resist, just die painlessly so I can wrap things up. Qiu Yan let out a cold laugh and summoned the Flame Qilin. The Flame Qilin's fiery red fur stood on end, its eyes fixed tightly on the man in front of it. Chapter 38, A Group of Madmen from the Celestial Church. The man, unlike others, directly introduced himself. Celestial Church, number 85. Now, whenever Qiu Yan heard the words Celestial Church, he felt a headache coming on. It was like flies that just wouldn't go away. Number 85 looked at Qiu Yan with a helpless expression and charged straight at the Flame Qilin. As a bronze-level warrior, facing a black iron-level spirit beast was undoubtedly a crush. The data showed that Qiu Yan's cultivation level was only around black iron level 2 or 3. He really couldn't understand why number 94 couldn't handle things, and he ended up disappearing himself. Flame Blood Blade. A blade shimmering with a cold light suddenly appeared in number 85's hand. Without a doubt, number 85 was a warrior. Although a warrior's cultivation method was different from that of beast masters, they could still possess storage space, just smaller than that of spirit beasts of the same level. Number 85 cut his finger and directly smeared blood onto the blade. Instantly, the blade was stained with a layer of blood-red flames, striking mercilessly toward the Flame Qilin. As the blade fell, it directly split the Flame Qilin in half. You're really out of luck, kid. Number 85 immediately mocked. The Diamond Bloodline Flame Qilin was definitely Qiu Yan's strongest spirit beast. As long as he killed the Flame Qilin, everything else wouldn't be a threat. But then he felt something was not right. Something felt very wrong with the chop. Although the blood-burning blade was indeed a technique that could slice through iron like mud, it shouldn't be completely without any chopping resistance. The long sword, as a type of slender-bladed weapon, actually wasn't suitable for powerful chopping.
Then, number 85 saw a surprising scene.
The flame Qilin he had just killed was actually melting and disappearing on the ground, like ice blocks in summer, not even a single drop of blood left.
Roar!
The flame Qilin launched an attack directly from number 85's direction, its sharp claws tearing through number 85's back defense, taking away a large chunk of flesh.
Xiao Yan couldn't help but sneer repeatedly at the man's plight in front of him. After all, who would have thought that a fire attribute spirit beast could actually have illusion-type skills?
While on the car, Xiao Yan had already activated a skill from the Universal Mysterious Book, 3 Qi Gathering Form, directly fabricating a fake clone.
The real flame Qilin had long been lying in ambush outside. Damn it! Stupid kid, are you trying to play tricks with your grandpa?
Number 85's upper clothes suddenly ripped apart, and Xiao Yan then saw that this man was completely covered with iron plates. The area that the flame Qilin had just clawed was faintly glowing with silver metallic light.
It was simply a complete sham.
Seeing this, Xiao Yan felt a chill in his heart. This Skyvault Church was simply insane, not only modifying spirit beasts but also modifying the bodies of warriors themselves.
Die!
Steam suddenly burst from number 85's elbow, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the flame Qilin. The flame Qilin could only awkwardly roll forward, narrowly dodging this attack. However, since each joint on number 85's body was equipped with a thruster, his next move completely defied normal thought. Without warning, he turned around, gathered spiritual power, and punched the flame Qilin's waist, directly sending it flying until it slammed against the wall, finally stopping and splattering heavy dirt.
Burning Flame C.
Once charged, number 85 had already arrived in front, a blood-red blade raised high.
Boom!
Number 85 took the full brunt of this skill, violently stumbling back several steps.
If it were a normal bronze-level warrior facing this skill directly, they would either be instantly killed or severely scalded.
But Xiao Yan clearly saw a figure slowly walking out from the sea of flames. Did this person not fear the high temperature? Number 85's body hair was all scorched, yet he boldly charged toward the flame Qilin while bearing the burning flame C.
Hee, you must be wondering in your heart? Why can't the flames hurt me at all?
This man seemed to have a lot to say, so Xiao Yan decided to give him some emotional value, hoping to get him to spill some secrets.
Instantly, his expression changed dramatically, a face full of panic, trembling as he said. What? No. Why is this happening? My burning flame C can't hurt you at all. What kind of monster are you?
Xiao Yan's movements were dramatic, yet his expression was very genuine, as if he had truly suffered some major shock.
Sure enough, as expected. The man's mouth curled up, and on his scorched face were 2 rows of pure white teeth, a proud look on his face. This is the alien technology of our Skyvault Church. Before coming here, I had already inscribed high-temperature resistant magic arrays all over my body. Your proud method is nothing more than scratching an itch to me. Prepare to welcome death.
The man gripped the hilt and twirled it in the air, directly slashing at the flame Qilin. Before long, black smoke started rising from his body.
His eyes rolled back, and with a bang, he collapsed onto the ground. Don't stop, keep electrocuting him.
Xiao Yan, with a look of disgust, found a piece of rag, soaked it in water, and threw it onto the man's body, covering his little bird.
It can only be said that Xiao Yan was truly a living devil.
Because water full of impurities could conduct electricity, the man instantly twitched like a bullfrog placed on a table, both legs shaking, and foam quickly bubbled from his mouth. Seeing the man being tortured to the brink of death, Xiao Yan quickly told Ziyue to stop, afraid she might really kill him with electricity.
He made a call to Dr. Wu, asking him to come and take the man away.
Soon, Dr. Wu arrived driving a car, directly cuffed number 85 with special handcuffs, and threw him into the trunk.
Xiao Yan, what the hell did you do? Looks like you've been blacklisted by that Tianqiang church. So many attacks one after another. Let me take you to school. No.
Xiao Yan shook his head and sat directly in the passenger seat.
Go to the hospital.
I feel that Lin Yuqing is in danger. Dr. Wu knew he couldn't delay, immediately opened the door, got in, and stepped on the gas, speeding away. After the two left, under the shade of the tree nearby, a figure suddenly appeared. Looks like young master made quite a mysterious friend. Jin Cheng smacked his lips. Yesterday, young master had Lu Hong investigate the Tianqiang church, and also sent him to stay near Xiao Yan.
It was to secretly protect Xiao Yan's safety. Looks like I'm not needed for protection anymore.
Jin Cheng looked around at the aftermath of the battle, finding some torn pieces of clothing. Then he found a metal token and other scattered items among them. However, black mist quickly spread across his face, and his appearance changed rapidly. He actually became number 85. This shadow guard had directly taken over number 85's identity.
Chapter 39, The Deeply Wronged Wang Zicheng.
On the way, Xiao Yan kept calling Lin Yuqing, but the phone always said no one was answering.
Normally, Lin Yuqing would definitely go to the hospital to watch over her grandma. Even if she was busy and couldn't reply, she wouldn't ignore calls. Dr. Wu drove wildly. On roads with a speed limit of 70, he forced the car to go between 65 and 69. With a tailspin, the car rushed into the parking lot, leaving black tire marks on the ground. The two didn't take the elevator but dashed up the stairs instead. In a rush, they arrived at Lin Yuqing's grandma's ward, only to see the old lady strolling leisurely in the corridor. "Grandma, have you seen Yuqing?" "What?" "I said, have you seen Lin Yuqing?" "No. She didn't come this morning."
The old lady looked confused, wondering why they were looking for her granddaughter through her. "She told me this morning she was going to school, ordered me a hospital nutrition meal, go check at school."
"Goodbye, Grandma." Xiao Yan turned and left, almost bumping into a passing nurse, apologizing repeatedly. Dr. Wu started work at 9, so he wasn't in a hurry. He took Xiao Yan straight to Qinyu Beast Taming High School. Hey, who are you?" "Non-students of this school are not allowed in." The security guard at the school gate stopped Dr. Wu right away. "Xiao Yan, you go in first. If anything happens, contact me anytime. I'll wait at the gate." Xiao Yan nodded and ran toward the teaching building.
His own classroom was on the 3rd floor, while Lin Yuqing's was on the 4th. In the stairwell, he ran into Wang Zicheng and Chen Qingqing again, with several bodyguards and classmates behind them.
Like stars surrounding the moon, they completely blocked the corridor. "Yo, Xiao Yan?" Chen Qingqing spoke without any politeness.
At that moment, Wang Zicheng also turned his head and saw Xiao Yan's anxious face. Wang Zicheng still held a grudge against Xiao Yan for what happened last time. Even though his father said Xiao Yan had a background beyond imagination. He couldn't lay a hand on him, but seeing his anxious face was definitely disgusting. He couldn't believe that the people behind Xiao Yan would make a fuss over such a small matter as blocking their way.
"Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?"
Wang Zicheng had no intention of stepping aside. He crossed his arms and stared at Xiao Yan without moving an inch.
"Get out of my way."
Xiao Yan suppressed the anger building inside him and said coldly.
"Xiao Yan, do you have any manners? Our young master Wang is asking you a question."
A few of his underlings chimed in immediately. Graduation was just around the corner, and they had no real strength, so participating in the Beast Master College entrance exam would at most lead them to a vocational Beast Master Academy. At this moment, besides hugging onto Wang Zicheng's thigh, they basically had no other options. "I'll say it again, move aside."
"Don't make me say it a third time." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Wang Zicheng became even happier inside. Good. He wanted to thoroughly disgust Xiao Yan. The more he disgusted Xiao Yan, the better Wang Zicheng felt. However, Wang Zicheng clearly overestimated his own strength. While he was reveling in how disgusted Xiao Yan was, he felt quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, a rush of air blew right at him. Wang Zicheng's vision blurred, and Xiao Yan's palm struck him. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. "What the hell? He slapped me directly in front of so many people?" His face felt hot, filled with disbelief. "What the heck? You dare hit young Master Wang? You're finished. If you can walk out of here today, it'll be because young Master Wang showed mercy." "Young Master Wang? Can you tolerate this? Hurry and send the bodyguard to deal with him." "Yeah, beat him up." The few underlings burst out in righteous anger.
Wang Zicheng was filled with annoyance at these guys.
All these loudmouths, and yet, they're still hiding behind me? What are you doing just standing there? Go get him. Wang Zicheng turned back angrily and glared at his underlings, simmering with rage. Damn it, not a single useful one among them.
Noticing Wang Zicheng's resentful gaze, the few of them instinctively shrank back.
They had no way out. If Wang Zicheng couldn't handle him, neither could they. Xiao Yan's spirit beast was the top of the grade. "Xiao Yan, can't you just stop trying to hit someone? So pathetic. I'm glad I'm not with you, otherwise, you'd definitely be an abuser."
Chen Qingqing wrapped her arms around Wang Zicheng's and directly fired at Xiao Yan. Looking at these few clowns in front of him, Xiao Yan almost broke into laughter.
Not moving aside, huh? They all like to be hit, don't they?
Xiao Yan raised his hand again, scaring the few in front of him to retreat a couple of steps.
The tall bodyguards behind were all dumbfounded. Without their young master's orders, who dared to move? If they accidentally hit the wrong person, they'd be lucky if they just ended up unemployed.
Xiao Yan stepped forward again, swinging his arm, causing them to back up even further, just enough to create a gap. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to walk past again, Wang Zicheng clearly braced himself, boldly standing right in front of Xiao Yan.
What the heck? Young Master Wang is fearless. A warrior. Being reckless is closer to bravery than cowardice. The few underlings couldn't hold back anymore. They seriously doubted if the young master of the Wang family was missing a screw. Why pick a fight with someone like this? Just got slapped once and now he wants to block him? This is just foolery. Are you sick? What kind of obsession is this? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes at Wang Ziqing, feeling that this person was completely inexplicable. If you want to get through, first you have to pass me. Wang Ziqing's face flushed red as he glared at Xiao Yan. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Xiao Yan pushed Wang Ziqing aside. He didn't even want to hit this fool. What if he enjoyed it? Upon reaching the 4th floor, Xiao Yan remembered that Lin Yuqing had mentioned something to her before. It was the 3rd year class 8. As it approached 9 o'clock, the hallway bustled with people. Looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, Xiao Yan really couldn't find a way. However, he finally spotted the class leader at the door of class 8. He recognized him. It seemed his name was Wu Guoliang. At this moment, Wu Guoliang was surrounded by a group of girls, wearing a fake business smile on his face. With his platinum-level bloodline spirit beast, he had always been among the top 10 in the grade. Sorry, could you let me through? Xiao Yan squeezed in. Wu Guoliang enjoyed the pleasure of being surrounded and praised. As someone suddenly barged in, he was initially annoyed and was about to show his displeasure. But upon seeing it was Xiao Yan, the top student in the grade, his expression instantly changed. Xiao, what are you looking for? Is Lin Yuqing here today? Lin Yuqing? I haven't seen her, it seems she didn't come today. A flicker of displeasure passed through Wu Guoliang's eyes. After being a devoted fan of Lin Yuqing for 2 years, he was given the nice guy card immediately. Since then, every time he heard Lin Yuqing's name, it felt like suffering a psychological trauma, triggering his defenses. Chapter 40, The Frantic Fang Haochen. It shouldn't be. I didn't see her this morning. Xiao Yan muttered to himself. But this sentence was sharply caught by Wu Guoliang. What? Did my goddess live with Xiao Yan? He asked, trembling with excitement. What's your relationship with Lin Yuqing? Huh? Xiao Yan was bewildered. He just came to find Lin Yuqing. What relationship did he have with Wu Guoliang? Just friends. I'm leaving now. Stop. Xiao Yan, who planned to leave directly, was suddenly grabbed by Wu Guoliang and couldn't break free. What are you doing? Let go. If he weren't in a hurry to find Lin Yuqing, Xiao Yan really wanted to set off fireworks at this guy. Why must he act foolish at this time? Why was it so hard to find Lin Yuqing today? First, there was that big asterisk Wang Ziqing, and now there was this brain-dead Wu Guoliang. Did they not check the calendar before leaving this morning? You're lying. What is your relationship with Lin Yuqing? Wu Guoliang was anxious, gripping Xiao Yan's clothes tightly, refusing to let him go. Although Lin Yuqing had clearly given him the nice guy card, he still held onto a sliver of hope since she had never dated anyone for years. Now, that last bit of hope was about to be shattered. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Yuqing would run off with Xiao Yan, this yellow-haired guy. Imagine Yuan Hua's expression here. Dude, are you out of your mind? What's it to you? Hurry up and let go, don't annoy me. Upon hearing Xiao Yan say this, Wu Guoliang became even more convinced of his suspicions. The girls around were dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. They all knew that their class leader had pursued Lin Yuqing before, and now he was blocking Xiao Yan, not letting him go. For a moment, they felt a bit embarrassed. Dead fanboy. You better not say this Wu Guoliang is from 3rd year, class 8. Let him be from his own class. A few girls who previously had some good feelings toward Wu Guoliang looked at him with disdain. They could empathize but definitely couldn't understand. Perhaps this is the saying that goes around on the internet, what you can't obtain in youth will trap you for life? Xiao Yan was nearly driven mad with anger. He originally had no conflict with Wu Guoliang. If he were to punch him or slap him, it wouldn't look good. At this moment, his phone suddenly dinged. Who sent a message? Ignoring Wu Guoliang, Xiao Yan took out his phone and opened WeChat. Seeing the contact wasn't Lin Yuqing, a spark of disappointment flashed in his heart. It was a message from Wang Tang. However, the following message made Xiao Yan's eyes light up. Dude, hurry to Shuiyuan Street. Your little girlfriend was captured by the Sky Church. Our family's guard saw it with his own eyes. Good. My buddy is so damn reliable. If it weren't for the screen between us, Xiao Yan really wants to kiss Wang Tang. What does it mean to be a good brother? Reliable. So reliable. Just because of this heart, I'll cover you this life, buddy. Seeing this, Xiao Yan put away his phone and directly shook off Wu Guoliang's hand. Wu Guoliang lost his balance and fell backward, hitting the ground with a bang. Cough cough, did Lin Yuqing send you a message? Don't go. A big man like Wu Guoliang actually lay on the ground crying without dignity. There were people coming and going in the corridor, it was simply a social death scene. Sorry, you guys handle it, I have urgent business. Xiao Yan rushed off in a hurry, leaving the 8th grade class in confusion. He was just pushed a little, and this Wu Guoliang is going to act like this tomorrow, right? Everyone hurriedly ducked into the classroom, leaving Wu Guoliang alone in the corridor throwing a tantrum. From that day on, a generation of licking dogs masters fell. While running, Xiao Yan sent a message to Dr. Wu, asking him to wait for him at the school gate. Sure enough, he saw that familiar black car at the school gate. Xiao Yan quickly jumped into the passenger seat. Dr. Wu, hurry, 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 go to Shuiyuan Street. Lin Yuqing was caught by the Tianqiong church over there. Hearing this, Dr. Wu became anxious too, slamming on the gas and heading straight for Shuiyuan Street. On the way, Xiao Yan sent a message to Wang Tang. Hey, thanks buddy. No problem, I happen to be at Shuiyuan Street, let's see what's going on. I'm waiting here, you hurry up. They say that girl is not in a good condition. But my people are watching over there, so you don't have to worry too much. If there really is danger, my people will take action. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was sweating with anxiety, and Dr. Wu understood this feeling. He didn't care about the speed limit signs at the intersection, slammed on the gas and pushed the car to 150. With a swift rush, they sped towards Shuiyuan Street. Lin Yuqing was very scared at this moment. Although she had told her grandmother last night that she would return to school today, she was still somewhat worried and intended to visit the hospital before going back to school. Unexpectedly, while taking the elevator in the hospital, a stranger covered her mouth and nose and knocked her out. She didn't even have time to release her spirit beast. When she woke up again, she found herself locked in this dark little room. Moreover, just like room 94 from yesterday, she was locked to a chair. She tried to struggle, but the handcuffs hurt painfully. The room was filled with a faint aroma of Chinese medicine, although it wasn't very pungent, it smelled bitter and was unbearably uncomfortable. Bang! The lights in the room turned on suddenly, and the bright light made Lin Yuqing squint her eyes. When her eyes adjusted, she saw a man's figure walking towards her. Finally caught you. Don't you like hiding? Little mouse? As she recognized the man walking slowly towards her, Lin Yuqing panicked and struggled even harder. MMM. MMMMMM. Since Lin Yuqing's mouth was taped, she couldn't make a sound at all. The man came right in front of Lin Yuqing and reached out his mechanical arm, slowly stroking her cheek. This mechanical arm was exceptionally cold, sending a painful sting through Lin Yuqing. Then, the man swiftly tore off the... Damn it, the beast tide has been triggered. The man's voice suddenly grew louder, nearly roaring it out. This startled Lin Yuqing. She instantly felt an ominous premonition in her heart. A beast tide of such scale indeed affected others. I was just fine in the dark water marsh, but you all led the beast tide over to trouble me. Chapter 41. A true brother, truly reliable. Speak. What on earth do you know? Fang Haochen was infuriated. The number of crystal cores consumed to activate a shield is in the thousands, directly using up a year's quota. How could he not be heartbroken? Just as they were about to carry out a terrorist attack in the city in 2 days, they were interrupted by a beast tide brought on by these two. Fang Haochen seriously suspected that Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing knew something. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I suggest you let me go. If the beast tide really causes you a loss, we can compensate. Lin Yuqing said sincerely, tears of grievance shining in her eyes. After all, this incident started because of them. But to Fang Haochen, these words took on a different meaning. He could no longer control his anger and raised his strong hand to slam down hard on the armrest of the chair. Bang! The iron armrest of the chair was crushed into a piece of iron. Compensate? What the hell can you use to compensate? Do you know how much I've lost? Because of this beast tide, I can only hide outside. At this moment, Lin Yuqing finally realized. It turns out the real reason why she and Xiao Yan were targeted by the Tianqiong church was not because they wanted to capture their spirit beasts for experiments, but because they triggered the beast tide, affecting this church. Since that's the case, Lin Yuqing's feelings of guilt vanished completely. For such a cult, good riddance to their losses. Better yet, may they disappear directly in the beast tide. Forget it, once I catch that guy named Xiao Yan, I'll settle the score with both of you. I guarantee both of you will definitely regret being born in this world. Fang Haochen turned angrily and left, slamming the door hard behind him, creating a loud bang. As the man left, Lin Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. But she was still worried about Xiao Yan, wondering what he was doing right now, and whether he might be caught on his way back to school. Since they were able to notice the two of them, they would certainly investigate Dr. Wu to find that man named number 94. Her own safety was of little concern, the key issue was that innocent Dr. Wu might also be affected. Lin Yuqing's heart once again filled with guilt. Xiao Yan, Dr. Wu, please don't get caught by them. If I cannot leave this place for the rest of my life, Grandma will be entrusted to you both. Grandma was her only family, Lin Yuqing simply couldn't let her go.
Crystal tears quietly traced down her cheeks, silently dropping onto the ground. In her deep sadness, she didn't realize that after Fang Haochen left the room, a shadow followed him out. Screech! The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a piercing noise. Parking the car aside, Dr. Wu and Qiu Yan hurriedly got out. From afar, they saw Wang Tang wearing a large pair of sunglasses today, obscuring half of his face. At this moment, he was squatting by the roadside, smoking a cigarette. With one hand, he was typing on his phone, making rapid clacking sounds. The two of them hastily ran over. Seeing them approach, Wang Tang threw the half-finished cigarette to the ground and stomped on it.
"You're here? Where's Lin Yuqing?"
Qiu Yan panted heavily, asking anxiously. "Don't worry, she's not in life-threatening danger and hasn't suffered much, just locked up."
"Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry in and save her."
Dr. Wu could no longer remain calm. He had long interacted with Lin Yuqing and naturally knew she was a good kid. He could not stand to see Lin Yuqing get hurt.
"Don't worry." Wang Tang shook his phone and lowered his voice. "Waiting for someone.
But thanks to you, otherwise, our family might really be in trouble with the Celestial Dome Church."
"Did you see those people around?"
"Those are all spies from the Celestial Dome Church, so don't alarm them."
Qiu Yan looked around calmly.
There were indeed a few people watching them, seemingly very alert to their sudden appearance.
"In half a minute, we'll go in and rescue the people."
Wang Tang found the blueprints of the place and sent them to Qiu Yan. He also included the distribution of several guards.
Wang Tang sent a few more messages.
"Once you go in, head straight to the room marked A11. We'll take out the guards directly. Ignore any troubles on the way, my people will handle it.
Focus on the rescue."
Wang Tang stood up, shaking his slightly numb legs. He knew the Celestial Dome Church surely had more than one stronghold. But the so-called bishop was hiding here, and Qiu Yan's little girlfriend was too. Or perhaps it was because Lin Yuqing was here that the bishop was as well.
"Time's up, let's go." Wang Tang was the first to step into this rungy traditional Chinese medicine hall.
That's right, this Chinese medicine hall was one of the strongholds of the Celestial Dome Church. Seeing Wang Tang rush in, Qiu Yan and Dr. Wu immediately followed. The shadows behind them also trailed along, entering the shop. As soon as they stepped inside, it seemed just like an ordinary Chinese medicine hall. A middle-aged man at the counter saw the three of them coming in fiercely, thinking of blocking them, but suddenly someone emerged from behind the shadows and knocked him out. Qiu Yan and the others walked straight in, dodging attacks from martial artists or spirit beasts coming from the side. With the shadow guards protecting them, these attacks posed no threat to Qiu Yan and his companions. After a few encounters, the attackers were knocked out by the shadow guards behind them.
But they didn't kill anyone.
After all, they had already notified the Dragon National Guard Bureau, and it was better not to spill blood.
After about 2 minutes of walking, the trio came across a dark tunnel exposed outside. "Oh, what's this about? They are openly inviting us in? They really think they have us figured out? There must be an ambush, you guys wait here.
I'll send a shadow guard to scout the way." Wang Tang was about to give orders when he was pulled by Qiu Yan's sleeve.
"No."
Back in the car, Qiu Yan had already exchanged information with Wang Tang. According to Lu Heng's report, the Celestial Dome Church might have a way to forcibly suppress cultivation levels. Now that the doors were wide open, the Celestial Dome Church might have set this method below. If a golden level shadow guard went in first, it was possible that their power would be suppressed to the black iron level. Even though the physical quality of a golden level martial artist far exceeded that of black iron, the enemy would be in the dark while they were in the light. Once their power was suppressed to the black iron level, shadow escape would be hard to maintain. This martial art had a high threshold, requiring at least a golden level spiritual energy reserve.
"Let me send Cold Ball to scout the way."
Qiu Yan flipped his hand, and Cold Ball appeared by his side.
But to outsiders, it was just a black round ball about a person's height.
This round ball was very strange, almost as if it had a life of its own, constantly wriggling. Qiu Yan planned to let Cold Ball control its body fluids to spread downwards, as this could be considered a part of Cold Ball's body, allowing it to sense the situation below.
Chapter 42, The Mysterious Crystal Door. Bubbling.
Seeing the mysterious spirit beast in front of Qiu Yan, the others felt a bit uneasy. Cold Ball's body fluids began to spread downwards, and within half a minute, these bodily fluids had reached the lowest level. Sure enough, the few people waiting below were fixated on the entrance above, completely unaware of the dark, creeping liquid approaching.
What the hell is this thing?" one person exclaimed. "Oh no! My body is paralyzed." Another shouted. Quickly inform the bishop. Activate the protective formation. They are coming down."
Immediately afterwards, Qiu Yan and the others heard a few shouts coming from the tunnel below, followed by several thuds, as if those people had been taken down. Only then did they turn and call out, slowly walking down the stairs. The lower level was pitch black, with a strange mix of dust and herbal medicine filling the air. Xiao Yan turned on his phone flashlight, illuminating the swirling dust, making his breathing cautious for a moment.
Did this celestial dome church live like rats in such a dark underground? Such a large organization, and they won't even hire a cleaner. Oh my, this.
Wang Tang also covered his mouth and nose, seriously fanning the air in front of him. However, the breeze stirred up even more dust, forcing Wang Tang to hurriedly escape down. Upon reaching the very bottom, Xiao Yan found that the space was not large. It was roughly a small room of about 20 square meters, with several people in black robes lying around, presumably dead. Xiao Yan certainly would not miss the chance to find something useful, so he immediately began rummaging through these people. Normally, important items are kept in beast-controlling spaces or martial artist storage spaces. So, Xiao Yan could only find a scattered few pieces of food, loose cash, and a few crystal cores.
But even so, Xiao Yan was already very satisfied.
Continuing forward according to the map, he was blocked by a door made of purple crystal. The door was embedded with various metals, exuding a luxurious aura while also radiating an invisible pressure that made everyone feel a sense of oppression.
Knock knock knock.
Wang Tang reached out and knocked on the door, creating a dull sound. Then he pushed the door hard, but it didn't budge. Xiao Yan raised his phone to check the map. He wanted to rescue Lin Yuqing, but this was the only way forward. And the blueprint had no markings resembling this door. Thus, this door blocking their path must have appeared just now, and it seemed that brute force wouldn't work in opening it. Xiao Yan lifted his flashlight, carefully examining the crystal door in front of him. This door sealed off the road behind it tightly, even coal balls or shadow guards couldn't squeeze through. Kids, step aside, let me try to break through this door from the side. Dr. Wu stood in front of the two, gathering energy in his fists, ready for a powerful strike.
Red Sky Fist. A full-force strike from a golden-level martial artist was quite terrifying. Bang!
A loud sound erupted, like thunder on a clear day, the wind from the fist swirling, causing Xiao Yan's cloak to flap. However, just as Wu Liang's fist made contact with the crystal door, something unexpected happened. The crystal door, despite its seemingly hard exterior, rippled as if easily neutralizing the attack. It did not budge against the full-force strike of a golden-level martial artist.
Dr. Wu, are you okay? Xiao Yan immediately rushed over, asking with concern on his face.
Dr. Wu exhaled a breath, shook his slightly numb hand, and shook his head.
I'm fine, just a bit numb from the recoil.
But soon, a layer of hazy light began to flicker on the crystal door. The golden-level martial artists present simultaneously felt a wave of pressure. Then they sensed the power within their bodies continually dissipating. The shadow guards behind Wang Tang revealed themselves, and one of the younger women said to Wang Tang in a deep voice, "Young master, that door seems to be the source of our power suppression. We can no longer maintain our shadow state."
Could it be that Wu Liang's punch activated the suppression effect of this door?
But the halo of the crystal door did not fade away. Everyone present, except Xiao Yan and Wang Tang, could feel their power being suppressed.
This is bad. Our power is gradually decreasing. We are about to drop to silver level.
Xiao Yan glanced at everyone and saw their faces pale, their steps unsteady, as if they were becoming weak. The door was like a vacuum cleaner, almost absorbing all of their power. Only when everyone's power dropped to black iron did the light of the crystal door slowly dissipate. Everyone simultaneously felt a force of rules, like being bundled in heavy clothes in winter, feeling uncomfortable all over. And just as the light faded, the crystal door also vanished without a trace. With the gateway open before them, Xiao Yan and the others felt a sense of ominous foreboding rising in their hearts. This crystal door seemed to have a range effect. As long as a few people remained nearby, they would continue to be affected by this suppression.
Lu Hong told me that this is a domain-type magic formation. As long as we are within this formation, the enemy will also be suppressed by its effects. Let's go. Now that we are all black iron level, can we not defeat a mere Sky Dome Church? Wang Tang's words immediately seemed to reignite the downcast spirits of everyone. Exactly.
I, Mu Xian, have trained in martial arts in the Wang family since childhood. Am I worse than this group of filthy bugs? Even if our power is reduced now, I can feel that my strength and muscles and bones are still there. I just can't use martial skills anymore. Since the enemy is using such despicable means, their own power must be low. If it comes to physical strength, I, Xiao Chang, have never been afraid of anyone. In the room, the shadow guards had all revealed themselves, totaling 6 people. Including Xiao Yan, Wang Tang, and Dr. Wu. Among the 9, an astonishing 7 were gold-level warriors, a formidable force and source of confidence for everyone.
Wang Tang clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone knows that last night I sent Lu Hong to investigate the Sky Dome Church, right?
That's how we discovered the conspiracy of the Sky Dome Church.
Here, we must thank this brother Qiuyan.
If it weren't for his warning, my Wang family might have truly fallen into the trap of the Sky Dome Church.
From now on, he will be my sworn brother. In my absence, he can represent me entirely. Yes.
The shadow guards nodded repeatedly, also laying down their guard against Xiaoyan. Wang Tong paused before raising his voice. If anyone wants to strike at my Wang family, they'll have to weigh whether they have the strength for it.
Everyone, do not hold back next.
If you can end it with one strike, do not make a second.
Yes. Chapter 43, Monster.
One could see in the winding corridors, 9 people swiftly darting through them. From time to time, an enemy would jump out of the shadows, only to quickly have their throat slit by a gleaming tang knife. I-11 seems to be off our path. You go save Lin Yuqing first, we will take care of that dog of a bishop.
Wang Tang waved his hand casually, pointing at 2 people. Lu Lin, Xiao Chang, you 2 follow Xiaoyan.
Protect him.
The 2 nodded and moved out from the formation.
For their young master, they had 100% trust and obedience. Even if Wang Tong ordered them to their deaths, they would not hesitate for a moment. This is the loyal warriors, the shadow guards, cultivated by the Wang family from a young age.
Most of them were orphans or had been captured by human traffickers and rescued by the Wang family.
As long as they could find their parents,
they were all sent back by the Wang family.
The ones left behind seemed to become the abandoned ones of the world.
It was the Wang family that adopted them.
It was the Wang family who gave them names, and it was the Wang family who provided them with a place to stay in this chaotic world. So, they were willing to become the sharpest swords under the Wang family.
If their deaths could make the Wang family better, they would not hesitate to die. However, in a medium-sized city like Zhenghai City, no one could threaten them anyway. Let's go.
Xiaoyan called out, memorizing the map on his phone, and took the lead to run off into the distance.
TSK, looks like we don't need to send anyone to catch your little boyfriend. Look, he brought so many people to save you.
Fan Haochen handed a tablet to Lin Yuqing, displaying the monitoring footage of Xiaoyan and the others rushing over. All the way, blood was splattered everywhere. The blood of the warriors, the blood of the spirit beasts gathered together, flowing down the sewer. Lin Yuqing saw several gruesome wounds appear on Xiaoyan's body, and her heart filled with anxiety. After all, Xiaoyan clearly risked his life for her. If Xiaoyan also fell here, who would take care of her grandmother? But while looking at the entire page of monitoring, Lin Yuqing saw one particular surveillance feed. It was a small room, seemingly deeper than the current level 1. There was a hole in the ceiling, and the blood that had flowed down from level 1 dripped in small streams, landing perfectly into a huge container. Vaguely, she could see that there seemed to be a humanoid monster hiding in that container, and the blood kept increasing, almost soaking the monster. What are you collecting their blood for? Lin Yuqing suddenly felt something was wrong, sensing a hint of conspiracy in the air. Oh? Your eyes are quite sharp.
To be honest, everyone here tonight will die.
Of course, you will definitely die too.
Fan Haochen looked at Lin Yuqing with a proud expression, his eyes full of arrogance. Do you think you have Xiaoyan and the others all figured out? Why are you so confident?
Lin Yuqing frowned, watching the footage on the monitoring screen, clearly seeing that Xiaoyan's side had the upper hand. Even though people from the Celestial Sky Church and spirit beasts kept emerging from the shadows, they all met their fate at the hands of Xiaoyan and the others.
Where does he get his confidence from? Could that monster in the room be his trump card?
Lin Yuqing felt a sense of unease and couldn't help but start to worry.
Fan Haochen retrieved the tablet and switched the small room's monitoring to the big screen.
Inside the small room, there was a humanoid monster wrapped in flesh and blood. This monster had limbs like a human, but it was definitely not human, resembling a conglomerate of red blood and flesh. The skin that came into contact with the blood pulsated like gills, starting to absorb the blood like a sponge. Slowly, tiny scales began to appear on its body, as if awakened by the blood, starting to stretch its limbs. Because he was also in this domain, Lu Han was similarly suppressed in his realm. He certainly knew his young master was fighting fiercely outside. But his task was merely to lurk here. Even though the battle was intense, he could not help Wang Tang.
Right now, the priority is to find the bishop again.
Originally, he had transformed into a shadow, stealthily following behind the bishop, making it easier to monitor him. But due to being suppressed in his powers, he was forced to return to cover and regain his human form. When he peeked out again, the bishop had actually vanished. Because he was no longer in the shadow state, his situation suddenly became awkward.
In the enemy's territory, yet he couldn't leave anywhere.
Once he exposed himself, it would surely provoke the Celestial Church to attack. Helpless, he could only hide his figure as much as possible, cautiously searching the surroundings. He certainly knew that the bishop was most likely in room A11, but every 10 seconds on this path, a team from the Celestial Church would patrol. This left Lu Han with no chance at all. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt the ground beneath him shake.
No. This wasn't an illusion. There had to be something below him. He could vaguely hear the roar coming from beneath. At this moment, he felt anxious and desperate. Even knowing that a terrifying creature was awakening below him, he had discovered just 5 minutes ago that all communication devices had malfunctioned. The inability to send messages meant that even if they fell into fierce battles afterwards, they could not transmit information. Xiao Yan was still rushing toward room A11. However, the closer he got to A11, the more guards there were protecting it. This made Xiao Yan suspect that someone else seemed to be there. Would it take so many forces to protect just one Lin Yuqing? Suddenly, everyone heard a roar coming from below. This sound was neither human nor like the cry of a spiritual beast. Before Xiao Yan could react, the floor beneath them instantly shattered. If it weren't for Lu Lin's quick reflexes pulling Xiao Yan away, he would have surely fallen. The floor broke apart, gradually forming a large hole with a radius of 10 meters, and several people looked down into the abyss. Then, they saw a truly terrifying sight. A humanoid monster was staring up at them. This monster had no facial features, and of course, no eyes, but its gaze upwards was so eerie. This made everyone tremble in fright. What kind of monster is this? Lu Lin stammered, fear evident in his voice. Even after living in the Wang family for 20 or 30 years, and completing countless missions, he couldn't help but feel panic at the sight. Because the existence of that thing completely defied logic, it seemed like it shouldn't even exist in this world. Chapter 44, The Might of the Blood Demon. Roar. The monster below simply raised its head, like a final boss in an RPG game, exuding overwhelming pressure. Seeing the surveillance footage, Fang Haochen was instantly filled with ecstasy. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is the blood demon. This is the demon from the Celestial clan. Quick! Don't we have a teleportation array? The blood demon has awakened, hurry and retreat. If we delay any longer, the blood demon will devour everything here. Fang Haochen directed his subordinates to channel spiritual energy into a nearby array. Too slow. All of you, go over. Indeed, with more people, efficiency increased multiple times, and soon the array displayed a shimmering glow. Go! Fang Haochen waved his hand, and number 2 and the others followed him into the teleportation array, vanishing in a few breaths. The entire room was left with only Lin Yuqing bound to an iron chair. Fang Haochen had no kindness to take Lin Yuqing along. Those who escaped with him were undoubtedly his trusted aides, and bringing one more person would require more crystal cores. The blood demon was a catastrophe for the Celestial clan. Years ago, it had taken countless troops and powerful beings from the Celestial clan to barely seal the blood demon. Even the copy of that blood demon on Blue Star was enough to cause headaches. He had originally planned to torment the two, but that plan had to be abandoned. Instantly, Fang Haochen and his group were transported to a secret realm. This world was chaotic and boundless, with thunder constantly cracking through the sky, and strong winds swirling the sand, making everyone squint their eyes. Even after escaping danger, Fang Haochen felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Originally, he wanted to awaken the blood demon in the bustling area of Zhenghai City. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan and the Wang family came over together, which forced him to awaken the blood demon ahead of time. Damn it! What kind of situation is this? It's simply terrible luck. But he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least most of the Wang family's shadow guards were present. Although awakening the blood demon came at a great cost, it wasn't an absolute loss. The plan to join forces with other powers to eat away at the Wang family could still be carried out. Xiao Yan looked at the flesh and blood body below and suddenly felt an increase in pressure. One of the followers from the Celestial sect thought about taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while everyone was focusing on the blood demon, but just as he quietly took the first step, the blood demon noticed him. Puff! A tentacle split from its body and pierced through that follower in an instant, then continuously drew blood like a straw. The poor follower screamed in agony, and in no time lost all vitality. His whole body became like a dry corpse freshly unearthed. Everyone witnessing this scene was horrified. One shadow guard staggered and unconsciously took a half step forward, immediately coming under attack. Relying on his long years of martial arts training, he awkwardly dodged this attack with a backbend, just as he breathed a sigh of relief. An accident occurred. That blood demon actually split off 2 more tentacles and lunged at the shadow guard. This time, the shadow guard swung his long knife, managing to fend off one tentacle with a clang that sounded like metal clashing against metal. But then, another tentacle came, piercing the shadow guard completely. Xiao Yan's throat surged slightly. He suddenly remembered a report from his previous life. There had been a terrorist attack in the city center, with over 3,000 deaths, no blood at the scene, but almost all died from their blood being drained. The Dragon Kingdom mobilized all local police forces to no avail, and it was only resolved by a special incident handling team. And that report existed for only 10 minutes before it was deleted. Could this monster before him be the culprit of that attack? Now this is a problem. Just the few of them, they weren't enough to satisfy that monster's appetite. Wang Tang looked around but still couldn't find the bishop's room. With no results from the search, he decided to regroup with Qiu Yan first. He could only follow the map to A11, standing across from the corridor where Qiu Yan was located. Don't move. Seeing the newcomer, Qiu Yan hurriedly reminded him. Wang Tang looked at Qiu Yan in confusion, as if puzzled by the sudden warning. But it was too late. Suddenly, a scarlet tentacle shot out from the large hole in the center of the corridor, heading straight for Wang Tang's heart. Young master, danger! A shadow guard jumped out from the side, directly blocking in front of Wang Tang. Puff! That tentacle effortlessly pierced into the body of that shadow guard, starting to drain blood again. This scene frightened Wang Tang to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He wanted to support the shadow guard in front of him, but then remembered Qiu Yan's thunderous shout. Don't move! Wang Tang watched the shadow guard die before him, panic rising within him, but he couldn't do anything. What the hell is this thing? He shifted his gaze and saw the blood demon below. At this moment, the blood demon had drained the blood of 3 more people, and its whole shape seemed to have grown larger by a few degrees. It sprouted visible tiny scales all over its body, looking like a lizard man. Qiu Yan also realized the hunting pattern of this monster. This monster had no eyesight, it could only sense objects that were in motion. As long as a few people don't move, there is no life-threatening danger for now. But this is not a long-term solution, it's bearable for a few hours. But what about days? Years? Do we really have to stay here until we die? Thinking of this, Qiu Yan decided to take a risk. This monster likes to swallow blood, right? It attacks moving things? Coal ball. Go eat it all. Upon receiving the order, the coal ball slowly crawled towards the monster. Although the coal ball was moving, that monster showed no reaction at all. This made Qiu Yan realize that the monster cannot sense flowing liquid either. At this moment, even when the coal ball crawled to its feet, starting to grab the blood that should belong to it, it still stood there like a wooden statue. Boom! The coal ball accidentally bumped into a piece of rubble, and the monster immediately swung a tentacle, smashing that fist-sized rock into dust. Only when the coal ball crawled onto the monster's body did it sense something. A tentacle split off and began to absorb the coal ball. In just a few seconds, the coal ball, which was originally the size of a small car, rapidly shrank down to the size of a table. But the coal ball refused to be outdone. Like to suck? It also crazily absorbed the blood pool below, similarly secreting body fluid in a frenzy. Finally, the monster noticed something was wrong. Its flailing tentacles suddenly stopped, followed by violent shudders. It was as if it had eaten something it shouldn't have, and then it collapsed on the ground. The few people around were filled with joy, and then they noticed that the monster's own crimson body began to seep black liquid. This was clearly the coal ball's body fluid consuming it from the inside. The Slime King from the Earth's core is indeed powerful. Chapter 45, Damn, it exploded. Just when the few people breathed a sigh of relief, the blood demon seemed to be in extreme pain, constantly splitting off black and red tentacles that flailed about in the room. Any obstacles would be crushed to dust by these tentacles. For a moment, it was like the earth was shaking. Not good, it's gone insane. The few people were already in the basement. If they allowed this monster to continue its destruction, they would surely be buried alive. The entire basement shook, and pieces of rock kept falling. Looking at the monster, it seemed to be attacking everything around indiscriminately. Qiu Yan tried to move a couple of steps. Sure enough, the tentacles did not come for him. Wang Tong. Behind you is A11, go find Lin Yuqing, then get out from the other side. He shouted across, while summoning the Fire Qilin and Purple Moon to smash the falling boulders. Seeing this, Wang Tang rolled to dodge the falling rocks. He reached the door, raised his hand to gather energy, and smashed the door lock, then directly dove inside. Next, he immediately saw Lin Yuqing tied to a chair. Are you okay? Did you see anyone else? Lin Yuqing recognized Wang Tang immediately. Wasn't he Qiu Yan's old classmate? Could it be that Qiu Yan called all his friends over? For a moment, Lin Yuqing felt a bit guilty. It was because of coming to save her that he had troubled others so much. Wang Tang swiftly broke the handcuffs. The handcuffs mainly restricted Lin Yuqing's own ability, and she definitely couldn't break free herself, but Wang Tang could easily smash them. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Lin Yuqing pulled her hands free and shook her head. No, that bishop and the others left through that teleportation portal. They awakened a monster soaked in blood. You all have to be careful. It's fine, that monster is going crazy outside. Qiu Yan is outside too, we need to hurry and get out. As the two stepped out, just about to run, the black and red tentacles wildly struck towards them again. Clang! Lu Hong appeared from the side, extending his long knife to block the attack. However, due to the tremendous impact, he was sent flying and crashed into the wall nearby. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Wang Teng quickly darted in front of him, propping up Lu Heng's arm and lifting him onto his own back. At that moment, a supporting wall was about to collapse on the two, coming down directly on top of them. Iron Mountain, rock barrier. Lin Yuqing shouted, and Iron Mountain appeared beside her. Immediately, a stone panel appeared above Wang Teng, protecting him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it fell, there would be no need to find a grave. With no time to thank her, he gave Qiu Yan a glance and dashed toward the exit. Fortunately, with the shadow guards and Iron Mountain providing cover, relying on the memory of the way they came, they finally reached the basement door again. Seeing that Qiu Yan and the others hadn't come out yet, Lin Yuqing was suddenly anxious to turn around and go back in to look for them, but she was stopped by the Dragon Country police who came to support. "Little girl, you should not go in, we'll handle it." The voice came from a man around 40, standing about 1.9 meters tall, much taller than Wang Tang. His name was Lei Ting, the captain of the Dragon Country Special Incident Handling Team Dragon Scale. Standing there, Lei Ting blocked Lin Yuqing like a wall. "Uncle, hurry. Go rescue them. There are still 4 people inside." Hearing this, 4 more officers from the Dragon Country police came down, nodded at Lin Yuqing, and followed Lei Ting into the basement. With a flash of light, steel armor appeared on them, and the debris falling around them didn't even leave a scratch. On Qiu Yan's side, he was barely holding on. The monster seemed to have gone completely mad, attacking anything within its range. The key point was that Coal Ball had fallen unconscious. Probably from consuming too much of the monster's blood or from the aftermath of secreting a large amount of bodily fluids. This was quite deadly. Since Coal Ball couldn't return for the time being, using lightning arrows could also accidentally harm Coal Ball. Would they really let the Fire Qilin burn this place down? With the ceiling collapsed, the space where Qiu Yan was standing was getting smaller and smaller. If he used the sea of burning flames now, he might end up burning himself to death before he could kill the monster. But damn it, Coal Ball can't come back. Qiu Yan. We can't hold on any longer. If it really doesn't work, let's leave first. Dr. Wu spoke from the side. After holding on for so long, their strength had already fallen behind. Being weakened by pressure made them feel as if they were a fat person suddenly having half their stomach removed. Even if they could still absorb the spiritual energy from the air, it just couldn't satisfy their body's energy needs. "You guys go first. As soon as Coal Ball wakes up, I'll leave. You two, hurry up and get out. Don't worry about me. Qiu Yan, don't worry about your spirit beast. Run." Dr. Wu directly pulled Qiu Yan's arm, trying to drag him towards the exit. But just then, a huge rock fell directly down. With no choice, Dr. Wu had to let go of Qiu Yan, pushing him aside while tumbling back himself. Boom! The giant rock completely separated the two, and with his suppressed strength, Dr. Wu couldn't move the rock at all. "You wait there. Take care of yourself. I'll go outside to find someone to save you." Even Dr. Wu felt a bit helpless in that moment, retreating with the 2 shadow guards from the room. As soon as the 3 retreated from the corridor, the last path at the entrance of A11 was completely blocked. At this moment, only Qiu Yan was left alone. That monster was rolling on the ground, causing Qiu Yan to also enter the attack range. "Damn it, don't force me. Flame fire see?" The Fire Qilin opened its mouth wide and shot a thick pillar of fire directly at the blood demon. Since the Coal Ball's bodily fluids were fire resistant, there was no need to worry about friendly fire. At this moment, Qiu Yan was obviously pushed to his limits. "Damn it, just explode it. Since it likes to suck blood, let's heat it up." The pillar of fire hit the blood demon directly, and at that moment, waves of heat filled the air. Soon, a foul smell of burning protein began to spread. Even Qiu Yan couldn't help but cover his nose. In an instant, the temperature in the entire space skyrocketed. One could see that the fire pillar shot by the Fire Qilin was so strong that it melted the heat-resistant polymer floor beneath the blood demon. However, when the flames subsided, the blood demon still did not die. Chapter 46, Dad said, use magic to defeat magic. Damn it, not dead yet? Is it famous now? Qiu Yan cursed in his heart and kept calling for the Coal Ball through the beast taming contract. But every command he issued seemed as if it sank into the sea, with no response at all. Classmate. This is not a place to sleep. The Coal Ball seemed to be asleep, completely motionless. The blood demon clambered up from the ground, looking extremely ragged. Not only was its body charred black, but one of its original arms was also broken. Roar! Seeing the monster look dazed and foolish, the Fire Qilin tensed its muscles, ready to charge at any moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Qiu Yan directly flipped onto the back of the Fire Qilin. Charge! The purple moon twisted its serpentine body, slowly following behind. The 2 beasts charged straight at the blood demon. Just as they were about to get close to the blood demon, it suddenly went wild again, all its tentacles lunging toward Qiu Yan. Rapid, flame wing.
The Flame Qilin's speed suddenly increased, darting forward to dodge the tentacles.
Those tentacles slammed into the ground with a loud bang.
Then, enormous fiery wings began to appear behind the Flame Qilin, moving rhythmically. Although the wings couldn't lift the Flame Qilin into the air, they significantly lightened its weight. This also allowed the Flame Qilin's forward speed to increase. In an instant, they approached within 10 meters of the Blood Demon and the Coal Ball. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and the Coal Ball instantly transformed into a beam of light, safely returning to the beast's taming space. There was no choice. Xiao Yan actually did not want to take such risks. But the only way to retract it was to be within 10 meters of the spirit beast. To get back the Coal Ball, he nearly got pierced into a sieve by the Blood Demon's tentacles. As the Flame Qilin brushed past the Blood Demon, the overwhelming tentacles closely followed behind.
Purple Moon, dash, Thunder Tooth.
The Purple Moon activated the skill, dash, directly.
In the blink of an eye, it was close to the Blood Demon, then opened its mouth wide to bite down.
One could see that tiny thunder was entangled around its fangs.
Sizzle.
The sharp snake fangs penetrated the Blood Demon's skin directly. A powerful current surged through the Blood Demon's entire body, causing its tentacles to droop down, slamming heavily on the ground and kicking up clouds of dust.
But after all, this was just an explosive skill.
After being paralyzed, the Blood Demon quickly regained its senses, swinging its other intact arm violently at the Purple Moon, sending it flying. Even a Fong was broken, with the remaining piece deeply embedded in the Blood Demon's body.
Xiao Yan couldn't help but gasp in shock.
He knew that the monster in front of him had been weakened by the Coal Ball. Although it had become so crazy because of that. But if this monster still maintained its sanity, then perhaps Wang Tang and the others had no chance of rescuing Lin Yuqing at all. First, it was hit hard by the Fire Qilin, and then it took a blow from the Thunder Tooth. After all this, it still had such powerful abilities. This made Xiao Yan doubt what kind of organization the Sky Dome Church really was. At first, he thought it was just a group of people with malicious intentions toward society, ready to launch attacks and retaliate against the world. It wasn't until today that Xiao Yan realized how extraordinary this organization was. The monster in front of him seemed very unreasonable. He had no idea how the Sky Dome Church had researched this. If they could mass-produce such terrifying monsters, it would be a huge threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, this thing had thick blood, high defense, and, crucially, it could absorb blood to become stronger. And now, the Blood Demon would strike again, controlling its tentacles to stab at Xiao Yan once more. This time, no matter how the Fire Qilin twisted and dodged, the tentacles closely followed. Seeing no way to retreat, Xiao Yan gathered his resolve and ordered the Fire Qilin to change direction, launching one final assault on the Blood Demon. At this moment, news came from the Beast Master space.
The Coal Ball had awakened. And it had evolved.
It seemed that the Coal Ball and that monster shared similar characteristics and abilities.
When the Coal Ball swallowed the monster's blood, it underwent some amazing changes.
For instance, it could also split powerful tentacles to attack enemies like the Blood Demon did.
This was great news.
The Coal Ball's original attack method was only sneak attacks, injecting toxins into opponents.
Now it finally had the ability for direct combat.
In a flash of light, the Coal Ball appeared beside him. Facing the incoming tentacles, the Coal Ball also split its own tentacles and collided head-on.
Boom!
At the moment of contact, a huge sound erupted, as if it would shatter Xiao Yan's eardrums. It was clear that the Coal Ball had gained the upper hand. After all, our Coal Ball was at the silver level, and even though it was contracted to Xiao Yan, its power was somewhat suppressed. However, because the Blood Demon had long been deprived of blood, it began to weaken increasingly. This was easy to understand. The Blood Demon gained strength by absorbing others' blood. Like a big truck, its power was different with or without a load of steel coils. If supplied with enough blood, the Blood Demon would absolutely become a disaster. But now, the Blood Demon was like a malnourished creature, and even the Coal Ball could easily handle it. Coal Ball, suck it dry.
Xiao Yan understood that to defeat magic with magic was essential.
The Coal Ball would absorb the Blood Demon's blood, allowing it to evolve.
The Blood Demon absorbing the Coal Ball's fluids would be poisoned and its fighting ability affected.
You could say it was as if someone who normally ate rice suddenly got tree bark in their mouth.
How could it not weaken?
As the Coal Ball grew stronger, the Blood Demon began to tremble in defeat.
Seeing the Blood Demon almost unable to resist, the Coal Ball seized the opportunity and pulled it into its body.
Even if the Blood Demon struggled, as its blood gradually diminished, it slowly met its end. Finally, Xiao Yan sat down against the nearby rubble that had blocked him. This morning was so thrilling, even Xiao Yan felt a bit overwhelmed. Having exercised vigorously in this stuffy place, he felt dizzy and disoriented. The Coal Ball moved over slowly. Although the Coal Ball now had the Blood Demon's abilities. If we forcefully break open the passage, it might cause another collapse. Xiao Yan opened the Beastmaster space, bringing back Ziyue, leaving only the coal ball and the flaming Qilin to protect his safety. He thought he would just rest for a moment, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep directly. He only vaguely felt a ray of light shining on his cheek. Then hurried footsteps sounded beside him.
Looks like this is the child left here. Seems he's not dead, just fainted. Check around to see where that monster called Blood Demon went.
A beautiful woman, cold as ice, stepped forward, examining the traces around.
The final conclusion drawn was that Xiao Yan had already eliminated that monster. Chapter 47, I Hate Rich People. TSK, a course line from the earth? Flaming Qilin? Just one of these beasts is enough to drive the outside world crazy. What kind of background does this kid have?
Sui Yu, check him out later, he looks like a high school student. With talent like this, if there's a chance, we should directly recruit him into our group Dragon Scale.
Thunder looked at the sleeping Xiao Yan and immediately ordered his team to carry him.
It was not until several people exited the underground passage that Xiao Yan finally woke up sluggishly. Perhaps it was the aftereffects of using tri-elemental shape, he felt particularly sleepy these days.
Xiao Yan, how are you? Where's that monster?
Lin Yuqing ran over directly, looking at Xiao Yan with a worried expression. Her small hands fumbled around Xiao Yan, and upon seeing he wasn't hurt, she let out a long sigh of relief. Little girl, don't be afraid, although he has some wounds, they are not fatal. We already helped treat him before coming out. In fact, before we arrived, he had already defeated that monster.
We just rescued him.
The speaker was a female team member named Sui Yu, her voice was cold but her gentle undertone could not be hidden. However, this statement obviously caused an uproar. Everyone present looked at Xiao Yan, not expecting this young man to have single-handedly dealt with the monster.
Incredible. Thank you for rescuing him, otherwise I really don't know what I would do.
It was clearly them who came to save me, but unexpectedly. Lin Yuqing's eyes turned red, unable to hold back her inner grievances and guilt, tears streaming down one after another. Xiao Yan truly couldn't stand seeing Lin Yuqing sad, so he directly flipped down from that guy's back, giving the impression of being full of life. It's okay, today we managed to destroy a stronghold of the Heavenly Dome Church, that counts as eliminating a threat for the people.
What's there to be sad about?
Xiao Yan's hands were wrapped like a cartoon character, and at this moment, he patted Lin Yuqing on the shoulder, looking extremely amusing.
Put.
Lin Yuqing saw this and burst into laughter even while crying, angrily giving Xiao Yan a playful hit. Directly making Xiao Yan grit his teeth in pain. It's all good, so how about this, later I'll give you the contact information of the police over there, you can go and help take a statement when you have time.
Forget it, just add me on WeChat, that works too.
Thunder directly opened the QR code, and Xiao Yan took out his phone only to discover that it had somehow shattered into 2 pieces.
He could only smile awkwardly at Captain Thunder and report his phone number.
Xiao Yan looked around and found that there were quite a few injured shadow guards nearby. Even the female shadow guard who had been with him, named Lu Lin, was sitting on the ground, hugging her little legs with a look of enduring pain. At this time, Wang Tang came over after arranging his own shadow guards.
Bro, you are awesome.
I thought you had perished in there since you didn't come out for so long.
Don't say that.
Lin Yuqing frowned and gave Wang Tang a light slap on the shoulder.
Oh wow, it's starting to get protective already.
I heard from Brother Qiu that you two are not together yet. Wang Tang looked at Xiao Yan with a bad smile, his face full of teasing expressions. Lin Yuqing's small face turned as red as a ripe peach, quickly flushing with color.
Alright.
Xiao Yan couldn't bear to see Lin Yuqing being teased by someone like Wang Tang, so he spoke up to change the subject. You all have worked hard today, so take your shadow guard home to rest. My buddy is just going to buy a phone and head home, really exhausted. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang did not linger, nodded at Xiao Yan, waved his hand, and several cars drove in, taking everyone away. Before getting in the car, he meaningfully glanced at Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing, raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and chuckled before closing the car door.
Xiao Yan, can you walk by yourself? Do you want me to support you? No. I want support. Oh no, I can't walk.
Seeing Xiao Yan's slippery behavior, Lin Yuqing rolled her eyes at him, but still pursed her lips and wrapped her arm around Xiao Yan's. Feeling the warm touch and fresh scent, Xiao Yan suddenly felt his waist no longer hurt and his legs no longer ached.
Oh Dr. Lin, you are truly a miraculous healer.
Once in the taxi, Xiao Yan had learned his lesson, although sitting in the back seat with Lin Yuqing. He had no time to indulge in this tender moment, his eyes constantly darting to the driver. Fortunately, there were no incidents on the way, and the two safely arrived at the largest commercial area in the city, the Silver Plaza.
Wu Guoliang was really depressed today.
He thought it was a rare chance to go back to school and show off in front of his classmates. Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard the news that his goddess Lin Yuqing was in a relationship, and he felt like the sky was falling. In an instant, his emotions were shattered, and he couldn't control himself, losing face in front of all his senior classmates. So he had no face to go on stage to speak as an outstanding graduate. He had to voluntarily withdraw from the outstanding graduate election. His family was only a small bourgeois household, and being an outstanding graduate came with a direct reward of 300,000 yuan. When he returned home, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Stepping back only made him feel worse, and as a result, he accidentally smashed his phone to pieces. There was no choice. If one day the goddess got tired of Qiu Yan, it was not impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. To avoid missing any news about the goddess, he immediately decided to go to Silver Plaza to pick the best and fastest phone. Not for anything else, just to respond to the goddess's messages. When he arrived at the phone store with a pocket full of cash, he was shocked by a scene that left him speechless. His goddess Lin Yaqing was holding onto Qiu Yan's arm. The two were chatting and laughing, looking exceptionally intimate, choosing phones at the counter. Wu Guoliang couldn't hold back anymore. He actually could accept the goddess being with someone else, as long as he didn't see it himself. But now the two were standing right in front of him, making his tears burst forth in an instant. Were they going to buy the latest phone for the goddess? No. I hate rich people. Qiu Yan, after you buy the phone, make sure to send her home, okay? Even so, he had already made up his mind, and decisively strode toward the two. However, he accidentally tripped over his left foot with his right foot and lost his balance. Grabbing at the air, he directly hugged Qiu Yan from behind. What the heck? Qiu Yan almost yelled in surprise. He was happily chatting with Lin Yaqing when suddenly someone hugged him from behind. Who could stand that? Turning around, he realized it was that foolish Wu Guoliang. What the heck? Can you not make a move on me in public? Unexpectedly, Wu Guoliang remained calm and didn't even look at Qiu Yan, gazing deeply at Lin Yaqing instead. This gaze made Qiu Yan's heart feel uneasy. Yuqing. I withdraw, and this withdrawal will be for a lifetime. Upon hearing this commotion, a bad feeling flashed in Qiu Yan's heart. Some bystanders gradually gathered around him. Wu Guoliang paused, then slowly knelt on one knee, tears brimming in his eyes. My first crime, meeting you; my second crime, knowing you; my third crime, being with you; my fourth crime, being happy with you; my fifth crime, thinking of you; my sixth crime, caring for you; my seventh crime, protecting you; my eighth crime, guarding you; my ninth crime, loving you; my 10th crime, adoring you. After finishing, Wu Guoliang wiped his tears and ran off, crying. It took him quite a while to escape the crowd due to their blockade. Only 2 people were left, looking dazed. What is this idiot doing? Does he like you? I don't know. He's always been this weird, I have no idea. Sometimes he suddenly runs over to say these random things. Chapter 48, Good Teacher and Bad Employee. Against the heavens. Qiu Yan didn't care anymore, pulling Lin Yaqing against the crowd and running to another place. But then he stopped, realizing he seemed to forget the purpose of coming here today. Helpless, he could only scowl and mindlessly choose the most expensive phone, shoving it into his pocket. Nearby, some bystanders cheered him on. Don't use money to tarnish us pure love warriors. I feel bad for that boy. Turns out the girl only follows you because you have money. TSK, these young people are too impetuous. I was prettier than this girl back in my day. You know Wang Jianlin from Shanghai City? He pursued me but I didn't agree. I directly got a certificate with our old Zhang. Stop bragging. With that pockmarked face and that bad luck mole, it's a miracle Wang Jianlin even looks at you. Old dang, do you want to get hit? Watching the nearby bystanders bickering and almost getting into a fight, Qiu Yan's face darkened further. What is this chaos? Isn't there also something about Wang Tong and his grandpa? Inserting the SIM card, the phone immediately started vibrating wildly. Qiu Yan couldn't hold on and it fell. His heart was racing, even more frightened than riding a roller coaster, fearing that the 30,000 yuan phone would break from just one drop. He picked it up and blew on it, looking around. This truly was the explosion-proof phone the staff mentioned. It could probably stop bullets when pressed against his chest. Qiu Yan focused and saw it was from the homeroom teacher, classmates, and a few unknown numbers. He knew it was definitely because he skipped the excellent graduate presentation today, so the homeroom teacher was calling to reprimand him. Hello? What's up? Immediately, an angry voice came from the other end of the phone. What's up? How dare you ask me that? Do you know how many leaders I got scolded by today because of you? Director Chen was constantly slandering you in front of the school leaders. If I hadn't used my personal credibility to vouch for you, you would have probably been disqualified from being recommended for your studies. What are you doing now? I advise you to get over here quickly. While the school leaders are still here, go and bow to them an apology, and it will be fine. The scolding left Qiu Yan utterly bewildered. Wasn't it just an excellent graduate presentation? Did it need to be so serious?
Giving up the 300,000 yuan actually wouldn't have much impact on him. And losing his recommendation to Huqing University? Some school leaders really go overboard. Although Qiu Yan knew that this overreaction was definitely because of Chen Qingqing's uncle's meddling. But these school leaders were too reckless.
Sighing, Qiu Yan still decided to take a trip to Qinyu Yusho High School. Even if it wasn't for that 300,000 yuan.
For the homeroom teacher, I have to go.
Actually, as Qiu Yan's homeroom teacher, usually takes care of him. In the last life, after Qiu Yan fell into misfortune, he even visited him in the hospital and stuffed him with 1,000 yuan before leaving. The school rules at Qinyu Beast High School are actually very strict, especially in the first 2 years. Back then, it was so strict that there couldn't be any trash in the bins, no one was allowed on the bed, no bathroom breaks at night, no drinking water during class, and so on. Qiu Yan might not have done everything, but he had at least broken 7 or 8 of those rules. He thought that after making these mistakes, he would get expelled, and his parents would have less pressure, he could prepare for the college entrance exam at home.
But surprisingly, managed to keep everything down for Qiu Yan.
Not only did other students do it intentionally or unintentionally, but actually protected all his students. If not for the fact that he was a veteran who had returned from the Sacred Beast battlefield, he would probably have been directly expelled by the school. Just a year ago, when the position of Director of Education was open, said it was because he couldn't bear to leave his students, so he voluntarily gave up running. But it wasn't until everyone graduated from senior year that they found out was excluded from running because his class had the highest error rate. Originally, with S years of teaching experience and outstanding personal strength, he could completely handle the position of Director of Education. In the eyes of the students, was a good teacher. In the eyes of the school leaders, was a poor teacher who dared to resist the school's regulations. Yuqing, our homeroom teacher, asked me to come over.
Do you want to come with me?
Lin Yuqing also knew it was mostly about the excellent graduates matter, she had also been absent.
She nodded immediately and followed Qiu Yan out of the mall and into a taxi. Throughout the ride, Qiu Yan could not stop the headache. After all, those school leaders often use terms like regulations and self-awareness to pressure people, and facing those leaders was even worse than battling the blood demon again. Before he could figure out the wording, the taxi suddenly slammed to a stop at the school entrance. The security guard just glanced at their student IDs and let them through. Administrative building, top floor. At this moment, was bowing and flattering 4 plump leaders, wearing a face full of flattery. Oh, leaders. I just called student Qiu Yan. He has something at home today.
He's on his way over, please don't rush, sit down and have some tea.
Come and try the Longjing tea I brought back from Hangzhou last year. But before could open the tea jar, a plump-faced leader reprimanded him directly. What does it matter if he has something at home? Why didn't he report it in advance? I see, this student Qiu Yan obviously lacks self-awareness. You see, it happened suddenly. Suddenly? Didn't he know to ask for leave in advance? Felt like his brain was nearly overheating. What did this mean? Why couldn't he understand?
With a bitter smile, he opened the tea jar again and poured a little more than half a jar for the leaders. Each leader basically had a third of their teacup filled. While pouring the tea, felt his heart bleed. That was Westlake de Hongpo. And it was personally roasted by an intangible cultural heritage inheritor. He sighed and poured each leader some hot water again.
Oh, this tea, not bad.
Quite fragrant.
It really seems like something. Comrade Jiangwo.
It seems you've not been shy about accepting bribes from students in private.
You can afford such good tea? No wonder you fiercely protect your students from punishment.
The group of leaders chattered on, counting up like a high and mighty judge. It was simply sickening. A hint of displeasure flashed across S' face. I wanted to lose my temper, but it seemed like I remembered something and held it in. Don't be fooled by the leaders who can point fingers at the world. In reality, they are just a bunch of softies who have never been on the Sacred Beast battlefield. Dealing with these people is even more exhausting than being on the Sacred Beast battlefield.
Chapter 49, Ugly Faces. Ding.
The elevator slowly reached the top floor. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing hurriedly walked out, heading straight for the boardroom mentioned by on the phone. Along the way, several administrative teachers stared at Qiu Yan, seemingly surprised.
Why are 2 students in the administration building?
Normally, only students who have been punished would come here.
Could it be that they've been caught in a romance at school?
Qiu Yan ignored the piercing gazes and walked straight toward the boardroom. He knocked on the door and immediately heard a voice say, "Come in." Turning the doorknob, he saw 4 leaders sitting at a long table, looking calm and collected, with the Director of Education, Chen Qingqing's uncle, Chen Genua, standing behind them. Seeing him, quickly waved at Qiu Yan, gesturing at him. "Qiu Yan, come, I'll introduce you to these leaders.
Today something happened with your family, quickly apologize to these leaders, and this matter will just pass, right?
Given S earnest advice, Xiao Yan patiently explained to the four people.
Seeing the bandage on Xiao Yan, they actually all understood. Xiao Yan, you should be thankful you have a good teacher. Alright, hand over the materials, then you can go back. Materials? Xiao Yan felt a bit confused. What materials? At this moment, once again gave a subtle signal to Xiao Yan. He calmly took out a brown paper bag from his beast space and respectfully handed it over, which was clearly stuffed to the brim. One of the leaders picked up the paper bag, weighed it in his hand, and then inspected it closely before bluntly speaking. Teacher Li, we have 4 leaders here, should there not be 4 sets of materials? Upon hearing this, paused slightly, somewhat stunned. He did not expect these people to be so shameless. He had stuffed that brown paper bag with 100,000 yuan. Could it be that it's 10,000 each, totaling 400,000? Xiao Yan couldn't help but directly grab and start walking outside. It's alright, I don't need to be recommended. Teacher Li, we won't take this humiliation. But was anxious, quickly shaking off Xiao Yan's hand, turning his gaze back to the leaders. Leaders, this child is talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. At this moment, the leaders were clearly getting impatient. Nonsense. Do you know how precious our time is? Is this excellent graduate a joke? If you want to run for election, then run, if you want to withdraw, then withdraw. What do you take us for? Do you still take the schools? Only the guaranteed admission. I didn't expect this kid to be so careless with his opportunities. Chen Qingqing watched the atmosphere and secretly felt pleased. Since Xiao Yan doesn't want that guaranteed spot, then my niece Chen Qingqing has a chance to be admitted to Huaqing University. Because these school leaders don't care who the guaranteed student is, it's clearly just a business deal. Whoever offers the highest price can have that opportunity. Thinking of this, Chen Qingqing slowly spoke up. Leaders, I think we should respect the children's choices. Since Xiao Yan is so confident, it must mean he really has the ability. If that's the case, why not give this opportunity to someone who needs it more? Chen Qingqing clapped his hands, and Chen Qingqing timidly walked in from outside. Seeing the newcomer, the expressions on several leaders' faces improved significantly. Chen Qingqing had been promoted by them. This also achieved their goal. Today, they were looking for a pretext to cancel Xiao Yan's guaranteed admission. After all, an ordinary poor student from a regular family has no right to compete for guaranteed admission. If they switch to someone else, they can still get a considerable bribe, which is the main point. Hello, leaders, my name is Chen Qingqing. Little student, you seem a bit unfamiliar. Chen Qingqing smiled and spoke. Leaders, this is my niece. Quickly, Qingqing, summon your spirit beast to show the leaders. Chen Qingqing glowed, and a huge crocodile-like spirit beast appeared beside her. Ming crocodile? Good job, this child, to have such a great spirit beast. I remember the bloodline has reached platinum high level, right? Xiao Yan also found it strange. He remembered that Lin Yuqing's spirit beast was only silver level. How did it suddenly summon a Ming crocodile? And it was platinum high level bloodline? In fact, the concept of bloodlines first appeared more than 30 years ago. At that time, people lacked a judgment standard for bloodlines. This means that bloodline assessment was not as detailed. For example, Xiao Yan's Fire Qilin has a diamond high-level bloodline. Lin Yuqing's rock tiger has a platinum mid-level bloodline. Such offensive spirit beasts reveal differences only in their late stage of development. For instance, the low and high tiers within diamond level. At Xiao Yan's current stage, there isn't much difference, you could say they're quite similar. Unless the spirit beast itself grows in cultivation to gold level, only then will the superiority of its bloodline start to show. In short, before reaching gold level, the difference between low and high tiers is not significant. But these school leaders have more experience and naturally think about the future development of spirit beasts, so they pay special attention. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Chen Qingqing felt a wave of pride rising in her heart, almost puffing her chest out a bit. If that's the case, then Xiao Yan and Teacher Li can go back. Chen Qingqing directly issued the eviction order. If you can't appreciate this opportunity for guaranteed admission, then it's deserved. If the guaranteed admission spot is left there, no matter what, Chen Qingqing can't compete with Xiao Yan or others. Because Xiao Yan's Fire Qilin bloodline rating is too high, Chen Qingqing has no competitiveness. But now, this position is empty, it's not like they can go auction off the guaranteed admission spot like a bidding. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Woman. Still wanted to say something but was grabbed by Xiao Yan and pulled out. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Do you know the consequences of this? Without the guaranteed admission, it's really uncertain if you can get into Huaqing University. With a look of disappointment, her face was flushed with anger. What about your parents? Have you considered them? Xiao Yan sighed and looked at before suddenly smiling. Who said you have to rely on a recommendation to get into Huaqing? This time, was stunned. Isn't Xiao Yan's beast-taming talent the book of word spirits? Even if the Fire Qilin is really strong, this beast-taming talent cannot help in battle at all. By the time of the beast-taming college entrance examination, it's very likely he will lose points. Just trust me, Huaqing University is really easy for me. Even with such strong assurance, still seemed a bit skeptical. At this moment, Lin Yuqing also walked over.
Xiao Yan, what about that outstanding graduate candidate?
Xiao Yan shook his head. It seems you don't need to submit materials for the application anymore, it's completely unnecessary. None of these leaders are easy to talk to. Let's go, let's go. Watching Xiao Yan and the other leave, S gaze became complicated. What kind of trump card does he have? The Xiao Yan in front of him seems to have a completely different aura. Wang family. As soon as he entered this huge manor, Wang Tang immediately sent some shadow guards to carry the injured back to their respective rooms. After that, Wang Tang rushed straight to his grandfather's room. Earlier in the car, grandfather had asked him to come find him as soon as he got home. His grandfather's room was at the innermost part of the Wang family manor, where the rockery and koi fish pond were designed with great care. Arriving at the winding path with quiet serenity, there stood a small room of about 20 square meters. At this moment, the room was already filled with people, all looking serious, silent as if they feared the chill of winter.
Tanger, come, kneel down.
Wang Jianlin sat in a central chair, slowly speaking, his tone carrying a hint of coldness amidst the desolation.
It gave off an aura that instilled awe without anger.
Yes, grandfather.
Wang Tang reluctantly walked to the center of the room and kneeled in front of his grandfather. Do you know what mistake you made today?
Wang Jianlin looked at his grandson, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp, like a rusty iron knife sharpened anew.
Grandfather, I don't know. Please tell me directly, grandfather.
Wang Tang's heart was in his throat. Every time he made a mistake as a child, grandfather would make him kneel here to reflect.
He thought it was because today, due to him, many years of careful training of the Wang family's shadow guards resulted in casualties.
However, the next words from grandfather made him breathe a sigh of relief. The Tianqiong Church is a root of trouble, you were right to attack them. But today, you absolutely cannot let their bishop escape. What did grandpa teach you usually? Plan thoroughly before taking action. If you don't strike, it's fine, but once you do, you must hit hard. If you had consulted grandpa beforehand, even if there were 10 bishops, none would have escaped. Wang Tang quickly realized that grandfather was trying to teach him a lesson and hurriedly said seriously.
Grandfather, I know I was wrong.
Looking at his grandson, who had a lot to say, Wang Jianlin couldn't scold him, only sighed heavily. Letting the bishop go this time is no different from alerting the snake, it will be troublesome to catch him again. Forget it, the future of the Wang family will still be handed over to you. If that bishop shows up again, you will be responsible for solving this problem.
Yes. Grandfather.
The others present also breathed a sigh of relief. At first, several people thought the situation was dire. As the first generation of cultivators after the spiritual energy revival, the old man was truly a human hero. In that era, those who survived coming back from the divine beast battlefield were mostly tough characters. Once the old man truly got angry, Wang Tang would at least have to suffer some consequences. Alright, I finished saying what I need to say, you all can leave. Tanger, stay. At this moment, Wang Tang's uncles, aunts, and other relatives quickly exchanged a few pleasantries with the old man and fled the small room like the wind. Once everyone had left, the little room became unusually quiet, with only the gentle sound of flowing stream nearby.
Wang Tang looked at his grandfather's worried face and couldn't help but speak.
Grandpa, you seem to have something on your mind?
Wang Jianlin shook his head, he was also struggling, unsure whether to tell his grandson.
Is it good or bad to let him get involved in these matters so early? After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke what was on his mind. Tanger, do you know about the sacred beast battlefield?
I know, Grandpa.
The sacred beast battlefield is a battlefield formed by the fighting spirit of 888 powerful beings of the human race.
Wang Jianlin rubbed his temples.
Originally, you would have to cultivate to at least your 3rd year to know about it. But I'll tell you now. At first, the sacred beast battlefield was established to resist foreign invasions. Every 10 years, the sacred beast battlefield will open once, and young soldiers from foreign races will appear there. We select young talents to enter the sacred beast battlefield to resist their invasion. In 2 or 3 years, it will be your responsibility. I have a feeling that this time, the foreign race's retaliation will be unprecedentedly fierce. Tanger, no matter what, I want you to go. To contribute to the human race, Grandpa is old and can only place hope on you. Wang Tang nodded heavily. At this moment, the old man suddenly changed the subject. What do you think of that new friend you made? This question completely caught Wang Tang off guard.
Ha? Do you mean Xiao Yan, Grandpa?
I haven't known him for long, but I think he is a good person and loyal to his friends. Wang Jianlin nodded thoughtfully. Tinger, your judgment is good. When I first met him, I asked a fortune teller to take a look. This boy is surrounded by a golden red aura, he is destined for greatness. You must get along well with Qiu Yan in the future. But Wang Tang felt a bit puzzled. Grandpa, why is that?
Wang Jianlin's brow furrowed tightly, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Tanger, your destinies are very special, naturally attracting each other. Also, I asked my master to calculate for you, and in 3 years, you will face a calamity. Perhaps only that little friend Qiu Yan can keep you safe. As for why, Grandpa won't say too much. The more is said, the more variables there may be in the future. Wang Tang's eyes widened, his heart trembling.
Grandpa's master? Could it be the one who began cultivating before the recovery of spiritual energy? Go back now, Tanger, Grandpa needs to rest.
Even with so many questions in his heart, Wang Tang could only force himself to suppress them, say goodbye to his grandfather, and then leave.
Watching Wang Tang's figure disappear, Wang Jianlin suddenly began to cough violently.
He spat out a mouthful of dark, thick blood. At this moment, a young woman, about 20 years old, suddenly appeared behind him. Although her face was covered with a veil, her stunning beauty was still vaguely visible. She extended her slender, graceful hand and gave Wang Jianlin's back a forceful slap. A robust surge of spiritual power erupted, greatly relieving Wang Jianlin. The old man's murky eyes turned to look at the woman, and he slowly rose, wanting to kneel in respect.
But an invisible force held up his knees, preventing him from kneeling. Wang Jianlin could only give a slight bow to the woman. Thank you, master. Chapter 51, Don't get the wrong idea. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing did not go home. After leaving school, they directly took a taxi back to the Anqing Villa district. But on the way, Qiu Yan sent a few messages to his mom, saying that he would be staying out for a couple of days. It wasn't until his mom replied half an hour later that Qiu Yan finally felt relieved. His mom and dad were still his Achilles heel. He had raided the Sky Vault Church stronghold with Wang Tang today, and they might target him. He believed he could protect himself, but he was afraid those people would harm his own parents. But at this moment, the phone went ding. It was a message from Wang Tang. Buddy, we really hit the Tianqiang Church hard today, it's so damn amazing. Qiu Yan smiled knowingly. In his previous life, he saw Wang Tang experience far too much and was nowhere near as lively as he was now. But Wang Tang was still Wang Tang. This is good, being carefree means there are no troubles. After all, we only destroyed one of the Tianqiang Church's strongholds today. It's hidden in Shanghai City, you can't even find it. I'm just afraid this organization will retaliate. Buddy, you don't need to worry about that. We have the shadow guards. Where are your parents? I'll send a couple over to protect them. Qiu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Having the Wang family's shadow guards protect his parents was exactly his first choice. But this did solve his worries, leaving him with no more concerns. Truly a good brother, he seemed to understand Qiu Yan's thoughts even better than he did himself. Thanks, buddy. I'll treat you to a meal next time? Isn't the Beast Master exam coming up in less than a week? And the martial arts test is at the same time. After we finish the exams, let's go straight to our house for a full experience. You still don't know what our family does? It's clearly arranged for you. Qiu Yan smiled with some annoyance and replied. Alright, hurry up and go practice, the exam is coming soon and you're still slacking off. Okay. Qiu Yan then set down his phone and summoned Ziyue. Since Dr. Wu went to work, only Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were at home. After thinking for a long time, he decided to tell Lin Yuqing about the breathing technique that could improve the speed of cultivation. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is it Qiu Yan? It's me. Oh, wait a moment. I'm taking a shower. Qiu Yan then heard the sound of splashing water from outside the door. His face turned red. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit restless. It wasn't Qiu Yan's fault, after all, since his last life, he had been a complete virgin. In his previous life, he ended up disabled, and he simply had no interest in dating. Naturally, he had never experienced such things. Just listening to the sound of the water, Qiu Yan felt his heart beating thump, 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 almost jumping out of his chest. Less than 10 minutes later, the door in front of him suddenly swung open. Lin Yuqing stood there wrapped in a bath towel, steam rising around her. Her little face was flushed with the healthy glow from the hot water bath. Water droplets on her fair swan-like neck dripped down, landing just below the bath towel. The short towel clearly couldn't hide her curvy figure. Qiu Yan couldn't help but stare. Lin Yuqing sensed Qiu Yan's gaze and began to panic, quickly wrapping her pale arms around herself. What? What are you going to do? Oh. Qiu Yan came to his senses, about to speak. But he found that Lin Yuqing's figure looked even more alluring due to the towel being pressed against her. Ha! Suddenly, he felt something cool on his nose. When he casually touched it, it was covered in blood. You go ahead, I'll come back later. Xiao Yan awkwardly fled back to his room, frantically grabbing tissues to stop the bleeding. After a long time, he finally calmed down. Lin Yuqing looked at the confused Xiao Yan running back to his room, frowning. She looked down at her own body. It seemed, indeed, too revealing. Her figure didn't seem bad at all, did it? It seemed like men liked this kind of sexy type, right? She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly a wave of heat rushed to her headline. Today, I came over to save myself regardless of my own safety. Such words, it seems, offering myself could also be acceptable? Lin Yuqing, what are you thinking about? Thinking of this, Lin Yuqing's little head instantly crashed, leaning against the doorframe, covering her face with her hands, too shy to see anyone. It seems like men bleed from their noses when they see exciting things. I wonder if I'm overthinking this, but she's still worried about Xiao Yan. I don't know if he got any internal injury at Shueiyuan Street today. Lin Yuqing quickly dried her body and hair, then changed clothes from her beast space before knocking on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yan? Are you okay? Did you have something to tell me just now? I'm coming. I'm coming. Xiao Yan's flustered voice sounded, followed by hurried footsteps, and then the door opened with a click. Seeing each other again, both seemed a bit awkward. Xiao Yan didn't know where to put his hands. He scratched his head, then took out his phone to check the time. How he wished Wang Tang would send him some messages right now. This is so awkward. At this moment, Lin Yuqing's smile was somewhat stiff, her little hands fidgeting behind her back. She lightly bit her lip, unsure how to open her mouth. You go first. No, you go first. They both spoke at the same time, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly noticed Ziwei, who was eating beside them, and smacked his forehead. Right. There is indeed something. I have a mysterious thing to show you. Come. Ha! Before Lin Yuqing could react, Xiao Yan pulled her into the room. Bang! The door closed heavily. Seeing the sneaky Xiao Yan, Lin Yuqing suddenly thought of some bad things. But before she could speak, Xiao Yan dashed to the window and pulled the curtain shut again. Then he turned back with a mysterious smile towards her. What are you going to do? Lin Yuqing said timidly, her heart racing wildly. No way, Xiao Yan wouldn't want her here, right? No, not that kind of thing. I'm not ready. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes, afraid to look at Xiao Yan, her little hands waving in the air. Ha! Xiao Yan quickly realized. It was because he had acted too out of character at Lin Yuqing's door just now, which made the little girl misunderstand. No. I want to teach you a technique. Technique? Lin Yuqing finally opened her eyes. Yes. Come quickly. Xiao Yan sat on the bed, patting the space beside him, signaling her to sit down. Lin Yuqing had a full head of black lines. Teaching her a technique? It wouldn't be some dual cultivation technique, would it? Seeing Lin Yuqing hesitating to move, Xiao Yan also noticed his actions seemed a bit suggestive. Oh, don't misunderstand. I'll demonstrate once for you, and you'll know. Ziyue, stop eating, come. Lin Yuqing only saw Ziyue curling up next to Xiao Yan, and then both started to breathe rhythmically. Slowly, a vortex filled with spiritual power began to form around them. Watching this, Lin Yuqing's little cherry mouth couldn't close for a long time. This is actually how you cultivate. Chapter 52, Genius Saint Hand. First like this, then like that. Remember the mantra. Lin Yuqing sat cross-legged on the carpet, facing the rocky stone tiger that also sat down like a little cat. After practicing according to Xiao Yan's mantra, before long, a spiritual vortex formed around her too. Xiao Yan was surprised to find that this technique seemed very suitable for Lin Yuqing. She grasped the essence in just a few minutes. Moreover, the spiritual vortex she gathered was even larger than his own. Perhaps, the size of the spiritual vortex is related to the size of the spirit beast? Thinking so much is useless, Xiao Yan also sat on the bed and began to cultivate as well. As he continued to practice, Xiao Yan suddenly felt the efficiency of the two people practicing together increased even faster, with about a 20% improvement. After practicing for more than an hour, Xiao Yan's stomach began to rumble. It was only then that he remembered he hadn't eaten lunch today. Looking at Lin Yuqing, who was completely immersed in her training, Xiao Yan couldn't bear to disturb her, so he quietly closed the door. He would just bring her a meal later. After all, the feeling of being absorbed in practicing was very wonderful. When he first practiced the breathing technique, he ended up sleeping for half a day at the Spirit Beast training base. Xiao Yan locked the door to Dr. Wu's house and came into the yard. Looking at the small blue car parked casually nearby,
Xiao Yan simply picked one, put on his helmet, and rode off.
He just wanted to find a small restaurant along the street.
Due to the advantageous location of Dr. Wu's house, he soon found a restaurant with good business. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan had eaten here once in his previous life, and the taste was quite good. After locking the blue car, he walked straight in. "Boss, one portion of fish-flavored shredded pork rice to eat here, and one portion of stir-fried shredded pork with chives to take away."
"Oh, and more rice, please." "Okay. 30 yuan. Find any seat you like."
The boss called out while facing away from Xiao Yan, his hand continually tossing a frying pan. However, the boss's voice sounded a bit familiar to Xiao Yan. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before.
Xiao Yan didn't pay much attention and found an empty seat to sit down at, also grabbing a soda, gulping down a big mouthful. Burp.
While waiting for his meal, Xiao Yan scrolled through his phone, finding the chats in the class group and grade group quite interesting.
Everyone was talented.
Before long, a disheveled middle-aged man walked in from outside. He nervously looked around at the store's decor, and after a moment of silence, he mustered the courage to speak in a hoarse voice.
"Boss. One portion of rice. Do you have leftover meat soup? Can I have a little? Meat soup?" The boss turned around in surprise. Seeing the man's attire, he nodded. "Sure."
Xiao Yan noticed this man long ago, but his gaze drifted to the kitchen.
Wasn't that a student during the senior year? Why was he working part-time to cook here? But Xiao Yan didn't say anything, lowering his head to pretend not to see.
He feared the student would lose face. The middle-aged man thought that standing at the entrance was not a good idea, so he found a seat, waiting for the boss to finish cooking. He walked around, but most of the diners couldn't hide their disgusted expressions.
"Get out, go sit somewhere else. There's someone sitting here, you can look over there."
As a result, after wandering around, he couldn't find a seat. Because he had a strange smell on him, not the sour stink of garbage, but a bitter scent that made people's mouths feel bitter just by smelling it, so no one wanted to share a table with him.
"Uncle, you can sit here, I'm full."
A little girl timidly spoke, with more than half of her plate still left. She adjusted her body, tiptoeing to reach the ground, her big watery eyes looked at the middle-aged man, then she ran back towards the kitchen. "Qingqing, don't run around, be careful not to get burned."
"It's okay, Dad. I'll be careful."
The little girl hugged the student's leg, giggling. Xiao Yan felt a rush of emotions. It turned out this little girl was the student's daughter. He suddenly understood the student a bit, just like his own parents, they were all working hard for a better life for their children. Suddenly, the little girl fell straight to the ground. She was rolling on the floor in pain, her little face scrunched up, shouting, "Dad, Dad." The student's anxiety was palpable. He threw aside the spatula and rushed over.
Qingqing. Qingqing. Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Dad, it hurts."
"Whoa, it hurts." Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the disheveled middle-aged man rush past.
"What do you want to do?" Seeing the person arrive, immediately felt angry.
He had just seen his daughter, who had skipped lunch to give a man her seat, come straight to him.
Could this person have done something to her?
Anyone who has been on the sacred beast battlefield has a strong sense of bloodiness deep in their bones. Immediately grabbed his kitchen knife and stood in front of his daughter. At this moment, Xiao Yan also rushed over, holding a summoning array in his hand, ready to summon the Flame Qilin to fight.
Before could react, the middle-aged man quickly slipped into the kitchen.
His speed was so fast that even Xiao Yan couldn't react in time.
"Damn it!"
The middle-aged man's hand flashed with light, and a cowhide bag flew out of his storage space. Xiao Yan's heart sank, this man was a martial artist. He opened the bag, revealing several gleaming silver needles. "If you dare harm my daughter, you won't live either." S face turned red with rage, and he charged toward the middle-aged man with his kitchen knife. But the middle-aged man simply said calmly, "If you want to save her, don't move." This stopped in his tracks, and even Xiao Yan was stunned.
Could this man be a master?
The middle-aged man drew the silver needles and swiftly pierced them into Li Xinxin's body. Then, black blood began to flow from the wounds.
Seeing his daughter's condition stabilize, slowly lowered the knife.
This young girl might have been poisoned.
"Have you offended anyone recently?" Seeing the middle-aged man's serious expression, finally realized that this matter wasn't simple.
"Indeed, I had a heated argument with that guy named Chen this morning."
"Old rival. Although we're colleagues, our relationship isn't that bad. Could it be him? Why would he harm my daughter?"
The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "This is a poison specific to a spirit beast called the berry tree spirit frog.
This poison is not fatal to the human body.
But it will flare up intermittently, and this is the exact symptom. Pain, but not deadly." Upon hearing this, finally relaxed and also started to feel thankful that a master had come to the store today.
However, he was still puzzled. Why would Chen Qingqing want to harm his daughter? Was it because he had embarrassed him in front of the school leaders earlier? Didn't have time to dwell on it and clung desperately to this lifeline. May I ask, Master, what is your name? Bai Xiaolong. What? Could it be Bai Shengshou? Seeing the man nod, was utterly shocked. The once genius doctor, how had he become like this? Chapter 53, An Unsettling Feeling. Bai Xiaolong was a name that had been well known back in the day. Not only was he born into a traditional Chinese medicine family, but his acupuncture skills were hailed by others as Saint Hands. It should have been more than 10 years ago when first joined the Sacred Beast battlefield that Bai Xiaolong's name spread throughout the military. That year, although the Sacred Beast battlefield ended in a tragic defeat, with 60% of the Blue Star's land divided, most of the warriors survived, retaining their fighting strength. Even though the foreign race occupied most of the land, they still couldn't break through the human defense. The reason was simple, because Bai Shengshou had accompanied the troops, greatly reducing the casualties of the soldiers. Bai Xiaolong first pried open Li Xinxin's mouth and examined her tongue. Then, he took her pulse with his fingers. Now you can rest assured, it's basically stable now. However, I can't do further acupuncture for now. If you have time, take her to the hospital to remove the remaining poison in her body. Helplessly, he glanced at Bai Xiaolong, not expecting the poison to be so strong that even a master could not handle it. Then he happened to catch a glimpse of Bai Xiaolong's hands, shaking violently. This change made his face turn pale. He didn't know what Mr. Bai had experienced over the years. Those hands were supposed to heal and save lives. He opened his mouth to ask, but was afraid to touch on Mr. Bai's painful past. Noticing his gaze, Bai Xiaolong sighed. It's fine, my hands may not be as good as before, but you can rest assured. Realized that Bai Xiaolong seemed to misunderstand, and just as he was about to explain, he saw the other shake his head. Alright, my rice. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for saving my daughter. Here, take this money. Couldn't care much, directly grabbing a handful of red bills from the counter to shove them into Bai Xiaolong's hands. I don't want too much, I won't pay for this rice. Felt very embarrassed, thought for a moment, then specially found a big bowl, filled it slowly with rice, and then scooped several spoonfuls of braised pork from the pot to put in. Feeling this might still not be enough, also stuffed in 2 large duck legs and poured in a few scoops of gravy before finally smiling as he handed the takeout bag over. Bai Xiaolong nodded, accepted the food, and turned to walk outside. Xiao Yan wanted to get to know such a remarkable person, but as soon as he reached the door, he found the outside was already empty. Bai Xiaolong had vanished. Perhaps had called his wife first, and soon Xiao Yan saw a middle-aged woman riding an electric bike arriving at the door. She tossed her helmet into the basket, strode in angrily, looking like she was there to demand an explanation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You heartless one. I've been working hard outside, and you can't even take care of the child. Watching his master's wife in such a worried state, Xiao Yan felt a bitter sensation in his heart. If became the head of the teaching department, not only would his monthly salary directly rise to over 20,000, but there would also be various subsidies, and he would have free time. A senior teacher at Xunyu Beast Taming High School only earned a bit over 8,000 and still had to be in school all day to get it. As the head teacher of a senior class, had almost no classes to teach, so he could only get by with a base salary of 4,000 a month. For who was like a pillar of the family, this was clearly not enough. Seeing his wife suffer beside him made feel deeply indebted. Wife, don't worry, Xinxin is better now. At this moment, Li Xinxin had already been helped to a nearby chair, pouting with a small face full of grievance. Xinxin, who's the most well-behaved little friend in the world? Does it still hurt? If it doesn't, smile for me. Daddy will take you to the hospital soon, but you mustn't be unhappy. Smile, Daddy will buy you your favorite Shiro princess doll today. The couple hugged their little girl and coaxed her for a long time before she finally showed a smile again. Xiao Yan silently stood up, took away Lin Yuqing's portion, then tossed 50 yuan on the table and directly turned to leave. After all, it was mealtime, and Xiao Yan was still facing away from. So it caused to have no idea that his student had just come here to eat. Outside, Xiao Yan sent another message to Wang Tang. I want to ask you to help me find someone. What's up, buddy? Just give me a shout if you need something. I don't know if you've heard of the master Bai Xiaolong? I want to find him to ask something. Sure, buddy, I've heard of Bai the master, but it seems I haven't heard any news about him for a while. I just saw him, right on the road by the Anshin Villa area. Alright, buddy, I'll have someone check. I'll contact you then. Thanks. Xiao Yan turned off his phone, a look of contemplation on his face as he walked down the street. Having just eaten his fill, he thought it would be nice to digest a bit. At the same time, he furrowed his brow, thinking about Li Xinxin's situation. Old Li was kind-hearted and treated students well, so he usually didn't make enemies. But it seemed that before Old Li went to the administrative building today, he had some conflict with Chen Qingqing. Could it be Qingqing was doing? But with his status, why would he bother with a young child?
This matter seemed strange. Anyway, Xiaoyan felt something was off, and it could very well be the work of outsiders. He immediately decided to go back and discuss it with Lin Yuqing, and then figure things out later. Creak. Pushing open his door, Xiaoyan found Lin Yuqing also asleep, just like he had been earlier, hugging the stone tiger tightly. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Xiaoyan's throat bobbed.
This feeling was strange.
At first, he had just a protective attitude toward Lin Yuqing. After all, in his previous life, they were very good friends. But in this life, it felt as if their friendship had changed. It seemed he really had developed feelings for Lin Yuqing. He forcefully suppressed the urge to kiss her red lips, just reaching out to pat her shoulder.
Wake up, are you hungry? Come eat lunch. Mm.
Opening her eyes, Lin Yuqing saw Xiaoyan and shyly stuck out her tongue. After all, she had planned to cultivate well, but had ended up falling asleep. Then she was pleasantly surprised to realize that she had broken through to the Black Iron level 2. Now she was also a Black Iron level 3 beast master. While Lin Yuqing ate, Xiaoyan recounted what he had just experienced to her.
So, even though we don't know anything, it's good to have Wang Tang investigate. However, during this time, we don't have anything to do, so how about we take turns protecting Li Xinxin? But just then, the police station called Xiaoyan. Is this Xiaoyan? Are you free today? How about coming over to help us with a statement? Sure, I'll be there soon.
Xiaoyan hung up the phone, helped Lin Yuqing clean up the tableware, and continued to cultivate for a few hours before heading downstairs. As they walked towards the police station, they passed by the small shop selling rice dishes again. But this time, the door was tightly locked. It seemed the couple who owned the place had taken Li Xinxin to the hospital. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling emanated from that ordinary little shop. This drew the two of them to the entrance, and they could vaguely see a space crack among the few spotless tables. Not good, quickly call the Longhua police station. Hurry, seal off this area. Another secret realm is about to emerge here. Xiaoyan was filled with anxiety. He finally understood why Li Xinxin was poisoned. It was due to the space crack. When a space crack spreads to a certain scale, it will form a secret realm. In the early stages of a secret realm forming, some small spirit beasts will be squeezed out due to the laws of the world. This is not good. The entire Anshin villa might be affected. Lin Yuqing trembled as she took out her phone and dialed emergency services, but the powerful magnetic field around them caused her phone to have no signal. Quick, run further away. We're right in the center, the phone definitely won't connect. Xiaoyan looked anxious, pulling Lin Yuqing away to run. At the same time, he was loudly urging the people to disperse. Suddenly, a powerful suction erupted from the space crack. Xiaoyan and Lin Yuqing lost control of their bodies and were instantly flown back. In a critical moment, Xiaoyan reached out to grab a nearby utility pole with one hand while wrapping his other arm tightly around Lin Yuqing's waist. But the suction was too strong, even the utility pole began to slowly tip towards the space crack. Continuing to hold on, the two of them would definitely be sucked in. I can't care about that anymore. Roar! The Fire Qilin was summoned by Xiaoyan, with a pair of gigantic fiery wings flapping wildly behind it, its sharp claws digging deep into the cement ground. It gathered all its strength and with a mighty push, charged forward, hitting Lin Yuqing from behind. At that moment, Xiaoyan also let go of his hand. Because he controlled the force, Lin Yuqing only felt a gentle shove from behind, but the hidden power directly propelled her out of the danger zone. Xiaoyan! Quick, call the police! The pulling force behind Xiaoyan grew stronger, and the telephone pole began to make crackling sounds. Finally, the telephone pole reached its limit and snapped cleanly from the ground. Xiaoyan hugged the telephone pole, pulled by the force, and crashed violently into the store's glass door, shattering it completely. In an instant, countless tiny shards of glass flew into the space crack. I'm fine. Turn around and get me out. Even though Xiaoyan managed to adjust the pole's direction during its flight, sending it sideways into the space crack, it got stuck between two adjacent buildings. After such a violent impact, Xiaoyan felt blood rush to his head, and as his grip loosened, he was pulled into the space crack. Xiaoyan! Xiaoyan! Lin Yuqing lost her mind, sprinting towards the space crack, but the two ants beside her held her tight, completely unable to break free. Yes, call the police. Her fingers kept sliding across the phone screen, but no matter how she tried, that damn call just wouldn't go through. She was so anxious that she was about to break down. Because a new space crack was no joke, there had been cases like this before. Once someone was sucked in, there was a high chance they would be torn to pieces by chaotic space currents. Xiaoyan was truly in grave danger. Xiaoyan only felt himself thrown into a dark void. All around him was an endless blackness, with only his body emitting a white glow. He wanted to move forward, but he felt like he was floating in this space, as if gravity had vanished. It was eerily quiet here, he couldn't hear a single sound.
Am I, in the space crack?
He tried to call out to his spiritual beasts, but he received no response.
It's over. Everything had gone completely wrong. Xiao Yan could only think this one thought. He was likely stuck in the gap between Blue Star and another world.
And in this place, nothing existed. He felt a wave of despair rising within him. It was like being abandoned in space, even though Xiao Yan was not in immediate danger. In such a lonely environment, feeling neither hunger nor the sound of another's voice, he would eventually lose the ability to think. Damn! He had worked so hard to be reborn and hadn't finished his grand plan. Was he really going to meet his end here? Even though Xiao Yan's mind was incredibly resilient, he couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged at this moment. But just as despair hovered over him, a beam of light suddenly flew out from his body. It was actually the Wanxiang Xian book. In this space, Xiao Yan found himself being pulled forward by the Wanxiang Xian book. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he awoke again, he had already arrived in a completely unfamiliar otherworld. Where is this? Xiao Yan scratched his head in bewilderment. There was nothing to be done, he could only try to survive in this world for now. Lin Yuqing had saved herself, so the police would surely send someone to stabilize the space crack and set up a teleportation array to rescue him. The urgent task was to figure out what this world was like. Although this place resembled the ecosystem of a dark water marsh, its essence was different. It's a completely different world. As he walked, Xiao Yan realized that this was absolutely not a traditional otherworld filled with spirit beasts. Because there are intelligent creatures here. Because not far away, there are a few houses. This is definitely not the level of civilization that spirit beasts can possess. For example, the dark water marsh is still at the stage of living on raw flesh and blood. Immediately, Xiao Yan thought of the ability of 3 Qi gathering form from when he advanced in the Universal Xian book.
It was called the Ancient God Clan. Could it be that the other world not only has spirit beasts but also other civilizations? Brother Robert. Slow down. Sister Leia, hurry up. Today is the Spirit Beast Contract Conference. We must arrive early to grab a good spot. Hearing the voices from ahead, Xiao Yan quickly took a couple of steps forward and hid behind a big tree. Peeking out with curiosity, he was surprised to see 2 people with rabbit ears running towards him. This made Xiao Yan secretly astonished. He never thought this world connected by the spatial crack really had intelligent life. In the secret territories discovered before in the Dragon Kingdom, he had never heard of such life existing. Chapter 55, The Rabbit Clan. Those 2 individuals, besides having rabbit ears, looked very much like human beings, with hardly any differences. But their speed while running was incredibly fast. In Blue Star, only a warrior of at least Black Iron Tier 3 could reach such speed. Xiao Yan summoned the Fire Qilin and quietly followed behind the 2. Brother Robert. Is summoning spirit beasts really that important? I feel our rabbit clan's physical ability may not lose to humans. Leia said while sprinting, turning to the young man beside her. The young man named Robert turned around, his tone serious. Silly child. Don't you know that there are warriors among humans who can practice martial arts? Martial arts are things only the big shots of Odin City can access. No matter what, only by getting stronger can we fight against humans. Leia looked very small, probably the height of a 12 or 13-year-old human girl, and asked again with confusion. Why? Why do we have to fight against humans? Are all humans bad? But I have never seen a human. Sister, just don't ask. Humans are our clan's greatest enemies. Every time at the Holy Beast battlefield, our warriors charge right to the front. You just need to know that humans are our mortal enemies, this is enough. Xiao Yan, who had been following behind, listened to all this and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Could it be that the Holy Beast battlefield is not only to resist the invasion of spirit beasts but also to battle with other races? Xiao Yan could understand not knowing these things. Under normal circumstances, only in the second half of the 3rd year could one begin to learn about the Holy Beast battlefield. The Dragon Kingdom completely sealed off this information to prevent causing panic among the people. Are there other races outside the world eyeing Blue Star, ready to invade at any moment? If everyone knew such news, they would surely eat poorly, sleep poorly, and live life in constant fear. It's better to be kept in the dark and live happily. Only when one reaches a higher education institution and becomes a student truly capable of fighting will they know all the truth. It seems that the secrets hidden in the Holy Beast battlefield are quite numerous. Xiao Yan muttered softly, still keeping the Fire Qilin close behind him, but this time he became more cautious. His whole figure hid behind the Fire Qilin. Without careful observation, one would definitely not notice. Suddenly, Robert stopped, his rabbit ears twitching, staring straight ahead. What do you want? I am an external member of the Aya's Guard team. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?
At this moment, Xiao Yan also spotted a few strong men suddenly emerging from the intersection ahead, most of them looking extremely robust. However, those rabbit ears, no matter how Xiao Yan looked at them, he felt they had a hint of cuteness about them. It seemed rather eye-catching. Ha, so what if we're the members of the auxiliary guard? Honestly, hand over the spirit stones on you. Otherwise, you two won't think of leaving here today. As the men flipped their hands, their spirit beasts appeared beside them. Looking at the fierce-looking group, Robert's leg seemed a bit unsteady, but glancing at his sister hidden behind him, he gritted his teeth and summoned his own spirit beast. This spirit beast was one Xiao Yan recognized. It was a silver-tier bloodline spirit beast, the bloodthirsty tiger. Seeing a familiar spirit beast in this strange world made Xiao Yan feel incredibly warm. Oh ho, kid. You're pretty bold. Looks like you don't plan to hand it over. No. I won't. This is the contract fee for my sister. I can be a small guard, but my sister cannot be like me. She still has a bright future. Robert took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to his sister, urging her to run. Brother. Hurry. Go back and find the village chief. Leah hesitated for a moment, wiping her tears as she ran off into the distance. Big brother. How should we deal with this? The leading man chuckled coldly. Kill the guy, and take the girl back to raise her. In a few years, she'll grow into a charming beauty. Then, we can add some people to our village, huh? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the men behind him laughed like they heard something funny. However, each of their gazes toward Leah held a hint of greed. At this moment, Robert's eyes turned red. These scumbags actually coveted his sister. Even if it meant risking his life, he would bite off a piece of flesh from them. Thinking of this, Robert drew his short sword and charged toward the men. Scumbags. I'll fight you. Little tiger. Follow me. Aha. One must say, Robert indeed had some skills. With his spirit beast working in sync, those rough men couldn't seem to handle him at the moment. Xiao Yan was hiding aside, watching the show. It wasn't that he was indifferent, rather, this race constantly claimed that the human race was the enemy. Then why would he save them? Rescue them, only to summon spirit beasts and develop them to find trouble with his own kind on the holy beast battlefield? Holding back and not starting a mass slaughter here was already a sign of Xiao Yan's mercy. In the end, when Leah was fleeing in panic and not paying attention, she crashed directly into Xiao Yan. Ouch! Leah rubbed her eyes, and seeing someone, she thought he was a wandering ranger, ready to ask Xiao Yan for help for her brother. But then, she saw Xiao Yan's appearance. At first, she was puzzled, but soon her small face was filled with terror. Without those long ears. A human. She immediately got so scared she fell to the ground, trembling all over. Seeing this, Xiao Yan felt quite helpless. Now he was completely exposed. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, he might have killed it without a second thought. The key was that Leah, apart from her pair of rabbit ears, looked like a little human girl in every other way, with a pair of big watery eyes staring at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan really couldn't bring himself to harm her. Don't be scared, I mean no harm. I'm a good person. Xiao Yan grinned, trying to appear as friendly as possible. Unexpectedly, this action terrified Leah even more. Humans. Those who were called the most evil race in the universe. Countless rabbit warriors had died at the hands of humans. At this moment, Xiao Yan's smile looked no different from a devil in her eyes. A few people at the intersection also looked over in the direction of the sound, their faces full of shock, and for a moment, they even forgot to continue fighting with Robert. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly sigh. It's good that I haven't been discovered yet. But if I am discovered, and if these people run back to bring more reinforcements, that will definitely cause big trouble. I still don't know what kind of strength this other world has. What if the small ones are driven off and then the big ones show up? If a couple of silver or gold level warriors just show up, I'll basically be at their mercy. Hey, since you've seen me, I'll have to silence you. Chapter 56, The Devil-Like Villain Xiao Yan. Go! In an instant, Ziyue also appeared beside Xiao Yan. The Fire Qilin and Ziyue simultaneously charged towards the few people. Damn! Humans! Quick! You guys go back and report. The leader shouted loudly, and it could be seen that there was a vicious scar on his chest. Cloud Mist Leopard, let's go! He directly raised his sword and charged at the Fire Qilin with his spirit beast. He infused spiritual power into the weapon in his hand, and at this moment, the entire sword was shimmering with a strange glow. He swung the sword directly at the Fire Qilin, shouting, Die! This strike seemed to be at least at the level of Black Iron Tier 3. If it hit, although the Fire Qilin wouldn't die, it would definitely be seriously injured. At that moment, Ziyue instantly darted from the side and directly bit into the man's neck. Ugh! The man's pupils rapidly dimmed, blood began to spurt wildly from his neck, and the sword in his hand clattered to the ground.
What?
Seeing their leader killed like this in an instant, the few subordinates glared at Qiu Yan, and an intense fury surged within them. This human killed their most beloved leader.
Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Charge. After all, these few country thugs were no match for the powerful spirit beast, the Fire Qilin.
The Fire Qilin let out a furious roar and swept through the few of them like a wolf among sheep.
In the blink of an eye, only one person was left standing.
At this moment, he regained his senses and was so frightened by the Fire Qilin that he collapsed onto the ground.
Devil! It's a devil! He snapped back to reality, stumbling as he ran off into the distance.
After running for a few hundred meters, he looked back and saw that the Fire Qilin didn't pursue, and he finally let out a sigh of relief.
But then, an arrow crackling with lightning struck him in the heart.
Seeing that Qiu Yan's attention seemed to be on the few men, Robert quietly got up and hid in the nearby bushes. After dealing with the few, Qiu Yan also realized that the young man named Robert was nowhere to be seen.
Did he hide? Qiu Yan didn't think much of it. Anyone who could be easily handled by those few weaklings should also not be too strong. He thought Ziyue and the Fire Qilin could search for him.
Besides, the boy was injured, so he probably couldn't have run far.
The priority now was to check the spoils.
Qiu Yan crouched down next to the bodies of the few people and began searching around. Sure enough, he found some small stones about the size of a thumb joint.
They had some numbers engraved on them. Is this the currency of the Tian Rabbit clan? While Qiu Yan was searching the bodies, Robert quietly peeked out.
He held his breath, carefully circled behind Qiu Yan. Then, finding the right moment, he grabbed his short knife and stabbed forward. Without warning, Qiu Yan shifted his body and dodged the swift stab.
What? Robert's eyes widened in disbelief.
He hadn't expected this human in front of him to be so powerful. Indeed, the rumors that were passed down were true.
Humans are truly an evil and powerful species, Robert thought.
He lightly pushed off with the tips of his toes and changed his move.
Turned the direction towards Qiu Yan's stab.
All the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted, and this time he channeled all his remaining power. Seeing Robert's appearance, Qiu Yan couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This so-called Sky Rabbit clan looks weak and vulnerable, but their physical quality is indeed very good. In such a short time, he was able to stabilize his stance. Once again, he leaned back and calmly dodged the stab. Then, he lifted his long leg and kicked fiercely at Robert's waist. Robert's body instantly lost balance and rolled to the side, trying several times but failing to get back up. Qiu Yan snorted coldly, with a face full of sarcasm.
Do you know, if I hadn't acted just now, you would have been killed by those people long ago? Even so, you still want to attack me? Hearing this, Robert's face twisted with excitement, more like an unwilling young man. You devil!
Qiu Yan laughed, taking 2 steps forward and crushing his foot down hard on Robert's chest.
Then let me ask you, what exactly did I do wrong to become the devil in your mouth?
You humans are all bad things.
Though terrified and trembling all over, Robert's gaze was filled with intense hatred, not pretend but seeming to view Qiu Yan as a ruthless villain. Aren't you humans trying to invade our Aya's kingdom?
Go ahead and try, the warriors of the Sky Rabbit clan will never bow their proud heads to humans.
Qiu Yan was indeed stunned.
The amount of information in this statement seems quite enormous.
What do you mean humans are trying to invade the Aya's kingdom? For more than 50 years since the recovery of spiritual energy, haven't humans been throwing themselves into the holy beast battlefield, resisting the attacks of spirit beasts?
Seeing both sides holding different opinions, Qiu Yan was puzzled, thinking that rather than silencing them, it was better to find a guide directly. I won't harm you, as long as you take me to see the Spirit Beast Contract Conference.
Robert understood that Qiu Yan was untrustworthy. After all, he had just killed those robbers right in front of him.
If he took him to the conference, who knows how many future flowers of the Aya's kingdom he would kill. After all, they were just a remote place in the Aya's kingdom, with no strong warriors to deal with the humans before them.
You're dreaming.
I tell you, I would rather die than betray the Sky Rabbit clan.
You might as well do it swiftly and just kill me.
Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow, seemingly starting to look like a villain. He hadn't intended to kill them all. But if the conflict between this race and humans truly couldn't be reconciled, then it could only end with silencing them. However, he soon noticed Leia running towards him, shaking her small fists and hitting Qiu Yan's leg.
Devil! Let go of my brother.
Sister, hurry up.
Don't worry about me. Although Robert was being trampled by Qiu Yan, his trembling hands tightly clutched Qiu Yan's ankle.
Oh?
Qiu Yan smiled wickedly, thinking that it was better to act as the devil. Are you sure?
Your lives are now in my hands. With a stretch of his hand, Qiu Yan grabbed Leia by the collar and lifted her up, her small limbs flailing in the air, unable to break free.
Sister!
Robert was infuriated to the point of almost bursting, but facing the unbeatable Qiu Yan, after a complex internal struggle, he finally spoke tremblingly.
Let go of my sister, and I can agree to you. All right. Qiu Yan took out a box of soft candies from his bag and put one in Leia's mouth. Robert's heart turned cold with laughter. You must take your medicine on time every 3 days. If you dare to escape or leak anything, your sister is finished. What? Even though he had deep hostility toward humans, Robert eventually surrendered. To save his sister's life, he had to compromise. Though his original plan was disrupted, at least he was still alive, and his sister was not in the hands of the thieves. As long as he performed well and found a chance to eliminate this human, getting the antidote would be no problem. However, while this outcome wasn't good, it wasn't bad either. Then let me ask you, what is this?
Qiu Yan placed the small stone he found on the corpse in front of Albert.
This is the currency of our Tian rabbit tribe. Oh?
Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow, and it was true, he guessed correctly.
Do you recognize that group of people from earlier?
Robert looked at Qiu Yan and hesitated for a moment before answering honestly.
They're a gang of bandits who occupy this area, robbing along the roads. I didn't expect to be so unlucky today and run into them.
Qiu Yan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that to survive in this world, he needed to earn some money first. Moreover, the Beastmaster exam was just around the corner. He wondered how the flow of time in this world compared to Blue Star. If he missed the Beastmaster exam because of this, it would be a big deal. Then the best outcome for Qiu Yan would be to end up as a bodyguard at the Dragon Shield Security Company, working alongside Old Li. By then, Chen Qingqing would definitely come to mock him. He had voluntarily given up his chance for direct admission, and it would allow her to gain a huge benefit instead. Qiu Yan could never accept that. He could only hope that the Dragon Country would stabilize the space rift soon and send some experts to rescue him. Before they arrived from Dragon Country, he also needed to find ways to gather some information about this world. First, he had to get a clear understanding of this world's strength. Having made up his mind, Qiu Yan spoke again.
Do you know where their lair is? Take me there.
Since Robert said this group wasn't good, going after them would be like ridding them of a nuisance.
Robert was taken aback.
He didn't expect this man in front of him to seek trouble with the Blue Wolf Gang. The Blue Wolf Gang was guarded by a bronze-level beast master.
However, he wasn't kind enough to remind Qiu Yan and immediately replied. It's about 10 kilometers from here.
I can take you there, but my sister needs to go to the Spirit Beast Summoning Conference.
But, can you wait a bit? Qiu Yan thought for a moment and nodded.
Alright, let's go take a look first. But don't think about playing any tricks, your sister's life is in my hands.
Robert could only smile bitterly and nod, while internally planning how to eliminate Qiu Yan to get the antidote.
After an hour of rushing, Qiu Yan, wrapped in a large robe, followed the brother and sister into a place called Odin City. The architectural style looked like the medieval west of Blue Star, with a mix of Gothic and Romanesque brick and wood houses squeezed along the streets. The streets were bustling with traffic, but they were very dirty, filled with horse manure and muddy water. The damp bluestone slabs had dark grass stems embedded in their cracks, which felt slippery underfoot. On either side, there were some vendors squatting on the steps, constantly shouting.
Come and take a look. Premium fire attribute crystal cores.
If a spirit beast consumes it, there's a chance to awaken the powerful skill of the silver-level earthfire lizard. First come, first served. The hard shell of the deep-sea pippy shrimp. Only 8 spirit stones. Making it into armor can resist a powerful blow from a bronze-level spirit beast. All these people had a prominent feature. There is a pair of rabbit ears. Some of the goods sold here are very hard to buy in the Dragon Country. Qiu Yan decided to go to a place called Blue Wolf Gang to get some money first, not caring about these things, just silently following the siblings towards the church. Actually, it only takes about 20 minutes from the city gate to the Awakening Church, but they took over half an hour to arrive. The reason is simple, the road was too difficult to walk, and it was easy to step on filthy things. Only the rich can afford to support their own carriage caravans, allowing them to ride in carriages and avoid stepping on the filth on the ground.
We've arrived, sister, you go in first, and I'll wait outside. The church door is spotless, but entry is restricted.
To enter, one must take off their shoes first. Otherwise, if the filth from the road contaminates the holy church, the Lord will punish with whipping. Helpless, Qiu Yan could only stand outside the church with Robert, watching the scene from afar.
Not long after, the contract ceremony began.
Groups of 12 or 13-year-old children lined up, waiting for the pastor's arrangement. Here, the contract is not much different from that of the Dragon Country. They simply step into a carved magical circle, close their eyes, and immerse their consciousness to communicate with the spirit beasts of another world. If both parties reach an agreement, the power of the contract will stretch across the void to bring the beast before them. However, for the space of beast tamers and the storage space of warriors, it feels more like having one's own territory in the void. If needed, they can communicate with the space to send back their spirit beasts or items. As long as one successfully contracts a spirit beast, they can leave. Soon, Leah ran over joyfully, her little face filled with happiness and pride.
Brother! I contracted a golden level spirit beast. It's the dark fire beast. Really? Our Leah is amazing.
Robert lovingly patted his sister's head, but his smile seemed a bit stiff. He should be happy for his sister, but his heart was filled with clouds of worry. After all, his sister possessed a deadly poison, and her life was in the hands of others. He then cautiously discussed with Xiaoyan. The siblings still needed to stay at their relative's house in the city today, so they asked Xiaoyan if they could drop by to say hello and take care of some arrangements before coming back. The agreed time was 2 hours later, gathering at this church.
Xiaoyan gladly agreed.
After all, he still needed to investigate the sacred beast battlefield here. It would be inconvenient with 2 hangers-on.
Okay, let's gather here then. Don't think about running away.
Otherwise, the poison in your sister's body will act up, causing endless pain and death.
Robert nodded, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes.
He was utterly convinced about the cunning nature of these humans, and after nodding to Xiaoyan, he took his sister and turned to walk away. Watching Robert leave with a heavy heart, Xiaoyan turned and blended into the bustling streets. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, which caught Xiaoyan's attention.
Move aside, move aside. The Lizard Clan's noble guests are arriving.
In the distance, a carriage sped toward them, recklessly rushing through the muddy streets without any sense of public decency. The pedestrians on the street hurriedly avoided the carriage, but many still got splattered with muck. They all looked angry but could only keep silent. Xiaoyan reacted quickly and hurriedly ducked into a shop, narrowly avoiding the crisis. However, from a distance, he could see several exquisitely dressed foreign people sitting in the carriage.
Xiaoyan sensed a golden opportunity and quietly followed behind the carriage. In this world, is there still an intelligent race different from the Sky Rabbit clan? Chapter 58, Rabbit. Rabbit-eared girl? At the Lord's mansion of Odin City.
The carriage stopped with a stench-filled wind. A middle-aged man from the Sky Rabbit clan, wearing glasses, stood at the door, bowing respectfully to the noble guest in the carriage.
This is the ruler of Odin City, Lord Hoover. I greet the Lizardman's envoy.
After a long wait, a lizardman finally stepped out of the carriage. Xiaoyan, hiding in the street, looked at this person from a distance and was somewhat surprised. This person indeed looked like a lizard, with a head that was not like that of a normal human, but instead a lizard's head, covered all over with scales, and a thick tail protruding from beneath his skirt pants.
We are greatly honored by Lord Jacques' visit. Please, come in.
Hoover immediately stepped aside, and his fawning expression made Xiaoyan feel disdain.
Before coming here, Xiaoyan had already asked Robert to tell him everything. When mentioning Lord Hoover, Robert had a proud face. He kept bragging about what achievements this lord had. Xiaoyan thought he was some big shot.
Now it seems, Hoover's status wasn't that high after all. He actually looked like a sycophant. He was also a superficial character. However, seeing a few people about to enter the Lord's mansion, Xiaoyan glanced around and took the opportunity to climb over the nearby courtyard wall while most of the guards were focused on the lizardman Jacques.
After all, who would have thought that the beloved Lord Hoover's family would be invaded by an unknown human? The courtyard was densely covered with vegetation, and there were some oddly shaped rocks, making the environment exquisitely elegant. This gave Xiaoyan a chance to hide.
Lord Jacques, in 3 years, the sacred beast battlefield will open. In these 10 years, our Sky Rabbit clan has greatly increased our military strength. Now our army is strong and ready to rush into the sacred beast battlefield to fight the humans. Hoover bowed his head, looking very respectful as he spoke to Jacques. Jacques, however, had a high and mighty demeanor, scoffed coldly, and felt quite disdainful, unable to suppress his sneer in his heart.
Sky Rabbit clan? They are just cannon fodder for the sacred beast battlefield.
The reason they were previously valued by those above was only because their population was large. Their real combat strength still depended on other major clans. Now the Heavenly Sky clan has new research, and the Sky Rabbit clan is no longer important.
Aren't they just cannon fodder? Now there are plenty of them.
And they can achieve mass production, stronger than the Sky Rabbit clan.
Lord Hoover, you see, over all these years, have we ever asked the Sky Rabbit clan for a single tax? No.
Thanks to the care of those above, the Sky Rabbit clan could develop to this day.
Hoover will never forget.
Lizardman Jacques pondered for a moment, then spoke again with a hypocritical smile on his face.
With the Sacred Beast battlefield opening soon, Lord Hoover should show some expression, right? But the resources to be handed over, you can decide for yourselves.
Yes. Come, take Lord Jacques to the storeroom to have a look.
Take as much as you want.
Immediately, a few attendants came out and escorted Jacques to the storeroom. Because there were many troops at the storeroom entrance, Xiaoyan couldn't get close at that moment. He could only move closer to the frowning Lord Hoover. At this time, he was sitting in the courtyard, constantly rubbing his forehead.
Father!
A beautiful young woman ran over, exuding a sweet fragrance, looking like she was just over 20.
With skin as smooth as cream and red lips with white teeth.
Her face was full of urgency, especially her small, pink rabbit ears, which looked very cute and charming.
Is this a rabbit-eared girl?
Xiao Yan's heart shook, truly feeling what cuteness meant. She looked just like she walked out of those cute little life games.
This made him look twice.
It's not that Xiao Yan is a heartbreaker, thinking of beautiful girls when he sees them. His attitude only reflects an appreciation for fresh and beautiful things.
To prevent being discovered, Xiao Yan leaned further into the hiding rock.
Lord Hufwa saw that the visitor was his daughter, calmly pinched the teapot, took a sip, and smacked his lips.
Lily, what's with the hurry? I've told you before, as the daughter of the Hufwa family, you must always maintain your poise.
Just as she steadied herself, the one named Lily, a bunny-eared girl, spoke eagerly, her voice melodious like wind chimes swaying in the breeze.
Father, the sacred beast battlefield is about to open, and I just saw the lizard clan's envoy moving supplies by the box. Is there no problem with that? Without these, how can we train our warriors?
Hufwa stroked a small tuft of his beard and said slowly. No rush, it's just some goods, let them have it.
Just a dog raised by the higher-ups, does he really have the capital to challenge me?
Lily, you need to instruct Commander Opu to take a guard team over there and directly take him down as Jacques returns.
Upon hearing this, Lily's face flashed with hesitation, furrowing her brow without making a move. Hurry up. Disguise it as bandits. Even if those higher-ups ask about it, just find a group of bandits to deal with it. Only then did Lily nod and slowly turn to exit the courtyard.
Xiao Yan felt a chill down his spine from behind. This lord didn't appear to be as weak as he showed on the surface, instead, he was a deeply calculating and ruthless person.
Crack!
Xiao Yan accidentally stepped on a piece of gravel on the ground, making a sharp sound. His breath caught, suddenly sensing something was wrong. Although the noise wasn't loud, being too close to Lord Hufwa made it very clear.
Who's there? Hufwa shouted loudly.
He slowly stood up, his sharp gaze fixed tightly on the rock. As a lord, of course, his strength went without saying, he was at least gold level or above. However, due to racial limitations, even though the Bunny clan had a large population, powerful platinum or diamond level warriors were rare. Even so, he was not someone Xiao Yan could handle at the moment. Hufwa narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. What he had just discussed with his daughter Lily absolutely could not be overheard by outsiders. If the news reached the ears of those old guys in the Myriad Clan's council, it would surely result in heavy losses for the Bunny clan. Because the restrictions above Blue Star, that is, the sacred beast battlefield, prevent the Myriad Clans from launching a massive army. They could only spontaneously form the Myriad Clans Council. Every 10 years, each race would send their most outstanding young people into the sacred beast battlefield, measuring achievements by the number of human kills. The top 10 clans in military achievements naturally become the 10 counselors, leading the Myriad Clans Council. The Bunny clan has a relatively weak power and is one of the tribes under their jurisdiction, so they must carry out the commands of the 10 counselors. Once those old guys, the 10 counselors, find out that they killed the Lizard clan's envoy, the worst outcome would be to directly be replaced by the Insect clan and become the main cannon fodder on the battlefield. There was no choice. Although the Bunny clan was not powerful, their reproductive ability was remarkable, allowing them to have 3 to 4 litters a year. The higher the genetic quality of a race, the weaker their ability to reproduce.
This is an unchanging truth. Chapter 59, How many beauties are hidden in the Golden House?
Hufwa looked at the stillness behind the fake mountain, and some doubts arose in his heart.
Could it be that he misheard?
But immediately, a bright red figure suddenly emerged from behind the fake mountain, darting towards the door like lightning.
This instantly startled Hufwa.
His eyes filled with shock.
Hiding a person is one thing, but where did such a huge spirit beast come from? And when the hell did it get here? How did a bunch of pig-like guards fail to patrol properly and let this in?
Hufwa felt dizzy in front of his eyes, furious enough to nearly burst a blood vessel, almost passing out on the spot.
Come! Quick! Chase it!
Since most of the guards were sent by him to the warehouse to move goods, he suddenly had no soldiers available. But a few guards reacted quickly, rushing to block the spirit beast's path. However, the spirit beast was extremely agile, those few scattered guards couldn't stop it at all.
Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Come! Seal off the mansion. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come or go freely.
Hufwa's face was dark, gathering all his strength, he personally ran out to chase the flame unicorn. His speed was astonishing.
Hearing the commotion, guards from all around rushed over, encircling the entire courtyard tightly. Xiao Yan hid in the cracks of the rockery, not daring to move.
If the patrolling guards found him, even a single spit would drown him. Suddenly, another flame unicorn revealed itself, darting swiftly towards a small door on the other side.
What the hell? What is that? How come there's another one? Get it? Wait. It could be a trick to lure us away.
A leader of the personal guard seemed to have some sense, stopping everyone and casually pointing at a few of them.
You, and those few come with me. The rest continue searching. Understood.
Just as all the soldiers' attention focused on the personal guard leader, Xiao Yan had already quietly changed positions.
Frantically, he slipped deeper into the Lord's mansion.
This was so thrilling. If it weren't for the three spirits drawing the attention of others, with so many guards, he'd be cut up into pieces.
Without realizing it, Xiao Yan ran into a long corridor.
He took a deep breath, calming down his heart, and looked around. To be honest, this corridor was even more dangerous than outside. Because there was nothing, just a straight small path. Everyone knows that moving in the open without cover is a very risky business. But strangely, there were no guards here. This also gave Xiao Yan a little thrill of joy. Seeing that no one was around, he directly slipped into a room in the Lord's mansion. However, once he entered, Xiao Yan was dumbfounded. The pink-decorated room was stuffed full of dolls and plush toys. Those black eyes stared straight at Xiao Yan, almost scaring him to death. Xiao Yan felt chills running down his spine. He held back the urge to pee and decided to find another room to hide. Who knew? A hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the door.
Damn it! Talk about bad luck.
There was no choice. Xiao Yan rummaged around and found a wardrobe to dive into.
Creak. Just 2 seconds before the door opened, Xiao Yan squeezed himself into the wardrobe.
Through the cracks of the wardrobe, Xiao Yan saw the Lord's daughter, Lily, hurriedly walk in, frantically searching for something at the vanity. Inside the wardrobe was pitch black, giving off a feeling of safety. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and there was also a faint fragrance lingering inside, much better than the smell of horse manure on the streets. He shrank his body a little, trying to make himself more comfortable while hiding. He reached down with his small hand, and casually touched something, finding it was a piece of silk fabric, smooth on the surface, feeling quite nice. Picking it up and looking at it in the light coming through the cracks, he discovered it was actually a piece of intimate clothing.
Damn! As a young boy, how could he handle such a shock? He immediately felt deeply offended.
In his heart, he kept apologizing, quickly throwing the clothing away. With a flick of his elbow, he accidentally bumped into something soft. Xiao Yan carefully glanced to the side. In this dark environment, there were indeed a pair of eyes staring at him.
What?
Xiao Yan's heart raced, almost bursting out in a scream. But then a delicate little hand gently covered his mouth.
What the hell? What is going on here?
Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief.
How could there be someone in the wardrobe? And it feels like it's a girl. Shoo! Don't make a sound.
The person inched closer to Xiao Yan. The warm breath brushed against his ear, making Xiao Yan's face flush and his heart pound. At such a close distance, he had never been this close to Lin Yuqing before.
Oh God!
You believe me, my heart only has Lin Yuqing. Xiao Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. Whoever wants a romantic encounter can come. But right now, he couldn't expose it. He immediately felt ants crawling all over his body.
His entire body was heating up like a little sun.
Even so, Xiao Yan held his breath, not letting out a single sound. For a moment, in the wardrobe, there were only the faint sounds of their breathing, and the atmosphere was incredibly ambiguous.
Creak thump.
Until the sound of a door closing rang out, Xiao Yan finally scrambled out like he was escaping for his life. Now he looked extremely disheveled, even managing to pull out a piece of clothing along with him.
Woo. Yuqing, I'm sorry.
Xiao Yan felt his heart consumed by guilt, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if he had been disregarded.
Then, another person from the wardrobe also crawled out.
Her voice was as sweet as silver bells, but it carried a gentle older sister's tenderness.
Get up, stop playing dead. What are you really here for?
Xiao Yan finally lifted his head and saw the woman standing before him.
What the hell?
Only then did Xiao Yan regret not studying hard in language class. Unfortunately, he had no education, a single what the hell could go everywhere. The woman in front of him was unbelievably beautiful, almost on par with a made-up Lin Yuqing. She had rabbit ears on her head, which were drooping down because she was angry. What's more, the size in front of her chest looked like it would fall off. Could it be that the soft thing I just touched?
Xiao Yan didn't dare to think further, collapsing back onto the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Are you sick?
Why does it feel like I did something to you?
The woman's cheeks quickly flushed with embarrassment, her brows furrowed, wearing a resentful expression. But then she noticed Xiao Yan's head. Her pupils shrank, and even her voice trembled slightly.
You are human.
Xiao Yan weakly raised his head to look at the woman, then lay back down again.
I'm done for. Totally done for.
The woman opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but at the entrance, the sound of high heels echoed again.
Tap tap tap. The woman reacted quickly and hid back in the wardrobe.
Even if Xiao Yan felt like he was done for, he clumsily got up from the ground, wanting to pull the wardrobe door.
But
the woman in the wardrobe had firmly held the door shut. No matter how hard Xiao Yan tried, he couldn't open it.
Damn it.
Xiao Yan was about to cry in frustration.
It wasn't a big deal, if caught, just slip away.
But Xiao Yan felt guilty for sneaking around, terrified of being discovered, utterly flustered. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yan's eyes fixed on the nearby floor-to-ceiling curtain.
He quickly pulled open the curtain, only to find a charming little girl hiding behind it. Damn it, how many beauties are hidden in this golden house? Chapter 60, Nina and Nia.
Now Xiao Yan had seen the world, his heart becoming as steadfast as a fortified city.
This time, the girl got a fright.
As Xiao Yan watched her about to scream.
It's just a prediction.
He stretched out his hand and covered her small mouth before she could speak. The little girl, who initially planned to struggle fiercely, started to look panicked when she saw Xiao Yan's appearance.
In the end, she revealed a deep fear. This is human.
That devil race that kills without blinking. Seeing the girl calm down, Xiao Yan felt an immense pride rise in his heart, almost wanting to give himself a thumbs up.
No doubt, it's me.
I directly prevented a crisis.
Creak. Lily quickly walked in, her expression even more anxious than before.
Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the curtains that seemed to move a bit. She focused her gaze, appearing somewhat confused.
At this moment, the two people hiding behind the curtains felt their hearts racing. But Lily's next action made them breathe a sigh of relief.
She thought it was just the breeze caused by opening the door too wide.
Then, she began rummaging through several small drawers on the vanity more frantically. Swish. Clatter clatter. Swish.
She was almost tearing apart the small drawers but still couldn't find anything.
Strange. It was clearly right here. How could it be gone?
The more she searched, the more heartbroken she became, and she started to sob quietly. That scene was truly heartbreaking. But Xiao Yan didn't think so at all. At that moment, he didn't even dare to breathe, only hoping that this big sister would hurry up and leave.
Hiding behind the curtains was quite uncomfortable.
Friends with relevant experience know this. As long as the breathing speed quickens a little, the expelled air will move the sheer curtains, causing slight movement. If they were discovered, it would inevitably lead to a bloody storm. In just these few short minutes, Xiao Yan began to feel dizzy due to the lack of oxygen. He really couldn't hold on any longer, so he had to turn his head and take a deep breath, then slowly exhale.
This made him feel a little better.
But the little girl next to him kept glancing over.
So now and then, they would make eye contact. This was indeed a bit awkward.
Thus, to avoid embarrassment as much as possible, Xiao Yan's face nearly turned purple. But fortunately, the thing Lily lost seemed very important. After crying for a few minutes, she wiped her tears and ran out to search for it.
Who? Xiao Yan, unable to stand, knelt down on all fours, gasping for breath.
Damn it, today has really been full of twists and turns. I have never felt that breathing could be so refreshing. At this moment, the older sister who had been hiding in the closet and the little girl behind the curtain came out as well.
Pa pa pa.
The little girl raised her sleeve in disgust, wiped her mouth, and spat a few times dramatically. With a pair of lively, clear eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, she firmly gritted her back teeth. This man in front of her stole her first kiss.
Though it wasn't a mouth-to-mouth kiss.
But she had clearly seen this human cover his mouth and then cover hers.
This damn indirect kiss, what's the difference from a direct kiss?
Her mindset completely collapsed, and in a moment of anger, she started to curse.
But it was in a soft voice, undoubtedly a small outburst of fury. You disgusting human. If it weren't for you, how could I and my sister be stuck here? Indeed, humans are the most disgusting and perverted creatures. Men are even worse. Ha!
Xiao Yan instantly felt displeased, raising his head to glare at the girl. You better watch your mouth, the men in front of you are all good fellows. This girl not only had a flat chest, but her words were also extremely rude. How baffling. If it weren't for him, she would have been discovered long ago. It was clearly her life he had saved, and now she was turning against him. That girl was furious, her bunny ears pressed tightly against the back of her head.
Shameless.
She was about to speak again but was stopped by her older sister beside her.
All right, little sister, don't say any more. Human, we don't know what you are here for.
But you have indeed disrupted our plan. Xiao Yan also stood up at this moment, clapping his hands, looking at the two sisters, and coldly said.
Let's talk. What are you two doing?
That thing Lily wants to find, it's with you, right? Smart person.
Even not knowing Xiao Yan's character, the sister still gently praised him. Seeing that the sister could communicate, Xiao Yan's cold expression softened a bit. However, he quickly started to reflect. He usually wouldn't handle things this way, and today his way of thinking was somewhat out of the ordinary, his words and actions also a bit excessive.
Could it be the aftereffects of using the 3 Qi gathering form too often?
Xiao Yan had already used the 3 Qi gathering form 3 times now. And the Myriad Manifestations book had clearly told him that using it too much would lead to a split personality. It seems it would be better not to rely on the 3 Qi gathering form as much in the future.
Just like the Lord Hoover from just now. He chased out at such speed that even Xiao Yan could not see his figure with the naked eye, only catching a glimpse of an afterimage. If next time his thinking went off track, leaping right in front of that Hoover to taunt him, who knows how he would end up. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan spoke again.
Since we are here together, it proves that we all have ulterior motives and different goals. However, we are now facing a common difficulty. The entire Lord's mansion is surrounded by heavy soldiers, we should work together to find a way to escape. I propose that we be a bit more honest with each other. After we escape together, we can go our separate ways, how does that sound? Xiao Yan spread his hands, casting his gaze towards the two sisters. This choice indeed aligned with everyone's mutual interests. His attitude had already indicated this, it was now up to the two sisters to choose. The sister furrowed her brows, a storm of turmoil rising within her, her conflicted thoughts clashing continually. 3 minutes later, her tightly knitted brows finally relaxed, as if she had found an answer in her heart. Her voice was filled with the unique gentleness of an older sister.
Okay. My name is Nina, and my sister's name is Nia.
Nia lightly nudged her sister's elbow, looking troubled, wanting to whisper something. Nina, being the older sister, certainly understood her sister's concerns.
She patted Nia's shoulder, nodded meaningfully, and then looked back at Xiao Yan, saying, "We are members of the Yaya's Revolutionary Army. Lord Hoover has a mysterious death squad that was said to be given to him by someone important from another world. He has enjoyed peaceful days for too long, so he handed the military token to his beloved daughter, Lily Hoover. The reason we came here today is to obtain Lily Hoover's military token.
After the last Sacred Beast battlefield, Lord Hoover started increasing taxes while offering benefits, encouraging people to have many children. He sends our parents, friends, and fellow clan members to the Sacred Beast battlefield, then suggests that childbirth can exempt taxes. He does this without considering us, the Celestial Rabbit clan, as his own people. To him, our people are just war machines and tools to amass wealth. The Celestial Rabbit clan is deeply trapped in this situation. Ironically, the majority of the populace still thinks he is a good lord who cares for his people. We, the Revolutionary Army, aim to change this situation. Therefore, this military token is very important to us.
We want a revolution." In Xiao Yan's eyes, a complex emotion flickered.
In this world, the entanglements are so numerous. At this point, he understood. The ancestors of the human race fought in the Sacred Beast battlefield, not against fierce spirit beasts, but against ambitious alien races. He hadn't known before, probably because the Dragon Kingdom had sealed away this information. After all, the alien races have their own civilizations, which is not the same concept as the spirit beast disasters. But from Nina's words, it was clear that the entire Sky Rabbit clan was directly led by the Council of 10,000 Races. Even though Hoover continually brainwashed the public, portraying humans as demons, there were still many awake citizens.
I want to ask you humans, are you really as evil as Hoover says? Anyway, I don't think you are. Before, in the cabinet, you could have done something to me, and I wouldn't have been able to resist. But you didn't, you are a noble human. Nina had a look of determination on her face, eager to hear the answer she longed for.
Xiao Yan took a deep breath, shrugged his shoulders, and found a seat to watch the two.
First, let me introduce myself, my name is Xiao Yan. By accidentally coming into contact with a space-time rift, I was pulled into this world. The human race that you do not know, I know. Let me tell you. Since 52 years ago, the alien races have continuously invaded the human race, I don't know what they really want. They descended upon my blue star in the 5th year of the human race's spiritual awakening, slaughtering humans wantonly, causing countless deaths and injuries. Do you know how the Sacred Beast battlefield came to be? It is because they attempted to take over Blue Star, and in the end, 8,888 powerful humans sacrificed their lives to use the power of rules to set up the Sacred Beast battlefield. The alien races were isolated outside, yet every 10 years they would transport large numbers of soldiers to the Sacred Beast battlefield. So even though our human race faced constant defeats, there were still tens of thousands of heroes standing up. Because we know that if we lose the Sacred Beast battlefield, our Blue Star will be filled with suffering. Our human race is clearly the innocent side. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he exuded a powerful aura, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Is it true?
My Sky Rabbit clan has actually become the hawks of the Council of 10,000 Races, helping the oppressors harm humans. Tears trickled from Nina's eyes, unable to accept it for a moment.
If the human race is indeed innocent, then what about the sacrifices of the compatriots sent to the sacred beast battlefield by Hoover over the years? Do they even have any meaning?
The absurdity is that Hoover still incites the Sky Rabbit clan's people to commit ugly acts of invasion against the innocent humans in the name of justice. Nina's delicate hands, she didn't know when, had turned into a fist, trembling from clenching too tightly.
Sister! How do you know this human isn't crafty enough to weave lies and deceive us? Nia exclaimed angrily, but her voice also sounded a bit weak.
It was understandable, the ideology instilled for many years was directly overturned, leading her to feel deceived. She also knew that Xiao Yan didn't need to lie to her.
Did you find the item? Nina took out a palm-sized token from her bosom and waved it in front of Xiao Yan.
However, she stuttered and was still a bit conflicted.
Mr. Xiao Yan, I would like to ask you for help. Relying solely on us should be insufficient to deal with Hoover.
Xiao Yan pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a cunning smile. I'm just a little high school student, with low strength, how can I help you?
Mr. Xiao Yan, you know, so don't pretend to be foolish.
Nina pursed her lips, smiled gently, paused, and spoke again.
What we want to rely on is the human race behind you.
Since the human race has been able to withstand the invasion of the many races for so many years, they certainly have a deep background. Our two brothers are the leaders of the Aya's revolutionary army. I will go back to convince him. After this matter is over, our rabbit clan will help the human clan resist all races together.
Xiao Yan's face flashed with surprise, but he cleverly hid it away. Why? Why rely on the human clan?
Even he only connected the dots of the truth from Nina's few words. It was almost at the same time with Nina that he understood the burdens carried by the human clan.
Then, doesn't she know that joining the human clan will make her a traitor in the eyes of all races, a thorn in their side?
At that time, the rabbit clan will have to bear the wrath of all races along with the human clan.
What is she after? Is it just because of the human clan's stance that she chooses to join?
This contradicts her earlier theory against Hoover's actions. Choosing the human clan, even if heavy taxes are not required, still means battles and sacrifices are unavoidable.
Would she really risk the safety of the entire clan for a completely irrelevant race? Mr. Xiao Yan, I know what you are thinking. Hoover is only a dog under the multi-race council, all his actions are to please the council. The multi-race council is the key.
If we can't break free from the council's control, even if one Hoover is gone, there will still be countless Hoovers.
So, aligning with your human clan is reasonable, isn't it?
Helping the human clan win is helping our rabbit clan win. This is not a transaction, it is a cooperation. Nina's words deeply shocked Xiao Yan, and a smile crept upon her lips. Though her smile was gentle as water, Nina radiated a determination throughout her being. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Xiao Yan proposed any condition, even her body, she could accept it. Xiao Yan could also clearly feel her noble awareness and spirit, a hint of a smile played at the corners of his mouth.
Surely, the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation would not push away this small ally.
The Dragon Nation has always had a saying, when friends come, there is good wine, when wolves come, there are shotguns.
Okay, I will do my best to help you. If the human clan sends someone over, I will introduce you.
Xiao Yan nodded, clearly sensing that both women's cheeks flushed with joy.
He could also understand that it's nice to lean against a big tree for shade.
Having a potential ally from the human clan in the revolutionary army is truly uplifting news. He suddenly realized the meaning of his rebirth.
Right now, Chen Qingqing is just a clown, no matter how she is slapped in the face, so what? As long as he is strong, she is no more than an ant, not even worth trampling. But the urgent matter is to leave the Lord's mansion first.
Alright, you dared to infiltrate here, you must have a map, show it to me first. The two women nodded, taking out a piece of parchment and spreading it on the ground. Xiao Yan hummed, the paper was sketched with rough lines in black charcoal, though crude, it was understandable. After understanding the structure, Xiao Yan raised his head and said solemnly. The structure here is easy to defend but hard to attack, wanting to escape without bloodshed is clearly a fantasy. And, we will definitely fall into a bitter struggle. Not to mention that Lord Hoover is watching us in the dark.
Then let's start with Lily Hoover. Chapter 62, The Celestial Puppet Order. In the meeting hall of the Lord's Mansion in Odin City.
Hoover sat at the head, his face grim, glaring down at a group of kneeling soldiers. A group of useless idiots. A bunch of useless idiots. His voice instantly echoed throughout the room, making the soldiers tremble, fearing that Lord Hoover might wave his hand and annihilate them. Bang! Hoover directly crushed the armrest of the seat into fragments. He originally thought about killing all these useless underlings, but Hoover reconsidered, after all, that spiritual beast today was truly bizarre. 10 minutes after chasing outside, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke and scattered into the air. Since Hoover could firmly hold the position of Lord, naturally, it was easy to think that his Lord's manor must have been invaded by someone.
Has there been any result in the search within the Lord's manor? One of the squad leaders stood up trembling, looking at Hoover. Report, Lord, we haven't found anything unusual yet. Bang!
Hoover's chair was poor, he never expected it would face such a difficulty after being made into a chair, and the other armrest also crumbled.
Continue searching for me.
Increase the troops, search without hesitation.
Where is Lily? Hurry and let her come see me.
Then, a man resembling a minister slowly retreated from the meeting room, quickly heading toward his lady's room. As he passed an intersection, he nearly bumped into Lily face to face.
My lady, forgive me. My lady, the Lord asked you to go to him.
At this moment, Lily's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried, her expression a bit dazed, momentarily forgetting to scold her subordinate.
Okay, I understand.
Lily seemed to have lost her soul, swaying unsteadily as she slowly walked towards the meeting hall. The minister also lifted his head, a look of doubt appearing on his face. Why did his lady seem like a different person today? If she were in her usual temper, she would have slapped him twice on the spot. But the minister soon relaxed, no beating, no scolding from the Lord, this was quite a good job.
Working people have it hard, you know. What normally took 3 minutes to walk, Lily took nearly 10 minutes.
Along the way, she didn't respond at all to the greetings from those servants and subordinates. Ignoring the puzzled gazes of others, she slowly walked into the meeting room. Seeing his daughter arrive, Hoover waved his hand, directly driving all the guards away. Those subordinates felt like they had been granted amnesty, fleeing like the wind. Noticing that his daughter seemed very upset, Hoover hesitated for a moment, thinking of comforting her first, but then he remembered the urgent matter. After all, his own situation was far more critical than his daughter's trivial matters. He immediately reached out his hand, pulling his daughter into his embrace, and solemnly asked, "Lily, I don't know what bad thing happened to you today, but your father has an important task for you." Lily raised her head and glanced at her father, but then she lowered her head in guilt, falling silent.
Where is the heavenly puppet token I previously gave you?
We need to use those assassins now. Today the Lord's manor has been invaded, and we still can't find out who did it. I need those assassins' tracking abilities. Looking at his daughter, who was bowing her head and saying nothing, Hoover was frantic. It was all his fault for spoiling her. His daughter usually made mistakes and came to him to act cute and seek comfort, and he would just console her a few times. With such an important matter happening today, Hoover really didn't have the heart to coax his daughter. But judging from his daughter's reaction, he felt a vague sense of foreboding in his heart.
Lily, where exactly is that token? Speak. You need to speak up. Where is it?
Only then did Lily choke up and spoke, tears as big as beans rolling down the corners of her eyes again.
Father, that token is missing.
I clearly placed it on the dressing table, but when I just went to look for it, it was completely gone.
Keep it close to you. What are you listening to? It's been like this since childhood. You never listened to a word I said.
Hoover pointed at his daughter who was lying on the ground, angrily scolding her. But after he scolded, he regretted it. His daughter was smart and had followed him since childhood, he had never been able to bring himself to hit or scold her.
Maybe he had gone too far today? If that thing is lost, your father's life is over.
Hoover kept pacing in the conference room, sweat pouring down his face.
Do you know that those 12 death warriors only recognize the token, not the person? They are 12 silver-ranked death warriors. That is a treasure granted by the Tianchi tribe.
Those death warriors were crafted from the bodies of genius fighters on the sacred beast battlefield. Even if I faced them, I would only be killed in an instant. Hoover tossed his sleeve and didn't care about Lily lying on the ground, heading straight for the door.
The Tianchi token must have been stolen.
And it definitely had something to do with that spirit beast in the yard today. He began to think about who could infiltrate his power without him noticing. Recently, the only outsider to come here was Jacques from the Lizard Clan.
Lizard Clan, you have done well. Just wait for me. Get someone. Has Jacques left? Even if he has, he must be brought back. At any cost. Forget it, you guys better guard the gate, no one is allowed to leave.
Hoover clenched his fist and hit the wall beside him, creating a large hole. Seeing her father leave, Lily struggled to get up. She brushed aside her messy bangs, and a thought of wanting to end her own life arose in her heart. Having lost such an important thing and then being slapped hard by her loving father, a multitude of complex emotions intertwined in her heart, leaving her in despair. She thought her tears had dried long ago, but now they flowed again. She limped back to her room, and the scent in her room made her feel a moment of peace. She found a hemp rope from under the bed, tugged at it, and it seemed quite sturdy. Numbly, she threw the other end of the rope high, looping it over the beam, tying both ends together.
She moved over a chair and climbed up onto it. Father, I'm sorry, I lost such an important thing. Thank you for your care all these years, I have no face to see you again. Goodbye, Dad. Lily's numb face finally showed an expression, a smile of relief. She closed her eyes and kicked her chair away. With gravity and the will to survive, she struggled violently as her consciousness began to fade. However, Lily soon felt someone supporting her body from below, laying her down on the ground. The rough rope made her tender neck turn red, and after a long while, she gradually woke up. She saw a man and two women smiling at her with unkind intentions. Ah. The three of them reached out lightning fast, their palms and backs of hands overlapping, and before Lily could react, she almost suffocated. Where is your father's death warrior? Chapter 63, Horny. Just as Hoover rushed out, a soldier's eyes started to spin. He looked around and, noticing no one was paying attention, quietly stepped out of the patrol team. In the Lord's mansion, where the soldiers gathered, no one noticed that one person was missing. He hid in the shadows, taking off his armor and stuffing it all into his storage space. His name was Horny, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, personally operating undercover in the Lord's mansion. Though he was very young, he had already cultivated himself to be a silver-level warrior. Years ago, he was adopted as a foster son by a minister under Hoover because of his extraordinary talent. With various resources supporting him, he successfully broke through to silver at the age of 22. Perhaps because of his humble beginnings, even living in luxury at the minister's house, he genuinely loathed the current situation of the Rabbit clan. At this moment, he had changed into the attire of a lord's servant and was wandering within the city lord's mansion. The reason he took off the guard armor was that acting alone as a soldier was too conspicuous and made it easier to be discovered. It seemed like he was just wandering around, but in fact, he was slowly approaching Lily's room, sometimes directly pointing out the passing guards. After lurking near the corridor for a long time, he finally spotted a flaw amidst the teams of patrolling soldiers, and he swiftly slipped into Lily's room. Who? Seeing the visitor, Qiu Yan instantly stood up and summoned the Fire Qilin, ready to attack. Don't! This is our brother. Fortunately, Nina pressed Qiu Yan down in time, otherwise, in the blink of an eye, the Fire Qilin would have lunged forward to bite towards Hony's throat. Although Hony was powerful and not afraid of the Fire Qilin, he still couldn't help but take a deep breath when he recognized Qiu Yan. The infamous human suddenly appearing before him indeed startled him. His gaze swept around the room and discovered that Lily had been tightly bound by several people, with a piece of tape over her mouth. What is going on? Humans, Lily, his own sister and younger sister all in the same room gave him a very peculiar feeling. What is their relationship? How can his own sisters stand with a human? Aware of Hony's puzzlement, the two sisters explained the situation from beginning to end. Understanding the whole story, Hony's frowning brows finally relaxed. Then I, Hony Reese, would like to thank Brother Qiu Yan first. Seeing that he had gained an ally, Hony immediately relaxed and happily patted Qiu Yan on the shoulder. It's nothing, let's wait until the people from Dragon Country come. Qiu Yan waved his hand, smiled politely, but was internally conflicted. After all, he had no idea when Dragon Country would come to rescue him. Hony approached Lily, crouched down, and spoke to her. Since Lily knows the location, could you join us? As he said this, his pupils flickered subtly. Looking at that face, Lily was instantly stunned. Hony's appearance was not only breathtaking but also strikingly handsome. Moreover, his face perfectly aligned with the aesthetic of the Rabbit clan. Being gazed at by the owner of that face, Lily's cheeks quickly flushed with a hint of redness. For a moment, she even forgot that the people before her were her father's enemies. Before Hony arrived, Qiu Yan and the others had already tried numerous times. By both threats and temptations, she had firmly refused, even wanting to scream to attract the guards. But upon seeing Hony, she immediately glimmered with excitement and shyly nodded. She didn't even know what was happening to her. Hony seemed to possess some sort of magic, making people irresistibly want to follow him. Hony and his two sisters exchanged a glance, and they all tacitly understood at this moment. They knew that just now, Hony had used a mental impact on Lily, directly brainwashing her. And this mental impact was learned from a collection of books in the home of Minister Reese, who was Hony's adoptive father. This technique was rare because the requirements for practicing were quite ridiculous. The first condition was to be good-looking. The second condition was to have adequate mental strength. After that, years of hard training were required to master it. Qiu Yan watched this scene from the side. Suddenly, he felt a bit puzzled. Earlier, the dying Lily had directly betrayed her father as soon as Hony arrived. Could it be that people of the Heavenly Rabbit clan are all obsessed with looks? But Qiu Yan couldn't think too much about it, his eyelids were already starting to feel heavy. After all, the three Qi gathering would make people drowsy. He had no choice but to sit on the chair, close his eyes to recuperate, and listen quietly to the conversations around him. Those death warriors were hidden by my father in a mine 40 kilometers away. But there are formations outside the mine. Without my father's hand decree, it cannot be opened. Lily said softly, her gaze repeatedly glancing toward Honey. This was a bit tricky. Honey and the others showed expressions of difficulty. They thought that with the Heavenly Puppet Order, they could command the Death Warriors against Hoover, but didn't expect such a restriction. Without those Death Warriors, the Revolutionary Army would have basically zero chance of winning against Hoover's troops. Hoover had quite a few silver-level experts under his command. If they relied only on Honey, the highest ranked in the Revolutionary Army, it was clear that their high-level fighting power was insufficient. Forget it, it's better to take everyone away from here first. I have a few sets of armor here, you guys hurry and change, we'll disguise ourselves as a small team to go out. Honey opened his storage space, and instantly a few beams of light fell to the ground, transforming into several sets of armor. There were all kinds of models, even XXXL sizes. Who is this for? Honey scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Just to be safe, haha. The few of them put on the armor and lined up in a straight line, heading towards the Lord's mansion entrance. On the way, they encountered quite a few guards, but each one was sent away by Lily with just a few words. At this moment, Jacques was lying in the carriage, holding a spirit beast crystal core with a cultivation level of gold and studying it closely under the moonlight. But as the carriage jolted, he lost grip on the crystal core, and it dropped inside the carriage. Immediately, he angrily shouted at the coachman. Slow down, slow down. Why is this carriage shaking so much? Don't you know I just ate? However, soon after, he felt a chill, his scales started to shrink. Danger? That ominous feeling almost made him jump out of the carriage to escape. But even sitting inside the carriage, he could clearly feel the horse cart slowing down, and it was gradually coming to a stop. Damn it! I told you to slow down, not to stop. But after yelling a few times, no one answered. Hey! Where is everyone? Are you dumb? Suddenly, a corner of the curtain was pulled open, and Hoover's face appeared right in front of him. Oh? Didn't Lord Jacques ask me to stop? Jacques was startled, staring directly at the newcomer. Hoover? What are you doing here? Do you need something from me? Even though Jacques was used to living in luxury, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous at this moment. As one of the envoys of the 10,000 Clans Assembly, he knew how to read the mood. Seeing Hoover's serious expression, he slowly stood up and brought a few of the women behind him for protection. Why don't you think about what you have really done? Have you taken something you shouldn't have? Chapter 64, Make a Run for It. Escape from the Lord's Mansion. What have I taken that I shouldn't have? Hoover, although I emptied your warehouse, that was the intention of those above. Are you trying to take those resources back? Jacques' eyes were filled with rage as he looked at Hoover, who was becoming colder in expression, backing further behind the women. Hoover took a deep breath, forcibly calmed his emotions, and spoke again. You know, I am not talking about those. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Jacques was directly confused, his scaly brows furrowing tightly. What exactly did he take? These gestures were incomprehensible to him. Jacques was not unreasonable, he had an idea in his heart. If it's really something important that Hoover took, then I should just return it to him. But now, it's just a tax being collected for the great people, and it's brought me a deadly disaster. Lord Hoover, I really don't know. If you don't believe me, search. But I advise you one thing, if you want to kill me today, then you must carefully consider the consequences of the 10,000 Races Council's reckoning. Deep doubt arose in Hoover's heart. Could it be that this Jack really didn't take the Heavenly Puppet Order? The Heavenly Puppet Order, as the Heavenly Puppet Clan's exclusive method, is extremely terrifying. The controlled dead warriors retain their battle awareness from life, and their bodies are reinforced with special materials, making them nearly indestructible. Even Hoover isn't sure if he could break through their defenses. If the person holding the Heavenly Puppet Order understands a little about warfare, 12 puppets, each with a blade, could easily end his life. So, such a treasure absolutely cannot fall into the wrong hands. Many years ago, when Hoover attended the 10,000 Races Conference, the Heavenly Puppet Clan came to him, offering to exchange a treasure for some Heavenly Rabbit Clan members for research. As the Lord, at first, he wasn't willing. Even the best treasures were useless to him. After all, his race limited his cultivation, and his golden level first-tier cultivation hadn't improved for years. Until the Heavenly Puppet Clan promised that if he helped with their experiments, they would assist in modifying his body and unlocking the genetic restrictions of the Heavenly Rabbit Clan. In addition, they would give him a precious Heavenly Puppet Order. At that point, Hoover was led down a path from which there was no return. Let me remind you. The Heavenly Puppet Order. Upon hearing this, even Jack narrowed his eyes, seemingly looking down on Hoover, suddenly laughing as if he had heard a joke. Ha ha ha. Are you saying I took the Heavenly Puppet Order from you?
Jack laughed so hard that tears came out, leaning on his woman's shoulder, while everyone present looked at him with puzzled expressions.
What a joke! Your trashy race is even worthy of having a treasure from the Heavenly Puppet Clan? Even my lizard clan doesn't have one. Lord Hoover really came here just to make fun of me, Jack? If that's the case, then stop messing around. There's a heavy task ahead, and we need to head to the next world. Hoover's face also showed signs of worry. Could it be that he didn't take it?
Based on Jack's character, he would avoid trouble if possible.
If Jack really had the Heavenly Puppet Order, he wouldn't have reacted this way. Could his house have been stolen while he was out?
He felt that, given the nature of his subordinates, something was bound to go wrong, without any warning. He turned around, leading a personal guard team toward the Lord's mansion.
Jack and the others felt Hoover was a bit baffling, like a big fool.
Miss, please don't make it difficult for us.
The Lord clearly told us before leaving that no one is allowed to let anyone out.
A soldier stood at the door, nervously looking at Lily. He couldn't bear the spoiled nature of this young lady. So, he spoke carefully, trying not to provoke her.
If this lady got angry, tomorrow he'd have to go to the steward and receive 30 lashes before being kicked out of the Lord's mansion. None of your business. Move aside.
Lily furrowed her brows, raising her voice again. Seeing that the soldier was still blocking the door like a wooden dummy, she immediately started pushing him away. During the scuffle, Lily swung a heavy slap, which landed directly on the armored soldier, sending him stumbling backwards and crashing into the courtyard wall.
Bang!
The soldier was knocked dazed, leaning against the courtyard wall, sitting down while holding his red, swollen cheek, feeling an endless grievance in his heart. Seeing this, Lily no longer cared for him, and with a pull, she started walking out. 5 soldiers, seeing this, hurriedly surrounded her. Provoking Lily might only result in a couple of slaps, which could even feel a bit satisfying.
But provoking the Lord?
Even if I don't die, I still want to shed a layer of skin. Xiao Yan and the others were hiding in thick armor, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, feeling a headache coming on.
Perhaps in a little while, Hoover will come back, and then there will be no escape. Are you still going to stop us?
To tell you the truth, my father just sent a message saying he is in dire battle.
If you few keep blocking, it will delay the chance of victory. Can you bear the consequences when that time comes?
Lily's face darkened, and she glared at them with resentment in her eyes. Although there were many patrolling soldiers inside the walls, they turned a blind eye to Lily at the door, all secretly relieved that they were not rotated to guard the gate today.
The reason is simple, they are just workers. Who wants to take care of this? It's asking for trouble. Miss, do you have the Lord's decree?
A somewhat frail soldier said carefully.
Of course I do.
A flash of light appeared in Lily's hand, and a scroll appeared. Just as the soldier slowly reached out for the scroll, Lily suddenly pulled her hand back.
What? You still want to see? The things here are confidential. Hurry and get out of the way.
At this moment, several soldiers finally made way slowly like ants.
Xiao Yan and the others silently followed Lily outside. Wait.
Suddenly being called, Xiao Yan felt his heart tremble, and his steps came to a halt.
Miss. We want to go with you. We are really worried about the safety of the Lord and you. Only then did Xiao Yan feel relieved.
Looking at the skyline where a light seemed to pass, everyone felt a sense of foreboding. At this moment, Xiao Yan subtly poked Lily.
Then you all hurry up and keep up.
After Lily finished speaking, she quickened her pace in another direction, giving the others no space to refuse.
5 minutes later.
A blue light streaked across the street, and Hoover returned to the Lord's mansion in the blink of an eye. Looking at the empty gate, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that the person who stole the Heavenly Puppet Order took advantage of his absence, and his soldiers were overpowered and destroyed? But looking at the scene, there were no signs of battle. This was a bit strange. Coincidentally, a patrol of soldiers passed by. Seeing Hoover standing alone at the gate, they immediately shouted loudly, "Greetings, my lord."
"Greetings, my foot." Where are the soldiers guarding the gate? Where did they go?
A few of them stammered, unable to explain for a long time.
I don't know. Chapter 65, Xiao Yan, you must be safe.
Because the Lord's mansion is closer to the west gate, and Hoover had gone out through the north gate. At this time, while he was returning the same way, Xiao Yan and the others had already run out of the city.
Miss. Why aren't we there yet? I remember Lord Jacques of the Lizard Clan went out through the north gate. Did we take a wrong turn?
A soldier asked with some worry, his armor clattering as he ran.
Are you coming with us or not? If you don't want to come, then don't. I never asked you to follow me. Lily shouted while running forward without looking back.
But could the soldiers dare to go back? Helplessly, they could only continue to follow behind.
Until they rushed along the country road for half an hour, the soldiers finally sensed something was wrong. This isn't the way to support the Lord. Lily suddenly stopped at a fork in the road, and the soldiers behind almost collided into a heap. Xiao Yan also stopped at this moment, his eyes looking at Lily. After all, they were her soldiers, and they needed to seek Lily's opinion.
Knock them out.
Ha! When their own young lady unexpectedly dropped this line, the soldiers were a bit stunned. Then they saw the people behind Lily charging toward them. They only symbolically resisted a couple of times before being knocked out. Then he was stripped of his armor and tied to a big tree by the roadside.
Lily nodded.
After all, he had loyally worked for her family, killing him directly would be too cruel.
This way of handling it is just fine.
Even if her father found out, he wouldn't be able to blame them.
Alright, how about we go sit at our Revolutionary Army base first? Honey suggested.
After all, when Hoover came back and found his daughter missing, he would definitely go crazy searching the whole city. Xiao Yan also showed strong interest in this.
Might as well go take a look at what kind of strength they have.
Although there wasn't a single shadow from Dragon Country yet, at least with the revolutionaries behind them, they could survive in this world. As for Albert, the promised 2 hours had long passed. There was no need to go uphold justice or suppress bandits for those spirit stones anymore. The group took off their heavy armor, changed direction, and rushed toward the southwest again. 6 hours ago, Lin Yuqing ignored traffic rules and rode her Iron Mountain straight to the police station to report the case. As the eyewitness, Lin Yuqing was the first to arrive at the police station. All equipment within 3 kilometers had already been disrupted by a magnetic field, and only then did the police receive the report about a spatial rift appearing. Officer Joe Bowen immediately led a team to the area around the rift and sealed off the scene. By now the rift had started to become relatively stable, and the strong suction at the beginning was gone. From this, it seemed that Xiao Yan was really unlucky. He happened to pass by right when the rift fully formed, and was sucked in. Now the rift had grown larger, taking over the whole shop owned by. From the outside you could see the round, spinning rift, mysterious like a black hole, its dark surface looking like it wanted to swallow everything.
Hey! You over there, don't get close. Stay back.
Joe Bowen shouted directly at the crowd and then spoke into his chest radio to assign tasks.
Is the Special Incident Response Team not here yet? Hurry! An innocent person has been pulled in. Then a burst of electromagnetic static came through the walkie-talkie.
Joe Bowen cursed under his breath, sent a policewoman to comfort Lin Yuqing, and then waved to send several officers to protect the area. Then he ran to the nearby road and began evacuating people. The 5 members of the Dragon Scale team soon arrived at the scene. But even though their cultivation levels averaged silver rank, and their captain Thunder was at gold rank, they were only responsible for rescue, and could only stand outside the rift, helpless. After all, none of their team members were good at formations. If the passage to the other world wasn't stabilized with a formation, they could get lost inside any time, and be crushed into powder by space tides. Most formation masters nearby were busy preparing protective formations for the beast-taming entrance exams, and couldn't be interrupted during the drawing of the arrays. Or they'd be backlashed directly by the formation. This left Zhanghai City with no one they could use. Lin Yuqing sat anxiously to the side, but she couldn't do anything. She was simply unable to sit still. She was worried. Now Xiao Yan's life or death was unknown, and she feared that if they were too late, she might never see him again. She waited anxiously for 2 full hours before the police temporarily transferred a formation master from the neighboring city. Formation masters were extremely rare in human society. They usually needed inheritance, or a 1 in a million chance to awaken such an ability to keep the line going. For example, if a formation master's life was about to end, they could pass this ability to a student or descendant before dying. It is well known that every person's talent is fixed from the moment they are born. In the future, whether they are body training fighters or beast tamers, it is determined by the talent they awaken. Only a few, like Xiao Yan, who can evolve their talent, or those who inherit the path of formation masters, are exceptions. As the formation master got out of the car, he jogged over and quickly opened his portable toolbox. He bit a carving knife in his mouth and manipulated some small instruments with both hands non-stop. He was measuring the distance to draw the magic circle. After finishing the measurement, he took out a carbon pen and sketched a rough draft on the ground, which seemed to be filled with complex patterns and strange letters. Then, he took the carving knife and knelt down, carving the magic circle along those tracks, one stroke after another. Even though the ground was hard concrete, the carving knife smoothly cut in as if it were tofu. This left Lin Yuqing, who was seeing this for the first time, astonished.
Bang, bang, bang.
Suddenly, a muffled sound of boots echoed in her ears. When she turned her gaze, she saw that Thunder had sat down beside her. He lit a cigarette and spoke to himself.
Little girl, is it that kid named Xiao Yan who got sucked in?
Seeing Lin Yuqing gently nod her head, he took a deep drag from the cigarette and let his thoughts travel back many years. One of my old teammates experienced the same thing. He was also sucked in by a newly formed space crack. However, he was lucky, the rescue team found him alive in the alien world. And he only suffered minor injuries. Such cases are not unheard of, so you don't need to worry too much.
Xiao Yan will be okay.
Lin Yuqing turned to look at Thunder, her eyes filled with doubt.
The uncle seemed to look very sad. Didn't his teammate survive?
It seemed that Thunder understood Lin Yuqing's confusion. He paused and spoke again.
Unfortunately, back then, we didn't have enough personnel and not enough strength.
In the alien world, we were attacked by unknown spirit beasts, our whole team was in danger. He sacrificed himself, blocking the spirit beasts alone, so we could escape.
That's how we were able to come back. He let out a long sigh.
Don't worry, I won't let that tragedy repeat itself. After speaking, Thunder gave a self-deprecating smile, stood up, patted his pants, and left. Lin Yuqing watched Thunder's back, feeling a sense of loneliness as she unconsciously clenched her clothing.
Xiao Yan, you must be safe. Chapter 66, Rescue Operation, Depart.
Time flew by, that formation master long sighed in relief, packed away his carving knife and tools, and was about to leave. Perhaps he had expended too much mental energy, and as he stood, he nearly fell backward, but a member of the Dragon Scale team waiting to enter caught him. He turned back to thank them and then weakly spoke.
Because I came here in a hurry today, and there aren't enough people, it's just me.
I've temporarily stabilized the space crack, the magic circle should last about 3 days. Remember, once you enter, measure the flow speed of the alien world.
3 days is the time in Dragon Country, which is 72 hours.
If the time exceeds, the magic circle will no longer be able to maintain the stability of the passage. If the flow speed in the space is too fast and you cannot return in time, do not forcefully enter the passage.
Remember. Remember.
Thunder nodded, waving his hand, and 2 team members suddenly radiated a layer of purple light. They were beast tamers, and naturally, their physical quality was not as strong as that of fighters. This action was also to protect their safety. Soon, the Dragon Scale team slowly stood in the center of the magic circle.
The complicated magic circle began to flicker with light.
After a few breaths, it burst into a dazzling bright light, completely engulfing the 5 people in the center of the circle.
Dragon Scale Team, Rescue and Exploration Operation. Set off.
Thunder shouted, and several figures instantly vanished. Lin Yuqing looked over with a worried expression, and the female police officer beside her timely held her small hand. The warm hand enveloped Lin Yuqing's icy small hand, allowing her mood to calm down a bit. The Dragon Scale team rescuing innocent civilians who fell into the space rift wasn't their first time. They evenly released their spiritual power skillfully and slowly floated forward. They didn't know how long had passed, when suddenly everything went dark, and they arrived in another world.
Thunder looked around.
Here, it was so dark that one couldn't see 5 fingers in front of their face, and not a hint of light penetrated in, making it impossible to know where they were. After all, they were in another world, and a female team member's heart tightened.
Captain, should I turn on the light?
Wait. Thunder said softly. Illuminating in a dark and unknown place is very dangerous.
Spiritual beasts living in dark environments are very sensitive to light.
If we carelessly shine a light, we may be attacked.
Thunder sniffed the air.
The air here was filled with dust and had a musty smell.
However, he didn't smell any traces of spiritual beast droppings.
This was good news for the group. It seemed mostly safe here, and there didn't seem to be signs of spiritual beasts living around. They didn't dare to illuminate this space directly, so they had to rely on the weak glow of their detection instruments to search around.
Ah!
In the silent space, only the faint sound of a few footsteps remained, when suddenly one female team member let out an uncontrollable scream.
This immediately drew everyone's attention. What's wrong, Fu Yao?
Thunder immediately became alert.
Captain! I seem to have touched a person. In the space, Fu Yao's panicked voice echoed. Don't be afraid, where are you? I'll come over slowly. Captain! Could it be that we've crossed into some kind of terracotta army in another world? I have noticed that too. And it seems to be covered in some kind of leather armor.
Upon hearing this, Thunder cautiously made his way towards where they were. About 5 minutes had passed since arriving in the other world, and everyone's vision was gradually starting to adapt to the darkness.
When he got within a meter, Thunder finally managed to see.
There stood a person dressed in black armor. However, it seemed lifeless, as a nearby team member reached out and tapped its body, producing a dull metallic sound.
These things are very strange. Suiyu, test how this thing reacts to the light.
Okay. Suiyu was that cold on the outside, warm on the inside ice queen they had seen earlier on Shueyuan Street. At this moment, she turned on the flashlight while using her spiritual power to protect herself. But even with the strong light from the flashlight, that thing didn't show any sign of movement, as if it were lifeless.
This was quite odd. Could it truly be a terracotta soldier from another world? Suiyu, you first find the exit, then we will check around.
Just wait for us over there, and then we will move towards you. Suiyu did not have strong combat power, her role in the team was more akin to a scout or strategist. She responded lightly, lifting the flashlight and shining it around. After judging it was safe, Thunder took out a few lanterns and, using his spiritual power to wrap them, placed them around. Instantly, the group could see the entire scene clearly.
It appeared to be an abandoned mine. Many ores sparkled with a peculiar luster under the illumination.
And those terracotta soldiers they just touched remained perfectly still, their bodies covered in spiked armor, as if any part of their body could serve as a weapon. There were a total of 12 puppets, basically made from different races' corpses. But among them, there was even a human corpse. They stood there quietly like statues. The dragon scale team felt their anger ignite.
Is it the puppet of the Celestial Puppet Clan? It seems someone placed it here.
As the leader of the Dragon Scale team, Thunder had the authority to review some documents of the Dragon Nation, so he recognized this thing at a glance. He clearly remembered that the methods of the Celestial Puppet Clan were extremely cruel.
The refining process required many lives to fuel it. Damn! I'm going to destroy it right now.
Since it's something from the myriad clans, destroying it is better than letting it come after us. A team member wearing glasses exclaimed angrily. The few people present had all been to the Sacred Beast battlefield and had returned, fully aware of the ugly face of the myriad clans. Naturally, they held a deep-seated hatred for such evil things. However, that team member tried several times but could not inflict any damage on it.
He could not help but start to gather energy for a powerful attack. Alright, Song Hanyan, stop for now. We haven't found the exit yet. If we cause a collapse, won't we all be finished here?
Fu Yao softly spoke from the side. Though destroying such a thing would be better, it did not seem to pose a threat to them without anyone controlling it.
Everyone come here, I've found the exit.
Thunder nodded, collected a few lamps, and then unleashed his powerful spiritual energy, erasing the footprints and other traces left behind. The team members naturally knew that staying here would be an obstacle, so they all ran towards Suiyu's direction. They followed the winding mine passage upwards, clearly feeling the elevation rising, and couldn't help but feel some excitement. Every other world has its own special spiritual beasts, perhaps that would benefit humanity.
Chapter 67, 3 Parties in Motion.
Captain, it seems this place is sealed by some formation, we can't get out. Suiyu stopped at the doorway and shouted back. Song Hanyang seemed to be distracted, and without stopping, he bumped into an invisible wall. He directly hit it hard enough to see stars, taking a few steps back to steady himself.
What the heck, how is there a formation here? We won't be teleported to the lair of the myriad clans, will we? Thunder frowned and fell into deep thought. Indeed, this rescue operation was full of doubts. In the secret realm that descended on Blue Star, they hadn't encountered this kind of otherworld where another civilization existed.
The formation was clearly set up intentionally, aimed at protecting the Celestial Puppet Clan puppets below. It is worth mentioning that perhaps due to the differing cultures of the two worlds, the Celestial Rabbit Clan referred to this as Death Soldiers, meaning deceased soldiers.
Whereas the Dragon Nation people distinctly considered it a puppet.
You all try to see if you can break this seal with brute force.
Sure. Song Hanyang gathered all his spiritual energy in his fist and directly activated his talent. Heaven-shaking fist. Bang!
As soon as his fist made contact with the formation, it produced a muted sound, like hitting glass.
Then, an invisible light curtain appeared, rippling in waves.
But there was no sign that it was about to be broken.
It seems the seal is not simple. Thunder took a deep breath. Song Hanyang's frontal assault ability was also among the top in the team and was nearly at the peak of silver rank.
Though Thunder was a strong man at 1.90 meters, he actually relied on tactics. If they were at the same cultivation level, Thunder would only be able to suppress Song Hanyang slightly. He had to step up himself.
You all step back a bit, I'll take it on.
My talent may not be as powerful as Hanyang's, but it has more killing power, so be careful not to get hurt. Upon hearing this, the other 14 members retreated to the back, and Suiyu even began to gather a spirit energy shield. Moments later, an ice-blue shield formed and stood in front of them.
Thunder's talent was Holy Formula Thunder, capable of unleashing lightning power with every movement. The reason for making everyone step back is to prevent the scattered thunder from accidentally injuring teammates. Thunder Strike Seal.
In an instant, a purple shadow of a hand suddenly erupted behind the thunder, perfectly in sync with the thunder's motion, violently smashing towards the barrier in front.
Boom!
The deafening explosion instantly filled the entire space, and the violent shockwave kicked up dust and sand. The 4 team members also tried hard to shrink their bodies behind the spiritual power shield. They tightly covered their ears, but their heads were still buzzing. Some small lightning scattered everywhere, and without a doubt, just one touch would be enough to make a person convulse and lose combat ability. The barrier visibly shook violently, and a glimmer of hope shone in the eyes of the four. On the other side, inside the Lord's mansion, Hoover suddenly looked up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The ceiling formation he set up was actually being forcibly broken.
Seeking death.
A chilling killing intent suddenly erupted, and the green bricks underfoot exploded, as he shot into the sky like a pale blue lightning bolt, rushing straight towards the mine. Xiao Yan followed Honey and the others to the base.
The peaceful scene around made Xiao Yan wonder if he had taken a wrong turn.
Often, women and children from the Sky Rabbit tribe would pass by and shout leader at Honey.
Is this your living area? Xiao Yan asked tentatively. Honey looked back at Xiao Yan in confusion.
No, this is the headquarters of our revolutionary army.
A black line immediately appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. This is too childish. Can this be called a revolutionary army?
It might as well be called a revolutionary village.
Where are your fierce and brutal soldiers? The deafening roars of soldiers training? Where are your reliable deputies?
Everywhere he looked, there were only old, weak, sick, and disabled people, not a single able-bodied young worker.
Seemingly seeing Xiao Yan's thoughts, Honey wore a mysterious smile on his face.
The outside is just a facade, come with me, I'll show you.
Xiao Yan followed Honey to an opening.
This place was very hidden, and if one didn't move many obstacles, it would be completely undetectable. Even Xiao Yan couldn't help but give Honey a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of the Sky Rabbit tribe, they indeed had 3 burrows for cunning hares. Continuing to follow Honey down, Xiao Yan then discovered a whole new world underground. Soldiers were neatly lined up, uniformly waving their spears, and the sounds of their training echoed throughout.
Xiao Yan nodded with some satisfaction. When he first arrived here, he almost wanted to turn around and leave.
He initially thought Honey was just a dreamer, but unexpectedly, he had secretly gathered such a force. Although the number of people here was even less than the guards at the Lord's mansion, let alone compared to Lord Hoover's army. However, this is starting to look somewhat like it, and at least it gave Xiao Yan a glimpse of hope. Perhaps when the support from the Dragon Kingdom arrives, there might really be a chance. After all, the victory of a war relies on high-end combat power. Soldiers are mainly for attacking the city and weakening the enemy's defense. Just like the thousands of soldiers in front of them, when the time comes, they only need to charge forward with Honey.
Leader! You are back. How's the plan?
A competent man in a linen outfit stepped forward, respectfully speaking to Honey, and then curiously gazed at Xiao Yan.
To avoid causing panic, Xiao Yan was hiding under a black robe.
The fabric of this black robe was quite comfortable. The last time he ambushed the Sky Dome Church, he casually took 2 of them, and now they came in handy. Although the plan had some bumps, it was at least somewhat successful.
That's great. That's great. As long as you are safe. The man looked delighted. Who is this? A new friend, it's fine, you all keep training. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Cohen. Honey looked at the man, a polite smile spreading across his face.
This was the butler of the Reese family, who had watched Honey grow up and regarded him as his own.
He was also the person Honey trusted the most. When Cohen realized what Honey was thinking, he began secretly helping Honey gather soldiers.
Using his own authority to enter the barracks, he persuaded others who also wanted to overthrow Hoover's rule.
Now, the entire barracks was under Cohen's management.
There were about 5 silver-ranked experts in the barracks, 13 bronze-level team leaders, and countless other iron-level soldiers.
After touring the entire barracks, Xiao Yan offered some small suggestions, which made Honey regard Xiao Yan with new eyes.
Report. Leader, Lord Hoover left again less than a quarter of an hour after returning.
This time, it seems he went in a certain direction. The few of them looked at each other and instantly understood.
Hoover must have returned to the Lord's mansion and realized that Lily was no longer there. Then he would surely begin a vigorous citywide search. At that time, the situation was critical, and the few of them had boldly exited through the west gate.
So this matter could definitely not be concealed.
A cold light flashed in Honey's eyes as his knuckles gently tapped on the table.
It seems we need to find a way to move the battle up by 2 days. Lily, take us to the mine and let's first see what's going on with that formation.
After saying this, he quickly stood up and headed for the exit.
Chapter 68, Dimensional Strike. Just as the thunder struck an imprint, the entire seal began to shake violently. Hanyang. Chai Fei. Put in more effort.
Song Hanyang fueled his spiritual power and charged directly at the protective shield. Chai Fei, the last member of the Dragon Scale team who hadn't spoken, clenched his palm, and with few words, he uttered 2 simple ones.
Move mountain.
A 3-meter-tall iron-armored earth dragon appeared beside them, almost crushing the positions of the others. With a dragon tail as thick as an ancient tree raised high, the end had a giant bone hammer covered in spikes, like a meteor hammer, striking fiercely at the barrier in front.
Tear. The transparent shield shattered like glass.
Breathing in the outside air, the few felt reborn.
But just as everyone relaxed, a sudden roar echoed through the sky. Who are you?
Thunder narrowed his eyes and saw a long tail cutting through the sky in the distance, as if someone was rushing towards them. He was not afraid. He crossed his arms and looked up at the newcomer.
Sky Rabbit Clan? Humans?
It was not until they got closer that Hoover finally saw their faces.
Isn't this the race that all the tribes want to invade? How could they be here? Moreover, they looked tough and were staring at him?
Hoover suddenly felt a bit guilty.
Could it be that he encountered a hard nut to crack?
Oh.
So you set the seal here?
Thunder spoke proudly, his eyes unabashedly scanning Hoover up and down. Seeing that the newcomer was a creature of the many tribes, they showed no friendly faces. Hoover found the positions of the few somewhat strange. But these humans, for some reason, appeared inside the seal. Logically, the seal should be strong enough to withstand the full strength of platinum-level experts. From the inside, breaking the seal would only require a small cost.
Damn it!
Hoover's heart was bleeding. He had sacrificed tens of thousands of Sky Rabbit girls for the Formation Master to help him once among the many tribes. After all, the Sky Rabbit girls were very popular among most races, their cute rabbit ears in high demand. It is said that even the human race favored their Sky Rabbit girls. But he couldn't exhaust the supply. Although his Sky Rabbit race had no other strengths.
It can live and grow quickly. The key point is that they want girls. If they have given away all the girls, who else can give birth?
At this rate, the Sky Rabbit tribe will eventually be extinct.
Your golden level ability can't keep the Sky Puppet Order, just hand it over?
Thunder had a meaningful bad smile on his face. He had heard of the Sky Rabbit tribe's talent, at most it was golden level 5 or 6. Though Thunder's strength wasn't strong, he was at least a master at golden level 3. The Sky Rabbit tribe's bodies are fragile, and their endurance is poor, they can be easily handled with just a tug.
How do you know about the Sky Puppet Order? How did you find those puppets?
At this moment, Hoover was furious but still rational, only daring to look far away at the cave entrance, not close it. Every muscle in his body was tense, planning to flee if anything seemed off. If he wasn't in the air, his legs would almost be shaking. Even if the seal was open from the inside, these people in front of him were definitely golden level combat power.
This golden level from medicine wouldn't be treated like a chick to be beaten, right? What does it have to do with you? Hand over the Sky Puppet Order. If I'm in a good mood today, I might let you go back.
Song Hanyang couldn't hold back any longer, pushed up his glasses, and directly pointed at that Sky Rabbit tribe uncle, shouting. His words were filled with threats.
Wasn't it them who took the Sky Puppet Order?
Hoover raised his eyebrows, looking at the members of the Dragon Scale team, bitterness rising in his heart. Where the heck is that Sky Puppet Order?
Swayu looked at the timer and then looked at the timing instrument.
He quietly leaned closer to Thunder's ear and whispered. Captain, I just checked, the time float here is much faster than on Blue Star, about 1.5 hours in Long Nation equals 2 hours here.
72 hours in Long Nation equals 96 hours here. We still have about 93 hours. Why don't we resolve this quickly and talk about the Sky Puppet Order later? We also need to find Xiaoyan.
In such a large space, I have no idea where to look. Thunder nodded, feeling that Swayu made sense.
You go around to block his escape route. I'll come in at that time.
As soon as his voice fell, Swayu suddenly burst out. Directly using his talent, Wind Speed Cold Ice, his body became a shadow, and in a few breaths, he reached behind Hoover, completely sealing the escape route.
What do you want to do?
Hoover's pupils dilated, stealthily retreating, his surrounding spiritual power flowing secretly.
Nothing, just looking for you to ask for directions.
Song Hanyang grinned, but his eyes were icy cold, and in an instant, he and Thunder charged out, their violent energy cracking the ground beneath them. This scared Hoover so much he turned to flee.
Want to run?
Swayu shouted sharply, frost instantly spreading. Although she couldn't beat Hoover, she used all her spiritual power to build an ice barrier on his escape route. Immediately after, Thunder threw out a bolt of lightning, directly hitting Hoover's back, knocking him to the ground.
Boom!
Hoover's entire body fell, kicking up clouds of dust. He quickly stood up, wanting to escape again.
Song Hanyang timely closed in, delivering a terrifying punch right to Hoover's cheek.
Hoover's body flew backward, crashing against a nearby stone wall with a puff, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing how fierce they were, Hoover could only beg for mercy.
Cough, cough, spare me. I am the lord of the Sky Rabbit tribe. Whatever you want, I can give you. Please don't kill me. I have elders above and kids below.
Hoover no longer had the previous arrogance. On the ground, unable to stop kneeling,
It's no wonder that with Hoover's skill, he could act arrogantly in this world. Who knew he would encounter the tough ones from the Dragon Kingdom? Lord? Then that will be easy. Look, have you seen this person? Thunder took out his phone and showed Hoover a photo of Xiao. Hoover looked at it from every angle, yet he could not recognize it at all. He wished he had seen it before. If he had seen it, his life would be saved today, right? Hoover helplessly returned the phone to Thunder, tears and snot streaming down his face as he spoke, choked with emotion. And no, I haven't seen it, but I can have my guards look for it. Please, just let me go. Thunder looked at Hoover's cowardly appearance and couldn't help but smirk. Let you go? That's not happening. Unless you give us the heavenly puppet order. At these words, Hoover seemed to recall something, appearing even more distressed, and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. I lost the heavenly puppet order. When I saw you breaking my seal, I thought the adults had taken it. Oh, wait, it accidentally fell into the adults' pockets. The adults definitely wouldn't care for such a small thing. Hoover wiped his mouth, looking at Thunder with a forced smile. However, if we wait patiently, we will surely find the one who stole the heavenly puppet order. Chapter 69, This team is powerful yet overly cautious. Oh? What do you mean by that? Thunder immediately became interested, looking at the trembling Hoover, and found it quite amusing. Hoover's face was filled with eager smiles as he rubbed his hands together. Think about it, since someone stole my heavenly puppet order, they must be coming to activate the dead soldiers. At that time, I'll just snatch that heavenly puppet order back and present it to the adults, how about that? You go find us some people first. Thunder waved his hand and took out a device that looked like an iron ring, locking it around Hoover's neck. This scared Hoover quite a bit. What is this? Master. What is this? Hoover's eyes widened, and a few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Thunder simply shrugged his shoulders. This contains. The within can easily separate your head from your body. If you try to forcibly dismantle it, it will explode. By the way, we can control the detonating it whenever we want. I hope you won't be ungrateful and will obediently do our bidding. Otherwise, boom. Thunder suddenly mimicked the sound, startling Hoover into a shiver. He had intended to stabilize the people there first before making other plans. He didn't expect these people to be so meticulous. Now, his life was in someone else's hands. Please spare me, Master. I have elders above me. Shut up. Stop your whining. If you do your job well, we might just let you go. If you keep talking, you might as well just die now. Fu Yao said sweetly from the side. She was quite impatient with this smooth-talking creature. Upon hearing this, Hoover immediately fell silent, his head lowered as he became submissive. Would the esteemed adults like to visit my place? Out here in the wilderness, I can't really host you properly. After speaking, his eyes couldn't help but glance over at them. Ha! Thunder let out a cold laugh. This heavenly rabbit person clearly didn't genuinely want to host them, they definitely had ulterior motives. If they went to his territory, who knows what dangers awaited them? What if he had some ability to prolong his life? Relying only on restrictions was still not safe enough. Today, we will wait here for the rabbit. Sui Yu, you look into the dimensions and their scope. As for the rest, we will take our time with it. Being blindly hasty will only lead to death. In the process of saving others, we must also ensure our safety. Above all, caution is key. Everyone in the Dragon Scale team nodded in agreement. Hoover felt even more of a headache at this sight. He certainly has a backup plan. But all his backup plans are at his own home. For so many years, he has provided young girls from the Sky Rabbit clan to the myriad races. He has made a full set of life-saving gear, all stored in the Lord's residence. If any of these few people dare to enter his Lord's residence empty-handed, they wouldn't have enough lives to lose. But why be so cautious? Helplessly, Hoover took out a piece of cowhide paper, waved his big hand, and wrote a missing person notice on it, also adding Xiaoyan's photo. After Thunder and the others checked it, confirming nothing was missed, they rolled up the cowhide paper and infused it with a stream of spiritual energy. The cowhide paper instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Odin City. Let's take a break and eat something. Without caring about Hoover anymore, Thunder called everyone to sit down. The ironclad earth dragon raised its claw and gently tapped the ground. Suddenly, several rocks rose up, hiding their figures and merging with the surrounding environment. To ensure enough concealment, the Dragon Scale Squad did not start a fire to cook. Instead, they took out their own dry rations and drank water with it. Once they were full and satisfied, they gathered together to discuss strategies. Suddenly, a light appeared above the Lord's residence in Odin City, glowing with golden light, slowly floating at the entrance. Is this the Lord's decree?
A few patrolling guards saw the scene and exchanged glances, not daring to move. What can they do?
It's just like the boss on a business trip suddenly calling back asking you to do something. It's definitely not good news.
With a monthly salary of only 200 spirit stones, who wants to play with their lives? After glancing at each other, they nodded knowingly.
Whistling, they returned to patrol as if nothing had happened. Then came another few squads of guards. Everyone tacitly acted as if they had not seen the decree, turning to leave.
This is selective blindness. Thus, the light hovered at the entrance for half a point. Yet a newcomer, disregarding the team leader's gesture, forcibly opened it. The Lord has issued a missing person notice. With a picture. A reward of 10,000 spirit stones for any clues.
The newbie hadn't finished reading when the decree was snatched away by his own team leader. Then, disbelief sparkled in his eyes.
This. A human? Humans are coming? Hearing the commotion, other patrolling squads became restless, rushing over to see the decree. Get lost.
You just passed by a few times without looking.
Now you come over? What do you want to see? What? Want to fight? Am I afraid of you? Come on. Remove your armor. Let you taste Grandpa's might.
In the blink of an eye, the two patrolling teams were embroiled in a scuffle, using hair-pulling, thigh-grabbing, monkey-stealing peach moves, and other sinister tricks. Slowly, more and more guards gathered around, and the scene suddenly became chaotic.
Everyone wanted to see what the coveted decree was all about.
But unexpectedly, someone got punched, causing the melee to spiral out of control.
Everyone, damn it, stop it.
A loud shout echoed like thunder, causing everyone to halt.
Chief Race.
At this moment, all were subdued, each forming an orderly formation despite their bruised faces.
Is the Lord not present and you're causing trouble? What decree? Hand it over, let me see.
Outside the door stood an old man about 1.7 meters tall. Even through the blue silk robe, one could see his bulging muscles. This man is the adoptive father of Honey, the biological father of the two sisters Nina, the chief race. A squad leader respectfully stepped forward and handed over the decree. Everyone watched as Chief Race's eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts filled with joy. Everyone wore expressions of "I knew you would react this way."
Cough, cough. All right, hurry up and post the notice. Act quickly.
Rice felt a bit embarrassed, coughed lightly, and turned to leave.
Albert walked along the road, feeling hopeless. That human had stood him up, and if he didn't come back tomorrow with the antidote for his sister, wouldn't his sister die from the poison?
His sister had just contracted a golden-level spirit beast, with a bright future ahead. But it was all the devil-like human's fault. He was going to ruin a lovely little girl's life with his own hands. At that moment, he felt more like a puppet than the puppets of the Celestial Puppet Clan. Suddenly, a few passers-by rushed by and bumped right into his shoulder.
It knocked him down to the ground in an instant.
No one cared about him, they just kept chanting.
Human. Lord Hoover has posted a notice. As long as you provide information on that human, you can receive a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Human?
Lying on the ground, Robert had already forgotten the foul smell of mixed horse manure and dirt. His attention was completely focused on the conversation of the few people.
Wasn't it just a human? He had seen one before. As long as he provided the information, he could earn a fortune.
With money, he could hire the best doctors to save his sister. Thinking of this, Robert got up, his eyes filled with determination, and ran along with the crowd.
Chapter 70, Sudden Attack.
At this moment, although Robert was covered in dirt, his expression was very excited. He spotted the notice from a distance. The picture looked just like that devilish human he had encountered.
No way.
I need to get closer and take a good look. Robert squeezed his way into the crowd. As the saying goes, a mop sticky with filth, lubu in the world. A vacuum circle formed around Robert, who smelled terrible. Anyone near him, no matter how curious about the notice, had to cover their nose and back away in shock. Finally, Robert stood right at the front of the notice. Seeing the face clearly, he couldn't help but reach out to touch the image, leaving a dark fingerprint on the white notice board.
Hey! You little brat, just look and don't touch. Now that you've touched it, how can anyone else see it? I think I recognize you, it's your fault. If I just think closely, I can remember.
This behavior drew protests from the crowd, who complained and scolded the filthy young beggar. Robert's mind went blank. At this moment, he couldn't hear the sounds around him, he only thought about the reward and his sister. He jumped up and quickly yanked the notice down, clutching it in his arms and laughing crazily as he ran toward the Lord's mansion.
Xiao Yan and the others, dressed in black cloaks, followed Lily to the entrance of the mine.
Although there were occasional spirit beast attacks along the way, they had all been dealt with by the group. So, they reached the mine entrance safely, but Xiao Yan felt uneasy for some reason.
That feeling of being watched persisted. He glanced around but found nothing unusual. Though it felt somewhat strange, he didn't speak up to stop everyone. Upon arriving at their destination, Nia walked directly into the cave. Be careful. There's a seal at the entrance. Lily hadn't finished her sentence when Nia had already gone down into the cave. Huh? Isn't there a seal here? Lily froze, her head buzzing. What's going on? Such a big seal? Long ago, when Old Man Hoover had given her the celestial puppet order, he had brought her here to recognize the way. And back then, she had gone in just like Nia. At that time, she had been blocked by something like a transparent glass cover. Just then, Nia poked her head out again like a groundhog, looking curiously at Lily, who was lost in thought. Lily, why are you in a daze? Lead the way. It's too dark down here, just a dark mess, making me feel a bit uneasy. Didn't they say there were deaf soldiers? If we go down carelessly, who knows if we'll be attacked? Oh. I'm coming. Only then did Lily regain her senses and lead the way in first. The others, including Xiao Yan, slowly followed behind. However, before going down, Xiao Yan paused deliberately at the door, glancing meaningfully behind him. 1 kilometer away, on the hillside, Xiao Yan and the others' movements were already. Gentlemen. The rabbit is coming. The Chen Qingqing is definitely in their hands. They absolutely stole the Chen Qingqing. Hufu seemed a bit agitated at this moment, trembling as he pointed at the cave entrance. It's these little brats who caused him to be captured by this group of humans now. No wonder he was so agitated. Thunder saw the figures and nodded thoughtfully. Those people were dressed in black robes, sneaky and definitely didn't look like good people. Moreover, he saw 3 of them wearing the cloaks of the Tianqiong church members from Watersource Street back then. That's very suspicious. Their cloaks were made of unique materials and craftsmanship, which the Dragon Kingdom tried to replicate without success. And in such a backward civilization, such things could not exist at all. So, these people must be problematic. Hufu, I will now lift the restrictions on you, go see what the situation is. Thunder ordered as if commanding a subordinate, pointing toward the cave entrance. Even though unwilling, Hufu understood he was now like fish on the chopping board. He sighed slightly, putting on a grateful look, continuously smiling at Thunder. Thunder paused, then continued. If possible, bring back the Chen Qingqing to me. Once we find Xiao Yan, maybe if we are in a good mood, we can set you free. Yes. Don't worry, my combat power may not match you gentlemen, but dealing with a few little thieves is more than enough. A fierce light flashed in Hufu's eyes. Tracing it back, the key factor in his current predicament was that Chen Qingqing. Since these people dared to steal his things, then sorry. He leaped and flew straight toward the cave entrance. Thunder elbowed Sun Hanyan, who was listening to music with headphones. What's wrong, boss? Sun Hanyan looked at his captain, confused as he took off his headphones. Thunder ignored him, his gaze falling on Sui Yu, who was observing data nearby. Sui Yu, you come with me to see. There are 12 puppets in the cave, once activated, Hufu is probably no match. Xiao Song, you protect Shai Fei and Fu Yao here. Let's go take a look, after all, we still need to find Xiao Yan, and Hufu still has value to use. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder and Sui Yu released their respective spiritual energies, transforming into streams of light and entering the cave again. It's so dark here, honey brother. Lily took a few quick steps forward and pitifully hugged Honey's arm. Feeling the soft warmth from the arm, Honey could only smile awkwardly, regarding it as a sacrifice made for the revolution. Seeing this, Nia rolled her eyes and made a silly face at Lily's back. Tisk. Seeing her little sister being so mischievous, Nina also smiled gently, reaching out her slender finger to rub Nia's head. Xiao Yan followed behind, constantly looking around. These people really are carefree, facing the unknown and still so relaxed. What if a spirit beast pops out from somewhere? Wouldn't that be a disaster? However, as he walked down the passage, Xiao Yan discovered several illogical places. Some stones of various shapes suddenly broke apart for no reason. Moreover, from the traces, it seemed that they had just broken not long ago. This proves that someone must have been here, and it is very likely that a great battle occurred here. Combined with what Lily said earlier, the seal at the door was broken by someone. So there is a high chance that an ambush lies ahead. Perhaps, even before they entered, a group of people had already set their sights on them. Bang! Xiao Yan's vision flashed, and his shadow appeared before him. Almost instinctively, he dodged to the side and avoided the attack. Someone is coming. Before Xiao Yan could react, the shadow, like a ghost, launched another whip-like kick at him. Coal Ball. Chapter 71, Kill Her? No, you don't dare. Coal Ball instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan.
Its entire body of black liquid slowly squirmed, and without warning, several tendrils shot out towards the shadow in front. Seeing this, the shadow had no choice but to change its attack midair and dodge the strike. The four people in front also noticed the oddity, but in the dim light of the oil lamps, they only saw two shadowy figures entangled in a struggle. They had no idea what was happening.
Who is it?
Nina felt goosebumps all over her body and shouted loudly behind her, but all that answered her was the sound of the crumbling rock wall behind. Of course, Xiao Yan had no time to reply. At this moment, he was struggling to avoid the shadow's attacks. That shadow was strangely powerful, judging by its aura. It was stronger than anyone Xiao Yan had ever encountered. The only one who could probably match it was Captain Thunder. Perhaps it was due to being in the mine, but Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the shadow seemed to hold back its strength to avoid causing a cave-in.
Roar! The Fire Qilin appeared again, and under Xiao Yan's instruction, its flames burned even fiercer.
It illuminated this section of the tunnel and also clearly revealed the face of the visitor.
Father! Lily's little face was filled with disbelief.
Hoover was also stunned at that moment, his movements frozen, as he forgot that he was in battle with the Beast Master.
Bang!
In an instant, coal balls tendrils pierced through Hoover's shoulder.
Blood gushed out, and this brought Hoover's mind back to clarity. How could his daughter be mixed up with those from the Heavenly Puppet Order? They were even wearing the same outfits.
They didn't look like they were coerced or threatened at all. He punched away the fireball the Fire Qilin spat out, then quickly retreated, creating distance.
Lily! What are you doing? Have you been bewitched by these people? Come back.
This voice seemed to carry a magical power, and Lily froze in place.
Honey cursed inwardly.
After all, he had only come to scout today, and unexpectedly stumbled into this situation.
Moreover, Hoover's call also held some mental pressure, seemingly awakening Lily from her mental shock.
Though Honey had great talent, he was no match for Hoover at this moment.
Huh? What's happening? Father? Where am I?
Lily clutched her head in pain and slowly crouched down. She had experienced 2 mental shocks in a single day. It felt terrible, like a swarm of ants gnawing at her flesh and blood in her head, both itchy and painful, but crucially, she couldn't scratch it. Lily immediately collapsed to the ground, screaming endlessly.
You scum! How dare you bewitch Hoover's daughter? Die!
Hoover's eyes turned red, his spiritual power surged, and no longer caring about whether it would cause a cave-in, his aura climbed rapidly, and he unleashed a wide-ranging spiritual impact.
In the blink of an eye, the mine started to tremble violently. However, Hoover remained calm, with a sinister smile on his face. He wanted to eliminate these trash in front of him instantly. So what if the mine collapsed? He did not believe he couldn't protect his daughter.
His spiritual energy spread out like ripples on water, slowly expanding, and wherever the energy waves passed, rocks shattered with a loud crash.
Ah! At this moment, the Fire Qilin stood in front of Xiao Yan, unleashing a sea of flames to counter Hoover's spiritual shockwave. But even though the sea of flames dispersed some spiritual energy, when the remaining shockwave hit Xiao Yan, its power was still considerable. Both he and the Fire Qilin were hurled away by this attack. Like a kite with a broken string, they crashed against the rock wall with a bang. The impact shook his internal organs. Xiao Yan's head tilted as he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He collapsed to the ground, wanting to breathe deeply, but each breath sent sheer pain coursing through his insides, enough to make him faint. He had lost the ability to stand up. The blow he received was like a heavy hammer striking a fragile body. After all, this was a full-force attack from a gold-level warrior. And Xiao Yan was only a black iron level 5, so the mere residual wave almost killed him instantly. The others were pale-faced from the shockwave as well. Although Nia also had black iron level cultivation, with the silver level honey protecting her, her situation was much better than Xiao Yan's. Humph. I will kill the rest first, then deal with you. Hoover wore a cruel smile.
Even though he had just been bowing and scraping as a subordinate in front of the Dragon Scale team.
But this world is about the strong ruling over the weak. Strong people have to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Don't move.
Honey drew a sharp dagger and held it to Lily's throat, staring intently at Hoover.
If you come any closer, I will kill your daughter. Stay there. Did you not hear me telling you to stay still?
Hoover just smirked disdainfully, stepping forward without slowing down.
I've heard, so what? You think Lily's life can threaten me? Lily is your only hope of surviving. Kill her?
No, you wouldn't dare. Hoover paused, the killing intent in his eyes spreading, looking at the others as if they were already dead.
If she dies, you all die. Only if she stays alive can I be cautious, right? Honey's grip on the dagger trembled slightly, feeling the pressure even before he had fought Hoover.
Cold sweat soaked his back. Though he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was still young and inexperienced.
Facing Hoover's pressure as a higher-up was hard for him to calmly deal with. So, Honey swallowed hard, feeling his throat move. He didn't even notice that his breathing had quickened with his heartbeat, becoming more hurried. Even his voice began to tremble slightly. You. Aren't you afraid I will really kill her? We are all desperate now. One could only say that Hoover underestimated Honey's resolve. Honey suddenly burst out laughing, determined. He suddenly pulled harder on the dagger. Hoover's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected that his provocation would push them into becoming desperate. Ah! Boom! Whether it was the previous spiritual attack that damaged the mine's foundation or not, the figures of the people inside the mine began to sway. Honey lost his balance, but his dagger accidentally did not cut Lily's throat. It only grazed the surface of her skin. Boom! The ground violently shook. Suddenly there was a collapse at Honey's place. A few people instantly felt a sense of weightlessness as they fell downwards. No! Lily! Hoover wanted to chase after, but was struck on the shoulder by a falling boulder beside him. The wound was hurt again, causing Hoover to stagger. His speed suddenly reduced. In that split second, he lost the only chance to save his daughter. Chapter 72, Falling. The mine continued to collapse, rocks constantly falling. Hiss. Xiaoyan propped his body up with his elbow, slowly moving towards the wall to the side. What was obviously only a short two-step distance now felt extremely far. Xiaoyan's purpose was very simple. Since it had collapsed, the closer he was to the wall, the safer he would be. He exerted a lot of effort to crawl under the rock wall. Suppressing the intense pain in his organs, he took 2 painkillers from his Beastmaster space and swallowed them, waiting for the effect to kick in, feeling somewhat better. Then he leaned against the wall, curling up his body, trying to make himself as comfortable as possible. It's not too late to run after the collapse ends. The Flame Qilin had long been stored in his Beastmaster space. Since it shielded Xiaoyan in front, it bore most of the impact, nearly dying on the spot. One could say Xiaoyan was very lucky. This time, the beast core of the Flame Qilin was not hurt. Although its injuries were severe, as long as it stayed in the Beastmaster space, it would gradually recover. As for the principle behind it, Xiaoyan didn't know. However, there was a sense of inseparability between the Beastmaster space and the Beastmaster, like it was a part of the Beastmaster himself. After signing a contract with the spirit beast and putting it into the Beastmaster space, it would have a nurturing effect on healing. At this moment, Ziyue was coiled in front of Xiaoyan, blocking the falling rocks for him. It flicked its tongue, many pieces of its scales broken, deep red blood quickly dripping down between the scales. This won't do, this collapse is truly large. It seems that relying solely on Ziyue won't be enough. If only Lin Yuqing's high attack and high defense rock tiger were here, it could hold up. A hint of self-deprecation flashed in Xiaoyan's mind. He indeed had some connection with the underground. The Flame Qilin he retrieved from the basement of Anqin Villa was nearly killed by that monster in the underground of Shueiyuan Street, and now in the other world, yet again it's a collapse in an underground mine. Xiaoyan immediately put away the joking tone in his heart and became serious. If it continues to collapse here, he wouldn't even need to buy a coffin. He'd be buried alive, a one-stop funeral service, and even the follow-up arrangements would be unnecessary. Seeing Ziyue about to hold on no longer, Xiaoyan had to resort to a relatively riskier plan. Coal Ball. Attack the ground under me. Although most of Coal Ball's bodily fluids had lost their vitality after being beaten by Hoover. However, as long as it eats, it can secrete fluid, and it had been fed 2 pieces of spirit beast meat to recover. Following the command, Coal Ball directly shot out its tentacles, striking the ground fiercely. It shook so much that Xiaoyan's but felt a bit numb. This mine was extensive, with tunnels everywhere, and only a thin layer of rock separating the 2 levels. The effect was immediate, the ground beneath him began to crack. Bang! The ground could no longer withstand Xiaoyan's weight and collapsed with a deafening sound. As Xiaoyan fell down, a flash of light appeared in his hand, pulling Ziyue back to him. Coal Ball adjusted the direction of its tentacles and thrust hard into the rock wall. Its entire body instantly jumped onto Xiaoyan's back. It controlled the body fluids, wrapping Xiaoyan entirely, just like it had done before while hunting. The height was probably about 10 meters, so even if Xiaoyan jumped down normally, he wouldn't be killed. Although he was injured now, mainly due to those body fluids from the Coal Ball. As he was about to touch the opposite side, the Coal Ball's body extended its tentacles again, directly counteracting part of the gravitational acceleration. It can only be said that the Coal Ball was dark beyond measure. The new ability gained after swallowing that monster on Shueiyuan Street was simply a perfect combination of offense and defense. However, because he was about 50 meters away from Honi and the others, Xiaoyan fell alone into a strange space. This space was quite vast, even though occasional debris fell, most of it wouldn't cause Xiaoyan any harm. On the other hand, Honi's situation was slightly better.
Though it happened suddenly, his silver-level cultivation was no joke. He managed to lightly tap the falling rocks with his toes, bringing Nina and Nia safely over. The four of them slowly reached the ground, sheltered by the protective shield woven by Honi's spiritual power. A rough estimate showed they were about 40 to 50 meters from their location before the collapse.
Honi even pretended to stomp his feet dramatically.
Based on the feeling underfoot, it seemed solid below, which eased his mind. He looked up and surveyed the space around him, feeling a sense of amazement. This mine actually contained such a huge space. Now they had fallen into such a deep area, how to return was indeed a big problem.
What should we do, Brother Honi? That human won't be dead, right?
Nia was a bit worried. After all, relying solely on their Revolutionary Army's strength would absolutely not be enough to contend with Hoover.
The power of humans was indispensable.
Hoover had been the lord of the Tian-Tu tribe for so long, possessing countless treasures and weapons. Not to mention, his troops were all strong and capable.
Honi pointed to the black robe that Nia was wearing. Sister, don't worry yet. That human is not simple, you can rest assured.
Look, the robe he gave you has no wear and tear, even any dust that settles can be blown away with a slight puff.
This is definitely not an ordinary thing. A person who can casually gift such a good thing will definitely have a life-saving secret. Nia also noticed the black robe she was wearing at that moment.
Initially, she had her own black robe. But for some unknown reason, she foolishly thought that this robe looked incredibly nice, like the silk from the Lord's mansion. Out of the blue, she shyly asked Xiao Yan for 2 pieces, one for herself and one for her sister. I think, compared to Xiao Yan, we should worry more about ourselves. Honi looked at Lily, who had kept her head down, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. It seemed she had regained her senses. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she was trying to suppress something.
His mental shock had a huge drawback.
That is to say, once the opponent broke free from the controlled state, this kind of attack would lose its effect.
How dare you? How dare you control me to betray my father? Lily's eyes burned with rage, and her entire being emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This was understandable.
Lily was inherently proud, the only daughter of Hoover. She could absolutely not accept being controlled by others.
Moreover, it was a betrayal against her most respected father. Prepare to face my wrath.
Lily's voice gradually turned cold, then her whole body erupted with spiritual power. Just one stomp on the ground sent spiderweb-like cracks rippling across the surface. Her cultivation was revealed at that moment, Silver 2nd stage.
You are also a Silver level 2, right? Come and fight. Lily stood proudly, gazing down at the 3 in front of her.
As the daughter of the Lord, although her talents were not as good as Honi's, she had endless resources since she was a child. In this world, martial arts flourished.
Anyone who had the means to practice martial arts would generally not choose to tame beasts.
After all, while spiritual beasts are powerful, their bodies are still fragile. Being strong oneself is safer. At this moment, however, Honi was troubled. If he won, that would be fine. If he lost, he couldn't protect his sister and little sister.
Moreover, Honi was greatly exhausted from the earlier attack of spiritual energy from Hoover.
It was obvious that when Hoover unleashed the energy, he deliberately avoided Lily. Lily was now at her peak strength. Honi and the others had less than a 30% chance of winning.
I don't want to fight you.
He spoke softly, hoping to stabilize Lily first and stall for more time. He needed a chance to catch his breath and recover from his exhaustion.
But Lily was very unyielding, shouting as she rushed towards Honi. Run! I'll hold her off for a bit.
Honi drew his weapons, a shield and a great sword. With the sound of whistling wind, he swung down towards Lily. In an instant, a glimmer of light flickered in Lily's hand as she held a western sword, crossing it in front of herself.
Bang!
The 2 weapons collided, making a deafening sound. Nina's spiritual energy spun around her, forming a transparent barrier, shielding herself and her younger sister.
Then, pulling Nia, they scrambled towards the distant darkness. In just a few breaths, beads of sweat formed on Honi's neck.
Lily in front appeared like a monster, her storm-like attacks making it hard for him to breathe.
Useless. Useless. Just a futile struggle. Submit and die. Lily's moves became increasingly fierce, each thrust and slash carrying a terrifying force. Clang clang bang. Bang. Lily seized a gap in Honi's defense and directly knocked the small shield away.
Honi looked astonished as the sharp sword tip stopped in front of his throat.
Humph. Trash. You dare to control me, to humiliate me. Then, die.
Just as Lily was about to end Honi's life, an ominous premonition began to rise in her heart. Rustle rustle.
Mysterious sounds echoed throughout the space.
This sound sent shivers down one's spine, but when Lily turned around, the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. The light from both their spiritual energies only illuminated small areas around them.
The terrifying thing is always the unknown.
Bang!
Seizing the moment when Lily turned back, Honey swung his great sword and knocked the western sword away as well. With their weapons slipping from their grips, the impact left Lily's hands numb. She stared in disbelief, seeming unable to believe that this man before her was still stubbornly struggling. Rustle, rustle. The eerie sounds grew closer, and both of them lost their will to fight. They both sprang back simultaneously, instantly increasing the distance between them. Honey took out a huge orb, manipulating it with spiritual energy to fly upwards. A sphere about the size of 2 fists radiated dazzling light under the infusion of spiritual energy, illuminating the entire cave.
So many demon spiders. I can't even count them.
Honey was also dumbfounded, countless tiny spiders like streams continuously filling the area.
Instantly, goosebumps covered his skin.
Seeing the surroundings clearly, Lily's face also turned serious.
These were all offspring of the golden-blooded spiritual beasts, the demon spiders. Demon spiders usually prefer to hide in dark underground caves and sleep. Basically, they will rarely appear to harm humans.
But today, the situation might be a bit different. The sounds of 2 people fighting have definitely disturbed these demon spiders. Although the young of this spider species are small, roughly the size of a newborn baby. However, their spider legs are incredibly sharp, and a gentle touch can break the skin's surface.
Moreover, their silk is not only sharp and flexible, but also contains enough deadly poison. If one walks a little too quickly, the silk can cut the skin, leading to poisoning and death.
In the past, it was common for miners to get their skin cut while working in the mines, and sometimes, if unlucky, it would directly slice someone's skull.
And demon spiders, these spirit beasts, can grow over 3 meters tall. Although no adult spirit beasts have been found here.
With so many young ones here, Honey has no doubt that somewhere in the shadows, the demon mother spider is watching them.
Let's stop fighting. If we keep this up, we're both going to die.
Those demon spiders just woke up, their desire to attack isn't strong yet.
As long as we're careful and make no loud sounds or movements, they won't attack us for now.
Honey spoke softly, his voice carrying a hint of fear and compromise. He could die, but he wanted his death to be meaningful. If he were to die in this cave without a clear reason, he absolutely could not accept it. At this moment, Lily was also deep in thought. For the same reason as Honey, she certainly did not want to perish here.
Do you have a way to escape?
Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion.
Honey sighed.
He actually had a way, but he was afraid of stepping on Lily's weak spot. After much hesitation, he finally spoke slowly.
I once read in an ancient book. Demon spiders that live underground have almost no natural enemies. But they are extremely afraid of the blood of a virgin.
Because demon spiders are very dirty creatures, they fear this holy thing.
After speaking, Honey's gaze flickered as he looked at Lily. Are you still a virgin?
Lily nearly exploded, her whole body trembling as she struggled to control herself from directly killing Honey.
How humiliating.
That shameless person in front of her had the audacity to say such shameful words without batting an eye.
She was the daughter of the Hoover Lord. She was also the princess of the entire Aya's kingdom. How could he so openly offend her? I am. Thank you for telling me this method.
However, since you heard something you shouldn't have, you definitely won't be leaving this mine today. Lily laughed coldly, her face filled with murderous intent.
Honey couldn't help but nervously bite the dead skin on his lips. That method besides virgin's blood also needs the urine of a young boy. What?
Lily nearly lost it, her spiritual energy bursting forth, directly attracting a young demon spider. Watching the young demon spider crawl toward her, Lily took a deep breath and pinched her thigh hard, forcing herself to calm down.
So, are you?
Chapter 74, Unshakable Guilt.
Actually, I am too. Honey's face turned as red as a boiled crab. Similarly, a strange expression appeared on Lily's face. This man actually had not experienced it?
The Tian rabbit clan, because of their own nature, experiences primal impulses toward the opposite sex every spring and autumn. And every member of the Tian rabbit clan cannot avoid the restless feelings of adulthood. If one forcibly suppresses that impulse, one will be tormented by desire all day long.
Lily had experienced that feeling, and it was extremely unpleasant.
During those bouts, her whole body ached like it was being pricked with needles, and several times she almost lost control and attacked her own servants. But every time danger came, it was always suppressed by Hoover using secret techniques. Because while Lily had a psychological cleanliness, she also practiced a unique cultivation method. It required both people to be pure and sacred, or else no union was allowed. Otherwise, all her spiritual power and foundation would be completely destroyed. However, could it be that Honey was also like that? He didn't even practice that kind of cultivation method, so why was he still?
This was even rarer than picking up gold and gems on a public road. This made Lily look at Honey with a bit more respect.
Wait, then how do you suppress that kind of urge in spring or autumn? Don't tell me, you're not capable? She actually felt a little curious about the honey in front of her. Honey held his forehead helplessly inside. He knew Lily wouldn't believe it. It's not that I'm not capable. For a grand dream, what's the harm in a few small sacrifices? Desire must know who is the true master of this body. Only by overcoming desire can my resolve shine even brighter. Lily looked at Honey with some disdain. Fine, just say you're controlling yourself. Why make it sound so noble? If desire could really be suppressed by willpower, then all the rare treasures her father spent every year would be a joke? As someone of the Heavenly Rabbit clan, it was absolutely impossible to control this kind of desire. But Lily really guessed wrong this time. She had truly underestimated Honey's resolve. Every time desire flared up, Honey would lock himself in a secret room. Even if his whole body burned and he howled in pain inside the chamber, he never took a single step back. If necessary, he would even punch himself hard, forcing himself to avoid falling into the beast of desire. That was his resolve. Enough, don't worry about that for now. Let's get through the crisis in front of us first. After speaking, Honey took a water basin out of his storage space and placed it on the ground, then directly began untying his belt. What are you doing? Lily's face turned red. She frowned and asked in a low voice as she watched Honey's actions. Honey glanced at her. What? Getting virgin boy urine? You? Wait a second. I'll go first. To prevent her blood from splashing onto herself, Lily stepped forward and squatted down. She took out a short blade directly from her storage space. With one forceful motion, the short blade gleaming with cold light cut open her snow-white skin, letting a few drops of crimson blood fall. A faint bloody smell spread through the space. You could see that the demon spiders around them indeed slowed down. Lily's eyes lit up, and she controlled the short blade to cut even deeper. The blood flow increased, forming a stream that ran down. Seeing this, Honey couldn't help but admire Lily. Very few people could hurt themselves and still remain calm. Lily was the first he had ever seen. Seen enough? Your turn. Lily pulled the short blade out of her forearm. Thanks to her martial artist's body, the bleeding stopped quickly. Just as Honey was about to take off his pants, Lily tightly shut her eyes, and one hand firmly covered both eyes. Turn around. Did you hear me? After waiting too long without a response, Lily peeked through her eyes to look around. She found that Honey was holding a clean cloth, sneakily trying to bandage her wound. This made Lily's expression soften a bit. That was more like it. It seemed this man wasn't as unbearable as she first thought. Honey wrapped the wound carefully, circling the cloth gently again and again. The demon spiders around had already surrounded them in all directions. They seemed to be very afraid of virgin blood, and none of the demon spiderlings dared step within 2 meters of them. Once the bandaging was done, it was Honey's turn. Although Lily tightly covered her eyes, the dripping water sound always made her overthink. After a long time of suppressing her desires, they suddenly stirred in her heart. Lily's pretty face turned red, she could clearly feel her body temperature rising quickly. But at the same time, she also felt contempt for the thoughts emerging from her heart. It was clearly this person in front of her, leading the Revolutionary Army, that caused her to be scolded and beaten by her father. Unexpectedly, she actually had thoughts about such a despicable person. It was simply a crime deserving of death. What kind of thought? It was. Lily's thoughts quickly linked to actions, and the desire in her heart grew even stronger. Even she herself didn't realize that her breathing had become heavier. All right. Honey fidgetedly pulled up his pants, turned around, and came face to face with a gaze that was very close. What a beautiful pair of eyes. Gentle as spring water, sparkling with the light of desire. For a moment, Honey also found it hard to hold himself back. He silently chanted the Revolutionary Army's slogan in his mind. He crazily wanted to suppress his emotions, guilt flooding his whole body. No. How could he have such thoughts? She is Hoover's daughter. She is the enemy's daughter of their Revolutionary Army. He wanted to push away the soft body pressed against him, but what greeted him was a wet kiss. This feeling was wonderful, as if a certain switch had been turned on. The scene that followed could be described as flipping the world upside down, completely lost to heaven and earth. Until both of them calmed down, they finally sat down across from the water basin. Neither dared to look at each other. In a moment of passion, they had made a huge mistake. Moreover, there were countless demon spiders surrounding them. They flickered with dark, shining eyes, staring at the two of them all this time. Immediately, the shame and anger on Lily's face intensified. Although that feeling was very pleasurable, it was also very addictive. It was crushing. After all, the two of them were from different camps and had different stances.
After a long silence, Pony finally spoke.
I'm sorry. Can you forget everything that just happened? I'm sorry. Lily also thought that maybe she should just die. But if she couldn't take down the scoundrel in front of her, her thoughts wouldn't be clear. Fine. You die. If you die, I can forget. Great. The conversation just died. After a long silence, Pony hesitated to say. Actually, haven't you noticed that your father's brutal rule has harmed many innocent heavenly rabbit people? What are you talking about? Is my father not good to those people?
Pony let out a bitter laugh. Although Hoover was guilty of many crimes, he had indeed protected his daughter very well.
Forget it.
A fixed mindset formed over many years could not be changed by his mere words.
It's better to go out first and talk later.
Pony stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and looked at Lily, who was sitting on the ground with her knees hugged. He surprisingly felt a tinge of reluctance.
It was time to go out.
Only, after going out, his relationship with Lily would turn into enemies again. But soon, he shook his head and forcibly suppressed this thought. His resolve should not be disturbed by paternal feelings, even if the woman in front of him was a beauty beyond compare.
Pull me up. Only then did Lily resentfully stretch out her fair little hand and raise it.
But such a move caused Pony's heart to beat fiercely again.
It was that cold little hand that made his back feel a burning pain. He couldn't help but recall the warmth from earlier. Hurry up.
Hearing Lily's urging, Pony finally came back to his senses, awkwardly grinning, and took a few steps forward to hold that soft, boneless little hand. He pulled Lily up, turned back to grab the full water basin, and chased after the direction Nina had fled.
Xiao Yan took some ham sausages and smoked sausages from the beast space and ate them.
With something in his stomach, he felt a bit better. Although he had rested quite a bit, when he stood up, he immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded. Leaning against a nearby rock, he closed his eyes and rested for a while, the dizziness slowly fading away.
TCH. I need to think of a way to get out of here soon. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow tightly.
He found his flashlight and shone it around. This space seemed completely sealed off, he couldn't find any exit.
However, as the light shone down, the sight before Xiao Yan almost scared him to death.
The place was actually filled with dense, round insect eggs, making him feel a wave of fear. Looking closely, each egg was about the size of a basketball.
What the hell is this, an insect nest? Even just staying here made Xiao Yan feel uneasy.
This couldn't be a good place, it's best to leave, brother. Xiao Yan turned and walked away, limping. Feeling a dull pain in his abdomen again, he grabbed some medicine from the beast space and stuffed it into his mouth.
A crisp sound caught Xiao Yan's attention.
One of the insect eggs nearby cracked open like a chicken egg. Looking closely, he realized it was a spider spirit beast that had hatched out. Its white body was dotted with some black patterns, and the whole spirit beast looked round and quite cute.
What spirit beast is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Xiao Yan was filled with confusion.
The reason for the high mutation probability of arthropod or insect spirit beasts is that these creatures can give birth.
Once they lay eggs, they are basically everywhere.
Just like raising worms, if there's no food in the cave, these younglings will start to kill each other until only a few of the strongest remain. So, it's easy to lead to the amplification of certain unique traits while some useless traits gradually degrade, and their inherent bloodline abilities should also enhance.
Is this the evil ghost spider? It doesn't look like it. Has it evolved?
Since it had just hatched, the little creature seemed to have no desire to attack and was easily thrown into the beast space by Xiao Yan. At that moment, the all-manifesting mysterious book suddenly emitted a glow, and a twisting chain stretched out from its pages, tightly wrapping around the little spider.
Demon spider? Golden level bloodline?
Seeing the information displayed by the all-manifesting mysterious book, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be slightly surprised.
In this cave, each one of them was a golden level bloodline? These spider eggs are not just hundreds or thousands. Could it be that the all-manifesting mysterious book could swallow them at will?
If it weren't for his injuries, Xiao Yan would have jumped up in excitement.
Buffet time, brothers. Hurry, Purple Moon Fire Qilin, come help.
Even the injured Fire Qilin was called out to work hard. There's no way around it, opportunities like this didn't come every day for Xiao Yan.
So, let's endure a little.
Xiao Yan felt completely relaxed, the pain vanished instantly, and he squatted down with his spirit beasts, shoving those spider eggs into the beast space one by one. Even if an evil demon spider hatched and crawled by, it naturally wouldn't escape Xiao Yan's clutches.
Get in there, will you? 1, 2, 3.
He thought he was having the worst luck today, but he didn't expect a buffet to be waiting for him here.
Devour and evolve. Although the evil demon spiders hadn't all hatched yet, the progress from the all-manifesting mysterious book's devouring was only about 20%. But with so many here, it didn't matter.
With his 3 spirit beasts constantly picking up spider eggs in this cave, the glow from the all-manifesting mysterious book became brighter and brighter.
Xiao Yan was incredibly excited.
All the way here, the Book of All Things had been his greatest asset for survival. Whether it was the breathing method to speed up his cultivation or the life-saving 3 chi gathering form, each was crucial. He vaguely remembered that if the Book of All Things hadn't brought him to this world, he would have almost died in the space rift.
Oh, Book of All Things. You've suffered alongside me. Today, devour everything without mercy.
At this moment, Xiao Yan was so excited that he was dizzy, even neglecting any new abilities the Book of All Things might have gained during its evolution. He was frantically stuffing spider eggs into the Beast Master space. At this point, he still had no idea what tremendous changes had taken place inside the Beast Master space.
It turned out that buffet dining could become addictive.
Xiao Yan found this feeling simply irresistible. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was nearly numb. Like a factory assembly line, he kept repeating the same thing over and over.
Cree.
A sharp cry suddenly jolted Xiao Yan awake.
Right. So many little ones.
Heck, could it be his mother coming? Xiao Yan's mind jolted, and he quickly threw the last spider egg into the Beast Master space, looking towards the source of the sound.
Whoa! What a huge evil spider!
Xiao Yan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Normally, an evil spider, being a silver-grade bloodline spirit beast, could only grow to the height of a person.
Now, this size was about the same as a heavy-duty truck. Run, run, run!
Xiao Yan broke out in a cold sweat. He had stolen from their home, they wouldn't just let this go without a fight. With such a large size, if he didn't run, he would probably be treated like a speed bump and run over.
Fire Qilin, you take the burden, if you can hold on, run me around for a bit.
To his master's request, the Fire Qilin was truly out of patience. It shoved its head towards Xiao Yan's back, and he climbed onto its back. The spider eggs Xiao Yan had stuffed into the Beast Master space were probably still less than a tenth of the total number here. Facing the crisis, Xiao Yan had to give up some of his gains with pain. However, he casually tossed a small mine lamp here as a marker, also to make it easier for himself to come back later. Coal ball. At this time, the coal ball was also on the Fire Qilin's back, directly extending its tentacles to smash the rock wall in front of Xiao Yan.
Chapter 76, Evil Mother Spider? Evil Spider Mother. Cree cree.
The evil mother spider, this sounds a bit strange, roared again, moving its 8 metal-like huge legs towards Xiao Yan.
Xiao Yan activated his ability, understanding the meaning behind it. Clearly, it viewed him as an intruder and was threatening to take him down.
The coal ball continued to break the wall. Having failed one strike, it was preparing to stab again but was stopped by Xiao Yan. After all, he wasn't sure if the opposite side was hollow, he could only. It was simply like a sharp grater.
Wow!
Xiao Yan was truly frightened by this scene. The spider silk that was spat out almost sliced him like an apple.
Although this space was vast, he still couldn't find the exit.
Xiao Yan could only nimbly turn with the Fire Qilin in this space, evading attacks and turning the giant body of the evil ghost spider mother from an advantage into a disadvantage. Because with such a large size, it naturally lacked some agility.
Xiao Yan planned to utilize this point and find the exit first.
The evil ghost spider mother chased Xiao Yan, crashing through everything, sending many rocks flying. These rocks inevitably smashed many spider eggs into pieces. Xiao Yan watched with heartache. If it weren't for this evil ghost spider mother causing trouble, these should have all been his.
To protect these unborn little lives.
Xiao Yan, while running, bent down as much as possible to stuff all these spider eggs into his Beast Master space.
He really wanted to cry.
Screech! The evil ghost spider mother now appeared even angrier, actually persecuting her own children while fleeing. She wouldn't have imagined that the children she was harming while rampaging were already about the same as those Xiao Yan had just collected. Although the evil ghost spider as a spirit beast did not have high intelligence, even less than the treasure fox that Xiao Yan had encountered before. But having reached this cultivation stage, it at least had the intelligence of an 8 or 9-year-old child, capable of thinking and having its own judgment. This kind of spirit beast was also difficult to communicate with others. In Xiao Yan's ears there were only a few simple words.
However, Xiao Yan's actions clearly enraged the evil ghost spider mother.
With a howl, it opened its mouthparts and continuously shot sharp spider silk at Xiao Yan. Fortunately, this spider silk flew slowly in the air, making it easy to foresee and dodge. Xiao Yan and the Fire Qilin sustained no injuries, but the poor spider egg suffered. Seeing the evil ghost spider mother going completely mad, Xiao Yan had no other choice but to let the coal ball strike the walls with its tentacles along the way, looking for any chance to escape. As they spun around, almost destroying this entire space, suddenly.
Dong dong dong.
The ethereal sound rang throughout this space like the most beautiful music in the world.
Good good good. Xiao Yan's expression brightened, he could escape.
The coal ball did not hesitate, directly extending several tentacles and slammed against the rock wall.
Boom.
The wall in front of him crashed down, revealing an opening high enough for a person to pass through. The Fire Qilin carried Qiu Yan and rushed in without hesitation. Screech! Not long after Qiu Yan entered, the evil ghost spider mother crashed through an entire wall. In an instant, smoke rose, and dust swirled in the air. The evil ghost spider mother's many compound eyes spun around, but due to the dust, she couldn't see Qiu Yan's traces for a moment. She could only shuffle her spider legs, anxiously turning in circles. After waiting for the smoke to clear, suddenly, the Fire Qilin appeared right in front of her. Moreover, it seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. Upon noticing the evil ghost spider mother's gaze, it turned and dashed off into the distance. It was like a clumsy trap. The evil ghost spider mother was bloodshot and her last bit of rationality was completely exhausted. Even if it was a trap, she decided to jump in. With a howl, she moved her gigantic body, bang bang bang, chasing after the distance. With such a large size, she didn't notice a dark object sticking to her back. At this moment, Qiu Yan was hiding in the cracks of the spider mother's shell. Although the spider mother emitted a foul odor, Qiu Yan had no other choice now. Like a bulldozer, Qiu Yan crashed through it all, suffering greatly on its back. Hu Fu was constantly shuttling through the mine, now perplexed by the trail of a few individuals. Cannot find them, simply cannot find them. He could only aimlessly search throughout the vast mine for the traces of those black-robed figures. But trying to find someone in such a large mine was truly inefficient. Bang! Screech! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind him. Looking back at the sound, a spark of vitality surprisingly appeared on Hu Fu's normally calm face. Is that the kid? Is that his spirit beast? He instantly perked up. Hard work truly pays off, he finally found them. After the recent collapse in the mine, Hu Fu initially thought it would be fine to catch a companion to gain some intelligence. But that kid seemed to evaporate into thin air. The large-scale collapse even wiped out all traces of escape completely. Fortunately, now he was back in front of him. Little thing, don't run. He immediately sprang into action to chase after it. Just as he was about to catch up, an unexpected event occurred. That spirit beast and the person on its back instantly turned into a puff of smoke, vanishing into the air. Having suffered a silent loss, Hu Fu truly could not endure any longer. At first, he hadn't thought about it, but now he realized. Wasn't that the spirit beast that had run out of his courtyard at that time? It was undoubtedly this group that had stolen his Tiankai order. But before he could react, the stone wall beside him suddenly crumbled, and a gigantic spider appeared in front of him. Chapter 77, Awakening of the Chaos Race's New Ability. Turtle, what's going on? This level of cultivation must be peak silver, right? Is it chasing that kid? At this time, the evil ghost spider mother had completely lost her sanity. Seeing the Fire Qilin disappear, she charged straight towards Hu Fu. In an instant, a web shot toward Hu Fu. Damn! What's going on? I didn't provoke it either. Hu Fu rolled to the side in a panic, narrowly avoiding the attack. Next, the evil ghost spider mother seemed to latch onto Hu Fu. No matter how he dodged or fled, it clung on tenaciously. Like a sticky herbal plaster, it was impossible to shake off. It's you forcing me. Hu Fu's expression suddenly turned cold. Although this spirit beast was not very strong, he was indeed much stronger than it. But the main issue was its enormous size. Such a massive creature would undoubtedly have many minions. Dealing with it was truly troublesome. Thinking of this, Hu Fu's hatred towards Qiu Yan and others deepened. All of tonight's troubles were caused by these people. He must vent his anger horribly when he gets back. Add your water fist. Hu Fu raised his hand, releasing a burst of azure blue aura, fiercely swinging a punch at the evil ghost spider mother charging toward him. Bang! Screech! A piercing roar echoed throughout the mine. The evil ghost spider mother, once so mighty, had one of her 8 legs knocked away in a single encounter. Still dare to scream? Get out of my way. Hu Fu's voice carried a hint of mental shock, causing the evil ghost spider mother to regain her sanity in an instant. However, the Qiu Yan on her back did not have it easy. That mental shock directly made Qiu Yan's head spin. One moment of unsteadiness nearly caused him to fall off the back of the evil ghost spider mother. If he really fell, it would be disastrous. Both Hu Fu and the evil ghost spider mother were staring at him with predatory intent. Fortunately, just as he was about to fall off, Meicho pushed Qiu Yan from behind. Hu Fu ignored the evil ghost spider mother and instead walked directly in the direction she had come from. He figured it out. That kid with the fire attribute spirit beast, Yenner, was crafty. At that time, he had fallen for the trick designed to lure the tiger away from the mountain. This allowed those few people to escape by luck. And he definitely wasn't using that trick for the first time. So, that sly kid was surely still around, definitely pulling another trick. In fact, Qiu Yan had originally thought the same way. But the risk of doing so was simply too great. The place just now was obviously like a nursery, and it had to be watched closely. Xiao Yan used the three spirits gathering technique again, the side effects tormenting him to the point his head felt like it was going to explode. The only tactic he could rely on was this trick of light beneath the lamp. Although Hoover guessed right, he only got it half right. But at this moment, the evil spider mother disagreed. Wasn't it enough that a little thief tormented her children? Now she had to deal with an old thief too? Though the evil spider mother dragged her broken arm, her speed was actually quite fast. Bang! 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 Using her spider legs to move, she caught up to Hoover in just a few breaths. With her mouth open wide, she aimed to bite at Hoover's back. Oomph! Seeking death. Hoover smoothly dodged the attack with a sidestep. Then he lifted his foot, and the spiritual power around him burst forth with amazing might. A whip kick sent the evil spider mother moving sideways for 2 steps. Squeak! Soon, the evil spider mother let out a sharp howl, as if sending out some kind of message. Rustle, rustle, rustle. From many cracks in the rocks, countless demon spiders suddenly emerged, and they kept on coming. Many compound eyes focused on Hoover, opening their mouths to spit out dense spider silk. This spider silk, even Hoover could not withstand it. Any slight cut on the skin would lead to immediate poisoning. Oh! Seeing this, Hoover raised an eyebrow. He initially thought it was just an ordinary evil spider, but unexpectedly, there seemed to be something hidden within. The evil spider of silver bloodline could actually give birth to demon spiders with golden bloodlines? This was interesting. Hoover straightened up. If there was a chance, he definitely wanted to study it well. How could bloodline evolution occur? But right now was not the time to research. Suddenly, a harmonica appeared in Hoover's hand, old-fashioned in style, seeming a bit aged. There were also some runes carved on it. He brought the harmonica to his lips, and the air he exhaled enveloped in spiritual energy slowly activated the runes on the harmonica. A bright sound echoed, stirring waves of resonance. The movements of the surrounding demon spiders instantly froze, each spider leg tightly hugging their bodies, forming a white ball, as if they were asleep. Thinking of finding a chance to escape, Xiao Yan felt dazed when he heard the sound of the harmonica, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself pulled back into the Beastmaster space. This is my Beastmaster space? The scale. The environment. Xiao Yan couldn't believe it for a moment. The original Beastmaster space was only the size of a rental room. But now, it had transformed into the size of a soccer field. And in the center, the Universal Shin book was shining with light. Since it was his own Beastmaster space, even though he was still a bit far from the Universal Shin book, he could reach it in an instant with just a thought. The Universal Shin book slowly turned another page in front of Xiao Yan. Bluffing, Chaos Clan ability. Description: by using spiritual energy and incantations, it disguises the spirit beast, allowing the spirit beast to unleash a more powerful momentum, but it does not affect combat power. The specific cultivation method is as follows. The specific effect depends on the practitioner's total amount of spiritual energy. The page of the Universal Shin book suddenly transformed into a flow of light, drilling into the body of Xiao Yan, who was now a consciousness entity. He instantly understood this new ability. Wasn't it just to show off? It was about showing off to be the strongest. It was to show off until Hoover was scared. Xiao Yan's vision blurred and then he returned to reality. Since he was lying behind the evil spider mother. Due to a blind spot, Hoover was not discovered. As the music ended, Hoover glanced around, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Truly, this is the magical tool given to me by the Heavenly Sound Clan. This kind of magical tool can hypnotize less intelligent spirit beasts, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. At first, I thought this was a useless magical tool, but I didn't expect it to prove useful at this moment. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he continued to walk towards the nursery. However, at this moment, the evil ghost spider queen behind him suddenly radiated a powerful aura. This kind of pressure almost suffocated Hoover, making it hard for him to breathe. What is this? It's one thing to temporarily break into golden cultivation, but now even the bloodline is evolving? Hoover was immediately stunned, mechanically turning his head to see the scene, the spirit beast in front of him actually shedding its shell and evolving. This is the ghostly spirit spider emperor? Then there's no mistake about it. Such pressure cannot even be matched by a demon spider of the same golden level. The ghostly spirit spider emperor is a ferocious beast from the legends of the Iasis kingdom, with a bloodline level of at least diamond or higher. Overall, it is dark purple, but the tips of its spider legs emit a dark golden glow. Not only that, its entire body is outlined with dark golden lines, and its abdomen has a huge ghostly face. Not good, this ghostly spirit spider emperor is not something I can deal with. I need to find those kids and not get entangled with this ghostly spirit spider emperor. Hoover murmured to himself.
Chapter 78, Is the Dragon Scale Team defecting? No matter how you look at it, the whole thing gives off a strange feeling. I will give you a try. Emerging tides of the blue sea.
Hoover was surrounded by azure blue spirit energy, which quickly gathered into a complex magical formation, flashing with peculiar light. Xiao Yan saw this scene and felt a sense of dread in his heart.
After all, bluffing can only fake an imposing aura but cannot enhance spirit beasts.
If Hoover unleashed his big move, the evil ghost spider mother would surely die. Squeak! At this moment, the evil ghost spider mother, empowered by the pressure, let out a cry, and the surrounding white spheres began to awaken.
Countless demon spiders started crawling toward Hoover.
Hoover also noticed that he seemed to have been marked by the ghostly spirit spider emperor in front of him. As long as he remained in the cave, a steady stream of demon spiders would attack him.
Bang! With a crisp sound, a small hole suddenly appeared above Hoover. Hoover! Do you need so long to find those people?
The voice of thunder came, causing Xiao Yan, who was lying on the back of the evil ghost spider mother, to feel a jolt of fear.
Wasn't that the voice of the captain of the Dragon Scale Team? Why was he here too? Moreover, it seemed like they were quite familiar with Hoover. Reporting to you, my lord, I just encountered those few people. But because the cave structure isn't stable, a collapse happened, and those people hid. But I can guarantee that these people must have the heavenly puppet order. Please rest assured, my lord.
Xiao Yan watched Hoover's respectful demeanor, clearly misunderstanding.
There was a high possibility that he was a spy from the 10,000 clans, and his status seemed quite high.
Otherwise, why would Hoover call him my lord?
Oh no, I didn't expect the 10,000 clans had already infiltrated the human race. This news hit Xiao Yan like a heavy hammer, striking hard at his heart.
At this moment, he wasn't feeling well at all.
The spatial rift appeared near the Anshin Villa area. This means that the Dragon Scale Team came to rescue him this time. If these people found out that he discovered their secret, he could very likely be silenced.
It's over. Completely over. The Dragon Scale Team and the 10,000 clans are in cahoots.
Rustle, rustle. In an instant, tens of thousands of demon spiders rushed directly towards Hoover. It seems there's no time to get entangled with you all.
The azure sea rises with the tide.
In an instant, Hofwa's aura surged wildly, echoing outward like ripples in water. The nearby bodies of the demon spiders exploded instantly, sticky juices splattering everywhere.
Almost all the demon spiders were knocked back by this wave of spiritual force. Even the demon spider queen took half a step back. Oh. So it turns out it's just empty bravado. I can't be bothered to get entangled with you. Hufwa transformed into a bluish-green light, racing away into the distance.
Xiao Yan also let out a sigh of relief, but a thick layer of doubt still cloaked his heart.
Nina held a kerosene lamp, weaving through the entire mine. Sister! Look! Are there some figures over there?
Nia's timely voice made Nina notice shadows in the dim space nearby, figures dressed in armor.
Found them.
The Sky Puppet Tribe's death soldiers. Nina's face revealed a tender smile, they had finally found them. This meant that their revolutionary army would have the confidence to confront Hufwa.
This was tremendous good news.
She lightly tapped her toes and arrived in front of the death soldiers.
The pitch-black armor appeared mysterious and fearsome under the lamp's glow. The Sky Puppet Order was a square jade tablet.
It was engraved with unique inscriptions of the Sky Puppet Tribe. After infusing spiritual power, it immediately released 12 thin strands of spiritual energy.
The strands swiftly extended through the air until they merged into the bodies of the 12 death soldiers. The two could clearly feel that the bodies of the 12 death soldiers seemed to tremble for a moment. Activation successful. Nia's little face was filled with excitement as she joyfully hugged Nina.
Almost at the moment of connection, everyone in the mine suddenly raised their heads. They all felt a strong aura of pressure.
Sui Yu, you sense that? It seems those people activated the Sky Puppet Tribe's puppets. Thunder smashed the boulders in their way and spoke without looking back.
Sui Yu didn't react much, after all, the captain always had this nature. They should be 70 meters underground in the southwestern direction.
Let's go.
The two unleashed their spiritual forces and turned into flowing light, threading through space.
Honi elbowed Lily beside her.
This aura is truly terrifying, it's definitely the death soldiers activated. And just now, that piercing scream attracted all the demon spiders around.
Lily nodded in agreement.
Let's go, but I must state first.
We will be enemies soon.
If you can abandon the revolutionary army, I can ask my father to spare your life.
I'm sorry. Honi shook his head, deeply sighing. If you join our revolutionary army.
He wanted to continue but was ruthlessly interrupted by Lily.
Since no one can persuade the other, there's no need to keep talking. I will not betray my father.
After a moment of silence, Honey spoke again.
Fine, let's go. Perhaps as long as they remained here, he and Lily would not become enemies.
For this woman who took his first time, he felt 1,000 emotions, yet their stances were clearly different. He was not an indecisive person. At this moment, he clenched his fists and made a firm decision. Chirp! Not long after Hufwa escaped, the demon spider queen erupted with a sharp screech, also using her legs to break the ground and rush downward. Even with her low intelligence, she understood that there was a threat below. Spiritual beasts have their own territorial awareness. Their resting place cannot allow such threats to exist.
Xiao Yan initially thought of sneaking away alone.
After all, the dragon scale team defected, and he had little bond with the revolutionary army. With Thunder backing Hufwa, it was clear that Honey and the others would be slapped dead in one blow. Perhaps one day, the puppet order may challenge Hoover in an arm wrestling match. But once the dragon scale team joins in, the battle will be one-sided. However, the evil spider mother seems unaware, as the shell on her back has already closed up. If they forcibly break through, they will surely attract the spider mother's attention. Then, they would only be waiting to be kicked to death by the spider mother. Helplessly, they could only follow along, planning to find a way to escape later.
Bang!
A wall was smashed open. The first to arrive was Hoover, looking somewhat disheveled, perhaps due to his rush.
12 puppets lined up, observing him with an implicit desire to attack. A surge of anger suddenly welled up in Hoover's heart. These little thieves dared to use their own things against him. How dare they? Chapter 79, In the Name of a Loving Father, Carrying Out Despicable Acts. Hoover.
You've plundered and seized. Under your rule, the Tunsa clan will eventually perish.
You came just in time. Prepare to die.
Nia, filled with indignation, had long wanted to rid the world of this great villain.
Hoover looked at the two and couldn't help but smirk. Oh? A bronze-level warrior and a black iron-level warrior, you want me to die? Do you mean this puppet order is your trust against me? Ha ha ha.
Hoover's face was filled with contempt. He couldn't understand how these two little mice could be so naive.
Although the Tianpu clan's death warriors were strong, they only retained the awareness of battle.
In terms of how to fight, it still relied on the controller's skill. A bronze-level warrior could not unleash their full power.
It was like a child wielding a kitchen knife. Could it really pose a great threat to an adult?
Now, the soldiers of the Tianpu clan were that glinting kitchen knife.
How to use it was the real problem. Enough of the nonsense, die. Nina immediately commanded the death warriors, rushing at Hoover like a swarm.
However, Hoover simply dodged with a few quick moves, easily avoiding the killing intent of the death warriors.
That calm and easy demeanor made the sisters' hearts quiver. The sisters, born into the Reese family, clearly lacked the combat experience of the seasoned Hoover.
Even though the death warriors' bodies had been enhanced, Hoover still couldn't harm them. But surely, as long as he circled around the death warriors and eliminated the one controlling the puppet order, wouldn't that work? Even with 12 death warriors encircling him, Hoover slipped through them like an elusive eel, weaving through the chaos. Occasionally, he would throw a punch echoing a clang, as he sent a death warrior staggering back 2 steps. It seems like you are the ones about to die. Before the sisters could clearly see Hoover's movements, he was suddenly right in front of them. Hoover boldly extended his hands, gripping the sisters' necks, slowly lifting them into the air. The hoods fell away, revealing their pretty faces. Oh! These 2 little ladies are quite lovely. Let me find a way to sell you to the myriad races. Perhaps some big shot will take a fancy to you both. The death warriors were still under control, trying to turn and attack Hoover. Hoover merely scoffed and tightened his grip. The death warriors immediately froze, their expressions reverting to a daze. Nia stuffed the puppet order, which couldn't be stored in the inventory, into her embrace, frantically clawing at Hoover's palm. Hoover. You beast. So many of our sisters didn't die on the battlefield, but were sold off as slaves to the myriad races. Even gentle Nina's eyes now brimmed with hatred. TSK, don't say it so harshly. I'm just giving them an opportunity to develop. Isn't it better than staying in the Tunsa clan and becoming breeding tools? Hoover laughed coldly, with eyes devoid of any sparkle. They may be slaves, but they have climbed up to the high branches of those great figures among the myriad races. Father, is what you said true? Lily's voice suddenly echoed above Hoover. This made Hoover's entire body shake. He slowly raised his head and saw his daughter squatting behind a gap in the rock wall, staring down at him. At first, they told me, and I didn't believe it. I always thought having a father like a lord was a blessing for the common people. But I seem to be wrong. Father, is what you are doing truly right? Lily. Hoover widened his eyes and trembled all over. But suddenly, he thought of something, as if touched by a sensitive spot, and roared angrily upwards. What do you understand? If it weren't for you,
How many people have I sold to the myriad races? For you, how many rare treasures have I used to raise your cultivation to the silver level? Without me, you are nothing. And now, you come to criticize me? Everyone present was startled by Hoover's sudden outburst.
Lily was stunned. The pressure her father exerted on her made her almost unable to breathe. For her own good, such words were too heavy. Taking a deep breath, she spoke again, her voice choked with emotion.
I would rather be an ordinary person. I want my father to just be my father, not the bad person they say he is.
After saying this, Lily broke down in tears, and even the restrained sisters couldn't help feeling moved.
He, ha 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 ha.
Hoover laughed uncontrollably like he had lost his mind, tossing the sisters to the ground like garbage.
It's too late. There is no turning back. Ha 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 ha.
But then, his laughter abruptly stopped. A dangerous light burst from his eyes, and the blue-green spiritual energy began to flow slowly around him.
It is these people who have confused your mind, right? Then I will kill them all. You are my daughter. My only daughter. Do you know what it means to be an only daughter in the Tian-Tu clan?
I have done so much for you, you cannot go against me. Hoover has completely lost his mind, and the spiritual energy around him tore apart his clothes, revealing his metallic lower body. It turns out, everything below his chest had been modified by the Tian-Xiong clan. This also means he had completely lost the ability to procreate. It's not hard to imagine why he is so extreme towards his daughter.
The Tian-Tu clan prides itself on fertility. If it were a healthy lord, his offspring could be countless. But it happened to be Hoover.
When he was young, he was a captain of the guards. In a spiritual beast riot, he lost his lower body. The voice of the Tian-Xiong clan echoed in his head. Of course, to save his life, he accepted the transformation without hesitation. After being modified, Hoover rose through the ranks in the army and eventually instigated a coup to become the lord. Having been in a high position for so long, he naturally wanted his own offspring. So he gave everything he had, sending his genes to the Tian-Xiong clan. The condition proposed by the Tian-Xiong clan was 30,000 Tian-Tu clan girls. The joy he felt when he first embraced his daughter is unforgettable to this day. When he learned that his daughter could not cultivate, he once again traded with the myriad races to endow his daughter with the potential to become a warrior.
Now, his daughter actually unites with outsiders to criticize him. Yes. Kill them all. Lily, wait for your father, I will eliminate them all. Hoover's metallic body began to emit a strange glow. Boom.
The evil ghost spider mother burst through the rock, charging out from a cloud of dust. It wanted to tear everyone here apart.
Annoying guys keep popping up one after another today. Very good. Today, no one can escape. Chapter 80, no matter the cost. Bang!
The nearby stone wall shattered violently. As the dust settled, two figures, one large and one small, emerged.
It seems we've witnessed quite the show.
A hint of playfulness appeared on Thunder's face as he glanced at Sui-Yu.
What did you just say? No one can leave? Sui-Yu also wore a faint smile.
With their cultivation levels, it's clear they heard the conversation within the cave.
My lords, this is a private matter for me.
Please, wait outside for a moment, I wouldn't want any filthy things to offend your eyes. Once it's over, I will present the heavenly puppet order with both hands.
Hoof was slightly bowed.
Facing powerful beings he couldn't defeat, conceding was a wise choice.
Alright, we'll wait outside for you, but don't pull any tricks.
Thunder surprisingly took out two folding chairs from his storage space, and he and Sui-Yu sat down to watch the show.
Bang! Another loud blast, countless small stones rolled to the ground.
This instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Screech! A sharp scream pierced the ears of the crowd, causing pain. Seeing this, Hofwa's face darkened to the point of dripping water. He felt something was off with the spirit beast and wanted to grant it a chance to escape. To his dismay, the evil spider mother relentlessly pursued him. Since it had dared to provoke him, he decided to strike first. His surroundings were instantly enveloped in a blue-green spirit energy, and even his lower metal limbs were shimmering with dense white light.
Xiao Yan hid in his shell, secretly glancing around. He found it quite a coincidence that a few people happened to be there. Furthermore, Nina and Nia were lying there, apparently having unfortunate luck by bumping into Hufwa.
The nearby black figures, motionless like puppets, were likely the legendary Heavenly Puppet Clan's death soldiers.
However, why was Hufwa staring so intensely at him?
He wasn't wearing clothes, and from below his chest, he seemed made of metal.
It looked suspiciously similar to the modifications made by the celestial race on spirit beasts. This is bad.
Xiao Yan saw the hatred in Hufwa's eyes.
And the energy he was gathering clearly indicated he was preparing a big move. Damn!
The evil spider mother beneath him was still fierce, while Hufwa was ready to unleash an attack. She surprisingly charged straight at Hufwa.
Don't throw your life away, I still want to live. Xiao Yan had no choice. If he didn't run now, he would definitely be wiped out along with that big move. He could only let the coal ball envelop him and extend a tentacle to knock off the shell, rolling sideways to escape. Boom! Suddenly, a thick beam of light shot out from in front of Hufwa, striking the evil spider mother directly. Screech! The evil spider mother's screech halted abruptly, and her mountain-like body collapsed, various sticky fluids and blood spilling everywhere. Oh! So this little fly was hiding here. How cunning, you even managed to deceive me just now. Hufwa sneered, moving swiftly to stand before Qiao Yan, gripping Qiao Yan's neck. Qiao Yan! Qiao Yan! Honi and Nina exclaimed in shock. This left Hufwa frozen in place. What did this kid call himself? Qiao Yan? A gust of spirit energy blew off Qiao Yan's hood, revealing his face. Hufwa's eyes widened. He hurriedly released his grip, using a stream of spirit energy to support Qiao Yan's falling body. Indeed. In this world, if anyone dares to make him unhappy, the men will be sent to the sacred beast battlefield as cannon fodder, and the women will be sold directly to the myriad races. Qiao Yan? Lei Ting and the others instantly lost their composure. They had thought it was just dogs biting dogs within the Heavenly Rabbit clan, but why did it suddenly involve Qiao Yan too? In a blink of an eye, the two of them flashed over, and Lei Ting kicked UFO flying, his body smashing hard into a nearby rock and getting embedded into it. Are you okay? You don't look so good. Let me treat your wounds. Although Suiyu's country-toppling face remained cold as ice, her words were full of concern. Now it was Qiao Yan's turn to be dumbfounded, staring straight at the two of them. What's going on here? Why such a big reaction? Wasn't the Dragon Scale team on Hufo's side? But now that they saw him, they just kicked UFO away like that? What are you looking at? Not saying a word. Why didn't you say you were on the evil ghost spider mother's back? Why didn't you call me just now when I passed by? Lei Ting slightly frowned, his stubbled face filled with a tone of blame. Wait, aren't you and Huofo on the same team? Xiao Yan's eyes darted around, glancing back and forth between the two. Just now I heard Huofo call you two lords. Lei Ting's face was full of disbelief, and without caring about Xiao Yan's injuries, he gave him a hard knock on the head that made Xiao Yan cry out while clutching his head. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? Xiao Yan was in so much pain that tears almost came out. What are you doing? I'm injured. Suiyu quickly shielded Xiao Yan behind her, a face full of blame. Kid. You're insulting us. Let me tell you. Where do you think this peaceful life came from? Wasn't it the ancestors who bled and died on the sacred beast battlefield, fighting against those wolf-hearted myriad races? Then Lei Ting suddenly fell silent, realizing he had said something wrong. Xiao Yan was only in his third year of high school this year. It made sense he wouldn't know about the myriad races. Lei Ting had indeed gone too far. Captain Lei Ting, I already know about the myriad races. But I have some news to tell you. Secretly. Lei Ting raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. What words couldn't be said out loud? Standing at 1.90 meters tall, he bent down and leaned close to Qiao Yan. Like this and that and this. Watching Lei Ting's expression change from confusion to shock, and finally to joy. Suiyu squinted her eyes, feeling a little speechless. This captain is super reliable in key moments, but in daily life, he's as childish as a little brat. In just a few sentences, Xiao Yan told Lei Ting all about the current situation. Then he fell silent, a mysterious smile on his face, quietly watching Lei Ting. Alright, I got it. Lei Ting stood straight, giving Xiao Yan a look of appreciation. Then, he stared directly at Huofo, who had just pulled himself out of the rock. There was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. As long as Huofo was killed, the Revolutionary Army could storm Odin City and seize control. Then they could gain a reliable ally for the human race? Such a huge benefit, let alone one or two Hufas. Even if there were dozens, as long as it benefited the human race, he would strike without hesitation. Even if the cost was huge, even if it was his own life.